The story begins with a girl born into the lowest, darkest class. She was able to step into the bright world because of her beautiful mother's remarriage. The gazes that looked at her were contemptuous. These families were all the same, shallow. She grew up amidst condemnation, envy, and hatred without receiving love from anyone. In the end, she became a villainess at the top of the world. After that, it was only a matter of time until the villainess met her enemy, the saintess. The villainess bullied the saintess, an act befitting a villain. Because the story's heroine is always a saint, and she was a villain, she would have to suffer a great punishment, ending her life. However, the saintess, what if she wasn't really a saint? Are you happy to be caught up in all of my pranks? All the people by your side who told you to do those terrible things were actually my servants. They did everything to get rid of you, down to the smallest suggestion, as this trick slowly tightened around your neck. The saintess smiled as the villainess finally fell to her death. I can't die like this again. If I could go back to before I died, if I could go back. If I could go back to the beginning, like turning over an hourglass, for those who drove me to the brink of death. This is the miracle of the hourglass in the vision I saw near death. I have returned to the past. Arya returned to her childhood before she was killed. Before I returned, there were many people who laughed to themselves. But above all, I want revenge on the saintess. If so, I will become the villainess who unmasks the saintess. Arya made the decision to change everything. After returning thanks to the mysterious magic of the hourglass, creating new encounters in the future, Arya's life has changed. This is the beginning of the villainess's story. At this moment, the sound of shattering rang out, crash. The servant hurriedly said, "I will clean it up right away. Your foot is injured, Lady Arya." But the truth was the servants were whispering. She dropped the glass. How clumsy. Truly a rude girl, with no manners at all. What to do? She's probably about to throw a tantrum, right? Suddenly Arya spoke up. "Could you bring me a handkerchief, Jesse?" "Yes, yes, and also, my foot is injured, so please bring me some bandages as well." "Yes, my lady. I apologize for causing commotion. Although it is not polite, I will excuse myself first. Everyone, please don't worry about me. Enjoy your meal." Everyone started murmuring, What is this? Impossible. She's that well-behaved? Can you believe it? She seems to have become a completely different person. Arya said to herself, "Of course, because I'm no longer the Arya you know." "Meal, it's so good to see you again. I owe you a lot. So this time, I will definitely repay you in full." In her past life, someone ordered, "Lift the sinner's head." Immediately, Arya's hair was pulled back harshly. "You must know your crime. Be grateful. This is all for your own good." That malicious tongue that slandered and harmed so many people will now be purified, and you will not be able to sin anymore. Arya gasped for breath, her body covered in blood. Below was a chaotic scene. "Mister, let us see. Please let us see." "Hey, you can't. If you kids watch things like this carelessly, you'll be cursed. We'll just watch for a little bit." The villainess's tongue is poisonous, so we have to wrap it carefully in salt. Like this. "Mister, you're such a coward. Seriously, these brats. I can't remember how things ended up like this. I can't think clearly. Now all I want is just peace." At this moment, Meal approached and spoke up. "Brother, I have a few words I want to say to Sister Arya." "You can't, Meal. She has made you." "Please, brother. It's partly my fault that Sister Arya became like this." "What are you saying, Meal? You know. Sister Arya accused me of being a thief, pushed me down the stairs, and even most recently tried to poison me. But perhaps it's all because I wasn't good enough. If you can understand me even just a little, then please let me say goodbye to Sister Arya one last time." The crowd whispered, "Why is she suddenly struggling so much? Perhaps she's scared because she saw the person she tried to kill?" Arya blamed herself. "No, it's not Meal's fault. It's all my fault. Before I knew it, I had become a wicked person. And now, I'm being punished for causing her pain. I'm sorry, Meal. I feel so ashamed. So much so that I don't even dare to look you in the eye." Meal leaned down and whispered to Arya, "Sister, there's something I've been keeping to myself for a long time, but now I want to tell you. You fool, how could you be so stupid? All of your servants were actually my people. They said you harassed me, didn't they? I was the one who told them to do it, you fool." But the people below whispered, "Wow, Lady Meal is praying for the one who tried to poison her. She really is a saint." She spoke again. "Haha, do you want to know why? It's simple. The first time you came to our house, holding your lowly mother's hand, I wanted to kill you. You two are a disgrace to our family, yet you still strode forward, smiling so confidently. Trash like you doesn't deserve to smile. So I let everyone know. These people need to disappear. I will show you that they deserve to die. Seeing you suffer brought me so much joy. It would have been boring if I had poisoned you like I did your mother. So I used the old trick but reversed it and told everyone that you poisoned me. And oh my, they all believed it was you. Ha! You had committed so many crimes that no one would believe you anymore. I was the one who made you that way. Ha! How could you be so stupid? You should never have been born into this world. In the first place, she lifted Arya's bruised and trembling face. At this moment, Meal deliberately spoke loudly for everyone to hear, feigning sincerity. Sister Arya, I don't know how you feel, but I will never forget the wonderful memories between us. Just thinking that you won't be here anymore makes my heart ache. I will miss you so much, Sister Arya. Then the sharp sword was raised. Arya lay on the floor, resentfully saying, "No way. I can't die like this. I don't want to die like this. Let me go back to the past. Yes, just like that hourglass, if I could go back, I would change everything. I won't let myself be deceived by the servants, and I will save my mother. And if I returned to the present." The Countess complained, "Really, I can't understand you anymore. You have no manners at all, yet you doze off at the dinner table. Someone, clean up the broken glass." "Yes, my lady, if I really have returned." "Meal, if this is a chance to give back everything you did to me, I should take it, right? As you wished, to become a true villainess." With that thought, Arya said, "Could you bring me a handkerchief, Jessie?" The maid applied medicine to her, hoping, "I hope it doesn't leave a scar." Arya thought to herself, "Jessie, she was the only maid who took care of me and gave me proper advice. I shouldn't have treated her so horribly. I'm sorry, Jessie. Are you not feeling well, Lady Arya?" "No, I just yawned because I was sleepy." "Oh my, I'm sorry for taking so long with the wound. You seemed tired throughout dinner. I was so careless." "No, you did well. Thank you. I want to rest now. Can you help me prepare everything?" "Of course. My body feels so heavy. It's like I just woke up from a long nightmare. But why do I still feel like I'm dreaming? I can't accept that this is my room. Childish, gaudy, why did my past self like such childish things? I'm only 13, but even so." Suddenly Jessie said, "My lady, I've prepared everything. Please get some rest. You don't look well at all." 2. Whether this is a dream or not, I should get some rest for now. As Arya lay down, she suddenly cried out, "Ah!" startling the maid, who turned back. "Jessie, there's something under the blanket." "Ah, my lady, is this an hourglass? I saw it on your bed before dinner, but I put it away neatly." "I'm sorry, my lady. I'll clean it up immediately." Arya wondered, "An hourglass?" She murmured, "That's right, so that's what it was. This is the chance God has given me, to make me regret my foolish days, to save myself, the poor girl who was deceived like a fool. This is God's mercy." She clenched her fists. "You pitied me, so you gave me this chance, didn't you?" Jessie asked worriedly. "My lady, your hand." Arya was still lost in thought. Thank you for granting me this grace after I died so miserably. I will do my best to repay your kindness." Her tears began to fall. "Merciful God, I will surely, this time, live without any regrets. I swear, I will make all those who turn me into this suffer so miserably that they would rather choose death than continue to live. I will definitely do it. Thank you for giving me a chance for revenge." Jessie looked at Arya's reaction and thought, Lady Arya, she always behaved not only without any manners, but was even very bad. Perhaps it's because she's the child of a prostitute. But there's no other way. That's just her background. Lady Meal understands this. Perhaps that's why she sent me to serve Lady Arya. Please take good care of Sister Arya, Jessie, because she has many shortcomings. So you must watch over her very carefully, meaning supervise that lowly thing closely so I can kick her out of here. Jessie replied cheerfully, "I understand, Lady Meal," but naively thought that she was so kind. "Jessie," at this moment Arya asked, "do you think this hourglass can be fixed?" "Ah, yes. I will take it to the repairman to see." "Thank you. This hourglass is my savior. Isn't it wonderful?" "Yes, it is. But first, we should finish treating your wound." At this time, Arya's stepfather, Count Rosen, he said, "It's been a while since our family has gathered like this. You're always busy with work and rarely home, so I feel very lonely." "Haha, please understand, because that is the responsibility of the head of the family." Countess Rosen replied, "Yes, don't you worry. I will take good care of this house." The eldest son of the Rosen family, Cain Rosen, he frowned and cursed inwardly. What a hypocrite, just as expected of a prostitute. The youngest daughter of the Rosen family, Meal Rosen. "Every time father returns, I'm always excited excited to see what gifts you brought. I can feel your heart through those gifts. The Count laughed. Haha, I'm always thinking of you no matter how far away I am. The eldest daughter of the Rosen family, Arya Rosen, I want to thank you, Father, for always thinking of us. May I recite a poem for you? She said to herself, although you've never given me any gifts. You, Arya, you want to recite a poem? Yes, since we have a little time before the food is served. She began to recite. After the pining spring has passed, and so I welcome thy rose, for thou art the maiden I love. After listening, the Count praised, you must have studied very hard, Arya. Arya has always been reading, even when we were destitute. She studies very hard, and since we came here, she has had even more opportunities to learn. Arya gave a strained smile and replied, I will do my best not to bring dishonor to our family. But in her heart, she thought, what books? I ate rotten grass to survive. Before, I was always compared to Meal for not knowing anything. Later, I didn't know that Meal was better than me simply because she had learned everything before I did. I thought studying would be very hard, so I quickly gave it up easily and only focused on my appearance. And just like that, my path to becoming a villainess was quite smooth. Suddenly, Arya clapped her hands. That's a famous poem by the first Count. I learned it when I was 4. I bet you don't know there's a response poem to that one. It's not widely known, so you probably haven't heard it. I'll recite that poem for you. I know it by heart. Saying that, she immediately recited, and so he gathered all my roses with little difficulty. With that same devotion, perhaps he will sow it through the future days of his life. Oh, Meal, your recitation is getting better and better. Thank you, Father. Arya also clapped and praised. What a beautiful poem, Meal, but I think you probably don't know. That response poem was actually, Arya said to herself, Meal, thank you for walking in my trap. Arya explained, composed by the first Count's younger brother, the one who tried to assassinate him. That's why I didn't memorize it, although I had memorized it before. How can you recite a poem without even knowing the meaning behind it? As expected of someone born in a lowly place, you dare to imitate and insult us? How dare you look down on us nobles? Before, I was criticized by our brother. It was the exact opposite situation of today. But now, he can only sit there with his mouth shut. At this moment, the Count said gently, because it's a poem metaphorically cursing the family. It was banned several generations ago. I think you must have accidentally memorized it without knowing. I guess that Meal had probably memorized the entire book, so I took advantage of it. She didn't even pay attention to the meaning behind each poem. At this moment, the servant said, dinner is ready. Bring it in. Cain stroked his little sister's hair. Meal, you're only 13 and you've already memorized the response poem. That's amazing. Brother, thank you. Arya looked at them with disgust. Such close siblings, the way they comfort each other makes me. Suddenly, she silently rejoiced. The food is so delicious. The meat sauce is amazing. Thank you, God, for this wonderful meal. I am extremely satisfied. I was able to return to the past thanks to the power of the hourglass. At the same time, I also know everything that will happen later. Therefore, I know what I need to do first. That is, she used a knife to slice the steak on the table. Her movements were very quick and neat, learning etiquette. The tutor exclaimed, oh my, Arya, you're getting better and better. This girl is the only daughter of Viscount Loren, Arya's tutor, Sarah Loren. It's because Miss Sarah teaches so well that I find it easy to understand. I want to become as elegant as Meal. And I also want to study hard to make you proud. Miss Sarah, I hope for your help. The future Marchioness, the tutor, was moved and called out, Arya, oh my goodness. Because she will later become the wife of Marquis Vincent. It is said that she loves children very much. So I will take advantage of that love, using it as a stepping stone for my power. Before, I couldn't learn etiquette until the day I died. No, it was I who refused to learn, thinking I didn't need it. I was born with heavenly beauty inherited from my mother. So even though I wasn't perfect in etiquette, countless men still pursued me. At that time, I thought my beauty was the only weapon that could defeat Meal. But looks eventually fade, and people quickly grow tired of them, so that affection didn't last long. The only reason Meal stood out from her peers was because she was educated early as a noble. If that's the case, then there's no reason why I can't. Do it. Just you wait. Meal, I will become a villainess just like you. No, I will become an even more outstanding villainess than you. Seeing Arya smile, Sarah said to herself, what an innocent child. The next day, when Arya saw her tutor arrive, she immediately hugged her. Good morning, Miss Sarah. Oh, Arya. The Countess laughed. Ha ha. I'm sorry. Miss Sarah, she still has a lot to learn. Please be generous and forgive her. It's all right, my lady. Sarah looked at Arya and thought, I don't understand how there can be so many bad rumors about her. It's clear that someone is jealous of this child. Moreover, she has enough charm to rule that social circle. Since we are both nobles now, I will do my best to help you. You're doing well, Arya. At this rate, you'll learn all the basic etiquette within this year. You praise me too much, Miss Sarah. By the way, you once said that dining etiquette was a bit difficult. Have you gotten used to it? Yes, miss. It's all thanks to your guidance, Miss Sarah. Yesterday, oh my, Arya, you're dining so gracefully today. Miss Sarah taught me. Before, because I didn't want to eat salad, I would mess up the food on my plate. Before coming to this house, I had to gnaw on grass all day. So why should I have to eat it here? The Count laughed and said, they say education is the answer, but I'm still surprised. If there's anything else you want to learn, just go ahead and learn it, Arya. Thank you, father. If I focus on the taste of the sauce, I can still handle them. Even so, it's not delicious at all. Meal pondered something and then said with a smile, and here I thought it was because the servants arranged your plate messily, Sister Arya. Meal, are you saying the servants hate me? Yes, that's right. There was a time when you didn't know any etiquette at all. That's not what I meant, but Meal, I think it's natural for you to think that because you've never seen the food on my plate arranged neatly. I know you are very smart and imaginative, but I didn't expect you to think that way. Arya explained with a start, no, that's not it. It was a joke. I was just joking. Meal, for now, and you should think carefully before you speak. You've hurt your sister's feelings, you see. I'm sorry. Father, and Sister Arya too. Arya smiled brightly and said, I've arranged the salad neatly and also cut the meat properly. That's wonderful, Arya. Back to the present. So I will begin. Miss Sarah, there are a few things I really want to learn from you. If it's something I know, I will teach you. What do I want to learn? I want to learn embroidery. It's a rather famous story. Because of a handkerchief, Marquis Vincent fell in love with his wife. The embroidery on that handkerchief was so beautiful it captivated him. It is said that skillful embroidery is an excellent sign to judge whether a girl will be a good wife. And with that supreme embroidery skill, Miss Sarah became the ideal role model for countless noble ladies. It is said that if a man carries a handkerchief embroidered by his wife or daughter, he will live a long life free from illness. What a foolish concept of the nobles. Can this thin thing really protect the body? Well, those nobles are so delusional that it's easy to take advantage of them. Suddenly turning from a commoner into a count's daughter, I didn't understand the mindset of the nobility at all. And I still haven't been able to fully get used to everything after becoming a noble. This world wasn't very welcoming to me either. So this time, I will try to slowly integrate into it as naturally as possible. I will destroy them little by little so as not to be discovered. Above all, because it is the chance that God has given me. Today, Tutor Sarah taught Arya embroidery. Very good. Now, thread that string to the back like this. That's right. You learn fast, Arya. Thank you, miss. Arya said to herself, easier than I thought. Before, I got irritated and threw it away. Because back then, I had no reason to learn. But now, I have a clear purpose. Suddenly, Sarah exclaimed, oh my, what is this piece of silk? I'm planning to embroider a handkerchief for father. Mother prepared the best silk for me. It's beautiful. I'm going to embroider a lily, the family crest on it. It will be beautiful, you'll see. Sarah silently judged. The child is so thoughtful. What an innocent and kind child. But Arya was thinking seriously. I can't let the news of me learning embroidery reach Meal's ears. If she finds out, she'll definitely start learning too. And if the Count finds out, he'll likely be biased towards Meal and not accept my handkerchief. So I secretly asked my mother to help keep a secret. Oh, you want to embroider a handkerchief? Then do a good job. I'll get you the best quality to embroider with. It's a good thing that at least I still have my mother on my side. Anyway, Meal was slower than I thought. She only finished learning embroidery by the time she was 15. But who knows what would happen if she found out about me and started learning earlier. I need to take this chance to learn everything as quickly as possible before Meal. I must take back everything that Meal once achieved. Suddenly, Sarah gulped. Arya, this is what a beautiful handkerchief. No matter where I look, it's flawless. You could even sell it. You're just teasing me. She is really good at embroidery. I learned very quickly. Since the handkerchief for your father is finished, we'll move on to something else today. Let's try something more difficult. I want to embroider a golden rose. Sarah paused and asked, Arya, do you know what that symbol means? Yes, I do. It's the crest of the Frederick family, isn't it? My target is Meal's fiancé, Oscar Frederick. Sarah was silently surprised. Meal is very fond of him. The young master of the Frederick family and the young Lady Meal of the Rosen family are supposed to discuss their engagement tomorrow. Could it be that Arya has feelings for Oscar? Arya resolved inwardly. I will snatch him from you, Emil. I'm not interested in Oscar, but I want to see her suffer. Sarah held her head and cried out internally. Oh no, if this gets out, there will be even more bad rumors about Arya. Such a good child. Arya, are you planning to give that handkerchief to Sir Oscar? Sir Oscar? Who is that, miss? I just thought the crest was beautiful, so I wanted to embroider. Is that so? She's worried about me. She's such a kind person, so much so that she doesn't even realize she's being used by me. I'm sorry for suddenly spouting nonsense. So today we'll embroider a rose. Come sit next to me. Yes, miss. Then the two of them continue their work happily. That evening at the Frederick residence, a young man stood in thought, looking out the window. Oscar, the wind is cold tonight. Come inside. He replied, yes, sister. Remembering her past life. I have a gift for you, father. Oh, Emil, your embroidery is beautiful. You must always carry it with you. Huh, of course, since this is a gift from you. It was always like this. In front of Emil, I was just a girl full of flaws. No one believed I could ever catch up to her, including myself. I admitted it because it was the truth. At the dinner table, the Count asked, so about that previous business deal? That's right. It's time for us to find something else to invest in. Emil spoke up. Father, what do you think of leather? Did you say leather? Yes, fashion-savvy noble ladies are wearing leather over their dresses, like corsets, for example. And I think it's a very new and innovative idea. Since last year, there have been rumors that leather would become a trend. Although it's a little late, it seems like investing in leather would be a good idea. Arya thought to herself, Emil, do you always say such foolish things? You seem much smarter when you were younger. You truly speak without knowing anything. If there have been rumors since late last year and it still hasn't become a trend, then there's obviously a problem. Leather is very difficult to produce and manage. Plus, if not handled carefully, it can have a terrible smell. Arya imagined Emil smelling bad. Lady Arya, it seems you're wearing a very special perfume. Ah, yes, haha. That's why these corsets can't become a trend. Then Arya asked, may I state my opinion? Father, you Arya? Are you also interested in fashion? Yes, father. The servants whispered and snickered. What is she going to say? Ha! Arya replied, I've also heard that some noble ladies are wearing leather over their dresses. When I heard that, I thought, can leather really become a trend? What do you mean? Exactly as I said. First, not to mention how difficult it is to dye. Even if it can be dyed, the color fades easily. The production process is also complicated. I feel that's why people aren't risking the investment. If it could really become a trend, wouldn't it have become one long ago? That's what I think. Hearing Arya's logical reasoning, the Count was stunned. That makes sense. Furthermore, I heard something. Not long ago, the princess went on a vacation to the north, right? I heard she bought a lot of fur. A vacation? Fur, you say? Yes. There's a rumor that several carriages carrying fur entered the palace. If its fur can be dyed in many different colors, it's very soft and it doesn't have any smell. Besides, whatever the princess wears becomes a trend, doesn't it? So if the princess chose fur, it's very likely to become the next trend, isn't it, father? The Count pondered. Fur? It's clear that fur has a much higher probability of becoming a trend. But the demand isn't high yet, and it takes quite a long time to process. If I'm going to do it, I need to decide quickly. Where did you hear this news? Let me try to remember. What did I hear it? I just thought I should let you know. So I don't remember it clearly. Try to remember carefully. Who said it? Wouldn't it be faster for you to send someone out to investigate than to sit here asking me? Yes, that's right. That way is faster. If you listen to me, the success will be all thanks to this daughter. If it fails, it's your fault for not listening to me. Either way, no one really loses anything. Not you and not me. Thinking this, Arya smiled and said, I'm sorry. Father, I really can't remember. I'm sorry. Is that so? I can't believe I was unconsciously convinced by a child's words. Suddenly, Emil exclaimed, Oh, father, I found a hair clip you gave me when I was little. Oh my, that hair clip looks so high class. Ha, the pearls on this hair clip were the trend back then. It still suits you, Emil, a trend from a while back. That party was really fun. Yes, it was. Afterward, everyone saw the Count off to his carriage. I must be going. I'm sorry I can't stay for a few more days. I guess he's already verified the news. Just like a merchant. Once he makes a decision, he immediately goes to collect the fur. Travel safely, father. You mustn't overwork yourself. Haha, all right. You take good care of yourself, too. Arya quickly stepped forward and took the Count's large hand. Father, I have something I want to give you. It's an embroidered handkerchief. The embroidery is still clumsy, so I'm a little embarrassed, but I thought you might need it for your upcoming long journey. Please travel safely and take care of your health. My goodness, the child said she wanted to do some embroidery, so I prepared some silk for her. I didn't expect it to be better than I thought. Ha, what a wonderful gift. I will treasure it. I'm so glad you like it, Father. Arya turned and asked, would you like me to make one for you, Meal? What about you, Brother Ken? Ken said with disgust, no, I don't need one. Oh, is that so? To be honest, I don't care whether he wants one or not. I just want to see Meal's defeated face. Meal replied, trembling, me too. Oh, I see. The carriage began to move. The Count said, well, I'm off then. Later at the mansion, Arya heard a scream from Meal. No, along with the sound of things breaking. How many tutors has Meal fired today? After seeing how exquisite my handkerchief was, she won't be satisfied with any of her old tutors. I will continue to learn everything before you, and from now on, the gap between us will only grow wider. And in the end, both of our fates will change. Although you're still young, I'm sure you can feel it, can't you? Meal, this tea is so fragrant. Mother is right. Looking at you lately, I think it's time for you to find your other half. But I'm only 14. You'll be 15 soon, won't you? A woman's youth is short. When I was your age, things were really difficult. I had to please every guest just to survive. Some men professed their love for me as if they were sincere, but in the end, they left and never came back. They were all talk. And there was a baron who disappeared right after hearing I was pregnant with you. Honestly, Arya replied sadly, Mother should have abandoned me. If it were me, I would have. Because to survive in a place like that, a child would only be a burden. Even if I had abandoned you, that country bumpkin wouldn't have married me anyway. I regretted giving birth to you at the time, but isn't everything fine now? Yes, it is. Compared to a country baron, a count who owns a territory and has a high status is much better, don't you think? Although I struggled for a few years, it's all in the past. The tea is cold. Change the pot. Arya thought to herself, I believe Mother was able to escape that place because she is that kind of person. I'm very grateful that you brought me with you instead of abandoning me there. Before, I was so foolish and useless, unable to do anything to prevent your death. You know, it seems that little Meal likes the Frederick family's son. You mean Sir Oscar? That's right. I heard he's a classmate of your brother Ken at the academy. Meal begged her brother to invite him to our house. The ducal house of Frederick and the commodal house of Rosen. What a perfect match. And of course, the Rosen family has 2 daughters. That's right. Haha. Arya, your mother only wishes for your happiness. Arya said to herself, don't worry, Mother. I am ready to destroy Meal. Because there's a saying that people feel happy when they see others' misfortune. Ken had returned to the academy, and Meal had locked herself in her room to practice embroidery. Since there was no one staring at me with contempt anymore, I couldn't hide my own happiness. Sarah asked, is something good happening, Arya? A lot of good things have been happening lately, miss. But of course, for me, meeting you is the best thing of all, Miss Sarah. The tutor was deeply moved upon hearing this, because you have so much value to be used. You're truly very useful to me. I have some good news for you today, Arya. What is it, miss? In a few days, I will be hosting a small tea party and inviting some acquaintances. And I would like to invite you, Arya. Before becoming a Marchioness, she didn't have close relationships with many people. Arya, you're a very lovely child. I want to introduce you to all my friends. Sarah persuaded enthusiastically. They're all very nice. Will you come? There will be delicious tea. She's inviting me because she wants to prove those rumors are untrue. The prostitute child is jealous of the Count's daughter, so she picks fights with her every day. She's a liar just like her mother. That cunning thing wants to destroy the Rosen family. Poor little Meal has to cry every night. Those rumors are all true. Well, even if it was in the past, the truth is still the truth and cannot be changed. Except for the last rumor about Meal. It seems it's time to erase those rumors. Sarah said earnestly, getting to know a few new friends will be very good for you. Because you rarely go out, people don't know much about you. Arya replied, how can I go to an event like that? But because you invited me, Miss Sarah, I suppose it would be all right if I go, right? Yes, of course. I'm sure everyone will welcome you. Thank you, Miss Sarah, for everything. All right, first, open the door wide. I need to choose a dress to wear. Jessie. Yes, Lady Arya. Looking at the overly childish and gaudy dresses, Arya told Jessie to throw all of them away. Yes, yes, my lady. 2. I guess even Jessie thought those dresses should be thrown away. In the past, perhaps I was the only one who didn't realize. That. Who on earth created those flashy outfits? They were truly meant for people like me. I just kept buying and buying without knowing if they were fashionable or not. Ah, my lady, that hourglass. The hourglass, can it be repaired? Yes, I will go get it after throwing these dresses away. No, that's not necessary. I have to go out to buy new dresses anyway, so I'll pick it up on the way. Please prepare my things. I think it's best to limit others from touching it. It is my savior. I must be very careful. But, Lady Arya, if you throw away all these dresses, you won't have anything to wear when you go out. Only your indoor clothes are left. Looking at the empty closet, Arya froze and cursed under her breath. Oh crap, that's right. A noble's clothes are divided into two types, for wearing at home and for going out. How troublesome. Before coming here, I always wore the same outfit, but I can't convince myself to wear those flashy outfits again. There must be other clothes in this house I can wear, right? Arya remembered Meal once saying, "We look about the same size. It must be because you didn't eat properly before." Sister Arya, do you want me to try making you live on just weeds? Meal, I must decline. After thinking for a moment, Arya told Jessie, "Put those dresses back in the closet." "All of them, my lady?" "Yes, all of them. When you're done, you may leave." "Yes, my lady." A moment later, Jessie went out, thinking to herself, "The young lady's sudden change recently makes me feel a bit unaccustomed. But it seems she's still as moody as before. What a relief." Meanwhile, Meal was rummaging for something that I'm sure I left it somewhere around here after lighting the candle. Aha, here are the matches. Very quickly, a fierce fire broke out. Fire, Lady Arya, people shouted. "Bring water, quickly, put out the fire." After the fire was extinguished, Arya sobbed pitifully. "I just wanted to light a candle, but the match was too hot, so I accidentally dropped it." "I'm sorry, Mother." The servants whispered among themselves. She must have been so scared, poor thing. Luckily, only the clothes were burned. "She's still just a child, it's okay." "You're still just a child, this can be forgiven. It's a good thing the fire didn't spread. I was planning to go out, but now all my clothes are burned. I can't wear my indoor clothes outside. See if you can find someone with a similar figure and borrow some clothes for now." Meal was startled to hear this, and the Countess realized, I think she probably doesn't want to wear those childish clothes anymore, as she has recently developed a more noble ladylike demeanor. But I have to admit, they're a bit gaudy. At this moment, Arya called out to Meal, "I'm sorry, I didn't want to bother you, but this happened. I guess you probably don't want to lend me your precious clothes. I understand. You don't have to force yourself. If you don't want to, it's okay. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I can still wear my indoor clothes out and come back quickly, so you don't need to worry." The servants whispered to each other, "Oh my God, a noble wearing indoor clothes outside? Is that even allowed? Oh no, really, I'll go quickly and come back quickly, so I won't tarnish our family's reputation. Besides, most people don't know my face. So, Lady Meal doesn't want to lend her a dress? Oh my, if Lady Arya goes out in that outfit, she'll definitely embarrass the family. She's colder than I thought." Arya thought to herself, if I had thrown a tantrum like before, those servants wouldn't be this sympathetic. But now I know a more effective way to get what I want, so I won't react childishly like before. Suddenly, Meal spoke up, "I'll lend you one." "What's one dress?" "Really? Thank you, Meal. It's a good thing our figures are so similar." The servant exclaimed happily, "Oh my, that's wonderful. How sweet. Meal, you're truly an angel." "Ha, thank you. You can choose any one you like." Arya looked around carefully. "I'm sure it's around here somewhere." A moment later, Arya saw what she wanted. "Found it. Meal, I'll take this one." "Yes. All right. This was the dress Oscar gave her as a birthday gift last year. It's so beautiful." Seeing Meal tremble, she asked, "Oh, can I take this one? I thought I shouldn't choose one that's too beautiful, so I picked the simplest one." "So what? Who told you to keep it in a box for so long? You can't even fit into it now." Meal stammered, It's just..." The servants whispered, "She has a white dress like that? How would I know? But what's with her reaction?" Meal trembled and thought to herself, "I hid it at the bottom of the wardrobe so she wouldn't see it." "How did she find it?" Arya spoke again. "I don't have an eye for things, so I guess I must have chosen a very expensive dress." "I'm sorry, Meal. I'm not very considerate, am I? So, which one can I take?" Hearing the servant's whisper made Meal even more furious. As expected, she really doesn't want to lend it. The noble and generous Lady Meal Rosen. You should quickly show the generosity of the image you've built for yourself, shouldn't you? She forced a smile and replied, "You can borrow that one." "Really? I didn't think you'd let me borrow it. It's so lovely." I'll keep it very clean and return it to you in perfect condition. I promise. That would be great. Good thing. If she were a little older, she wouldn't fall into my trap so easily. Luckily, she's still a child who can't bring herself to say no. Before that little lily flower blooms, I must quickly destroy its roots. The head that will roll in that square will be hers. Arya remembered Meal's word from her past life. I was the one who told him to do it, you fool. Seeing you suffer brings me so much joy. I'll miss you so much, Sister Arya. Then her head fell with a thud. At this moment on the peaceful street, the sound of horse hooves echoed. Clip-clop. Arya touched her intact neck. That hasn't happened yet. Then she stopped at a fashion boutique. If I dress too simply, the Count will surely be surprised, won't he? She imagined the scene of the astonished Count asking, "My goodness, Arya, why are you wearing such a plain thing? Thanks to me, you made a lot of money. How can his benefactor dress like this?" "It was my oversight, father. I'm sold on that plan." "Okay, it's decided." The shopkeeper spoke obsequiously. "Although these outfits are all just ordinary items, nothing high-end, please take a moment to look, my lady." Arya paused. "Did you say ordinary?" And yet, just a year ago, even if I starved for a few months, I wouldn't have been able to afford a dress like this. This one, and this one too. There are more luxurious clothes upstairs, my lady. All right, wrap all those up for me. Yes, my lady. Please enjoy these pastries and wait for a moment. When did he prepare those? You don't need to eat these things, my lady. I used to crave those cakes to death. I couldn't have imagined a day when I could eat my fill like I do now. Your items are ready, my lady. Have you been waiting long? Suddenly, Arya heard a jingle outside. She saw children playing and giggling. Suddenly, a memory from her past life flooded back. Newspapers for rent. 5 shillings for 10 minutes. Get important news updates for just 5 shillings. Here, Han, is that you? Are you selling newspapers? Han, no. I rent them out. It's cheaper than buying. So with just one newspaper, you can earn more money. Wow, that's amazing. I want to sell newspapers too. Huh. If you sell newspapers, then we'll become competitors, Arya. Actually, I don't make that much money. Then people whispered, "Isn't that the kid who rents out newspapers?" Oh my God, it seems he was hit by a carriage. I heard that kid died. The kid named Han. Back in the present, Arya called Jesse. Tell that person to sell me that newspaper. I'll pay him a month's worth of his newspaper sales. Also, buy me a copy every time a new issue comes out. Yes, my lady. Most of the nobles' newspapers only contain some nonsense news, but the commoners' newspapers have all sorts of silly rumors and interesting stories. Where are all the missing people? It's all in here. The Crown Prince has discovered the casino's underground slave trade. Perhaps to them, slaves are simply animals that can communicate. A slave's life depends entirely on their master. In a way, the fact that Meal and Cain used the law to execute me shows they seem to be civilized. Hey, what's civilized? It's just the arrogance of the nobility. That's a weakness I can exploit. Anyway, at that time, I didn't know much about the casino's slave trade, but I remember people talked a lot about how the Crown Prince handled it. The Crown Prince, huh? It seems pulling the Crown Prince to my side will be difficult. Even at the peak of my time in that social circle, I never even saw a strand of his hair, let alone his face. Really, this damn social status. Then Arya entered another shop. An old man let out a yawn. "Welcome. I wonder if he still remembers me? I used to come here often to buy things. I've come to pick up the hourglass." He immediately presented her with an intact hourglass. "Not bad. This old man has pretty good skills." "Excellent. I am very satisfied. I didn't expect you could repair an hourglass that was so shattered to such perfection." "Thank you, my lady." "Jesse." "Yes, my lady." The old man exclaimed. "Double?" "Thank you, my lady." Unlike other shops, perhaps because I used to come here more often, I feel a bit nostalgic. Should I look around a little more? From a frivolous Arya to a more modest Arya. Although she doesn't understand the nobility well, that girl still tries to learn constantly. I didn't expect her to know her place. She's so different from the rumors. I need to continue changing in that direction if I want to loosen the nobility's guard. Suddenly, Arya shivered. She wondered, what was that? He's not even looking this way. But what is this oppressive feeling? "My lady, should we return to the mansion?" I'm done with my business anyway. Phew, for some reason, I have a dangerous feeling. My life has just begun. I can't let myself get into danger. I hurried away as if I were running from that suspicious man. But I wonder if it was due to some lingering attachment left over? Or perhaps I wanted to thank the old man for repairing my hourglass so perfectly. And so, those words just tumbled out of my mouth. You should sell that auction ticket. You probably won't be able to use it. A ticket to the auction organized by the casino. Many people flock to that place to gamble or bid on rare items. But he doesn't know that the Crown Prince will soon shut that place down. He probably borrowed money to buy that precious ticket. He won't even be able to pay back the money he borrowed. What do you mean, my lady? What you do is up to you. I've said what I needed to say. There's no way he'll seriously listen to the words of a child. I wasn't planning on saying anything either. Suddenly, the man in the black cloak rushed forward and grabbed Arya. What do you mean? I'm asking why you said that to the shopkeeper. Arya thought, those familiar eyes, I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. If you dare to play dumb and pretend you didn't hear me, then don't blame me for using force. Arya said to herself, what? Who is this guy? Arya's knight had also been captured and dragged away. Where did he suddenly pop out from? Wait a minute. She turned to look at the shop owner with suspicion. I was a bit panicked from being suddenly grabbed. But now that I look closely, he looks tall, but he's just a kid. Probably not even 20 years old. His skin is too soft for someone who regularly uses a sword. And he's so rude to someone he's just met for the first time. If you put all of that together, he's probably a country noble with limited knowledge who came to the capital to get rich. In her imagination of him, I'm going to the capital to get rich. Let's go to the capital. Why are there so many people? So that's why he reacted so strongly to what I said earlier. He must be thinking, I spent so much money on that ticket, and now I can't even use it. He asked, you seem quite calm. Hey, you look even more skilled than my guard. Even if you let me go, how could a frail girl like me possibly escape? I think you're using a little too much force. If you want to know the reason, then let go. It hurts. What will you do if I can't use this hand later? All right, now answer me. I heard a rumor that the casino is about to go bankrupt. What? Viscount Lupe made some risky investments and lost a lot of money. There's a rumor that he's planning to liquidate the casino and flee in the middle of the night. Are you satisfied now? So, he cut her off. Wait. If you dare to tell a single lie, I won't spare you. I only heard a rumor. How would I know if it's true or false? He looked grim. That's true. Then, as Arya got into her carriage to leave, he watched her suspiciously. The crest on that carriage belongs to the House of Rosen. I see a rose-shaped brooch on her bow, the crest of the House of Frederick. The subordinate said, so she must be Lady Meal. I think I've heard whispers of a marriage between the House of Frederick and the House of Rosen. Although Count Rosen brought back another daughter after remarrying, she's rumored to be a wicked person, so it couldn't be this one. Meal? In the ancient language, it means sweet. The name doesn't suit that girl at all. Besides, she looks very familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before. Should we have someone follow her? No need. Knowing who she is enough. First, we need to deal with that casino. Do you really believe what she said, sir? Well, she was just kidding. Besides, we don't have enough information yet, so the plan isn't perfect. It's still better than letting Viscount Lup escape and seek help from foreign countries. Even if the plan fails, it will only be a little more troublesome. Currently, there's no better place for transactions than a casino. Well, this is the first time someone other than us has confirmed the casino will be shut down. More precisely, we will be the ones to cart it up. So when do we act? Today, but this is too sudden. Get everything ready within an hour, and then we'll move out. Understood. I will go and prepare immediately. He raised the hand that had just held Arya's tightly and gazed at it. Scene changed to the Count's residence. You're back, milady. Yes, I'm back. It's been a while since I went out, and I ran into something incredibly frightening. Hearing this, the guards worried, are we going to be fired? Perhaps. These guards not only failed to protect their master, but they didn't even try to protect their master. Arya glared and thought to herself, what a bunch of useless fools. I'm quite hesitant about whether to tell my mother to fire them and not recommend them elsewhere or not. But if I take advantage of this, it's not a bad option either. She smiled and said, perhaps because I haven't been out in a while, I forgot that commoners can be quite aggressive at times. It was truly dangerous, wasn't it? One guard immediately jumped up and replied, yes, it was. The other guard punched him. You idiot. Milady is saying you and I are useless. You get it? Oh my, why do your faces look even paler than my wrist? Goodness, my hand. The enemy was too strong, so it's understandable that you couldn't do anything, right? Both of them brightened up, but this water seems a bit too warm. She narrowed her eyes. I wish someone would bring me some cold water. That would be great. Both guards understood her meaning and immediately took off running. Me first. No, me first. Seeing this, Arya burst out laughing. Ha ha. Oh, Jessie, could you also wait outside for a moment? Yes, of course, milady. I'll go prepare some light snacks. Afterwards, Arya was left alone and sighed. She took out the box, then lifted the tabletop. There was a secret compartment under the tabletop. She put the box inside and locked it. She was still trembling with fear. Today was really dangerous. I should quickly return this dress to Meal. My height, hair color, and eye color are all similar to Meal's, so he won't be able to immediately realize it was me. If I tell her that I received countless compliments while wearing this dress, she will definitely wear it out more often, so everyone knows it's her dress. And it really is her dress. That way, I can shift all the bad impressions of me onto Meal. At this moment, the two guards hurriedly brought in a glass of water. Arya happily took it. I was dying of thirst. I hope you'll look after me like this in the future as well. Because I already know the future, I'm terrified of just sitting still without any preparation. So I will turn those two into my loyal dogs. Haha, we are indebted to you. Thank you, Lady Arya. Of course, it would be best if I don't have to see that man again. Meanwhile, as Seol gave the order, move out. As you command, sir. Just as expected, Meal later wore that dress out. She recalled Arya's words. Meal, I received so many compliments on that dress, even though it's not mine. It's fine. I'm the true owner of this dress. Elsewhere, Arya thought to herself, that's right, Meal, go and show off that dress as you wish. I hope you'll be mistaken for me when you wear it. Her tutor Sarah spoke up, so the gathering will have a total of 6 people, including you and me, Arya. That's why I think handkerchiefs are a good gift. A gift? Oh dear, I'm sorry. You did say this was your first tea party, didn't you? At social gatherings among noble ladies, everyone usually exchanges handmade items to strengthen their bonds. Since you have excellent embroidery skills, Arya, you can prepare some embroidered handkerchiefs. When I heard that family members also exchange handkerchiefs, I told my mother, but she just scoffed. Why should I do that when I'm already the countess? Oh no, it's just something I heard. If I were to do that with Meal, your handkerchief is so beautiful, Meal. I was always thinking of you while making it. Sister Arya, in reality, it would probably be more like this. Your handkerchief is so beautiful, Meal. More precisely, only the thread is beautiful. I was always thinking of you while making it, Sister Arya. Could you please get lost and not bother me? Wouldn't giving gemstones as gifts be better? I'm not sure either, but since it's the rule, let's just do it. Sarah said, I've designed this handkerchief with the Empire's crest embroidered on it. Let's start making a few for the noble ladies. Yes. While I'm at it, should I use this opportunity to mock Meal's lousy skills? Afterwards, Arya presented a sparkling embroidered handkerchief that I'm sorry for making this without asking you, but I sincerely wanted to give it to you. I hope we can become closer, Meal. I heard that noble ladies often exchange such things with each other. Ah, yes. Thank you, sister. I heard you're also practicing embroidery. Could I take a little peek? Before Arya could finish, she refused. No, there's nothing to see. I have something to do, so please excuse me. Well, maybe some other time then. Arya thought to herself, Meal, it would be great if you could maintain this level of stupidity until the day you die. But it won't be long before you grow up and become smarter. Why was I so stupid before to be deceived by that girl and even smash the water pitcher? From that moment on, my life started going downhill without breaks. Although it's true, I was wrong to smash the pitcher first. But Meal was the one who instigated everything. I just need to be more careful, and I won't repeat the same ending as before. That's right. So now, I should go meet those noble ladies to secure my future, right? I also need to take my new dogs out for a walk. Suddenly, a guard said timidly, Greetings, milady. Arya wondered to herself, why does that guy look so nervous? The one next to him is staring at him with a strange look. This is unbearable. She spoke up. The weather is beautiful today. Shall we go? I was worried it would rain since the tea party is held outdoors. What a relief. She told herself, let's smile. It should be fine. We will escort you safely to your destination. Thank you. For some reason, I have a bad feeling today. It's probably just me overthinking things. Everything is still proceeding according to plan. A while later, Arya arrived. Sorry for being late. I am Arya of the House of Rosen. Because I didn't know what kind of dress to wear for an occasion like this, I took quite a long time. I'm sorry. She thought to herself, the main character is always the last to appear. Just take a good look at my simple attire and you'll know. A lady spoke up. Lady Arya has arrived. So shall we begin the tea party? Afterwards, servants brought out sparkling desserts. Sparkling. Seeing this, Arya stared at them. Suddenly, a girl called out, "Lady Rosen, is this your first time attending a tea party?" "That's right. The food and cakes look so beautiful." The girls whispered among themselves, "Oh my, what? This is the first time I've attended a party without alcohol. Does eating things like this make them happy?" They whispered, evaluating Arya. "Look at everything from her clothes to her reactions. It's quite different from the rumors, isn't it?" Suddenly Arya exclaimed, "Oh, this cake is delicious. It's good that it's delicious, haha." Afterwards, she chatted with the ladies that, "Oh my, so all your clothes were burned in the fire?" "Yes, thankfully nothing bad happened. I don't know much about shops. The only shop I know is one I used to dream of visiting when I was a commoner. But because I had no money, I never went in. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to go there and buy clothes. If you ask Lady Meal, perhaps she would give you some recommendations." Arya said in a low voice, "I can't possibly bother Meal like that, can I? It's embarrassing to say, but because my origin is that of commoner. Even though I'm a noble now, I'm probably still an obstacle for her. It would have been nice if Lady Meal had approached you first." "It sounds like I'm blaming Meal." "Oh no, I didn't mean it that way, I'm sorry. It seems I've ruined everyone's mood. I was really looking forward to chatting with noble ladies my age at the tea party today. Although it's not anything too precious, I hope everyone will accept it. Then we can continue our pleasant conversation." The ladies exclaimed, "Heavens, this is what Miss Sarah taught me. I hope everyone likes it." Hearing this, Sarah smiled proudly and contentedly. Arya watched them delight in the gift and thought, "Good. After gaining their sympathy, as a matter of course, I also gained their favor. The plan is proceeding perfectly. Such small efforts are quite time-consuming and extremely boring, so I don't really want to do them. But thinking about how Meal also attends these social gatherings and has garnered quite a bit of support, there's no reason I can't do it too. But who is Meal's true backer? It's better if I get to them first so Meal can't climb up using them. But I don't know who they are." A lady praised, "Oh my, I can't believe you have this level of embroidery skill after only 2 weeks of learning." Sarah said, "Lady Arya is a very quick learner." Arya laughed happily. "Haha, if you like it, I can make you another one for the next gathering. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" "Not at all. Embroidery is my hobby. I'm very happy that everyone likes them." "Oh my, the next time I'll take you to a shop I know. And then we can also visit the dessert shop I often go to." A lady worried, But isn't it quite dangerous for us to go out? Especially after that incident?" Arya asked in surprise. "That incident? The Viscount Lup incident? Did something else happen?" "I think I heard about it recently." "That's right. I heard he was trading slaves in the casino's basement. Now he's escaped. How scary." "Yeah, that's why I said meeting outside is a bit." "That's right. I guess we have no choice." The Crown Prince is rumored to be very meticulous. He was the one leading the investigation, but in the end, he let the Viscount get away. Is that why no one dares to discuss this matter? Be careful. If this reaches the royal family, our families could be in trouble. Watch your mouth. Hearing this, Arya shivered. What the hell is going on? How did Viscount Lup escape? The Crown Prince's plan failed? Why has the past changed? She reassured herself. No, it's fine. None of this affects me. It doesn't affect my revenge plan at all. Seeing Arya tremble, Sarah took her hand to comfort her. "Oh my, it'll be all right, Arya. It's safe here." "That's right, it's fine. There won't be any problems." Afterwards, everyone said their goodbyes. "Today was really fun. Please invite us again next time." "But I can't ignore this feeling of unease. I need to give my dear dog some work to do." She approached a guard and called out, "John," which startled him. "I have something for you to do. Stand up and listen to what your master has to say." Now, that night, John sighed wearily. "I can't go back like this. Phew, I can't. Not if I go back empty-handed. I don't know anything." "Hey, don't be like that." Although he's young, His Highness is a very careful and meticulous person. There must be a reason why the Crown Prince let the Viscount escape. "I'm sorry, but my shift change is coming up. See you later." John recalled the guard's words. "I advise you not to dig too deep into this matter. This is a warning." John sniffled and staggered. Sniffle. What a good friend. He's worried about me. But if I return empty-handed, Lady Arya will kill me. He imagined Arya scolding him. "You piece of trash." John started to cry. Wah. He held his head and looked around. There must be a clue somewhere. Ah, that's right. He noticed a shop. John spoke up. "Is anyone there?" As he asked, John knocked on the door. The shop door opened, and a shopkeeper holding a lamp came out and asked, "Who is it?" John said, "I have a question. If you answer, I'll give you 50 silings." Seeing him hesitate, he told him not to be so wary. "I've met you before. You know, I came to fix the hourglass." "Ah, please come in." "Thank you, milady. I sold 8 tickets and paid off all my debts." Hearing that, John said, "Is that so? Good for him. But didn't that lady come with you?" John accepted the glass of water from him. "Thank you." "Yes, she didn't come. I came here to see you privately. At this point, John collapsed onto the table. At that moment, the shop door opened again. Aseol's voice rang out. Check his face. The blonde-haired knight said, his name is John. He used to be in the same knight order as me. But now he's working for the house of Count Rosen. Aseol said thoughtfully, Rosen? That girl's name is Miel, right? I was so busy hunting down Viscount Lupp that I completely forgot. The shopkeeper suddenly asked, yes, what about the reward money? Aseol reached into his coat to get the money. After paying, he gave an order, investigate Count Rosen and his relationship with Viscount Lupp. The knights replied in unison, as you command. Then someone asked, what should we do with him? Hearing John mumble, meat, I want to eat meat, Aseol said to ignore him. The more traces they leave, the easier it is to catch them. Suddenly, someone rushed in to report, we've found them. Aseol immediately commanded, go. The next morning, in the Count's residence, John's trembling voice was heard. Milady, what did you just say? Arya turned and said calmly, I said you can go. Don't come back until I call for you. Oh, right, keep an eye on Miel for me. John asked hesitantly, Lady Miel? Arya nodded. And did you do as I said yesterday? Yes, I did. I haven't heard anyone ask for your name, milady. But if someone does ask, I will say you are a lady from the house of Rosen and reveal nothing more. Good. You may go now. Thank you, milady. Milady. As soon as the door closed, Arya fumed internally. That useless piece of trash. He wandered all over the casino area and still came back with nothing. Even the commotion last night when Viscount Lupp was caught at a nearby inn. Arya recalled how she had reluctantly praised him earlier. Sending you to investigate was the right decision. John scratched his head and beamed. It was nothing. And she grew even angrier. I don't know if he's lying or just completely stupid. Trash. Well, he's just a pawn I can discard at any time. Anyway, Viscount Lupp has been caught. Everything is back on track. Now I need to proceed with my plan. She then went to find the Countess. She asked, what is it? Arya thought, today, Mother is sharpening her weapons just like any other day. I don't have much time as I have to go out for a bit later. Arya replied, it's nothing major. I'd like you to get me some tutors. Tutors? Didn't you insist you didn't want any before? Previously, she had thrashed about and screamed, I don't want to. Well, it seems you've changed recently. Arya gave a strained smile and replied, yes. Have you chosen anyone yourself? I want to learn etiquette, history, and literature, so I've looked into a few. People. I can't become the center of that social circle with just my meager embroidery skills. I need to expand my connections bit by bit. The Countess said, these people don't look very helpful. Just like Sarah from the House of Loren, you really have no eye for people. Their status is only that of Viscount and Baron. Arya thought that the social status of all these families would skyrocket like a rocket when their sons married the noble daughters of high-status families. More specifically, they all initially wanted me as their daughter-in-law, but when they found out the Count had abandoned me, they let their sons marry better wives. Currently, those women are still trying to match me with their sons by any means necessary, so they will want to curry favor with me. Therefore, I can create more connections without lifting a finger. The Countess said again, I don't think these people are very knowledgeable. Arya replied, I can't share tutors with Miel, so I have no other choice. Well, when it comes to studying, that child is on a different level. All right, if you want these people, then so be it. The Countess ordered a servant, send a letter to these people for me. Arya smiled and thought to herself, Mother probably finds it troublesome to look for better people, but this is even more beneficial for me. Afterwards, the tutors arrived as invited. Greetings, milady. I am Celine of the house of Viscount White. For now on, please take good care of me. Viscountess White, so you're that guy's mother. As a mother, I want you to marry the daughter of a high-status noble. What's this? Mother told me so, to date a good girl. So I probably can't marry you. Who said I wanted to marry you? And then that guy married a lady from another house. He never intended to marry me from the start, yet he pretended to be so serious. But how can all mothers have the same thought? At this moment, Celine said, that's right, if you have 3 cookies and then you add 1 more, you'll have 4 cookies. So 3 plus 1 is equal to 4. Arya exclaimed, wow, I understand. She sighed internally. Sigh, how stupid do you think I am? Today is the first time I've seen you, but I realize that all the malicious rumors about you are just rumors. You're starting your studies quite late, but I will do my best to help you. Just leave it to me. Haha, you'll probably have to help me a lot, teacher. Oh my, you don't need to address me so formally. Just calling me by my name is fine. Please be comfortable. No, I can't do that when I'm your student. Arya told herself. I don't need to treat her like Miss Sarah. so just being polite is enough. Anyway, these people, you learn so quickly. You praise me too much. This is the basic culture of the nobility. You have the potential to become a living embodiment of culture. A living embodiment of culture? No, I mean the culture of a specific generation is created by the people of that generation. So that culture comes from the royal palace. They're all trying very hard to curry favor with me. And although it's a bit pressuring, their lessons are very beneficial. Because before, I didn't know much about history or literature. That's right, just keep trying to curry favor with me. But I won't give your children a chance, because they are all just fools drooling over my beauty. Well then, I shall take my leave. My only target is Oscar. Well, he is the only target because I can make Meal suffer. I will do my best to destroy everything and snatch him from you, Meal. Your suffering is my happiness. Afterwards, her tutor, Sarah, exclaimed, "Oh my, you can still smile after making a mistake like that. Did something good happen? I can tell just by looking at you. I have a few new teachers now. I didn't expect you to notice. It's all thanks to you, Miss Sarah. After studying with you, I realized how interesting it is to learn something new. They must be very good teachers. They are very sincere and welcoming." This is her son. It's not that important, but if it's not important, then shall we continue our lesson? Sarah said, "It must be because you're smart and affectionate, Arya. You're a good person, Miss Sarah. That's probably why you were able to capture the heart of that cold marquis. The embroidery on the handkerchief was just a bridge for your meeting. But among all the teachers, I still like Miss Sarah the most. Oh my, Arya. I like you a lot too, Arya. I hope you meet a kind person and live happily, Miss Sarah." "Thank you, Arya." Arya thought, because then you can become my solid backer. You're so easily deceived. As expected, you're the best, Miss Sarah. Arya saw Meal looking listless because her embroidery wasn't going as she wished. Or maybe she's upset because people are coming and going from my room. Either way, seeing her haggard appearance makes me happy. Arya leaned back on her bed and thought to herself, Meal will probably write a letter to complain to her brother Ken. The only thing she can do is seek comfort through letters with her brother who is stuck in the academy dormitory. What a pitiful fool. I will continue to cultivate my knowledge and power and then destroy the marriage between you and Oscar, just like you did to me. Is there anything that can make me happier than this? Thinking this, Arya rolled back and forth on the bed, dying of excitement. Suddenly, Jessie came in and called, "Milady," making her freeze. She looked down at the window. Why is it so noisy in the garden? Is someone coming to visit? "Jessie, it seems we're about to have a guest. Go and find out who it is." "Yes, milady." She thought the Count wouldn't return without a word. It couldn't be a teacher either, since it's the weekend. So who could it be? Then Arya was startled awake by the sound of a clock chiming. I fell asleep without realizing. I have to follow a strict daily schedule like a noble, so I automatically get hungry around this time. She called out for Jessie, then stopped. So only dozed off for a bit? The guest hasn't even arrived yet. I think I should request another servant to run errands. Strange. It's so quiet. Suddenly, Jessie rushed in and called, "Milady, young Master Ken has returned, along with Sir Oscar." Even without hearing Jessie's hurried voice, I could immediately guess who the mysterious guest was, Oscar Frederick. Their first meeting was supposed to be much later. Did Meal's letter make the meeting happen sooner? I can't believe I'm meeting him under these circumstances. Seeing Meal standing next to Oscar, he bowed to greet her, startling Meal. "Brother Oscar, I had some of your favorite dishes prepared after hearing you would be visiting." Ken also said, "Speaking of which, it's past lunchtime. Let's go to the dining room." Oscar replied, "Thank you." Arya went back upstairs. "Jessie, prepare my clothes and fix my hair." "Yes, milady." A while later, Arya thought to herself, "Perfect. It's just a little earlier than planned. What I need to do is crystal clear." In the dining room, 3 people were talking and laughing merrily. Arya walked in and spoke up about that. "I waited for a long time, but since no one came to announce anything, I came on my own." Arya cautiously continued, "Have I disturbed everyone?" Seeing Arya's appearance, Meal was startled and dropped her fork with a clank. Oscar quickly stood up and said, "It's probably because I dropped by so suddenly that Meal forgot to call for you, my lady. I apologize on her behalf." He called a servant, "You, Hurry up and prepare another portion to bring. Here. Yes, sir. Arya smiled and sat down in the chair next to Meal. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I am Oscar of the House of Duke Frederick. Arya thought to herself, it seems I've caught a new opportunity. She smiled in response. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Arya. Afterwards, Oscar sat there staring at her dazed. Suddenly, Arya exclaimed, Oh my Meal, you don't look well. Are you all right? You even dropped your fork just now. She replied, startled, It's nothing, I'm fine. Arya thought to herself, You are truly foolish, and I was truly foolish. Even as a count, you brought home an obedient, beautiful prostitute. His 2 sons, you took your anger out on your young stepsister. His 2 daughters, you pinned all the dirty things she did on me. To think that I was unjustly executed by this demonic family. I was truly so foolish back then. Arya turned to ask Oscar, You must be in the middle of your semester at the academy, right? You must have traveled a long way to get here. Oscar immediately replied, I was feeling suffocated in the dorm with nothing to do when Ken suggested we go out. I didn't think we would go this far. Haha, I'm quite surprised. So Ken surprised you by bringing you to our house. Oh, he didn't say a word about coming here to see Miss Meal? I hope you can rest well before you leave. Thank you. A cup of tea was placed down. Arya called Oscar, but was cut off by Meal. Oscar, it's a bit late, but thank you for giving me this dress. It's very beautiful. I've always kept it safe and only took it out to wear today. It suits me well. I also want to give you clothes, but I don't know what style you like. Kim made a suggestion. How about we all go shopping? It's about time I bought some new clothes anyway. Oscar replied immediately, No, I'm fine. I have my own tailor, and besides, I don't really need any clothes other than my academy uniform. It would be better for you 2 siblings to go together. It's been a while since you've seen each other. Meal said shyly, Who would do that? How come my brother and I leave you here all alone? You're a guest. Suddenly, Oscar said, But I'm not alone. Isn't Miss Arya here? Hearing that, Arya was startled. As for Meal, she angrily slammed her teacup down. Oscar spoke again. So you wouldn't be leaving a guest alone, therefore it doesn't go against etiquette. Arya immediately replied, Although I'm not good at making people happy, I will do my best to make you feel as comfortable as if you were in your own home. You don't have to worry about me, Arya. The long carriage ride has made me a bit tired, so I'm going to take a short nap. Hearing this, Meal was so angry she gritted her teeth and said, Then my brother and I won't. Arya stood up and cut her off. Then you should go rest now. Since Ken and Meal are about to go out, I'll have a servant prepare a room for you to rest in. Thank you, Arya. You 2 have fun shopping. Arya returned to her room and closed the door. She raised her hands and skipped around, extremely happy. How could she stop herself from jumping for joy? Seeing this, Jessie could only smile. My lady, what should I do with this handkerchief? Give it to me. You may go now. I had told Jessie to leave it at the dining table, but just as I predicted, it wasn't the right time. And I also don't know when Meal will give Oscar her handkerchief, though that handkerchief was probably made by someone else for her. So I'll carry it with me just in case. Suddenly, Arya paused and looked out the window. Goodness, they could have just said they wanted to stay home, but they actually went out. Who told them to be so concerned with maintaining their dignity like nobles, as if they can't stand even a little bit of embarrassment? I'll use this time to study. I can always use their arrogance to my advantage. The lesson progress is too slow. In this history book, the ancestors of those trashy nobles I met at the ball are written about as if they were heroes. Accumulating wealth by plundering and killing is a wise way to rule the people, as expected of nobles. Thoughtless people who only focus on how to fill their own pockets. Then again, perhaps I'm no different from them. As soon as my status changed, I spent all that dirty money without a second thought. I need to change my mood. As well, maybe I should go there, to the indoor garden. My mother doesn't pay any attention to this place, but it seems the servants have taken good care of it. She said she wanted a noble hobby. Anyway, it's so hot in here. Maybe the air will be fresher if I water the plants. I've let my mind wander with useless thoughts. For now, I just need to enjoy what I have and use it when necessary. Why should I ruin my own mood with those unpleasant memories? All right, I'll water the plants up there and get back to feeling refreshed. Ugh, how did I even climb up here? It seems a bit much for me, but still, I should finish what I started. Before leaving, the water in the bucket suddenly sloshed from the shaking. Unexpectedly, Oscar was just passing by, and it spilled right on his head. Arya, flustered, scolded, You should at least announce yourself before entering, shouldn't you? You. Suddenly, she stopped short. Oh, you, Oscar. Are you all right? I'm sorry, I didn't see you coming. Seeing her all flustered, Oscar spoke up, Miss Arya. Suddenly, Arya stumbled, and Oscar quickly grabbed her hand. I'm fine. At this rate, you'll get all wet too. I'm fine, but even if I wipe your clothes. Like this. Arya gloomily blamed herself. What am I doing? What on earth am I doing? I can't believe I made such a huge mistake. I'm truly very sorry. If everything falls apart just because of this stupid incident, then no, that can't happen. Why? He's clearly a guest. So why is he wandering around everywhere without a servant by his side? He said he was tired, that he wanted to rest. Seeing her trembling with fear, Oscar said, "You don't have to keep apologizing to me like that. It's also my fault for wandering around so carelessly." At least he's self-aware. This is truly exhausting. She used her hand to rub away a tear that was about to fall. Then Oscar suddenly asked, "Miss Arya, are you crying?" She was also secretly surprised. Me? Crying? No, it's just that I was so angry my eyes welled up. But wait, why didn't I realize this before? So that's the kind of person he is. He's the type who can't ignore someone pitiful. That's probably why he talked to me during lunch. I didn't realize this weakness of his before. Thinking this, Arya smiled brightly and replied, No, I'm not crying." "Oh, that's right. Now that you mention it, I have this handkerchief with me. I was so flustered earlier that I completely forgot. Please use it. Just a moment ago, I thought my luck was terrible, but it seems I can turn this into an opportunity now. You must know what it means to receive a handkerchief from a noble lady, don't you, Oscar? Could he possibly refuse it in this situation?" Suddenly, Oscar took her handkerchief and slowly wiped his shirt. She smiled to herself and said, "Excellent." Suddenly, Oscar's gaze froze because of the crest printed on the handkerchief. "This," Arya explained, "actually, I found a Frederick family crest so beautiful that I embroidered this rose to practice my skills. You're the first guest I've welcomed since coming to the mansion, and you're also a member of the Frederick family. I remembered I had made this handkerchief before, so I brought it out. I'm very happy if it can be of help to you." I apologize if you're displeased that I used your family's crest without permission." "Oh, no, it's not that." Seeing Oscar staring intently at the handkerchief, she thought to herself, if a man receives a handkerchief from a noble lady, it represents that the lady has feelings for him. If he returns it now, the one who gave the handkerchief, will be humiliated. But he's a member of the Frederick family, so he will act like a proper nobleman. Suddenly, Oscar spoke. "May I keep this handkerchief?" Arya, smiling, immediately replied, "Of course you may." Then she told Jesse, "Prepare a bath for him immediately." "Yes, my lady. Come to think of it, do you have a change of clothes? Our house is closed for guests, but, as I said before, I came here quite suddenly, so I just had a servant bring my clothes here, because resting in my uniform felt a bit uncomfortable. So that's why he was wandering around without a servant." Jesse opened the door to the room and invited Oscar in. "Well then, I'm sorry for worrying you. It's all right. Please rest well." "Yes, you too, Miss Arya." Remembering Arya's blushing, embarrassed face, Oscar tilted his head and thought about her. "Anyway, I just need to send her a gift in return. And that will be that." Later at the dining table, Oscar spoke up and asked, "Did any clothes catch your eye?" Ken replied, "Well, they were SOSO. But forget about that. I have a gift for you." "For me?" He immediately opened the gift box, which looked incredibly sparkly. "Your pen nib is old, so it's time to replace it." Oscar sighed and said, "Thank you, Meal. You're welcome. I heard you needed it, so I thought a pen nib would be a suitable return gift." Ken said, Hey, I'm the one who gave it to you. I know you were just giving it on her behalf. Isn't that always the case? Thank you for your kindness, Miss Meal." "You're welcome." Arya sat pensively, feeling sad. Is it always like this? Just as I thought, it's really hard to break into their conversation. She looked at each person and turned out, let's see. An idea flashed in her mind. Should I mention the handkerchief and ruin the atmosphere? No, I can't do that. It would be troublesome if they thought I had ill intentions towards Oscar. But I need to try everything now. If what happened during lunch was as I thought, my beauty moved him, or was it this pitiful appearance of mine? Suddenly, Oscar asked, "Are you all right, Miss Arya? Are you not feeling well?" Arya secretly laughed with delight. "Oh, wonderful, so is the latter." "Ahem, I'm fine. I'm sorry for worrying you, Oscar. I can't disturb your meal, so I'll focus more on eating now. If you're not feeling well, just tell me. Maybe you've caught a cold." "I'm fine." Suddenly, Meal dropped her fork again. "Oh my, could you bring Meal a new fork?" Yes, of course." She clenched her hand until it trembled. Later, Oscar returned. "Well then, I'll be going. Thank you all for your warm hospitality." The Countess rushed in and called for Arya that I heard Oscar dropped by. "Is that right?" "Yes, he visited for the weekend, but has already left." "Where have you been, Mother?" "Here's a gift. I went shopping in the neighboring country." "No, that's not right. How was Oscar, my dear?" "There was nothing special." "Is that so? Such a rare opportunity. What a shame." The Countess said with regret. "Why did you have to come right when I wasn't home. Arya thought to herself, no need to be so disappointed, mother, because your daughter has already seized the opportunity. A few days later, this is a gift from the Frederick family. The maids whispered, that must be a return gift for the pen nibs from before, right? As expected, Sir Oscar cares so much for our Miss Meal. The feelings he has for her are deeper than the ocean. He sent 2 large gift boxes. I wonder what's inside. Meal's chest pounded. What should I give him as a return gift? Suddenly, someone spoke up. Sir Oscar Frederick sent this message. Of the 2 gift boxes here, the one with the red bow is for Miss Meal, and the one with the blue bow is for Miss Arya. Hearing this, the maids were once again in an uproar. The Countess said, "Oh my, you must have been a very good hostess to Oscar, Arya." She laughed and replied, "It would be great if that were true. But this gift, it seems to be a return gift for the handkerchief you received from me, mother." Everyone exclaimed, "A handkerchief?" Sir Oscar accepted a handkerchief from Miss Arya. Meal's eyes showed utter shock. The Countess asked, "Are there any letters?" "Ah, yes there are, my lady." "Why are there 2 letters? What does the letter say, Arya?" "I'm curious to know what Oscar was thinking when he prepared a gift for you." "May I read the letter aloud?" "What's so interesting about my letter? Wouldn't it be more interesting to hear Meal's letter?" "Hey, what are you saying?" "In terms of status, you're older than me, so it would be more appropriate for you to read first, Sister Arya." "Oh my, since when do we care about such things?" "Your Oscar's marriage prospect, Meal. I'm sure everyone is more interested in your passionate love letter than in mine." She crumpled the letter in her hand and forced a laugh. "Haha, then I'll read my letter first, and then it will be your turn, Sister Arya." Suddenly, Arya let out a laugh. "I was just joking a little, but look how serious Meal is, mother. But I'm really curious. It's not very polite to read Sir Oscar's letter in front of so many people. So let's not do that, shall we? Besides, I was about to go out, but I got a little curious about the gift, so... Could you open the gift for me?" "Ah, yes, my lady." Arya thought to herself, she's been standing behind Meal, glaring at me this whole time. This is Meal's personal maid. Her name is Emma, right? As soon as the gift box was opened, everyone gasped, "Oh my, it's so beautiful." The Countess said, "Go try on this dress. If you don't hurry, you'll be late. I'll wear the brooch first. I'm leaving now. It's a pity I won't be able to see you open your gift." "Meal." With that, Arya left, and Meal clenched her trembling hands. In the carriage, Arya opened Oscar's letter and read it. "This gift is to thank you for lending me your handkerchief in the garden the other day. It represents my gratitude to you, and I hope you will accept it." Arya marveled to herself. Oscar Frederick is so short and concise. Well, I was expecting so much. If I had read it just now, all the misunderstandings would have been cleared up. I need to create as many misunderstandings as possible. Haha, he must have given me this dress because he saw how shabbily I was dressed. Although that wasn't my intention, it yielded unexpectedly great results. Suddenly, Arya asked, "A ring, a necklace, a brooch? Which would be best?" Jessie replied, looking blank, "Pardon?" "When we return, take me to the most expensive and largest jewelry shop in the capital." "Yes, my lady." Arya suddenly wondered, what's with her reaction? I know. She must think I'm going to pursue a lavish lifestyle and spend extravagantly like before. Arya sighed and said, but I don't know if the money I brought will be enough. If I want to give Oscar a return gift, I can't give him something like a used item. Can I? Who would have thought I'd suddenly receive such a precious gift from him? Jessie immediately replied, "Yes, that's right. I thought we were only going to tea party today, so I didn't bring much money. But we have our identification papers, so it should be fine. That's good. We can't send a used item as a gift to the Frederick family. That would bring shame upon the Rose-Scent family." Arya said to herself, "Jessie, I am no longer the extravagant and foolish villainess you think I am. That poor girl always had to hide her rotten inner self from the outside world. Therefore, I am here to free her from a life full of lies as her true savior." At the tea party, the ladies exclaimed, "Oh my, your hair brooch is so beautiful. The golden rose is lovely." Thank you. Here, I've embroidered each of your family crests on these handkerchiefs. Goodness, I can't believe you prepared such a wonderful gift for us. I told my family about you, and they said they want to invite you to our home. Really? I'm so happy to hear that. It seems that when they returned home, they spoke well of me in front of their relatives. Thank you all very much, but this gathering is truly useless. I could not come because of my relationship with Miss Sarah, but these people are not worth associating with at all. How annoying. As she reached the carriage, Arya suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. She turned and asked, who are you? The man nervously took off his hat and replied, this humble one. You're not the coachman from before. He suddenly had a stomachache. So this humble one came to replace him. What? An unwell person traveled all the way to the mansion just to switch shifts with you? He started sweating oh, that's not it. He returned to have lunch and then got a stomachache. So I came to replace him. You're saying he returned to the mansion without my permission? Besides, I'm certain he brought his lunch with him from the start of the trip. He stammered, this humble one is not sure. This humble one is just. Arya immediately ordered a guard. Check his face. Yes, his name is Alex. He has worked for the Rose Scent family for about 30 years and is nearing retirement age. I knew it, so his identity has been confirmed. Arya asked, why didn't you report to me first? Why did you just stay silent until I found out? No, this humble one was just. You don't see me as your master, do you? If I hadn't noticed and just walked past. Arya suddenly paused and thought, if I hadn't realized something was wrong, perhaps everything would have ended right then and there. I've made a mistake like that before. I was deceived by the servants who followed Meal's orders and did many foolish things. If Meal had the heart to harm me, she is very capable of doing so. For example, assigning useless guards to me, then putting me in a dangerous situation, for instance. Meal, you truly are a villainess who doesn't disappoint my expectations. It's so different from the petty tricks you played in the past. I've matured this time, but have you also revealed your true nature sooner? He replied, startled, I understand. His expression turned sour when he heard me order him to return to the mansion alone. That carriage kept rattling as if a screw was missing somewhere. Well, that, on the contrary, further confirms my suspicions. Arya ordered a guard. You go find a carriage. Not only did you not notice the coachman was a different person, but can you at least find me another carriage? He walked away, muttering, that's a servant's job. I can't believe I never realized before how useless those guards could be. At times like these, I can't help but blame my lowly origins. Later at a shop, welcome, esteemed customer. Arya said, I want to find a brooch. Yes, my lady, please follow me to a private room. A brooch for a man in his teens. I want to see all the types in your shop, from the simplest designs to the most intricate. He looked at Arya's servant and replied, yes, my lady. Please wait a moment. They whispered, from my observation, don't bring out the old types of brooches. Only bring up the high-end ones. Yes, sir. The old saying goes, you can tell if a noble is wealthy by the expression of the servant holding their money. If they are a wealthy noble, that servant can remain calm even when their master asks to see items without mentioning a price range. This young lady is no ordinary noble. I apologize for the wait, my lady. These are the finest brooches we have. I hope you will like them. Arya marveled to herself. These gemstones are so beautiful. They are all high-end, even comparable to the gems I've seen in high society before. You come here for a moment. Since the person I'm giving this to often wears dark-colored clothes, I want to try them on your vest. Yes, my lady. Of course. Arya placed a yellow stone brooch on his vest, then a blue one. She thought, this looks good. Will Oscar like it? I hope Oscar feels pressured by this gift. Thinking this, she beamed. Haha, I'll take it. Oh, right. I also want to buy a few smaller brooches. What kind of design are you looking for, my lady? I want a size about this big, large enough for others to see, but not too large. And the design should be like this. He thought to himself, the Rose Scent family crest. So this person must be that infamous young lady, Arya Rose Scent. But this girl is a bit different from the rumors. From what I know, that young lady is a vulgar person who bullies Miss Meal. But looking at her demeanor and her refined taste in gemstones, I'm not so sure anymore. Thinking this, he asked, how many do you need, my lady? 5. It will take about a day to make them. Oh, that's faster than I thought. Then bring them to my house tomorrow along with the brooch I bought today. Yes, my lady. Would you like me to include stationery with the gifts? I was just about to say that. Thank you. Over here, the employee told Jesse, please sign here. We will deliver these items to your lady's mansion tomorrow morning. And this is a small gift from us to you, Miss Arya Rose Scent. We hope you will like it. Jade, I really like shrewd people like him. Jesse, take it out and wear it. Yes, my lady. Not bad. Thank you. Are you the owner of this shop? Yes, I am. I will come here more often. Thank you, my lady. I will inform you as soon as the carriage arrives. So please sit here and rest for a moment. So Arya sat down at the tea table to wait. The guard thought, confused, this atmosphere. Suddenly, Arya spoke to him, "Go find the carriage." He asked, startled. "Pardon?" Arya glared and repeated, "The carriage." "Ah, yes, yes." After saying that, he hurried off. Jesse bowed and said, "Let me ask the staff to bring some light refreshments for you, my lady." "All right, come back when it's ready." Huh. Luckily, Jessie knows what to do without me having to tell her. For a moment there, I almost bullied her like I used to. A strange coachman and a rattling carriage. A clueless guard and another slow one. She let out a sigh, then pushed open the window to look down at the bustling street. I used to wear those kind of clothes too. No, maybe even worse. There was no other way, since all the money my mother earned went into her business. Well, just like that, my status has changed. I got a new life after crawling out of that stinking sewer. So I won't let you destroy everything, Meal, my dear. No way. I will decorate that palace wall with your head. Next will be Kin, then the Count. It will surely be a beautiful sight. Treason is probably the fastest way to destroy that entire family, isn't it? Lost in thought, Arya paused. When she saw Azel down below, she suddenly remembered. He's that same guy from before. Why did I run into him here so suddenly? We made eye contact. Suddenly, Azel looked at her and smiled. It startled Arya. She quickly closed the window. Did he just smile at me? What the hell is he planning? I can't understand his actions. He makes me feel so uneasy. Just then, Jessie came in. "Milady, I brought you jasmine tea and some tarts." "Milady? What's wrong? You don't look very well. Has the carriage not arrived yet?" Just as I finished making the tea, I was informed that the carriage has arrived, so I came to ask if you still wanted the tarts. Arya cut her off. "All right, if everything is ready, let's go." "Yes, milady." I never thought I'd see him again, but there's no need to worry too much. That guy has no reason to look for me anymore. He's not a noble of high status, so there's nothing to worry about. I can just ignore him. Right now, I need to leave here quickly and return home. Standing before the carriage door, Arya smiled in relief. It seems I was worrying too much. So many bad things happened today. That's why I'm so sensitive. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, a sudden sound rang out. Startled, Arya turned and asked, "What was that? A bouquet of flowers?" Azel bent down to pick up the bouquet. "Oh dear, I'm afraid the gift I prepared for my benefactor has gotten a little dirty. I must have chosen the wrong time, haven't I? Well now, it's a pleasure to see you again, Lady Rosen." Arya scowled inwardly. What the hell kind of day is this? The guard shouted, "How rude." He continued, "Though it is small, this is a token of my sincerity for the information you provided earlier. Thanks to your advice, milady, I was able to avoid a loss." Advice, a loss? What was he talking about? She replied, "Let's see. It seems there was no conversation between us that would warrant thanks or no thanks. How could that be? Thanks to you, I didn't buy a ticket to the auction and thus protected my precious assets." What? So he really is a poor nobleman who came to the capital to make his fortune. But if that's true, then why does he give off such a threatening feeling? He said again, "So I hope you will accept this bouquet of tulips. They have been blessed by the kingdom. This is a small gift I prepared with the wish that your future will be filled with luck and happiness." He was behaving so politely and courteously, a complete 180 from last time. The two guards looked at each other and whispered, "What the heck is going on? Should we step aside?" Arya thought with a cold face, "That actually makes me even more uncomfortable. I don't want to accept his goodwill when I don't know what his intentions are." She reached out her hand, pushing the bouquet back towards him. "I cannot accept it without knowing your name." "My, how rude of me. Please call me Azel. May I ask which family you belong to?" "Due to some personal matters. For now, I can only tell you my name." "I see. Is he trying to get close to me because he knows I'm from the Rosen family? Or perhaps he doesn't want to lose face in front of me by revealing his lowly family name? In short, it seems he has some ulterior motive, and I don't like it one bit." Arya took the bouquet, then coldly slapped it against the guard's face. He immediately sniffed it. Sniff, sniff. "Oh, there's no suspicious smell. They're just normal tulips." "Is that so?" he said, "or shall I taste them for you?" She glared at him. "All right, yes. Is there anything else? I need to return home." "I see. Thank you for your time. If I may, could I kiss your hand to bid farewell?" Arya blushed and looked down refusing immediately. No, really, how cold? You don't need to be so wary. This is just a representation of my gratitude. Aren't you being a bit too enthusiastic? Completely different from last time. I apologize for my actions that day. Because that matter was extremely important, I lost control for a moment. All right, I'm leaving. Arya turned away, disgusted. Really, I don't like him at all. As she stepped into the carriage, she suddenly slipped and stumbled. To Azel's surprise, whether intentionally or not, she stomped hard on the bouquet. Then asked in confusion, "What should I do?" The bouquet is ruined. Azel trembled with anger, but forced a laugh and said, "Ha ha ha. Those tulips are no longer worthy of you. It's better to throw them away." Arya asked, "So, may I ask you to do that for me?" Of course. Arya got into the carriage, wondering to herself, why is he laughing? I was so looking forward to seeing that guy's angry face. Yet he laughed after seeing me crush the bouquet. Who the hell is he and what is his purpose? Why is he suddenly acting so kind and sincere towards me? Forget it. This isn't the time to get hung up on trivial matters. Arya finally returned to the Count's mansion. At this moment, she asked in surprise, "What, the clinic?" John replied, "Yes. This morning when I took him, he was perfectly healthy. But after lunch, he suddenly had a stomachache. I heard he was at a nearby clinic, so I went to check. The doctor said he has food poisoning." Food poisoning in this cool autumn weather? Yes. From what I heard, he ate his wife's leftovers and got sick. But his wife is completely fine. I see. That's right. Also looked into the carriage matter. The carriage manager said the carriage that Alec took to pick you up, milady, was missing a few parts. He said that riding in that broken carriage would be extremely uncomfortable. If even the carriage manager says so, then that's perfect. Well done, John. That's the evidence I needed. You truly are an exemplary guard. He took the bag of reward money, overjoyed. Thank you, milady. Meal, you must have done this because of the gift Oscar gave me this morning. As expected, snatching Oscar from you is the right answer. Instead of trying to win back the heart of the one she loves, she gets jealous and pulls tricks on the object of her hatred for a moment of satisfaction. Unlike before, I can clearly see you're being ruled by your emotions and causing trouble. You become easier to drive mad. Soon, you will walk my path, and I will walk yours. However, this is only evidence for the recent incident. There are still many people in this house who side with Meal. First, I have to deal with those who participated in this incident. At that moment, the Countess was sound asleep when she heard a rustling sound and woke up. What is it? Arya replied, "It's nothing much. But I thought I should tell you about this, Mother, because it happened in our house. I was almost in a serious accident." The Countess sat bolt upright. "What, an accident?" I was almost in a carriage accident, Mother. It seems you and I are still not welcome here, Mother. Afterward, the Countess gathered all the servants. "When my husband is not here, I am the master of this house. Why did no one report this to me?" The coachman Elek dared to leave his post without his master's permission. "And Elek, I heard you went to pick up my daughter with a broken carriage that could have caused a serious accident, without reporting it to anyone. Is that right?" I was told to switch shifts rather suddenly, so I must have taken the wrong carriage in my haste. "So, are you saying it's the fault of the carriage manager?" The carriage manager frantically spoke up. "That's not right, my lady. The broken carriages are all kept in a separate area. They're kept far away from the main house. This is something everyone knows." Arya said, "Mother, the butler is the one who gives instructions to the servants." So, perhaps, hearing this, the butler was startled. Cough, cough. I have worked in this house for about 30 years, but I am ashamed to say that I knew nothing of this incident until just now. My duty is to be aware of and manage everything in the house, and yet, I am deeply sorry. I had assumed everything had been reported and approved. It is my fault for not confirming it. I am deeply sorry. The servants whispered among themselves. How could the butler make such a mistake? He's always been so meticulous. Arya thought to herself, should I get him off the hook? Punishing someone with high standing among the servants might not be a good idea. With that thought, Arya spoke up. He has always performed his duties well. I don't think we should suspect him. This was most likely done by someone who wanted to harm me because they dislike me, and they even carried out the plot while avoiding the butler's eyes. Arya looked at Meal's expression and thought, she doesn't even know how to hide her own emotions. To think you'd still pull such dirty tricks. I think it would be best if we called the guards. The guards? If the coachman intentionally took the broken carriage to harm me, if the carriage had broken apart, I might have lost my life. The people whispered, that's right. With a tampered carriage, a serious accident could very well have happened. Why would he do that? Arya spoke again. If even the butler didn't know, then this was definitely planned. I don't think I'll be able to sleep. It's too scary. Sob. At this point, Meal finally spoke up. Isn't calling the guards going a bit too far? Elek is about to retire soon. Maybe he just forgot where the carriages were kept. Besides, no one was hurt. I feel a little sorry for him. But I almost lost my life, Meal. It wouldn't have come to losing your life, sister, right? The carriage also returned safely. Arya let out a short laugh and looked at her, asking, Meal, what do you mean? Not to the point of losing my life. How can you be so sure? Don't tell me you knew the exact condition of that carriage. Meal. Her face turned pale, and she was extremely flustered. Arya asked again, How did you know the condition of the carriage in such detail? That I heard. Where, who said it? She stammered. That is, Emma immediately whispered something in her ear. Arya then replied, I was talking about the result, sister. The result? Yes. The result is that you weren't hurt, so I said it wasn't as bad as you said. Is that so, Meal? You have a point. But it could also be that I was just lucky. What if a wall had fallen off, the carriage had overturned in the middle of the road? I might not be standing here right now. But it's just a hypothetical. What if it were you, Meal? If you had been in that situation? If I knew you had come back in that carriage? Even if you said you were perfectly fine, what if you were to have an accident like that again in the future? What if next time the carriage overturns? I would probably think like that every time I see you go out. Oh, it's very at this point, Arya's voice choked up and she hugged the Countess. You wouldn't want to think like that, would you? I'm sorry. I must have been overthinking it, right? But just thinking about it is scary. This was truly a terrifying accident that ended luckily, wasn't it, Meal? Yes. So now, perhaps we can ask Mother to make a fair and wise judgment. Don't you think so? Arya thought, Of course Mother will side with me. Meal, answer me. Your poor old subordinate is trembling over there. Throw away your henchman. You show me the helplessness of eliminating your own subordinate with your own hands. At this, Meal clenched her fists and replied, That would be for the best. Hearing this, Elek immediately collapsed. The people whispered and gossiped, Oh my, what's to be done? We'll probably have to call the council. That would be for the best. Hearing this, Meal's whole body trembled. Then came dinner. Where's Meal? The young lady is not feeling well and wishes to dine in her room. Is that so? Meal has been dining in her room a lot lately. I'm so worried about her health. Arya thought, she's probably afraid that just seeing my face will give her indigestion. Besides, her mood is usually bad, and today it's even worse. The Countess let out a yawn. Later, when the judgment is passed, I hope I can see her face. Good night, Mother. Yes, only good for pulling useless tricks. I've been navigating high society for 10 years longer than you. Of course, I ended that life by being beheaded for my foolishness, but now, that's a good thing anyway. Arya ate her meal, feeling happy inside and chuckling. Just then, the butler came in and called, Lady Arya, the people from the jewelry shop have arrived. I've had them wait in the hallway. Is that so? The butler said, then smiled happily. She smiled back in reply, Thank you. I spoke up for him yesterday, so his attitude has completely changed. So it was because the old me couldn't do such things that I had to live so aimlessly in this world. Arya said to the Countess, It seems the return gift I planned to give Sir Oscar has arrived. Oh my, go on, dear. The servants are about to gather soon, so. Yes, it won't take long. Arya walked over and said, Hello. Please confirm your order, milady. Arya exclaimed, Perfect. Thank you, milady. She thought it didn't need to be this perfect. But anyway, it's nice to feel that they put so much effort into it for me. The owner also wanted to convey to you, milady, that he hoped for your patronage in the future. Please tell him I understand. How satisfying. Today's happiness makes up for yesterday's hardships. A while later, the Countess announced, After considering all night, I have made my judgment. Coachman Elek will be dismissed from the house of Count Rassent. Furthermore, this incident was due to abandoning your post, specifically work belonging to a stableman. So your job for now will be to clean the horse stables. The people murmured amongst themselves, What? An old man cleaning horse stables? So does that mean we're his superiors now? Can we order him around? Suddenly, Meal staggered. The chatter continued. So that means he has to do the work even the new stable hands are told to do. The butler shouted, You lot, you haven't been here long and already. At this moment, Meal said, I'm not feeling well, so I'll be excusing myself to my room. Oh my, look at Lady Meal's complexion. It seems she stayed up all night worrying, just like Lady Arya said yesterday. Meal, that's right. You should go rest quickly. Your complexion has been consistently poor since last night. You must rest. You must have been worried about me. I'm so sorry, and thank you as well. It's nothing, sister. It's only natural for me to worry. Then I'll be taking my leave. Arya called out, Wait, Meal. Jesse, bring me the necklace the jewelry shop delivered earlier. Yes, milady. It's a bit strange to give you a gift now, but meal, your health hasn't been good lately, and you've been eating almost all your meals in your room. You look tired too. You're not well now, so I don't know when I'll see you, so I wanted to give it to you now. Go on, open it. It's a gift from me to you. Seeing the sparkling necklace, all the servants exclaimed, "Oh my. I still haven't properly thanked you for letting me borrow your dress last time, so please accept this as my thanks." The people whispered, "A thank you with such a beautiful necklace? Lady Arya is so generous. You don't like it? I do. How could I not? Thank you, sister. Is that so? What a relief." Arya smiled to herself. Hee hee, this is a return gift for that borrowed dress. You must be furious. Here, let me help you try it on, since I'm worried it might not suit you. A servant put on Meal's neck. It suits you perfectly. Milady, hee hee, look how well you two get along. Well then, I'll be going first. I have to prepare for my outing this afternoon. You've worked hard, mother. Thank you for making such a fair and satisfactory judgment. It is the duty of a countess, doing nothing and entrusting everything to the servants. And now this. Honestly, even though she's my mother, she's so nonchalant. It would be great if that coachman sharpened a knife for revenge and slit Meal's throat. But things won't be that easy, because Meal's maid is always watching and helping her. It's not a big deal. I'll handle this here first. Another chance will come later. Compared to that, I've noticed for a while now that head maid, is her name Emma? Ah, she sticks to Meal like a wet nurse. Meal could probably ask for her head, and she'd give it. Later on, she becomes evil and turns into a villainess. But right now, she's nothing more than a 13-year-old girl with a small heart. Anyway, today's events, it's not certain Meal acted alone. I have to investigate Emma, or maybe I should try using that freckle maid first. Her greedy expression is very, if this incident is related to Emma. It's hard to say she's completely unrelated to my death that day. Thinking of her severed neck in her past life, Arya suddenly felt a chill. She took out the hourglass, my lifesaver. Looking at this makes me feel a little more at ease. Jesse came in to report, "Milady, the courier is ready." Oh, that was faster than I thought. Wait for me to write a letter. Where is it? The stationery from the jewelry shop. The shop owner gave me 5 whole sheets. I don't have much to write anyway. I must show him my sincerity to Sir Frederick Oscar. The return gift for the handkerchief you sent is so precious, I don't know how to properly respond. This is a small token of my sincerity. I hope you will accept it. Ross and Arya. After writing, Arya said, "Pack it with the gift and send it as quickly as possible for me." "Yes, milady." Arya thought to herself, "I have to send it quickly. Only then can I see Meal's distorted expression sooner." Just then, Jesse returned. "Milady, shall I get you some fresh tea?" Arya looked at Jesse and said, bewildered, I haven't called for you yet." "Yes, I thought writing a letter would take a long time, so I was going to change your tea." "The letter? Didn't you already take it?" "What?" Arya froze, startled. "What? To Sir Frederick Oscar. What is this? Is a déjà vu. Didn't she just take the letter away? Go send the gift, and then come back here." "Ah, milady, but..." Suddenly, Arya thought of something. She glanced down at the table. 5 sheets. The shop owner gave me 5 whole sheets. Was I so drunk on the feeling of victory that I wasn't thinking straight? Jessie said she can't send the gift without an accompanying letter. I know. After that, Arya finished writing and gave it to Jessie. Jessie quickly bowed and left. I don't know why I feel so tired. That's right, I'm probably more exhausted than I thought. Otherwise, there's no way I would have made such a mistake. She flopped onto the bed. "I need to sleep for a bit." Then Jessie asked, "Are you ill somewhere, milady? Shall I call a doctor?" "No, I'm fine." Saying that, she picked up the glass of water and gulped it down. I feel a bit more awake now. I must just be tired. You've been quiet since lunch yesterday, milady. I know it's a bit rude, but I came in to wake you. I was very worried when you wouldn't wake up no matter how many times I called." Arya waved her hand. "I don't know the reason, but it's not serious enough to call a doctor." "All right, forget about it. Then I'll go bring dessert." "No need. I'll eat later." "Yes, just call me any time you need." Arya glanced at the hourglass. I don't know how I could have slept for so long. I'm not sick or anything." The hourglass sand slowly trickled down as Arya turned it over. Then suddenly Jessie's voice rang out. "I know it's a bit rude, but I came in to wake you, milady. I was very worried when you wouldn't wake up no matter how many times I called." Arya was startled, then turned to look at Jessie. "Milady, are you all right? Your complexion. What is this? I already said I didn't want dessert." "Yes, I'm sorry. You haven't drunk your juice yet, milady, so I thought you hadn't finished your meal. Shall I bring it up right away?" She turned to look at the glass of water, and it was still full on the table. I thought this was just déjà vu. I don't know if it's a crazy thought, but it seems I've turned back time. Wait, back to the past. The past. Arya hurriedly flipped the hourglass. On the table, Arya finally realized. That's right. She rubbed the hourglass against her face. Perhaps I have been favored by the gods. The thing that brought me back to life was this very hourglass. After that, I figured out the principle of how the hourglass works by doing a few experiments. Today's lesson is adding 8-digit numbers. If you grasp the rules of addition, you can calculate it no matter how long the number is. Easy, right? First, once a day, if I turn the hourglass upside down, I can go back to the past, even if it's only for a short 5 minutes. So let's try this problem. But that's enough time to go back to the exact moment a mistake was made. Thinking this, Arya couldn't help but chuckle. Oh my, you seem happy, milady. Did something good happen? Yes, something very interesting happened. Can you tell me about it? I want to share in Lady Arya's joy too. Arya continued to think. Moreover, only I can use this hourglass's ability. She smiled and replied, how about this? There's an old and ugly fox. Ah, yes. Oh my, are you raising a pet, milady? Every time I see it pretending to be clueless, it's so funny. I can't help but laugh. Ho ho, if it's that cute, I'd like to see it once too. Arya pointed to the mirror. Hee, it's over there. Ah, I don't see anything, milady. If you get closer, you'll see it clearly. Besides, that fox keeps telling me to meet her son. It's so annoying. He's of unknown status and a drunkard, only interested in pretty girls who would want a son like that. Ho ho, oh my goodness. To think someone would ruin the mood of such a sensitive and kind lady like you. Who could it be? That's what I'm saying. The way she acts like she doesn't understand when she clearly does. It makes me feel so pitiful for her. Arya said, then turned the hourglass over again. How about we stop here for now? It's not fun anymore. It's a shame to use the hourglass on such trivial matters. Immediately, time rewound a few minutes. Arya said with a smile, Teacher, your lessons are always so interesting, and after using the hourglass, my body will definitely become extremely tired and I will fall into a long sleep. It's also possible that this power eats away at the user's life force, or perhaps it shortens my lifespan. But I can't miss this opportunity. I will use everything I have for the things I want. She thought of the scene where she personally poured water on Meal's head and gave a refreshing smile, then stepped on her dress, causing her to fall head first. Hee, shouldn't there be fun things like this during these boring days? At that moment, Arya called for Jessie. Yes, milady. She asked impatiently. Still nothing? Ah, yes. The delivery person returned 2 weeks ago, and there's been no news since. I don't know if there's anything now. I'll go wait downstairs. Arya let out a sigh. After that, John returned to report. My sincerest apologies, milady. I intended to receive a reply and come back, but the academy is at the peak of its exam season right now and is very busy. They could only accept the gift but could not give a reply. I'm truly sorry. It's all right. You've worked hard. Please rest until tomorrow. John was moved to tears. Yes, thank you, milady. Arya thought the important thing right now is to receive a gift. I wonder if he'll refuse after reading the letter. But if it's the opposite, that would be great, forming a bond like this, and then having an official status with each other. When the time comes, should I use the hourglass to win his heart? It would be great to get a reply soon. Like this, I'm so restless and anxious. Then Jessie announced, Milady, a letter from Sir Oscar has arrived. Arya excitedly shouted, A letter? The servants below were startled by the shout. Arya nervously opened it and read it right away. Dear Lady Rosener Arya, I have received your esteemed return gift. I have something I would like to discuss with you in person. I would be grateful if you could let me know a date and time when you are available to meet. Frederick Oscar. He gets straight to the point. I also got straight to the point when I sent my letter, but still, if he's saying this, he probably doesn't intend to return the gift. If Meal were here, I want to shout, let's end it here. But it can't just end like this. Jessie. Yes, milady. Bring me a pen and letter paper. I will send a reply immediately. Watching Arya intently, Jessie thought to herself, right now, only I know that Sir Oscar's letter has arrived. I wonder if Lady Meal knows yet. Since Lady Meal is a sensitive and understanding person, it shouldn't be a big deal, but at this moment, Arya had finished writing and sealed the letter. Here, now, send this to Sir Oscar. Please send it as quickly as possible. Yes, milady. Afterward, Arya ate ravenously, comfortably using her hands to pick up the food. Witnessing this, Jessie was utterly astonished. Milady, you've eaten your fill. Arya immediately turned the hourglass over. Then, time went back a few minutes. Jessie asked, Yes, all of this? That's right. Pick out what you want to eat and share the rest with the other servants. Ah, but this is all high-class food prepared for your meal, milady. For us servants to eat, it is a bit. Arya interrupted. In that case, just say that some common dishes were bought, but I'm not eating them, so I'm asking them to eat for me. Recently, because of that coachman incident, everyone is still quite unsettled. Hopefully, their moods will improve after eating this. Jessie, moved, exclaimed, "Ah, milady." Arya laughed to herself. Ho ho, I already ate to my heart's content 5 minutes ago. Now, just smelling it makes me feel sick to my stomach. Reversing time means I don't get hungry, and I can still enjoy delicious food to my heart's content. Isn't that just the best? By the way, milady, when I went to prepare dessert, the book you ordered from the library was also delivered, so I brought it up as well. Is that so? It came faster than I thought. Great, this level isn't impossible to read. It seems I can read it after all. The economics books at home are too old and full of old-fashioned terms, so I couldn't understand them even if I read them. So this book I ordered, a basic economics book for young people, is a perfect fit for me. The title is Surviving in the Social Economy. What is economics? If fate could change and turn back time, wouldn't it have been better if my fate was to be born a man? For noblemen, studying in an academy is a duty, but for women, there isn't even an educational institution. Education. Complaining now won't change anything. I heard the rumor about the information that was leaked last time. The count side was evasive, but basically for things like this, the credibility varies depending on who the informant is. I wonder if it would feel something like this. She imagined a scene where Meal says, "People are speculating that neighboring countries will invade in a few years." Father, the Count would laugh. That's just gossip among women. But when Kane says, "Neighboring countries will invade in a few years," Father, the Count would immediately become concerned. Ah, no. That matter, are there any signs? Tell me more clearly. Yes, I can't change my gender now, even if I wanted to. So, if I want to give advice that could be accepted, even just a little, it requires a full knowledge of economics, politics, and history. Of course, there's still things to continue talking about with the Count, but taking on the work the Count assigns, and on top of that, being a beautiful daughter with a discerning eye, I will surely be valued. In short, I must build a foundation for myself. That's right, I'll do business. In the past, I was also a member of high society. A noble girl who didn't care for cosmetics, who wasn't bothered by the glamour around her, only valuing money and status. I remember I was indeed ridiculed for that. That's because at that time, I was full of confidence that I was born a beautiful girl and had nothing to be jealous of in others. But a beautiful face is also a poison. Because everyone around me pampered me endlessly, I couldn't grasp reality objectively. In this life, I must not let that mistake be repeated. Time to accumulate knowledge. Capital is capital. The assets I own, my own assets. Arya continued to read intently. Money is my power. I must study for that. At this moment, Jessie came in. "Milady, I'm sorry to disturb you while you're reading, but there's something I'd like to ask. Tell me, is it really all right to just have a small, simple birthday party for you, milady? Or, if possible, maybe a little bigger? Compared to last year, in her past life, Arya's birthday party was organized very elaborately. People gossiped that, as expected of the Roscenter family's parasite, she's so talented at spending money. She thought that if the hourglass was going to send her back in time, it should have sent her back to before she entered the Count's house. Jessie spoke again. In any case, we had a grand party last year. To say we're doing nothing this year, who knows what might happen? Arya, he thought to herself, I wonder when my image in Jessie's eyes will ever change. She allowed a sigh. Hi, it's fine. This year, just inviting the other noble young ladies for a quiet lunch will be enough. Pay attention and prepare their favorite dishes for me. Like dessert, for example. Yes, whenever you need, just say the word, milady. I will prepare it as quickly as possible. No, thank you anyway. If there's nothing else, you may leave. After my birthday is Meal's birthday. Just like last year, I won't have to lift a finger to do anything. Things done for formality's sake like that. They're held even if you don't like it. My job was just to sit still in one place. From now on, I don't need to do that anymore. From now on, I'll change the image of the things around me. And to do that, I must first change myself. She continued to flip through the book. It's gradually getting harder. No, I could do it. If not, I'll read it 10 times, even 100 times. You can do it, Arya. The next morning, Arya opened the window and called out brightly, "Miss Sarah." Arya quickly ran down and threw her arms around Sarah. Mississippi, "Oh, this is just like the first time I met you, Arya. Did I teach you the wrong etiquette, milady?" "No, you didn't. Seeing you, Miss Sarah, I just act like this unconsciously." "Then let's greet each other again properly, shall we?" Arya lifted her skirt, bowed gracefully to greet Sarah again, then smiled and asked, "Have you been well?" "Thanks to you, Lady Arya, I've been very well. It's getting cold here. Let's go upstairs and continue our chat." "Your hands are cold, Arya." Arya thought that if in the past it felt like acting, now her happiness was genuine. Miss Sarah, after all, looking around, she's the only one without any ulterior motives, my staunchest supporter. Just looking at her face makes me feel moved to tears. "That's right. What would you like for your birthday present? A ball gown or jewelry?" "Oh, no, thank you. I don't really need those. Compared to that, Miss Sarah, I'd like a handkerchief embroidered by you." "Oh my, will that be all right as a gift?" "If you just say the word, milady, I'll make dozens, even 100. Yes, it's a bit demanding, but I'd like a handkerchief with many different patterns. Also, there's something else I'd like to ask of you, if I may. It would be great if you could also embroider an identical one. For yourself." Sarah blushed and asked, "That, so you need 2 of them? It must be a lot of trouble for you. But if you also had an identical one, I would feel closer to you." "Oh my, perhaps I'm the only one who thinks so. How embarrassing. I want to have a special, meaningful item like that with you. Is it too shameless of me to use my birthday as an excuse to ask this?" "Arya, I also like you very much, Arya. I've also thought about how wonderful it would be if you were my close friend." Arya immediately lunged forward. "Really? Just hearing you say that makes me happy." Sarah squeezed Arya's hand. "I will make it with all my love and passion." Arya, pouring all my heart into it. Yes, I'll be waiting." "Mississippi, no. I mean, if you were to enter high society now and become busier because you're dating some marquis, then perhaps now is the time to make a handkerchief that can catch the marquis's attention, and I'll also have a chance to connect with and rely on him later. It would be great if she also had some ambition." With that thought, Arya said brightly, "More than my own birthday, I'm looking forward to you entering high society." "You entering high society?" Sarah let go of Arya's hand. "No, I don't want to look forward to that at all." "Why is that?" "You never know. You might feel excited and something good might happen. Everyone will be able to admire your elegant demeanor. To be precise, the Marquis will notice that beautiful handkerchief. One's life only blossoms after meeting a good man. Compared to a poor nobleman from the frontier, wouldn't someone who both loves you and is wealthy be better? A personality like that will only lead to suffering." "I'm very happy to hear you say that." Arya, seeing Sarah's silent, downcast face, Arya thought to herself, maybe I should stop here. If I overdo it, it'll be useless for someone who has no expectations of joining the nobility. By the way, miss, when you become an adult, what is the thing you want to do most? I mean, all adults enter high society. I want to teach children. You want to become a teacher? Yes, it's all thanks to you, Arya. Me? That's right. While teaching you, that dream was formed. When I grow up, I want to become a teacher who can teach lovely and cute students just like you, Arya. That was me deliberately acting like a cute child, miss. But this is a surprise. I knew children were cute, but I just thought you thought so because you like children. It seems you genuinely like me. Aha, this Miss Sarah. How can I not take advantage of this? If I did that, wouldn't I be letting down the gods? Miss Sarah is waiting for me to use her like this. So, of course, I must oblige. As expected, things progressing according to plan is the best. Arya promised. Then when I grow up, I'll help you too. Hee. More than that, I'm looking forward to you entering high society, Arya. How could high society possibly overlook such a beautiful and lovely young lady? I think everyone will be captivated. I'm very happy to hear you say that, miss. I'm not joking. I'm being sincere. Miss, just thinking about it makes me feel excited. When that time comes, will you be by my side too? Entering high society with the Marchioness, who could ignore that? Every time I feel closer to the future I desire, it's truly more thrilling than anything else. Of course, Arya, I will be by your side. Then, Arya's birthday finally arrived. Gentle music played along with words of congratulations. Lady Arya, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Arya replied with a less than joyful face. Thank you, everyone. Are you not feeling well? Lady Arya, your complexion. Oh no, I'm fine. It's just that I was looking forward to this day so much that I couldn't sleep last night. She secretly hoped and wondered, is Oscar not coming? I wrote in the letter asking him to come today. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Is he not coming? After all, I didn't say that today was my birthday. Seeing her looking downcast, everyone wondered, what's the matter? Fortunately, the orchestra made the place feel less empty. I'm so grateful to Jessie for asking me about this over and over these past few days. Milady, please tell me if you'd like to hire an orchestra for the birthday party. Again? All right, hire them then. Yes. Suddenly, people spoke up. Lady Arya, your presents. How about you open them before the food is served? That's right, open them. Oh my, may I do that? Of course. Oh, they're so cute. The music box is so cute too. Arya smiled brightly. I should put it in my room right now. Thank you, everyone. But in her heart, she said, it looks so ugly. Maybe I should give it to Jessie. At this moment, Sarah approached. Arya, I worked very hard on this. I hope you like it. Arya's eyes lit up, and she eagerly opened it. Inside was an embroidered handkerchief and a pair of incredibly sparkling gloves. The other ladies also exclaimed, oh my, what is that? Did Miss Sarah embroider it herself? I spent a lot of time trying to replicate the sample patterns. Tada, it's a set. Miss Sarah, you're amazing. You're so skillful. You can even make things like this. They're so beautiful. My goodness, why did you hide this until now? It's not that I was hiding it or anything. Suddenly, Arya trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes. Sarah, I'm not exaggerating when I say that getting you on my side was the best thing I've ever done. Seriously, no one could say they don't adore her. Looking back, Lady Arya's dress is so beautiful. She's right. Your fur shawl is also of excellent quality. Isn't it very difficult to get a fur shawl of this quality recently? They're all gift from my father. My discerning eye is still a bit lacking to choose things for. Myself, all of this is for me? Yes. The Count said this is a gift to make up for missing your birthday, milady. Oh my, the Count's discerning eye is so good. It seems Lady Arya is very loved. These things are nothing. She thought his attitude changed so much just because of one small piece of information. I didn't know he was that foolish. Although afterward, my mother and I had to bear the resentment from his child. People chattered. It seems fur shawls will be in fashion this year, right? That's right. I heard people saying that too. Hearing this, Arya thought to herself, more importantly, there's one more thing you all need to know. Then she spoke aloud. But out of all the gifts I received, I like the teddy bear the most. Oh, a teddy bear? Yes, it's so adorable that I have to hug it every night to fall asleep. How lovely, how adorable must that bear be to make you hug it every night? If possible, could you show it to everyone? Oh my, of course. Jessie immediately brought out the teddy bear. Look at these sparkling diamonds. Aren't they so cute? Father really has a good eye. I really like it. It's so cute. See, this is the difference between you all and me. You should remember this. Everyone couldn't stop marveling. What kind of diamonds are these? Oh my, what an adorable bear. It suits Arya so well. This is the first time I've seen a stuffed animal with diamonds on it. There's some in its ears too. The Count must love Arya very much. My goodness, isn't it so adorable? Thank you, Miss Sarah. It's because I help him make money. Yes, it's more expensive and cuter than we thought. We feel so overwhelmed. Yes, everyone was very surprised. Thank you, everyone. To thank you all for coming to celebrate with me. I try to prepare a lot of delicious food. I hope you will all enjoy it. Arya raised her glass. Then, let's begin the party. Everyone cheered. Happy birthday, Lady Arya. At this moment, Meal approached. So you've been here all this time? I've been looking for you. Sister Arya, why didn't you invite me? I feel a little sad that I wasn't invited. No, what do you mean? You've been sick these past few days and resting in your room. That's why I didn't feel it was right to tell you. Oh my, I still came downstairs from time to time. I thought you deliberately didn't invite me. Oh no, I didn't. It seemed you like flowers. Happy birthday. I just came to greet you. Please enjoy the party, sister. Arya secretly realized she's humiliating me, making everyone feel that I'm a terrible sister. Someone who didn't invite her only sister to her birthday party. What should I do? How could I have forgotten the hourglass at a time like this? Should I go back to my room and get it right now? Well, I'll make it in time if I run, but what if I don't? Oh no, I shouldn't panic just because of this matter. She regained her composure, then smiled and said, I'm so glad that Meal looks quite well today. Another lady also said, oh my, perhaps Lady Meal was feeling unwell. Arya put the bouquet down. I think she might be feeling a little lonely because her father and brother aren't here. More importantly, I think she feels even lonelier because she's not close to me or her stepmother, and I can't seem to comfort her. Sarah immediately said, I don't think so, Lady Arya. That's right. This isn't your fault. I agree. You are both still young, and a family isn't something that's built in a flash, is it? Time will sort everything out. Thank you, Miss Sarah. That's right. It will be fine later on. Lady Arya, whenever you feel bored, just call us. That's right, that's right. Oh my. Arya was secretly pleased. See, dealing with them is as easy as flipping my hand. Meal went through all that trouble to act. How infuriating. These simple-minded people. Afterward, the party came to an end. Arya said to Sarah, "Thank you so much for coming. See you later, Lady Arya." Then Sarah got in her carriage and went home. Afterward, Arya went up to her room, and as she burned Meal's bouquet, she thought that was something I could have handled on my own easily. I can't believe I panicked and started looking for the hourglass instead of dealing with the situation. I have a feeling I've become too dependent on it, but it would be foolish not to use a power that only I can use. I need to prepare carefully so I can use it at the right time. It's a good thing I realized this before something worse happened. I should make a case for this hourglass to make it easier to carry. Suddenly, Jesse pushed the door open. "Milady, he has arrived." Arya was surprised and let out a sound. Over here, Meal also heard the news that Oscar was here. Emma replied, "Yes. Oh my, I wonder why he has come." Meanwhile, Arya hurriedly told Jesse to take him to the drawing room. "Then come back quickly, I need to change." "Yes, milady." At this moment, Meal went to meet Oscar. "Well, I should go and greet him. Welcome, sir." "Oscar, what brings you here?" "Lady Meal, if you don't mind, may I chat with you for a moment while I wait?" "Of course." Hearing this, Meal smiled happily. "I think my sister will take quite some time to get ready. You look like you've lost some weight." "I've been quite busy recently because it's exam season." "You're that busy, but you still came here on a weekday." "Ah, I had some business to attend to," she thought to herself. How could he prepare such a pure white bouquet for someone like Arya? Giving flowers to a low-class thing like her is such a waste. Suddenly, she said, "My sister must have invited you to her birthday party." Although I wasn't invited, what? I almost couldn't give her my present either. She told me that the reason she didn't invite me was because I wasn't feeling well. "If you don't mind, would you like to come to my birthday party?" "If I'm not mistaken, your vacation after last year's exam season was quite close to my birthday." Recalling the previous birthday, "Here, I brought you a gift from Oscar." "Oh my, but that guy is busy again, so he asked me to give it to you." "Because you're always busy, you only send me gifts. If you could spare me some time, just like today, I would be very happy." Oscar thought to himself, "She is, after all, the person I'm going to marry. I can't keep avoiding her." "I understand. I will make some time on that day." "Oh my, that makes me very happy. I will send you an invitation later." Seeing Arya enter, she stood up. "Oh my sister has arrived. I'll be leaving now." "Ah, yes, see you later." She walked past Arya, then gave a triumphant smile. At this moment, Arya asked apologetically, "I'm a little late, aren't I?" "No, it's fine. Lady Meal has been keeping me company." "What the hell did they talk about?" "Damn it. I can't believe she got to him first while I was changing into a modest outfit that suits Oscar's taste. What a relief. Are you well?" "Sir Oscar, I'm well. And you?" "I'm well too." "Ah, I tried on the hair clip you gave me. Do you think it suits me?" "Yes, it suits you very well." "Do you not like the collar pin I gave you?" "No, that's not it. It's a bit too flashy." So, seeing his hesitation, Arya interrupted. "I didn't mention this in the letter, but you're the first person to give me a gift. So I was quite worried that I had unintentionally placed a psychological burden on you." She thought, more accurately, the first person outside of my family. But whatever, the first person to give a gift? Yes, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but I hope you will accept it. It comes from my good intentions. "Well, I was quite worried about whether that collar pin would suit you." "Ah, I brought it with me." "Oh my, may I help you pin it on?" "I want to see." Oscar replied. "Ah, all right." Oscar quickly opened the box. He thought to himself, "I brought it with me to return it to her. How did things turn out like this?" Then the pin was fastened onto Oscar's coat. "It suits you very well." "Sir Oscar." "Thank you, Lady Arya. I heard that today is your birthday." "Ah, yes. I was resting after the party, so my attire wasn't very proper. That's why I took quite a long time before I could come and greet you." "No, it's fine." Oscar offered the bouquet. "If you don't mind, please accept this." "Oh my, thank you. This bouquet is so beautiful. I didn't know today was your birthday, so I didn't prepare any gift. I'm very sorry." "It's all right. This alone is enough to make me happy. But if you still want to give me a gift, then instead of a gift, could you become my pen pal?" "A pen pal?" "Yes. I'm always by myself because I don't have any friends, so I feel quite lonely. Of course, the main reason for this must be my humble background and my lack of knowledge." "That's not true, Lady Arya." But Oscar told himself, "I have to refuse. I can't have such a close relationship with another lady from my future wife's family. I need to politely refuse her and make her understand that we can't be involved with each other anymore." just as I thought. Was I being too impolite? Why did I think I could become Sir Oscar's pen pal? Mia would be very upset, wouldn't she? After all, you and she have a very good relationship. I simply feel lonely. I'm not forcing you or anything. Oscar finally relented. I will write to you. Arya asked brightly. Really? Yes. There's nothing wrong with friends writing to each other to learn more about each other's lives. It's fine. Please sit down. Thank you. Sir Oscar, I'm truly very happy. Oscar looked at her, flustered. Goodness, what should I do? I bought some very beautiful stationery that I haven't used yet. Oscar thought to himself, if we only write once in a while, it should be fine. I can't just ignore a pitiful person. The next day, Arya woke up with a sleepy yawn. It's a good thing I used the hourglass at the right time yesterday. I was almost rejected. It's a good thing I didn't use the hourglass when Miel appeared. If I want to use the hourglass more effectively, I need a custom-made one, like a timer that measures every 5 minutes, for example. Jessie opens the door. My lady, you're awake. May I serve lunch? Ah, yes. Bring in lunch. I'm hungry. I was so worried because you fell asleep so quickly today as well. I was afraid you were feeling unwell again. I'm fine. It's because of the birthday party yesterday. I had a lot of fun anyway, didn't I? But the party ended quite early. Or perhaps you're tired because of your poor stamina, my lady. You've been asleep for almost a day. Perhaps we should call a doctor right now. It's fine, but I once heard you say that your life would be shortened if you used it. Arya thought to herself, that was when I tried the hourglass but didn't time it correctly. My lady, is something happening to your life, isn't it? No, I really need a watch. Jessie is still worried about her. But a doctor, it would be better if we called a doctor for a checkup. Goodness, Jessie can be so stubborn sometimes. I think this stubbornness annoyed me so much that I cut out her tongue back then. This is why no one believed me in the past. Other than that, Jessie has become much smarter and quicker than before. Seeing that you were a bit tired, I prepared some nutrient-rich dishes. The dessert will be so pet. I will serve it after you finish the main course. Although I might be mistaken in thinking she has improved and that it's not her true nature, I still want to reward her. Oh, that's right. I was so busy I forgot about that. Yes, it's time for me to move on to the next step. Arya approached and called out. Jessie. The maid turned around, startled. Yes, my lady. Why are you so startled? Oh, it's because you suddenly... I'm not going to eat you. No, but why are you acting like this? Oh no, she's flinching as a self-defense instinct because she got used to being bullied by me a few months ago. If she keeps acting like this, I'll really want to bully her. But that's not good. Jessie, you know I like you. More than you think. Jessie blushed and stammered. My lady, what's wrong? Have I ever harassed you? Jessie recounted. How do you talk back to me? Talk back one more time, and I'll cut out your tongue. You did say that. Arya chuckled. Yes. It's true I once said that. I was so childish back then. I won't deny it. Sometimes I feel very ashamed about it. That's why I'm trying to become better every day. You might still think I'm a fool like before, but I want you to always remember one thing. As she spoke, Arya pinned a brooch onto Jessie's clothes. I really like you a lot, Jessie. Oh, my lady, it's a gift from me to you. Can you consider it an apology? You completely deserve it. I hope you will wear it on any occasion. Anyway, it will make you stand out among the maids. Ah, that's right. Could you go to the jewelry shop for me? The jewelry shop? Yes. Go there and request a watch that automatically resets after 5 minutes. I'll be carrying it with me, so tell them to be meticulous. Ah, yes. I'll be back soon. Jessie immediately rode off on a horse quickly. She's so hasty. Does she like that brooch that much? What should I do with the hourglass? Should I let Jessie carry the box with her? At this moment, Sarah arrived. Oh my, Lady Arya, why are you sweating so much? Arya replied, it's a bit hot inside. But in reality, she had been frantically changing clothes in a daze. Damn it, I thought Jessie was so hasty because she really liked the brooch. But was it actually because she knew Sarah was coming to the house today? Maybe I'm overthinking it, Sarah said with a smile. Let's go upstairs. Arya looked around at the maids. She thought to herself, all right, who can I choose? This is the time when Miel plants one of her maids by my side to carry out those wicked plans. It would be great if I could pull one of them over to my side. I've never seen that girl before. Arya chose one at random. She pointed and called out, you there? Yes, my only maid has gone out on an errand. Could you bring us some tea? You can, right? Yes, my lady. From her expression, I can conclude that this is one of Miel's close maids. Afterward, the maid brought up tea and cakes. Oh, this is the same type of tea that Jessie always brews for me. But strangely, the aroma is a bit different. That's a compliment for you. Thank you, my lady. If you're not busy, could you stay here until my maid returns? As I said, she's my only maid, so... She immediately refused. I'm very sorry, my lady, but I need to do something for Lady Miel right now. May I call another maid to serve you? Is that so? Then Arya turned to look at the hourglass. The current time is. She put down her teacup and said to herself, "Fine, then I won't force you. But may I ask you a few questions? Miel has a maid with freckles on her face, right?" "Yes." "What's her name?" "Her name is Annie." "How old is she?" 15 years old. "How long has she been here?" "It must be 5 years. I heard she came here when she was 10. "Really? She's younger than I thought. Is she the youngest among Miel's maids?" "Yes, she is the youngest of all the maids working here." "I see. Is she busy?" "Over here." Annie was uncomfortable. "My hand is so itchy." At this moment, the other maid replied with an annoyed expression, "I'm not sure." "All right, one last thing. Can you bring me the hourglass from the cabinet? After you give it to me, you may leave." "Yes, my lady." Arya took the hourglass and immediately turned it upside down. "Are you busy? What a pity. Could you send another maid to take your place? If possible, please bring the youngest maid here. She probably isn't as busy as the older ones, so it'll be fine if she comes here, right? Teacher, can we try something new today?" "Something new?" "Yes, next year is my debut in a high society. I want to practice for that too." "That's a good idea." Arya turned to the maid. "You said your name is Annie, right? You've been standing there trembling for a while. Are you cold?" "The weather is a bit cold today." Annie hesitated and replied, "I'm fine." Sarah said, "All right, first we must practice the greeting etiquette. After that, that's right, we also have to dance. So, my lady, please practice walking in high heels. Actually, your feet will hurt a lot if you're not used to them. So please practice walking in high heels a lot." Arya replied, "I'm looking forward to it." Annie sat there confused, thinking, "Why am I here?" Suddenly, she looked up at Sarah's words. "Oh my, Lady Arya, you dance so well. It seems you dance much better than I do." "Hee hee, I often practice alone, that's why. It wasn't in vain. I think your etiquette is still not quite right." "Ah, is that so? Oh my goodness, did I dance sexily like before again? I used to dance like that just to attract men's attention, and I think I still have a lot to work on." "It's all right, Lady Arya, give me your hand. You shouldn't push your dance partner. Instead, you should focus on maintaining your and your partner's balance. That's right, just like that. When you spin, look at your partner. Communicate with each other through the dance." The maid Annie watched intently and exclaimed, "Wow. Ah, that's right. When you greet someone, my lady, there's a very graceful way to raise your hand." At this moment, Jessie pushed the door open and rushed in. "My lady, I'm sorry I'm late." "Oh, you're back. You don't need to be in such a hurry. Here, drink some water." Jessie quickly refused. "There's no need, my lady. But you look a little pale. Go on and drink." Sarah also said, "She does look pale, as if she could faint at any moment." "Then I will drink it." Arya turned to Annie with a smile and said, "You may go back now." "Ah, yes then." She went out and closed the door. The conversation in the room was heard. "Where were we in our lesson?" "We just danced, but my feet hurt so much from the high heels. Teacher." "Oh my, then let's take a break." Jessie said, "Please let me take care of you, my lady." At this moment, Arya thought to herself, "There's no one here I need to impress, so there's no need to try so hard. I'm sure what just happened has left an impression on her." Outside, Annie walked and mumbled, "Dancing, and the nobility." Later at the dining table, Arya asked, "Are you planning to give one of your maids to me?" "Yes, I heard about what happened. I heard that my maid had to help you, because you only have one maid with you. If you don't mind, I can introduce you to some of my maids. You can choose any one of them." Arya knew full well, you just want to use this opportunity to plant someone by my side, don't you? In any case, I won't say a word about Oscar in front of them. "Oh, I'm really grateful to you. In that case, I'd like a young maid to help me with small errands. After all, the older maids are all busy, aren't they? But the way she blatantly stares at my every move is very annoying." Annie." "Yes, my lady. Could you bring me a new cup of tea?" "Yes." Seeing Annie's swift actions, Arya thought, she's truly one of Miel's maids. She might be a materialistic person, but her skills are very good. It's to be expected of a maid who has lived here since she was young. This aunt, my goodness, she's quite mischievous." Suddenly Arya lifted her chin. "Annie, if you don't mind, could you let me see your face more closely?" Suddenly, Arya applied cream to Annie's face. She cried out, "Ah, it's cold. Stay still for a moment." "Ah, yes. Your skin is so smooth, but it's a pity you can't see it just because of these freckles." After she finished applying it, Arya asked, "How is it?" She looked in the mirror and couldn't believe her eyes. "Is this really me? Wow, I guess right. Your beauty will show clearly once those freckles are covered. If you like it, you can keep it." "Excuse me? I mean this powder compact. I don't use it much anyway." When I looked closely at her face, I realized that this girl might have been secretly using Miel's cosmetics all along. A commoner's makeup. How could it have such a high-class herbal fragrance? Annie asked again. All of this? Yes, take it. That sparkling look in her eyes is exactly the same as when she looked at those jewels. After all, she's too young to hide her greed. I don't have freckles, and I don't wear makeup often, so you can use it. Ta-da! By the way, I'll give you this too. This is a small gift to congratulate you on officially becoming my maid. I should also give you one like Jesse's. Ah, that brooch. Oh my, does Jesse often wear that gold brooch? Annie exclaimed, it's gold. Yes, I gave it to her because she took such good care of me. But it's a bit difficult to give you a gift like that because you haven't done anything yet, right? I won't say outright what I want you to do. I mean, there's no trust between us yet. So from now on, you will devote yourself to me, won't you? If you're my maid, you should be. Anyway, the outfit and makeup are all ready. So while we're at it, we should practice some tea party etiquette, shouldn't we? Yes, would that be all right? A moment later, Annie gracefully lifted her teacup. Although she looked a bit clumsy, the form was still quite good. Thank you, my lady. Arya looked at Annie and thought to herself, is she trying to practice because she thinks she'll belong to the nobility one day? Is she thinking that she can become a lady because she grew up and worked in a noble family? Actually, I quite like a smart and dangerous child like you, but I only like it if you're on my side. You should relax your wrist a little and use your fingertips. That's right, like that. You need to understand that I am the one who can make your dreams come true. But is it really all right for a maid like me to learn these things? We'll be okay. Can you still smile so freely like that? What are you talking about? Anything can happen in this life. Arya whispered in Annie's ear, I mean, what my mother went through could happen again. That's how it is, don't you think? Arya said to herself, I am the one who has already touched the future you've always dreamed of. You foolish little girl. You don't want to live as a maid until you die, right? Now, hurry up and realize that being with me will be much more beneficial for you. She stood up awkwardly, my lady. It seems the tea has gone cold. Should I prepare a new set of tea and cakes? No need. I'm going to rest. You can rest now. Call Jesse to take over when you leave. Yes, my lady. Arya leaned back on the bed. Of course it can't succeed right away, which means I'm still weaker than Miel. Some time later, Arya sat watching the noisy crowd and thought, time flies so fast. Today is already Miel's birthday. I'm always thinking about this. What's with that pile of gaudy, dazzling gifts? Those luxurious boxes of all shapes and sizes. This is a sight that was never meant for me. I'm not jealous of Miel. It's just that Oscar said, I will be your pen pal, but he never replied to my letters. I screamed so much that I screamed at everything I saw. Especially her. Annie, he's not the type of person to break a promise. If so, then why hasn't there been any reply yet? Suddenly, a carriage clattered into the estate. Arya hurriedly stood up, but immediately froze. It can't be, because that person is the Count. He came back right on Miel's birthday. I thought Oscar was coming. He must love his daughter very much. With the little attention he pays me, that pile of gifts last time must have counted as an effort. How wonderful, they look so happy. That's why I'm looking forward to that day even more, the day I completely settle this debt with them. I will never forget what they did to my mother and me. How much longer can you keep smiling? I will show everyone your rotten nature. I will surely bring ruin to the Rossent family. All right, I will enjoy this birthday party as much as possible by using the hourglass and humiliating her. I need to prepare and review this plan. Suddenly, a young man appeared with a radiant smile. Hello, it's an honor to meet you, Lady Miel. My name is Rain Pino. Please call me Rain. Arya was secretly surprised. Who? He's a complete stranger. This is different from the past. Things are changing again, aren't they? This is a gift for Lady Miel. Happy birthday. Haha, my master prepared them, not me. I hope you will accept them. Yes, you can trust him and accept these gifts. They helped us a lot during our journey. Haha, I'm just following my master's orders. Arya wondered, there's a noble family this wealthy that I don't even know about? No matter how I look at him, this person seems so unfamiliar. Who on earth are they? He winked and praised Miel. You are as beautiful as the rumors say. Oh my, thank you for the compliment. I really can't figure it out. I really don't like an unforeseen change like this. On second thought, the dress Miel is wearing looks very familiar. Ah, it's the gift that Oscar gave to me and her. Did he really give the same dress to his fiancée and her sister? Really, the dress he chose looks decent. Although he's not very sensitive, he has a lot of money. At this moment, she walked over to the Count. Welcome home, father. He replied indifferently. Ah, yes. Who is this? She is also my daughter. Hello, I am Arya Rossent. He exclaimed, wow, really? You have such a beautiful daughter. Oh my, it's been a while since I've seen this kind of reaction, hasn't it? Yes, in the past, men couldn't take their eyes off me. He turned back to Miel and said, On second thought, I still have one more gift for Lady Miel. What is it? It's a first set that the Count and I carefully selected. The Count laughed and said, haha, hey, you can't tell her what the gift is before giving it to her. Oh, my mistake. Humph. If he acts so cautiously in front of a Count, then he's just the useless type. Arya turned and said, then I'll go upstairs first. Arya, wait a minute. Take this. This is a gift for you. Thank you, father. This is a jewelry box that he only gave to Miel in the past. This is fine. Even if there are some changes from the past, I'm still on the right track. Jesse, I need to change my clothes urgently. Hurry up. Jesse rushed forward and replied, yes, I'll wear the dress that Sir Oscar gave you. Please go and help me get ready. I have to focus on today's plan. I will create a memory that will make Miel feel ashamed of it from now until she dies. Just then the clock chimed ding-ding. Then the party began with the attendance of many people. Suddenly everyone whispered, oh my, look, Arya is holding a vibrant bouquet of flowers. Miel, happy birthday. Seeing Arya, people started chattering. Ah, it's the prostitute's daughter. She's famous for causing a scene everywhere she goes. I wonder what she's doing here. Seeing Miel say nothing, Arya asked, oh my, you don't like it? It took me a lot of time and effort to choose it. Oh no, thank you, sister. Suddenly Miel asked in surprise, that dress? Oh my, you noticed too? That's right, it's the dress that Sir Oscar gave me. I noticed it too when I saw your dress earlier. Sir Oscar must have given us two identical dresses because we are sisters. Arya looked at her trembling and thought, you must have gone around bragging to everyone that Sir Oscar gave you that dress, didn't you? Now you have to tell them that you're not the only one who received it. You go on and enjoy the party with everyone. I won't bother you anymore. People whispered, goodness, she's even more vulgar than the rumors. That's right, she also doesn't know how to read the room. She's mistaken in thinking she's a real noble. You can tell just by looking at her in that dress. She must have decided to wear that dress out of jealousy for Miel. That must be it. She must be very ambitious. Really, she truly doesn't know how to behave. Her behavior. Arya ignored their insults. She ate her food elegantly under the countless eyes fixed on her. No matter how much they blabber to create rumors, once people witness the truth that contradicts the rumors with their own eyes, they will naturally start to doubt those false rumors. At this moment, they started saying to each other, she seems a bit different from the rumors, doesn't she? The Count's excellent education must have made her better. Arya gently put down her teacup. Just this is enough to make the rumor that I only cause a scene everywhere I go die down a bit. I can't do anything about my humble origins, so I'll just have to leave it be. Shall we continue? Continue the torment. Suddenly, Miel smiled brightly, surprising Arya. Is she smiling? Kane appeared at this moment. Miel, happy birthday. Seeing him, Arya sighed. How boring, it's just Kane. Suddenly Miel called out loudly, Sir Oscar. It made Arya freeze. What? She turned around to see Oscar bowing. Happy birthday, Lady Miel. Oscar had never come to Miel's birthday party, when he didn't even bother to reply to my letters. Why is he paying so much attention to Miel? This isn't like the past. Did I do something wrong? So wrong that it made him like Miel? I don't think so. Suddenly Arya saw Kane looking at her, stunned. She wondered, what's wrong with him? Ah, this is not the time to laugh at someone like Kane. How can you look at your younger sister with those eyes? How ridiculous. He said to himself, has she grown up? Oscar also blushed looking at her. I see. He has Miel, but he also feels guilty for having feelings for me, right? That's why he came to her birthday party. That's the answer. Both of their hearts were pounding. Kane said to himself, she's grown up so fast. While Oscar wondered, what is this feeling? Why do I keep thinking about Lady Arya? I can't take my eyes off her, even though I know this is wrong. At this moment, Arya approached. Hello, older brother. Hello, Sir Oscar. How long were you two planning to stare? Her question made them freeze in surprise. Oscar replied, please forgive my rude behavior. It's good to see you again. Oh, it's nothing. Please don't worry. Kane shyly turned his face away. Arya said to herself, what a childish reaction. The more I know about him, the more I feel he's an idiot. I can't believe I was once deceived by these foolish people. Thinking back, it's true that I didn't know how to read people's faces. Arya said in a self-reproachful tone, oh my, I'm sorry. This probably isn't the right place for me to intrude. How foolish. Then I'll be returning upstairs. Oscar quickly called out, oh, my lady. His hand fumbled in his coat, about to take out a letter. Miel looked at him with a suspicious gaze and called out, Sir Oscar. Afterward, Oscar went to the room where Arya was sitting. Looking at Arya, he spoke, am I not disturbing you? Am I disturbing you? Arya smiled and replied, of course not. She thought to herself, really, why are you so late? I thought you weren't coming. I've already had 3 cups of tea while waiting for you, but I'll forgive you since you came anyway. She said, please make yourself comfortable. Jesse, understanding the cue, quickly turned to leave. He looked a bit listless. Thinking about me must have drained his energy. This makes me feel more at ease. That's also the answer. Oscar silently blamed himself. I'm doing this again. The person I need to care about is Lady Miel. So why do I care more about Lady Arya? This is my reply letter. I brought it with me today because I thought I would be able to see you. Oh my, thank you. I can't believe that the thing that worried me all morning was handled so well. I have to control my expression. It's warm because he kept it in his coat pocket. Did you enjoy the party today? The truth is, I'm not very fond of parties. Oh my, what a coincidence, me neither. That's because at parties, they all just talk badly about me. I always feel uncomfortable at parties because I don't know anyone at all. I personally prefer meeting friends outside rather than at parties. Haha, we're the same, aren't we? What? Because I feel much more comfortable talking to you here than talking to you down there. Oscar replied, flustered, that's right, because we're standing in front of Lady Miel. He thought to himself, I'm just her pen pal. Why am I acting like someone who's doing something wrong? Would you like to stay for dinner, sir? Oscar replied immediately, yes. I was planning to go home and rest to return to the academy early tomorrow morning. But in the end, I agreed to her invitation. I'm so happy that you're staying. I often feel lost in this castle. Hearing that you'll be staying gives me strength. We're friends now, aren't we? Friends? Oscar muttered to himself, yes, just friends. A relationship like that should be fine. Later at the dinner table, Rajan suddenly exclaimed, my lady is truly amazing. I heard that you sometimes give the count some advice on business. Is that right? You have a vision far beyond others your age. Miel replied, those are just things I learned from listening around. I'm very happy that the advice was helpful. After hearing about you, my lady, my master was very surprised, really. Normally, he is very strict and hard to please, but he had a lot of praise for you, my lady. That's already wonderful. Hearing that makes me very happy. Arya thought to herself, who on earth is this guy? It seems he's trying to set up his master with Miel. But Miel's heart already belongs to the eldest son of the Dukal family. This is the family that holds the highest power, second only to the royal family. I don't know which wealthy rural noble his master is, but watching him try so hard for something so meaningless like this is truly boring. She looked up and her eyes met Oscar's. They just stared at each other like that. Despite the other two conversing, please send my thanks to him. My master is quite busy these days, but I will do my best to arrange a meeting between the two of you. So please. Arya lowered her gaze. Look, Oscar, am I this pathetic? I can't even join in my own family's conversation. Oscar's expression looks so funny. Ken has been looking this way for a while now, but I'll just ignore him. This could get quite annoying if I react to him. Miel said again, I know you're very busy, so I'm very happy you could come. I want to thank you once again. I also really like this necklace. It's as if Sir Oscar knew what I really wanted. So Sir Oscar, it's nothing. It's good that you like it. Arya turned to stare at Miel. What is this? Did he really go to the trouble of preparing a suitable gift? Does this mean he can't let go of me or Miel? Fine, then I'll make you carefully consider between me and her and make you choose me. Miel continued, come to think of it, Father, while you were away, I prepared this for you. Saying that, Miel took out a handkerchief. He exclaimed, oh my, it looks wonderful. Do you like it? It's not very perfect, but I wanted to give it to you as soon as possible. So, what are you talking about? This is the most beautiful lily in the world. Ha ha ha. Rin praised. Oh, my lady is truly good at everything. Rin also said, that's right, it's very beautiful. Miel said shyly, brother, please, I'm embarrassed. Arya thought that he's acting as if the handkerchief I gave him doesn't even exist. But it's quite surprising. She finished embroidering it faster than I thought. For her skill level, it looks quite good. She spoke up. Your technique is wonderful. Miel, the handkerchief you made looks so beautiful. Oh my, receiving a compliment from you makes me so happy. So this is what it feels like to be acknowledged by you. What the hell is she talking about? What's more annoying is that I have to play along with this act of hers. Miel turned and said, actually, I've embroidered handkerchiefs for everyone. There are still many flaws, but I hope everyone will accept them. Emma, go and distribute them. There are no flaws at all, my lady. It's an honor to receive it. Emil said to Arya, "Oh dear, what should I do? I'm short one handkerchief, so I can't give one to you." Rin said with concern, "Ah, it's probably because I visited so suddenly. So, my lady, could you? Oh no, it's all right. How could I possibly accept a gift that was meant for a guest?" Arya thought to herself, the one she's giving him must be the spare handkerchief for an uninvited guest. Even if she had an extra one, she would still say she's short of mine. Although these childish pranks always happen. How childish. What should I do, Meal? What are you talking about, Meal? We're a family living under the same roof. You understand? You can give it to me anytime later. Since your technique is so good now, I'm really looking forward to it. How wonderful will the next handkerchief you embroider be? You'll make one for me, won't you, Meal? She grimaced and replied, "Of course, sister. I'll have to try even harder to meet your expectations. No need to worry too much. You always do everything well, even without trying too hard, right? What's the point of trying when you live among a bunch of idiots like this? A bunch of people who will open their mouths to praise you no matter what the hell you do. Ha! If the problem is solved, then let's raise a toast to Meal's birthday once more. Ha! And after that, there was no after that. To this day, I still haven't received that handkerchief. Her birthday was a long time ago. I thought she would give me a handkerchief to show off her embroidery skills. Her embroidery skills weren't good at all from the beginning. As expected, she must have used another method. What that method is, I can definitely find out." Then Annie shivered. "Ho ho, since it's winter, the water gets cold quickly, but please bear with it for a bit. This bath contains high-grade herbs, so it will be effective immediately." "No, my lady, I'm fine. I just feel so honored that you have summoned me again." "Oh, as expected. You must be thinking that you chose the wrong side before, right?" Yes, I can see it in your eyes." Arya said, "Miss Sarah will be hosting a gathering after her coming-of-age ceremony. I will take you with me, so you'll have to dress very properly. I'm not doing this because I pity you. I'm making you qualified to attend a gathering of the nobility." Annie's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Qualified?" "Annie, more importantly, Meal told me she would give me a handkerchief, but I'm very sad that I still haven't received it. I really want to show it off to everyone at the gathering. So can you tell me, why did Meal's embroidery skills suddenly get so good? I'm really curious." "Yes, after a lot of effort, they finally found a very good teacher. I only stood by and watched for a little while, but I felt it was very easy to learn." "Oh, I see. A good teacher? I guess this is another change due to the effect of the hourglass. Anyway, I can't interfere in this matter." Annie suddenly continued, "She doesn't come here to teach anymore because she went abroad to get married. As for the handkerchiefs, the teacher had already embroidered the base. Lady Meal just had to embroider over that base. That's why. So that's what happened," Arya said as she pinned a sparkling gold brooch onto Annie's clothes. "I've said it before, haven't I? We need to build trust between you and me. So from now on, please do your job well as my maid, Annie." Annie replied happily, "Yes, please trust me, my lady." Hearing that, Arya smiled. Then Rin came again. "Hello, I brought a gift for Lady Meal." "You've brought a gift again. We're about to have lunch. Would you like to join us?" "Huh, that would be a great honor." Arya frowned. "He's here again? As I said, you're going up against the Duke's family. Do you understand? What on earth has caused the past to change this much? Please don't worry. This is just my master's kindness." "Who is your master?" "It seems that person has a great liking for Meal." "I'm sorry. I cannot reveal that at this time. I'm sincerely sorry. You could say that the master is the heir to a very prominent family. He has a great liking for intelligent people like Lady Meal." "Oh my, if that person knows that she is very intelligent, then he must have met Meal before. I don't think I've ever met someone like that. I heard that the two of you only met by chance. And since that day, my master has had a very good impression of Lady Meal. I wonder if it was someone I met when I went out with my brother? Haha, I will arrange for the two of you to meet soon. At that time, you will surely recognize my master. Please wait a little longer." Arya thought to herself, "An heir. I didn't bring the hourglass with me today, so I can't be too nosy. I try to probe a little." Thinking that, Arya asked, "He must be an influential noble in a neighboring country. Why do you think so, Lady Arya?" "It's simple. I can't think of anyone as wealthy as him in this empire. And it seems he's not a marquis either." "Why is that?" Arya thought that the marquis's future was already set to meet Sarah. She continued, "There isn't a single noble in this empire who doesn't know about the possibility of an engagement between Meal and the Duke's family. So, if I put the two together, this is an influential noble from a neighboring country, someone who doesn't care at all about the context of this empire, or His Highness the Crown Prince, the only one who can stand against the Duke's family. Hearing her words, Rin faltered and gave a forced laugh. Haha, what a lovely hypothesis. I almost slipped up and corrected you. So that means both hypotheses are wrong. Haha, if I answer that question, it would mean I'm helping you. You will know when he comes to meet Lady Meal. So please wait a little longer. Oh, then I guess I'll have to wait. Haha, she said to herself, I told you I can't wait. I can't just let things be. If I really let things be, he will take Meal's side. This could create trouble in the future. I wouldn't care if he was just some stupid noble, but I need to be careful. I wonder if this is one of the consequences of using the hourglass. It would be great if there were no consequences at all. I should stop trying to find out his identity and focus on what I need to do right now. The Countess said, you could try the special fig tart we've prepared. I think you'll like it. Oh my, I will definitely try it. The next day, Jessie drew open the curtains. Good morning, my lady. My lady, your eyes, are they swollen? Could you bring me some cold water to wash my face? Yes, Jessie thought. My lady must have been so excited for the gathering that she couldn't sleep. That's probably not it. She probably stayed up late because she was reading a book. But actually, Arya was worried about something. This is the first gathering after her coming-of-age ceremony. Sarah, have you met the Marquis? You have, haven't you? Please tell me you've met him. At that moment, Annie came in. My lady, is it all right if I dress like this? Arya said, it looks very beautiful. What's wrong with it? Yes, it's just that this is the first time I'm accompanying you to a gathering, so I don't know if I can. There's no one who doesn't like a well-dressed person at a gathering, Annie. Arya was inwardly annoyed. Do you think I'm so free that I drag you out to get ready for no reason? Then at the tea party, Lady Arya, it's been a while. Oh my, you've brought a new, beautiful maid with you today. She looks very beautiful. Your dress looks so beautiful. Have you gotten taller? Arya wondered, is it because I've been eating and sleeping well lately that my body is developing so well? That's right, I've been feeling very happy lately, so I feel like my appetite is much better than before. I was also really looking forward to today's gathering. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, hasn't it? You're still as lovely as ever, even though you've grown up. You're so beautiful and kind. That's right, we wanted to see you too. Arya asked, oh right, did anything happen at Miss Sarah's coming-of-age ceremony? They excitedly huddled together and said, that's right, something wonderful happened. We've been waiting for this day because everyone is so curious. You see, Lady Sarah needs to get here. Arya secretly guessed. Looking at these reactions, Sarah, you must have succeeded. There's so much to talk about. Lady Sarah is late. Did something happen? That's right, an hour has passed. Finally, Sarah arrived. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm very late, aren't I? Did something happen on your way here? Where did you get that flower basket? When I was about to leave, we had a guest at home. A guest? Well, Sarah said radiantly. The Marquis's servant came. As expected, you were with Marquis Vincent then, weren't you? What happened? Sarah put down her teacup and hesitated. At that time, I accidentally dropped a handkerchief, and when I went back to look for it, the Marquis had picked it up. Oh, really? And then what? But he just stared at the handkerchief and didn't return it to me. Then he asked me if he could keep the handkerchief because it was so beautiful. The others asked curiously, then what happened then? Then I gave it to him, and after that, he asked me to dance. I've heard that he usually looks very cold, but he's actually a kind person. Arya thought to herself, Marquis Vincent. He became the head of his family before he came of age. He has only ever cared about work. He has never dated anyone, nor has he ever attended parties. He only attended the coming-of-age party because it was his duty as a family head. At this time, everyone was chatting happily with each other. It's rumored that he has no interest in women, but it seems the rumors were wrong. I can't believe that's the Marquis. I should have learned to embroider too, Sarah said with a blush. Today, he sent me a necklace and this flower basket. The next time, he wrote me a letter saying that he wanted to visit the lakeside area before the snow melts. Oh, he's quite romantic, isn't he? Well, the fact that he fell in love at first sight, just because of a handkerchief, is a bit. Is he the type of person who falls in love easily? If so, then my lady needs to buy a new dress. That's right, a dress that really matches that necklace. Suddenly Arya asked, Lady Sarah, how do you feel? What? Do you like the Marquis? Sarah stammered shyly. Then the others chimed in, of course she does, that's Marquis Vincent. A Marquis is the third highest rank, just after the royal family and dukes. You're so lucky. Lady Sarah, I don't know what kind of person the Marquis is, but I think he's not a bad. person. But there's something more important than those obvious facts. I want you to be with someone who can make you happy, Lady Arya. You're right. I think I haven't really considered my true feelings and just listened to what everyone else said. Thank you. I will keep that in mind. Oh my, I just think that happiness is what's more important. It's all thanks to our matching handkerchiefs. Thank you so much. Oh dear, Lady Sarah, you were the one who embroidered them, not me. Annie, who had been eavesdropping, was surprised. What? The Marquis, even though she's just the daughter of a Viscount, with such an unremarkable face. With a Marquis? I don't look that bad. If I could attend the gatherings of the nobility. If I had that chance, her whole body trembled at the thought. Arya noticed and said to herself, "That's right, Annie, don't forget. The only master who can recognize those desires of yours is right here." At this moment, Sarah held Arya's hand. "I'm not sure if I can do that." "Of course you can. After all, your hands are this warm. You said that the Marquis's hands are very cold. So next time, you should share your warmth with him by holding his hand, just like this. How could I do something so intimate? And finally, you could bring out your trump card. A pair of embroidered gloves. This is your signature mark. This way, it will be a perfect KO. But winter is almost over. Is this a good time to give him a pair of gloves? You and he have already walked around that lake twice. That means he must really like that place. So, you think his mind is quite simple. So he'll probably only suggest that one place to meet, but she continued, no matter what the gift is, I'm sure that if you give it to him right at that lake, it will be wonderful. Raza giggled and asked, really? I'm serious. Lady Arya, how are you so familiar with this kind of thing? I feel a little embarrassed for always taking advice from you since you're younger than me. That's because dating is a topic that commoners love to discuss. But in reality, it's all thanks to my past experiences with men. Even children younger than me often talk about these things. That must be fun. It's a pity I have to go home. I feel it's a pity too. But anyway, you need to go back quickly and make a pair of gloves for the Marquis. Please, Lady Arya, I think I should keep it simple. Embroidering the Marquis's family crest and a few patterns on the gloves should be enough. Suddenly Arya paused. There's a strange carriage stopped outside. Is it him again? Ren was instructing his subordinates. Transport them carefully. They're all precious items. Hello, Lady Arya. I can't have a word with Lady Meal. May I ask if Lady Meal is in the mansion? She is in the mansion, but our parents are out. Oh, that's fine. I was just passing by, so I stopped by to say hello to her. Arya walked past. No, I can't let you have tea and talk with a young lady who is still a minor without her parents' permission. We know each other too. Why are you being like this? Do I really look like a bad guy? How can I have a good impression of a guy who keeps giving gifts to Meal like you? Oh my, I believe I've mentioned that Meal has a fiancé. Won't you get into trouble if there are rumors that she's meeting another man? I just want to have tea with her. How can I let the two of you be alone in one place? Together? Sarah noticed Arya and thought, Lady Arya's mood has turned bad since she saw this man. Thinking that, Sarah spoke up, then can we join the two of you? I think it would be great if we could have another cup of tea together. Don't you think so, Lady Arya? I was a little disappointed to have to leave so early just now. Arya cursed inwardly. Damn it, I showed Sarah a side I didn't want her to see. I'm still not good enough at controlling my emotions. I'm so worried my palms are sweating. Rin said, I have no problem with it, but... that's right. I have a gift for you too, Lady Arya, a tulip. He's giving me this to make it easy for me to compare it to the mountain of gifts he gives Meal. Arya accepted it and praised reluctantly. Its fragrance is so nice. This is the flower that my master loves the most. He must be very patriotic, mustn't he? To love our national flower so much. You could say that about him. This flower is so beautiful. Where did you buy them? We bought it near the mansion. It's nothing too special. Near your mansion? If the flowers were delivered here and are still this fresh, he must be living in the capital, right? I see. No wonder you laughed at me when I asked if he was a noble from a neighboring country. As expected, he's from this empire. TSK. I knew from the start that his words and actions were exactly like those of people from this empire. I had considered the possibility that he might just be a servant hired by a noble from a neighboring country. But from what just happened, I can be sure that his master is a noble from within the country. Is there some noble out there that I don't know about? Don't tell me you're serving the crown prince. But the crown prince is engaged to Duke Frederick's daughter. And based on what I can remember, Oscar and Meal will get engaged, and this marriage will strengthen the power of the two families because it has the support of the royal family. Then does that mean the Duke's family will be eliminated, and then Meal and the crown prince will be together? Then the ducal family won't just sit back and watch this happen. I wish I could dig up a little more information. At this moment, Arya reached out to take the hourglass from Annie. Rin, you said that your master has witnessed Meal's sharp intellect with his own eyes. right? That's right. I believe he once mentioned Lady Meal's ability to quickly gather information and use it logically. That's what caught his attention. Arya thought, has everything changed again because of this hourglass? She asked again, is it related to business? This is something I heard from the Count, the lady's father. Lady Meal gave him some advice on the fur business recently. Oh, not really. Actually, Lady Meal correctly analyzed the new fashion trend that originated from the princess. Arya asked in surprise, what? Fur? But that was my idea. Wait a minute, so that didn't improve my relationship with the Count at all? Was he just rewarding me with a few pieces of meat after I gave him what he wanted? Like rewarding a dog? And of course, all the praise goes to his biological daughter. I can't believe it. What on earth was I thinking? Did I really think things would get better if I stuck to the Count and made him think I was useful? To him, I'm just one of the pieces of luggage his lovely second wife brought here. Arya's hands trembled as she clenched them. I was so wrong. I thought this was too simple, Rin said, but after meeting Lady Meal, it seems she's not as sharp as I've heard. I guess that's why people still remind each other that we can't judge a book by its cover. TSK, that was predictable. The head of a stupid noble lady could never come up with something like that. All she can do is sit there and take all the credit for something someone else worked so hard to create. Arya shot up. After all my schemes, is this what I get in the end? Is social status really that big of a deal? In the end, will I still get nothing? Just because of my lowly birth? Arya shouted in agitation. What's so great about noble status? What? The thought of having to look perfect in front of that trash, even for a second, could drive me insane. At this point, Arya turned the hourglass over, and time rewound 5 minutes at I see. You're from the Lorne family. That's right. I am Lady Arya's tutor. Arya silently calmed herself. Control your emotions, Arya. Oh, Lady Meal has arrived. Sarah stood up and greeted her. Hello, Lady Meal, I am. But she ignored her. Hello, Run. It took me quite a while to change because I found it so hard to choose from all the beautiful dresses you gave me. But I look beautiful no matter what I wear. Arya thought to herself, let's just consider this a good thing, because at least I realized it before I did something to help the Count again. All efforts to improve my relationship with them will be useless if they don't want to accept me. Come to think of it, Lady Meal, I'd like to discuss something with you. About reopening the casino. The casino? Ah, you mean the place where the human trafficking incident happened? Of course, I know about it. Is he suddenly bringing this up to test her abilities? Didn't he say his master had met Meal before? Suddenly, Meal said, I support reopening the casino. If the casino is run by the royal family, I think it would be a good opportunity for us to invest in it and turn it into a famous tourist attraction throughout the land. That sounds good. It will become a symbol of the capital. Arya silently realized, I get it. They must have sent a servant here to test if Meal is the person they think she is. He mentioned not to judge a book by its cover. Meal said brightly, I think building a large monument in front of the casino to honor the crown prince would be a good idea. As soon as she finished, Arya couldn't help but burst out laughing. Meal paused and called out, Sister Arya? Ah, sorry, you have a tea leaf on your mouth. How could you suggest building a monument? Look at his face. He's forcing himself to respond to your stupid proposal. TSK, what does a child like you know? Suddenly, Rin turned and asked, Lady Arya, do you have any suggestions? Oh my, you want to hear my opinion as well? After all, this is a place where we can all speak freely. Haha, speak freely my ass. You! And she had been busy talking to each other this whole time. With that thought, Arya said bluntly, I think we should close the casino. What? If the royal family runs it, it will become a place where one can gamble legally, won't it? At that point, it will be very difficult to impose any restrictions on a place so closely tied to the national treasury. Because of the great trust in the empire's reputation, people who come here will think it's safe. But in the end, its nature is still just a place for gambling. It will cause many people to lose money, and most of them will be commoners trying to hit the jackpot. Ren asked with a smile, won't that be solved if we impose some restrictions on the players? For example, limiting the amount they can play based on the value of their assets. Arya immediately retorted, but what will you base their asset value on? The amount of land they own, the taxes they pay, the money they have. But in the first place, can you even build a standard system to assess these people's eligibility to gamble based on those factors? Can such things even control those who truly want to gamble? Yes, gambling is just a form of entertainment for the nobility, but can bankrupt commoners. Once it can shake the foundation of a country, the commoner class, it can naturally affect the classes above them as well. Ren's face went blank as he listened to her seamless analysis. Without stopping, Arya continued. When the bankrupt commoners are kicked out of the casino with nothing but the underwear on their backs, they will see it. The Crown Prince's monument. Ah, the Crown Prince is the one who took everything from me. The one who pushed me into this pit of poverty is His Highness the Crown Prince. Won't they think that? Mr. Rampino, were my words of any help too? You? That is my opinion. After that day, the Count said, we need to find a new business idea. Ren asked, are you planning to stop the fur business? That's right, I'm planning to. Perhaps you could ask Lady Meal if she has any new ideas? Arya thought, I've come up with a new plan. At this moment, Meal spoke up, a new business idea? Since spring is coming, the weather is getting warmer. So I think lightweight clothing would be a good idea. Silk or thin velvet sounds pretty good. Everyone likes these things, and they're very popular, aren't they? That's right, they are often used to make dresses. Arya trembled, thinking, where does she get the confidence to propose such a moronic idea? Suddenly the Count asked, what do you think, Arya? Seeing Arya hesitate, the Count and Run nodded encouragingly. Arya pretended to think and replied, since it's spring. As Meal said, wouldn't silk and velvet be a good idea? She glanced sideways. After all, silk is soft. My new plan is to not do anything that benefits these bastards. The Count and Run were enthusiastic, but I can't just leave it like this. She continued on second thought. Hearing that, both of them immediately turned to her, awaiting her opinion. Unexpectedly, Arya exclaimed naively, I would also really like a velvet dress. I don't have a single velvet dress. I have to make them understand that I won't help them at all. This is perfect. I should focus on improving myself rather than trying to help others. The weather has gotten much warmer lately. Annie hesitantly spoke up. Lady Arya, I would like to attend the festival next week. So may I ask for a day off? Even half a day would be fine. A festival? Ah, that's right, the spring festival is coming up. They always hold it at the change of seasons. I have Jessie, so you can go. You can even take 2 days off. Really? My lady? Of course. You can also borrow clothes from the closet, but don't take the items that others have given me. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, my lady. Arya thought, anyway, those are all dresses I bought to make myself look humble. I should use this opportunity to appear kind. Then, on the day of the festival, Annie said brightly, I'll be taking my leave, my lady. No, you should wear something prettier. What about this one? Am I allowed to wear that? If so, I'll gladly accept. Arya silently said, you have to dress up beautifully to make the other maids green with envy, right? Of course. Hurry up and put it on. Then Annie ran off happily. I'll be back soon. All right, should I continue reading? Just then, Jessie came in, and Arya asked, Jessie, aren't you also interested in the festival? Jessie blushed and stammered, it's all right, my lady. What do you mean? It's fine. Tell me what you're really thinking. Do you mean you want to go, but it's okay? Or that you don't actually want to go at all? Actually, I really want to go, but I must fulfill my duties. Arya immediately said, then go. What? If it's because of work, I can give you a day off. So please go. I don't have any special plans for today, or tomorrow anyway. I was just planning to read. Jessie hesitated, but that's... Suddenly, Jessie had an idea. How about you go to the festival too, my lady? Arya turned around in surprise. Later on the bustling street, Jessie said cheerfully, my lady, look at this, it's so lovely. Arya thought pensively, I'm finally here. In the past, the guards chased me away from here because they thought I was ruining the festival's atmosphere. Since coming to the mansion, I've had no reason to come to places like this anymore. TSK, to be honest, I am a little interested in this festival, so... Arya saw Jessie looking interestedly at the goods. Arya stopped and said, go ahead and pick whatever you like. Yes, she thought again. Anyway, this outfit isn't too conspicuous, so as long as I don't run into anyone strange like last time, it should be fine. My lady, there's a performance over there. You too have some of this. Aren't you having any? Do you really think I would eat this? Jessie asked in surprise. For me too. Then Arya walked towards the performance. She listened to the music and became pensive. It seems like everyone is enjoying this atmosphere. This is a sign that winter is over and spring is coming. So when this new life of mine, this life of revenge, ends, will spring come? Will the life of someone dedicated to destroying others have a good ending? Perhaps others will always hate me. Even so, since I was given another life, this time I want to live as I please. After all, this life is mine. Suddenly, Aesel appeared and said, they should sing some more cheerful songs. Oh my, I didn't expect to see you in a place like this. Arya exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you must really like festivals, huh? We're meeting more often than I thought. Would you like to take a walk? I also came here to visit this lively city. The festival here is also great. Arya turned her face away, ignoring Aesel's words. Even though I tried to ignore him, he still won't leave. Haven't I been running into him a bit too much lately? Why is he standing here? He definitely wants something from me, but I can't see through his thoughts. Arya said with disgust. Before you arrived, I thought this place was quite nice. Now it's suddenly not nice anymore. It's definitely because of someone. Damn, I get it, huh? Damn my ass. If you knew how to read the room, you'd hurry up and disappear. Even Jessie recognizes him. She's becoming wary. At this moment, a subordinate approached. Sir Aesel, what should I do? He turned and whispered something to him. Arya silently said, Really? What the hell? He looks so suspicious. I should leave right now before I get entangled with him. But Aesel quickly said, Oh no, my companion has something to do, so now I'm here all alone. Come to think of it, there's something that's been bothering me. Your attire is a bit modest. What? Who asked you to care? Looking at your appearance, you must receive a lot of gifts, right? Do they not suit your taste? Oh well, I'll be going then. Why is he so interested in my clothes? His questions are so strange. I have to get home quickly. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. Arya turned around, thinking in alarm, what was that? A bomb. Along with screams, Kaya! Aesel muttered, This is happening too soon. Then he immediately grabbed her hand. My lady, please forgive me. This way. Arya cried out in a daze, huh? Then she was pulled away by Aesel. Jessie called out worriedly from behind, My lady. Arya was still in shock. That explosion, that light, the screams of the passers-by, and this hand holding mine, it feels like there's a connection between me and him, like a lifeline for my soul. Then the two of them stopped, panting. Aesel asked, Are you all right? Arya let go of his hand. I'm fine. I've been having this feeling a lot lately, but if so, am I not losing my reason too easily when I'm flustered? How could I associate his hand with saving my soul? Impossible. In contrast to Arya's turmoil, Aesel smiled cheerfully and said, I'm glad you're all right. Suddenly he paused, took out a handkerchief and asked, If you don't mind, would you like to use it? They've been handing out these handkerchiefs throughout the festival to celebrate the 171st Spring Festival. Thank you. I'll take it. Is this man trying to subtly compete with me? By the way, where are we? It seems we've gone quite far. Aesel said nonchalantly, Who knows? She immediately whipped her head around and said, And yet you ran here so confidently just now. Well, you have no idea where this is. Aesel still wore a cheerful smile. Haha, that's right. With that, Arya returned the handkerchief to Aesel. You can keep it. I won't blame myself just for losing my reason for a moment, but I feel defeated for letting him take advantage of the chaos. Anyway, I've looked around many times, but this place is still unfamiliar. I can remember every alleyway on the outskirts, but I don't recognize this place at all. So we've gone too far? Her ankle throbbed. I should go back before this leg gives out. My leg is starting to hurt. Aesel asked, Where are you going? Back. What's the use of just standing here? Do you know the way? Who knows? It looks a little brighter over there than here. Maybe we should go that way. Aesel said with a smile. Is that so? Suddenly Arya faltered. My leg. Aesel perceptively stepped forward. Oh, you want me to carry you? Hearing that, Arya flinched. She refused immediately. No. He winked and said, You look tired. Arya trembled, thinking, even if I were dying of exhaustion, I would never do anything to indebt myself to you. She pulled off her shoes and walked with her bare feet. Aha! How can a noble lady walk barefoot? You mean walking like this is better than being carried by me? No one can see this but you, so I don't care. Do you really need to be so wary of me? What if I'm someone who can be of help to you? Her steps became more forceful. Oh, I don't think you can be of any help to me. Don't you realize it's too late to make a good impression now? That's probably because you don't know much about me. You don't know a damn thing about me either. Of course I do. I can confidently say that I know quite a lot about you. Has he heard the rumors about me? If I'm not mistaken, there haven't been any strange rumors about me spreading since Meal's birthday. But Meal might have tried to spread a few more things. Aesel spoke again. I know that you are very different from what you show on the outside. Arya gritted her teeth, thinking, why would he say that? She turned her head and met Aesel's gaze. She froze for a moment. What? His eyes. I felt this the first time I met him, but somehow I can't look away from his gaze, and for some strange reason, his eyes hold a color that I've always longed for. Arya could only close her eyes as silence fell. Suddenly, Aesol leaned in. He whispered close to her ear, "Soon, I will tell you everything about me. After we become a little closer, all right? We will meet again at the right time. I believe I will see you again soon." With that, Aesol left. Arya trembled, screaming internally, "No, but I don't want to see you again." Aesol said again, "I will look forward to that day." "Wait, you're going." Just then, the guards and maids arrived, calling out, my lady, there you are. Are you hurt?" "Ah, yes, I'm fine. I think we've had enough fun, so let's go back. There's no telling what else might happen. The carriage is waiting for you on the other side." "Yes, let's go back. Please, this way." Arya wondered what just happened. Was it an illusion or a dream? She touched her reddened It probably wasn't a dream. Later, Annie reported the fireworks that day. "After the incident, I asked the engineers about it. They were supposed to be used for the performance, but they were placed around the audience seats instead. I was on the other side at the time, so I was very curious about what had happened. Because all the fireworks went off at once, it created a huge shockwave. Is that so? They must not have managed it well. Something worse could have happened. But the royal family has now helped treat the injured." "Oh my, that's so fortunate." But, Arya thought, I don't care about that anyway. I'm still thinking about it. But what bothers me the most is that I don't know a damn thing about him, just as he said. I'm just assuming he's just a country noble. And on top of that, he has no manners but acts like he knows everything, always looking down on others with that superior gaze. Who does he think he is? Why pretend to understand me so well? Suddenly Annie said, "Oh, that's right, my lady, I heard something." "What is it?" Annie hesitated. "Yes, well, Lady Meal." "Ah, should I be saying this?" "TSK. It's all right. You're just telling your master, right? I think this hair clip really suits you." Her eyes lit up. "I like purple." You see, Lady Meal has recently been sending letters to Lady Frederica, and the content of those letters is all about matters related to Sir Oscar. Frederick, scene change. "Welcome, Lady Meal. Shall we have a pleasant chat about our future?" A summary of Meal's personal maid. "My husband committed suicide after his many loans piled up into a huge debt. To pay it off, I even had to give up my noble title. But the debt didn't go away. So I started working for the Rosenter family, handling odd jobs around the house, until I had a miscarriage because I couldn't bear the pressure of the work." "Oh my, you are? I met you at my coming-of-age ceremony, didn't I? You're working here now? That's great. Actually, I was planning to hire a maid for my child. I want the person who takes care of the child to have a noble title. After all, I can't just pick anyone for the child, can I?" That's how I officially became one of the high-ranking maids. But the madam passed away not long after, leaving Meal behind in this world. "Madam, please wake up." "Meal, my love, you must be happy, no matter what." At this moment, Meal said with a smile, "The food is delicious." "Haha, didn't I tell you you'd like it? Eat some more." "But he's coming soon." "It's all right. I wanted to talk to you, so I told Oscar to come a little later." "Sister Isis, I'm also very happy that we can talk like this." Isis thought to herself, "Of course, that's what I like most about you after all. You have social status, a good upbringing, and a perfect appearance. Moreover, you are very cautious and always try to please me, but at the same time, you can let me know what you want. Oscar might listen to me, but it would be troublesome if his wife is someone who's not easy to handle. Fortunately, you possess all the elements I need." Meal rose center. Meal said, "But I also feel a little lonely. Lately, I found it very difficult to meet Sir Oscar." "Oh dear, I know he's busy. If I should scold him for making you feel this way." "No, it's all right. I'm just a little sad because I can't be of any help to him. I still have many shortcomings." "You don't need to worry about that, Lady Meal. It's highly likely that you will be engaged to Oscar." "Really?" "Of course. After all, I've always hoped that you two would get engaged." Hearing that, Meal replied radiantly, "Yes. If that is your wish, I'm sure it will come true." She thought, Lady Isis is a very influential figure in the Frederick family, a family whose power is second only to the royal family. Her knowledge and cunning tricks have earned her much support from the nobility. There are even rumors that she will become the crown princess in the future. If I can join this family, no one will be able to bother me anymore. At this moment, Oscar arrived. "You're here, Oscar? Come and sit." He asked in surprise, "Why, Lady Meal?" Isis just smiled without answering. A subordinate carefully pulled out a chair for Oscar to sit. Meal spoke up. "It's been a long time, Sir Oscar." "Oh my, you look so tired. Are you all right? Please have a cup of tea." Oscar sighed and said, "I'm fine. Please let me pour you some tea." "There's no need, Lady Meal." Isis chided. "Why are you speaking so formally, Oscar? Sooner or later, you two will share a future together." "Sister, We're not even engaged yet. Of course. You'll be an adult soon, but you still have to wait for Meal for another year. What a foolish and rude boy. Hearing that, Meal's face flushed. Lady Meal, I hope you can understand him. Oh no, it's all right. Just the fact that he's here with me makes me very happy. She thought to herself, anyway, they're not here. I mean those low-class whores. I will become Meal Frederick and live the life of a perfect lady, a life without a single blemish. I have a feeling this will become a daily activity in just a few years. Later, in the carriage, I told you not to underestimate relationships. But sister, Isis cut Oscar off and said, do you think everything will be over after I become the crown princess? Even so, the nobility still doesn't have enough power. So we need to unite. And as long as those powers support me forever, I'm sure you understand that this is how I can gain enough power to lead this empire. Don't act like a child anymore, Oscar. I've always done everything for the peace and future of our family. Don't tell me that rumor is true. I don't understand what you're talking about. Look me in the eye and answer me, Oscar. I'm talking about the rumor that you're interested in that prostitute's daughter. Seeing her brother's flushed and flustered face, Isis immediately understood the situation. She raised her hand, and immediately a slap. When I heard the Count married a whore, I wondered if he had gone mad. But it seems they are really talented at seducing men. That's not it, sister. Don't worry, Oscar. When we run into a problem, we just need to eliminate the source of that problem, right? That soft spot you have for the weak is a bad habit. You're so busy worrying about them that you've forgotten your own position. The position of the one who must inherit and lead the Frederick family. Oscar clenched his fists and asked, but that's what you wanted. All you've ever done is listen to me. What about what you want? By now, you should be aware of this. You just need to do as I tell you. Do you have a problem with that? If you continue to be swayed by your emotions. Oscar thought of Arya and retorted, sister, this isn't her fault. Isis glared at him as a warning, of course. I won't touch the innocent. So can you be frank with her before she makes a mistake? Frank, you say? Shouldn't you write a letter apologizing for being so cold to the child all this time and promise her you'll never be like that again? I mean, write to Lady Meal. You're terrible at choosing gifts, so I'll choose for you. Oh, Oscar, my kind little brother, I will lead you down the right path. So don't stray from that path and just follow me. I'm very much looking forward to what you can do in the future. Oscar thought to himself, but she doesn't deserve to be treated this way. Later at the Count's residence, Annie held a letter in her hand and called out cheerfully, my lady, there's a letter from Sir Oscar. What? I haven't even replied to the last letter he sent. Just as I thought, are you two in a special relationship? Everyone is saying that Sir Oscar likes you, my lady. Last time, he also gave you a dress. Goodness, Annie, if that's true, then I've become a bad person. Someone who stole her own sister's fiancé. What are you talking about? You didn't steal him from Lady Meal. It was Sir Oscar who was charmed by you. Besides, they aren't even engaged yet. That hasn't happened. Suddenly, Arya froze, her expression darkening. My lady, are you all right? In the letter, Oscar wrote, my graduation is approaching, so I think I can no longer exchange letters with you from now on. I hope you take care of your health. Reading these words, Arya felt utterly dejected. What's happening? What the hell? Why is he suddenly like this? Seeing her stagger, Jessie said, Annie, quickly bring some cold water. What is this, Oscar? What? My lady, you're not well. Please come lie down and rest for a bit. My lady, I have bad news to report. When I went downstairs, I saw that Lady Meal also received a letter. But in the letter, Sir Oscar mentioned their engagement. Hearing this, Arya was stunned. Seeing her pale face, Jessie called out in alarm, My lady, I'm fine. What did he say? Well, you see, because Lady Meal was so excitedly chattering about the letter's contents, I've memorized it. Every time I think of the moment I gave you a golden rose on our engagement day, my heart beats so fast I can't sleep. Arya thought doubtfully, who is this person? Did Oscar say that? Annie shouted angrily. It must have been Lady Isis who wrote those lines. There's no way Sir Oscar could write something so cheesy. Lady Isis? Even the servants know how cold Sir Oscar is to Lady Meal. But every time Lady Meal returns from visiting Lady Isis, she receives lots of gifts and letters like this. I'm sure Lady Isis either impersonated him or forced him to write this letter. We all know how terrible he is at choosing gifts. Yet this time, all the gifts are beautiful. Arya thought to herself, Isis, Lady Isis, that's right. Meal's strongest backer, the one who helped her grow her power, is Lady Isis Frederick. I've never met her, so I couldn't remember a character like this from the beginning. I thought that once I had Oscar, I could handle the Frederick family. But who would have thought that Lady Isis was powerful enough to suppress him? Because Lady Isis is about to leave the Frederick family to join the royal family, I thought Oscar had the most say in the Frederick clan. But if she's the one making the final decisions for the Frederick family, then it's easy to understand why Miel was able to marry Oscar in the past. And that also explains how she was able to accumulate so much power in her hands. All of this is under Lady Isis's control. What should I do? Even if Oscar was truly forced to send that letter to Miel, it doesn't change the current situation between me and Miel. Arya buried her head and cried, "What should I do?" At that moment, Miel looked even more radiant because of a hair clip. Ren praised her. "Your hair is beautiful, but I don't think that was among the gifts I gave you." The Count smiled brightly. "Haha, I heard her future fiancé gave it to her. He's quite good at choosing gifts." Seeing Miel's radiant face made Arya's own face darken with anger. I can use the hourglass whenever I want, so I could just snap her neck. Although that wouldn't solve anything. As Arya glanced over, she saw Emma staring at her. She even smirked smugly. Arya thought to herself, "I'll deal with you along with Miel." She clenched her fist. "I swear I will. Do you understand?" Miel spoke up. "By the way, father, what happened today? You left so suddenly, saying you had to take care of some business. I thought something bad had happened." You see, we had a problem with our taxes. But Ren helped us resolve it quickly." "Oh my, Sir Ren helped us?" "Haha, to be more precise, it was resolved thanks to my master's network. He knows someone who works at customs." "I'm so sorry. You're always helping us. Yet all we can do is treat you to dinner. Someday, you should invite your master to have dinner with us too." My master has also been wanting to take some time to have dinner with everyone. Then we can finally thank him properly." Arya thought as she ate. "What on earth are you all so happy about?" Meanwhile, I'm miserable because the tower I've been building for so long has now all gone to waste. For you people, life is just so amusing. I can't take it anymore. I'll just snap Miel's neck once and then go upstairs." Suddenly, Ren said, "Speaking of which, does Lady Miel have any good ideas to solve the current situation?" "What, me? Something like this could happen again, so we need to find a solution." "That's right. The goods still in the capital are considered property of the imperial capital. Moreover, our goods are luxury items, so we're taxed quite heavily. Usually, our inventory checks are flawless, but business has been better lately, so the volume of goods is much larger. With such a large volume, it's difficult to calculate accurately." Arya thought to herself, this must be that time. In the past, I remember it was Ken who found the solution, which made the Count trust him completely and grow closer to him. Miel replied, "I haven't thought much about it. How about this time you introduce my father to those customs officials, Sir Ren? Then everything will be resolved again." "All right, I'll introduce them." Miel, you really do love to socialize." Arya sighed in weary exasperation. "How can you entrust your tax problems to someone you barely know?" With that thought, Arya spoke up sarcastically. "That's right. Since Sir Ren helped us handle this, we should also rely on him in the future. Without Sir Ren's help, our family probably couldn't do anything, right?" Miel, startled, asked, "Sister, are you?" "You see, I was just thinking. We could build a warehouse on the outskirts near the capital. Wouldn't that make things simpler?" Ren and the Count asked, bewildered. "A warehouse? What do you mean?" "It's nothing major, father." She presented her idea fluently. "The highest tax we pay is the capital's tax. So if we can build a warehouse outside the capital, then whenever demand is high, we can just move the goods to that warehouse. After all, the tax we incur for importing goods into regions outside the capital doesn't cost much. Or we could even conduct transactions right at the warehouse. If the goods are exchanged and become the buyer's property right there, discreetly, without anyone knowing, then we wouldn't have to pay taxes either. You see, father, I've thought of a very simple solution. So I think it's not very good for us to bother Sir Ren every time, using his connections with customs to resolve matters." Hearing this, the Count and Ren's jaws dropped. Ren said, "What do you mean?" "Simple." "This isn't simple. This is a brilliant idea." The Count happily added, "That's right." Arya spoke again, "But building a warehouse will cost a lot of money, not to mention labor costs. This isn't the first and only time the Count will be doing business. So in the long run, this solution will be much less expensive than paying high taxes." Arya thought, anyway, if I gave him more time, he would have figured this out eventually. Miel then said, "I see. So the tax on fur is that high. Of course, they're luxury goods after all. But no matter what, Lady Meal was the one who correctly predicted the fur fashion trend. Isn't it thanks to her that we're even talking about fur taxes now? She's so clever. Hearing this, the Countess asked in surprise, the fur fashion trend. Meal let out a startled, huh. The Count tried to smooth things over, oh, ahem. All right, since we've found a good solution for this, we should raise a toast. Someone, bring me the 20-year-old bottle of wine. Yes, my lord. Arya closed her eyes and thought to herself, what's the point of knowing the past, only to use that ability to this extent? I can't think of a better way to use it. Just refuting Meal like today doesn't solve anything. Just like that, I have to sleep again tonight in fear of being dragged out to be beheaded. The next day, Meal said with a smile, well, I'll see you later, father. Yes, send my regards to Lady Isis. I will. At that moment, seeing Meal leave, Annie froze. Immediately after, she rushed in, calling my lady, my lady. Annie, you don't have to shout. I can hear you just fine. I'm sorry. Meal just left, didn't she? Yes. Lady Meal wore the outfit Sir Oscar gave her for Lady Isis's birthday. The letter said, to Lady Meal, this is just a small gift, but I hope you can wear it to my sister's birthday party. I'm sure Lady Isis was the one who sent it. Is it because the gifts were all so nice? Annie shouted in reply, yes, well, that could be it. Arya thought to herself, so what? Today is Lady Isis's birthday. Everyone says she's the one who will be engaged to the crown prince, who is about to come of age. Meal was invited to her birthday party, and with Lady Isis's help, she will try to build a solid foundation of power for herself. And in the end, I'll have to face death helplessly once again. Arya sighed in frustration. I'm tired. I'm going to rest for a while, so don't wake me until dinner. Yes, my lady. Outside, Annie asked worriedly, will the lady be all right? Scene change. Meal called out, Lady Isis, happy birthday. Lady Meal, thank you for coming. Oh my, you look beautiful today. Actually, Sir Oscar gave me this dress. He gave it to you? I can't believe a boy as unromantic as him would do something like this. Oscar must like you a lot, Lady Meal. I would be very happy if that were true. Meal thought to herself, judging by the increasingly gloomy faces of the servants. I can conclude that Sir Oscar must be starting to return my feelings. I'm sure Lady Isis helped me a little with this. To be honest, I might have given up on a loveless marriage, but it seems I can look forward to this marriage a little now. Thinking this, Meal kept smiling to herself. At that moment, a voice called out, my lady, so you're here. Lady Isis, happy birthday. Thank you, everyone. Then, everyone started chattering. Now we just have to wait for the crown prince's coming-of-age ceremony. They're the same age, but men have their coming-of-age ceremony 2 years later than women. That's only natural. Men need to be educated for at least 20 years before they can become successors, right? How about when Lady Isis becomes the empress? Why don't you change the law so that men also have their coming-of-age ceremony at 18 like women? Haha. Oh, please. I heard your daughter has been seeing someone younger lately. Suddenly, Meal spoke up. Oh, that's right. My father sends his regards to you. Oh, I'm doing very well. I assume the Count is also doing quite well, right? Of course. Father's business is getting better and better. I see. Flowers that wither early should be discarded as soon as possible. But the Count is a wise man, so I trust he will handle everything properly. I trust my father too. Of course. Haha. Suddenly, someone said, is that Sir Oscar? He must be heading this way. Hearing this, Meal's eyes widened, and she stared at Oscar without taking her eyes off him. He approached and bowed. Are you well? Lady Meal. She blushed and replied, yes, I'm well. And you? Oscar nodded. I'm well. Meal internally rejoiced. Sir Oscar, that expression of yours. You finally realized you should come back to my side. Isis laughed. Haha, you two make a beautiful couple. Meal turned, move, my lady. Suddenly, the butler rushed in. Lady Isis, he announced, panting, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. What? The Crown Prince? So the rumors about their marriage are true? That's Lady Isis for you. Meal smiled radiantly and said, His Highness must have come to wish you a happy birthday. My lady. Oscar was also secretly astonished. The Crown Prince came to congratulate my sister? But I'm pretty sure this was a marriage the aristocracy forced upon the royal family. But Isis seemed rather angry. She frowned and thought to herself, why is the Crown Prince here? At that moment, Crown Prince Aesel spoke. It's been a while, Lady Isis. WL, welcome, Your Highness. Yes, happy birthday. I thank Your Highness. Isis thought, a member of the royal family attending a party of the aristocracy? Is he showing off his power? Suddenly, Aesel called out, "Dada, so you're here?" Lady Meal sent her. She replied in surprise, "Yes." "How strange. Did you get shorter?" "Ah, it must be because you're bowing." The crowd whispered, "What's going on? Do they know each other? I've never heard anything about this." Perhaps the crown prince has heard some rumors about Lady Meal. What is their relationship? Isis wondered, bewildered. What is this? Did the crown prince come to find Lady Meal? Aesel rubbed his chin and said, "I've heard a lot about you. I bet you have a lot of questions about me too." Lady Meal. "Goodness, I made you wait, haven't I?" Meal asked, bewildered. "What?" "Yes, I suppose we can finally be formally introduced. Why don't you raise your head and look at me?" Meal immediately looked up. Aesel's gaze immediately froze. He glared and asked, What? Who are you?" Aesel thought to himself, "It's not her." Elsewhere, Arya let out a comfortable yawn. A nap feels so much better. Meanwhile, Aesel thought in bewilderment. So, where is she now? Earlier, Aesel had asked Run, a different person? "Yes, your highness. From what I've observed, I don't think it's Lady Meal. Their eldest daughter, Lady Arya, is the one who most closely matches your description." But that girl is just a commoner." "Yes, when the Count married her mother, a prostitute, 2 years ago, he brought her into the family. But, all right, can a commoner learn so much about noble lineage in just 2 years? There are also many rumors about her violent personality. They even say she has a face like a demon. Is that true?" Rin quickly replied, "No, those are just rumors, your highness. I've seen her with my own eyes, and she's nothing like the rumors." "Didn't your highness say that the lady you met felt like a cat?" "Yes, that's right. The way she had to cunningly avoid certain situations just to embarrass me was... I've never seen this lady, but anyway, I believe Lady Arya is the one who best fits your highness's description. I want to trust you, since you're the one who's been investigating this for months. It's just that I can't accept this so easily. How about your highness checks for yourself? Lady Isis's coming-of-age ceremony is this week." "Lady Isis?" "Yes. Everyone is saying that Lady Meal and the eldest son of the Frederick family are about to be engaged, so I'm certain she will be there." "Lady Isis's coming-of-age ceremony? I know your highness will feel uncomfortable attending a party of the aristocracy. But if you truly want to find out who that lady is..." Before Rin could finish, Aesel said, "I'll go." "What? My behavior has been a bit too docile lately." "That idea isn't bad, actually. Let's attend that party and give them a surprise. Please don't cause any trouble there." "I won't do anything. But since I have to attend a party for a bunch of nobles, I don't even want to see. If you're wrong this time, I'll punish you by making you count every single flower blooming in this capital. For the sake of our long friendship, I won't punish you too severely." "Ha ha, your highness can do as you please," Rin muttered to himself. "I swear, this crown prince." Back in the present, seeing Meal trembling with fear, Isis spoke up, "Your highness, is something wrong?" Aesel turned around, "No, it's nothing." "Well then, have a good day, Lady Isis." "Yes, Suddenly, Oscar stepped forward to catch Meal as she collapsed. Isis asked Lady Meal, "What's going on between you and the crown prince?" I don't know. This is the first time I've met his highness." "You don't know anything?" Meal sobbed and cursed internally. "Damn it, I made a mistake. The crown prince's appearance flustered me so much that I was harsh with her." "Oscar, take Lady Meal back to her residence. Let the child rest well." "Yes, sister. After all, she's just a 14-year-old kid. I'm only keeping her around to use her. But as I predicted, children are difficult to use. TSK. But I believe Oscar can take care of her. After all, this boy can't turn his back on those who need his help. It would be even better if he were willing to handle things himself." Isis turned back to the whispering group. She raised her voice. "It seems His Highness doesn't like this place. If that's the case, I have no other choice. Next time, I'll invite you all to the Crown Prince's palace." The crowd replied cheerfully, as expected of the future Crown Princess. So thoughtful. "The Crown Prince has been quite docile lately, hasn't he?" "That's right. His Highness must have tried to talk to Lady Meal first, because he was shy about talking to Lady Isis. Maybe His Highness is dumber than we thought." Isis whispered to a subordinate, "Investigate what happened between the Crown Prince and Lady Meal. I have a bad feeling. Is there something going on between them that I don't know about?" Elsewhere, Meal exclaimed, "Wow, you prepared all this for me. We asked the chef to cook for you. It was all made according to your tastes. We even told them to pay extra attention to your dishes. Jesse asked worriedly, "How are you feeling?" Arya replied while eating, "Oh, I'm fine. The food is delicious." Then Arya told herself, "That's right. No matter what difficulties you're going through, the food you eat will always be delicious. So don't let negative emotions get you down." A moment later, she pushed the plate of cake away. "You two have the macarons." Jesse quickly refused. "I don't need any." Annie, however, drooled and replied, "Okay." Arya lifted her teacup and smiled to herself. As long as I think carefully, I can find a solution to everything." That's right. So let's just think positively about this. Not long after, Arya's mood sank again when she heard Oscar ask, "Are you all right?" In front of her, Mia was being helped out of the carriage by Oscar. "I'm sorry for making you bring me home at this hour." "It's all right. I was very worried, so I wanted to come with you." Count Rosener also rushed out to greet Mia. "What happened? Why are you home so late?" Oscar quickly explained that "I'm very sorry for bringing her back so late. Something happened at the party, so Lady Mia took a nap, and I thought I shouldn't wake her." Mia said in a small voice, "Father, I'm sorry." Count Rosener didn't pursue the matter. "Is that so? But next time, at least have someone inform me beforehand. After all, you two are still minors, and you're not even married yet." "I'm sorry." "Well then, I'll be taking my leave." Seeing him about to leave, the Count quickly said, "How can I let you go home this late? We have plenty of guest rooms, so please stay here tonight." Mia also said, "Please stay here. I would also feel uneasy letting you go home at this hour." Oscar could only agree. "Then I'll stay here tonight." Hearing this, the Count smiled brightly. Good. Let's go inside." At that moment, the Countess said, "I'll go prepare some hot tea and clothes for you." Then, the group of them went inside together, leaving Arya alone to watch them go. In that moment, she seemed to completely fall apart. "Oscar, you won't even look me in the eye, not even once. Is our relationship ending just like this? I thought everything was under my control, but reality is always painfully unpredictable." Late at night, Arya suddenly woke up with a start. "I must have woken up at this hour because I slept during the day." As she walked, she mumbled, I'll go get some fresh air for a bit." Suddenly, Arya saw Oscar. Arya quickly hid, then asked herself, "Why am I hiding? Since Oscar is out here, this is a perfect opportunity for me to talk to him." But by then, Oscar had already gone into his room. Oh no, I have to use the hourglass. And so, Arya turned back time to the moment she had just seen Oscar. This time, she didn't hide but walked straight toward him and called out, "Sir Oscar." Oscar couldn't help but call out in surprise, "Lady Arya." The moment he finished speaking, she burst into tears. Please, don't leave me." But having only said that, Arya was startled and asked herself, why am I crying? Even so, she couldn't hold back her sobs. "Sir Oscar, please." Saying that, Arya took step after step closer to him. Before he could even react, she threw her arms around him. At this moment, Arya still hadn't calmed down. "Don't leave me," she also called out ceaselessly in her heart. "Oscar, save me. Oscar, sobi." The next morning, Arya woke up. She looked at the sunlight shining through the window and thought pensively, like every day, the sun has risen high again. The memories of last night suddenly flooded back, and Arya said with a sob, "Sir Oscar, don't leave me. Sobi." Oscar called out in confusion, "My lady." Arya continued to sob and beg, "Please, Sir Oscar." He called out in a panic, "Lady Arya." Back in the present, Arya screamed, why did I faint there? Don't tell me I used the hourglass in an unconscious state, using all the remaining energy in my body to run to him, then becoming exhausted after crying in his arms. But even so, I shouldn't have gone that far. I can't even remember why I ran to him in the first place. In such an unclear situation, it looked as if I was begging him to stay by my side. Was I clinging to Oscar? Last night when she fainted from exhaustion, Oscar had picked her up, whispering as he walked, "Poor Lady Arya. You must feel so lonely with nowhere to turn in this vast mansion, to the point that you had to seek me out. But please don't worry about anything. I have already made a decision for you. If we become family, like Lady Miel, then my sister will not harm you. I don't want to cause you any more sorrow. I hope that you will understand me, understand this feeling of mine." Arya grabbed her hair and screamed in her heart, I think Oscar brought me back to my room at dawn, but I can't remember a thing. Now I can't determine whether I feel embarrassed for having knelt and clung to Oscar or for having fainted right in front of him without any guard. Or both. Jesse pulled open the window curtains and asked, "My lady, would you like to go out? The weather has warmed up a lot today." Arya replied gloomily, "I'm fine. For now, I'm not in the mood to go anywhere." Jesse looked down at the courtyard and said, "We have guests." Hearing that, Arya thought, "Miel, just as I thought, she invited friends over just to show off." Annie suddenly ran over and said, "Lady Arya, I bring good news for you." Arya wondered, good news? What is it?" "I'm talking about how Sir Oscar brought Lady Miel home very late yesterday. Do you remember how Lady Miel's eyes were swollen then?" That's right," she thought to herself. Yes, her eyes were swollen. But she used that to show off the story of how Oscar brought her home in that state. Annie then recounted that turns out it was because the crown prince came to the party and questioned Lady Miel. That's why Lady Miel was so scared she burst into tears right there. Arya thought in surprise. The crown prince went there himself? It seems he's really planning to marry Lady Isis. Annie continued. And also, the gifts for Lady Miel were all prepared by one of Lady Isis's servants. I heard this from another servant. Arya's face was full of surprise. She thought to herself, what? This doesn't change anything about my current terrible situation. But if Lady Isis used a false name to give those gifts, it means I didn't fail in seducing Oscar. So it was all Lady Isis's fault? Because it was only much later that I remembered Lady Isis's existence. And because Oscar didn't fall into my hands easily, I mistakenly thought it was all my fault. It seems I let my emotions control me. After knowing what I have to do, I've become more confident. From now on, I'll just target Lady Isis. Seeing Arya smile made Annie very excited. "My lady, your expression?" Arya called out Annie. Annie replied, "Yes. Should I prepare some food for you?" "No. Prepare a bath for me first." "Yes, my lady." Arya got out of bed, thinking as she walked, "Good. Let's calm down and start over from the beginning." Jesse called out, "Bewildered, my lady, your height." She exclaimed in surprise, Seeing Arya, Miel turned around and said, "Oh, my sister, I haven't seen you in a long time. Since you were always in your room, I couldn't see you." Miel's friend said in a sarcastic tone, "If you're not feeling well, you should just stay in your room. Staying in your room suits you better." "Well, I wanted to go out for some fresh air and buy some new clothes while I'm at it. I've suddenly gotten taller, so my old clothes don't fit anymore. I'm so envious of those who live forever in the body of a child, even as their age increases. Don't you think so? Well then, I'll be on my way." Miel's friend said angrily, "What? This low-class harlot. She's so annoying." Then the carriage moved, and Arya thought blankly, "I know using the hourglass makes me sleep more, but it seems I grow older after using it. Perhaps it's because of the ability to manipulate time. So maybe every time I use the hourglass, I have to trade a little of my lifespan. I should keep that in mind. These plans might have to change in the future, so I should only use it when absolutely necessary." Annie asked curiously, "Should we buy all new clothes for you? None of your old ones fit anymore." Jesse replied with a laugh, "I suppose we'll have to." A moment later, they were at a very luxurious shop. Arya said to the shop owner, "I'll be buying clothes for my maids as well, so please show me everything this shop has." Annie's face looked delighted. "Lady A." The shop owner immediately replied, Yes. After selecting and packing everything, Arya said, "Very good. Please help me deliver all of this to the Rose Scent family estate." The shop owner bowed and replied, "Yes." Arya turned and asked that it's been a while since we've been out. "Where should we go?" Annie said hesitantly, "My lady, I want to go to the Flower Exchange Cafe. I've always wanted to go there." Arya said gently, "Feel free to choose whatever you want to eat." She thought to herself, so she even knows about a luxurious cafe that only nobles frequent. TSK, I was planning on coming here anyway. Jessie held a newspaper in her hand. "Why, lady, I've brought a newspaper for you." Arya asked curiously, "Oh, really? From that newspaper boy?" "The newspaper boy. He doesn't look any different." Remembering the boy's bright smile, "Thank you," Jessie added, "but he looked quite hungry and tired." Arya thought, "It seems my help hasn't made your life any better. In that case, I won't worry myself over you anymore. So good luck to you." "Tisk," Jessie said with concern, Why, lady, you don't have to buy clothes for me. Huh? What are you talking about? Is she thinking that I value Annie more than her? Arya immediately encouraged her. Jessie, have you forgotten that you are the maid I cherish the most? I'm sure even Annie knows this. Annie immediately replied that that's right. I'm sure you're the one my lady cherishes the most. After all, you've been with her longer than I have. Thank you, my lady, for buying clothes for me. Oh, this is delicious. Arya thought to herself. She doesn't hide her materialistic tendencies at all. Jessie replied, then I'll humbly accept. Thank you very much, my lady. Of course, please eat and drink as you please. You can order more if you want. Jessie replied, yes, my lady. Arya read the newspaper intently while Jessie and Annie were enjoying the delicious food. She laughed as she read, oh ho. The newspaper article read as follows. The nobility is gradually losing their business partners. The main culprit behind this is a few influential nobles from a neighboring country. In reality, the main culprit is one of the lower-ranking nobles of Pinonua, isn't he? He bribed all the business partners of the nobility with money. Then he monopolized the sales channels. Later on, even the count will lose his business partners. After that, he made money by exclusively selling luxury products that the nobility often used at a very high price. At first, the nobles in the empire suspected each other, but then they blamed the wealthy nobles of the neighboring country. Only when that person accidentally dropped top-secret documents did they discover his true identity. Then it seems he fled to another country. That bastard TSK. Anyway, he's made enough money to change his identity, so no one can catch him. Can I take advantage of this? To deal with Lady Isis, I need to secretly amass a fortune that I can use freely, avoiding the Count's eyes. But it will be very difficult for me alone to build relationships with businesses belonging to the noble class. And before I can do that, I need to buy a large quantity of products first. That means I need money, but just pocket money isn't enough. How can I make a lot of money as quickly as possible? Money. That's right, the casino. If I use the hourglass once a day, then find out the market value of products, then calculate the total, then down below, Asher looked up at the store's rooftop and saw Arya. He said in surprise, Rose sent. At this moment, Jessie replied, I have a pair of twin brothers. They're helping with the farm work in the family. They're only 16. Annie said, I have an older brother. He's 23 this year. He's working at an inn near the central square. Working at an inn? So he's an errand boy. No, he manages the inn's ledger. Actually, when I came to work for the Count's family, I didn't know anything about his job, so I'm not too sure. Hearing that, she thought to herself, I can use him to sell the goods I've stockpiled. It's surprising that Annie is this useful to me. You should feel lucky that I've realized you're very useful to me. All right, I should take Annie to the casino later. And then, unexpectedly, at that very moment, a voice rang out. Lady Arya Rose sent, we meet again. Arya was surprised and silently called out, Asher, that's his name, right? Asher said, every time we meet, I feel like you're a little different. You've shot up. Annie saw him and wondered, who is he? He looks familiar. Arya said angrily, what is it that you want from me? I wanted to know if you got home safely last time. And I just came over to greet you, since we're in a cafe and not on the street. I would be honored if you could have tea and chat with me. Last time during that festival, thinking back, he helped me and then left before I could ask why he did it. So I feel a bit awkward greeting him now. Annie moved closer to her and whispered, my lady, my lady. She turned and replied, yes. Annie recounted, this is the man who was standing downstairs staring at you just now. Arya asked in surprise, really? I thought he was looking at this cafe, but it turns out that wasn't the case. He seems a bit strange, doesn't he? Should we call the guards? After thinking for a moment, Arya said, you two go sit at another table. I'll have tea with him for a little while. Jessie called out worriedly, my lady. Hearing this, Asher smiled and replied, thank you, Lady Arya. Annie whispered, are you sure the lady will be all right? Jessie said, our guards are waiting at the door, so if anything happens. Hearing that, Annie was startled. Is he a very dangerous person? Then we should stay close to the lady. But it seems Lady Arya has something she wants to discuss with him privately. At this moment, Asher spoke up, you agreed to my invitation more easily today than usual. I thought you would scold me for intruding on your relaxation time. TSK, it seems you're self-aware. I don't like having to keep meeting someone I don't know like this. I hope you'll stop this. Haha, what do you mean? Today was truly a coincidence. What are you talking about? Even the flowers you gave me. From what I was told, when Jesse brought the bouquet, my lady, the flower basket that Sir Rain gave you is only sold at a flower shop near the royal palace. The flowers they sell are grown in the royal palace itself, so only that place sells this type of flower. At that time, Arya nodded, I see. His master must also be living in the capital. Back to the present, Arya said, these are high-quality tulips, only sold near the royal palace, which is very far from here. Yet somehow, you managed to buy them to give to me after coincidentally seeing me sitting here. Sitting in a place this far from the royal palace? Why don't you stop with the act? Asher smiled and replied, I'm not. Did you spray water on them to make them look like newly bought flowers? To hide the fact that you had prepared the flowers in advance and were following me, right? Too bad for you. I already knew the origin of these flowers, so your plan? Asher explained, that's not it. I happened to see you on the street and quickly bought flowers to give to you. This is the only excuse I can give you at the moment. Arya thought with annoyance, TSK, that makes no sense at all. He then said, anyway, I'm very happy. I haven't said a single thing to make you happy. That's true, but the first time I gave you flowers, you accidentally dropped them on the ground. You remembered those flowers and went to find out their origin, didn't you? I'm very happy that I was able to get your attention. He's misunderstood everything. She quickly explained, I know the origin of those flowers because someone at home had already given me the exact same kind. These flowers? A gift? That makes sense. After all, tulips are a formal national flower. The person who sent you the flowers certainly has good taste. Hearing that, she thought coldly, I really don't understand why he keeps smiling. He can smile at anything I say. It's so annoying. For a moment, I suspected that he had fallen in love with me. But those eyes are not like the eyes of a man who has fallen for a woman. In those eyes, there's only amusement. It's not like I have no experience with men. From now on, I'll have to plan carefully. This mysterious man will only get in my way. I should end things with him right now. Asher suddenly spoke up. I've been paying a lot of attention to you lately, Lady Arya. The fact that you were the one who suggested the fur business to the Count is also quite interesting. Even the fact that you didn't try to take all the credit for that idea. Arya asked, stunned her. Then she suddenly remembered, but the Count didn't tell anyone about that, so... Rain, did that bastard go around blabbing everywhere? Thinking, Arya asked, was the person who told you that? Before she could finish, Asher said, from your expression, it seems those things are all true. I thought it was just speculation. Arya was even more surprised. Thinking back, I've already turned the hourglass. Later, the Count mentioned it, but he never directly said that I was the one who gave him the idea. And the atmosphere at that time was quite awkward. Was he just baiting me? I have to use the hourglass. Asher continued, and also, contrary to the rumors out there, I heard that you're actually a person of deep knowledge and great insight. She thought silently. Did I let Rain know too much? What exactly has he been telling people? I can't believe a rumor about me has reached the ears of a rural noble like this. I have to deal with this first. Asher suddenly made a proposal, so I was thinking of inviting you to my gathering. Arya immediately froze. Asher added, more accurately, it's a small meeting that I organize, but would you like to share your knowledge with us? Saying that, he gave a radiant smile and extended his hand towards her. Arya clutched the box and replied, what do you want to know from a woman? A woman? I understand. I can assure you that this is not some strange gathering. The reason I'm inviting you is not because you are a woman, but because I think your understanding and intelligence will help us, so I wanted to invite you. I would appreciate it if you could share your knowledge with us. Arya asked again, are all the guests men? He answered frankly yes. If you invite me to a place like that, aren't you afraid your reputation will be affected? I wouldn't allow someone who would criticize me just for inviting a woman to participate in this gathering. How can a person with such prejudices participate in a proper debate? More accurately, you can call a place where we can share our thoughts on the social, political, and economic situation. I really want to hear your views on such matters. Arya thought with some interest. He really wants me to attend such gatherings. In order to make a lot of money in the future, I need to have a lot of knowledge in those areas. Usually, only men actively talk about such topics, so a girl like me has very few opportunities to learn such information. When I heard that it was a gathering for men, I didn't even think about participating. However, I don't want to lose this opportunity. But can I trust this man? A person I don't even know. Asher seemed to understand her worries and said with a smile that I know you're a bit wary of me, so I won't ask you to answer me right now. In that case, I will send someone to the Count's estate. Please give your answer to that person. She was still hesitating. Asher suddenly touched her hair lightly. and took away a flower petal. Moreover, as I thought, it was a flower petal. It looked so natural it made me think it was a part of you. I'm glad you didn't think my action was rude. Well then, see you next time. After saying that, he turned and left. Jesse hurriedly approached and asked, My lady, are you all right? He must have wanted to do something to you. I'm fine. Arya recalled the time they were together, and she fell in a deep thought that I thought he was just a bastard who liked to tease me. But surprisingly, the conversation just now was very real and sincere, even when he teased me at the end. Annie called out, A little worry, my lady. Then she returned to the mansion. Rain arrived carrying 2 bouquets of flowers. Hello, I've come again. He quickly handed 1 bouquet to Miel. This is for you, Lady Miel. She accepted it happily. Oh my, the lilies are so beautiful. Seeing this, Arya thought with annoyance, he keeps coming here. He said cheerfully, These are flowers that my master grew in his garden. Miel praised, What a wonderful garden. Next, Rain handed the other bouquet to Arya. And this is for you, my lady. Arya took it and said, These tulips are the same as the ones you brought last time. Yes, they were also grown in my master's garden. Arya looked up in surprise and said, What? Arya fell in a deep thought. They're all flowers that his master grew in his garden. Count Rosent said with disappointment, I can't believe today is your last day here. If you had told us sooner, we could have prepared better things for you. Rain replied with a laugh, Haha, it's all right. Thank you for your warm hospitality during my time here. My master's work has basically succeeded, so from now on, I will help him complete the remaining tasks. I see. It's a pity you have to leave like this. Hearing that, he laughed, Ha! Arya was still lost in thought that he even grows the national flower right in his own garden. It's a type of flower only sold near the royal palace. What on earth does he mean by that? Ah, is he trying to let the whole world know that he is the royal family's loyal dog? Is he an official or a knight? But why would he want me to know that? Count Rosent suddenly spoke up. Ah, is it because you don't like my proposal? Rain quickly explained. What? Of course not. Oh, I see. You're being considerate of Arya's feelings. Then let's hear what she thinks about this. After all, she's sitting here with us. That's a bit. Hearing her name mentioned, Arya turned and asked, What is it? What are they talking about? The Count said bluntly, You see, it seems Sir Rain has taken an interest in you. What do you think, Arya? Haha. Rain said shyly, Haha. You're asking her too directly, my lord. Arya, he thought to herself, what? Not only can he not save his own skin, but now he wants to sell me off to build connections? He's not even trying to pair me with Rain's secret master, who should be the big fish behind this curtain. He just wants to pair me with a servant. The Count paid no mind and said, Rain is a good man, isn't he? The Countess, seeing this, looked displeased, my dear. Arya, however, thought angrily, I know I shouldn't have any hope for him anymore, but he still makes me feel nauseous. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Father is right. He has helped our family a lot. You're not seeing anyone right now, sister. I think you two are a good match. Ha! The Count also agreed. Right. Arya said with a smile. Is that so? But I think he's a better match for you. Hearing that, Miel said, Sister, please. I already have Sir Oscar. Ah, that's right, isn't it? I'd forgotten since you didn't mention it, because Sir Oscar never comes to visit you. Rain looked a bit awkward. Excuse me. The Count didn't understand what his 2 daughters were talking about. Huh. Miel still replied confidently. Even if he doesn't visit me often, he always sends gifts. Ah, that's right. You probably wouldn't know since he doesn't send gifts to you, after all. Arya thought to herself, wow, you must be very brave to say that, when you know full well that Lady Isis was the one who sent those gifts to you. So, are you happy? Even when you know that full well. Rain spoke up. It seems Lady Arya doesn't want to talk. I'm very grateful that you think of me that way, my lord. That's because Arya is still young. If you want, please come visit again. I'm serious. After hearing that, Arya let out an annoyed sigh. Ha. Rain also replied somewhat stiffly. Yes. Arya thought to herself, you have no intention of hearing my opinion on this, do you, you damn old Count? This is probably what marriage means to nobles. The Countess also thought angrily, how dare he touch my daughter? Arya clenched her fists, trembling with suppressed anger. Any noble can sell off his daughter, if need be. But I still can't calm my anger. Back in her room, Jessie was helping her change. Arya sat quietly, looking at a book and lost in thought. It seems Rain's master has given up. Just that makes me happy. He must have given up on Miel after hearing about Oscar and Miel at Lady Isis's birthday party. I don't know who he is, but it seems he knows his place. He probably comes from a family of lower status than the Duke's family. Suddenly, a knock was heard at the door. Jessie said, puzzled, who could be here at this hour? Oh my lady, it's Rain waved his hand, smiled, and said, "My apologies. I forgot that besides that bouquet, I have something else to give you. My master wants me to let him know your answer as soon as I return, so please read it right away." Arya thought, in surprise. A letter. The content inside was, "To Lady Arya Rasant, have you been well lately? If you have thought it through, I hope you will let my servant know your answer. Sincerely, Aesel." Reading this, Arya was startled in surprise. "Aesel what?" Rain immediately replied, "Yes, he's my master." She thought Aesel was the one who sent all those gifts. After thinking, she asked, "Wait, so when Sir Aesel sent those gifts to Meal," he explained, "that was a small misunderstanding. He confused you with your sister. My master has no interest whatsoever in Lady Meal, so please rest assured, those gifts were actually all for you. TSK, I also felt a bit sorry for you, so I bought you flowers," but hearing this, Arya coldly thought, "Are you talking about that meaningless bunch of flowers you gave me?" After thinking, she spoke up and asked, "By the way, didn't you say those flowers were grown in his garden? Last time you said that flower was a species he liked, but from what I know, it's a priceless flower cultivated in the royal palace. That means Sir Aesel is, especially since he only grows rare flowers, a person who really likes flowers." Rain broke out in a sweat and replied, "Yes, it seems so." He thought to himself, "Almost got it." Arya thought to herself, "Actually, I did consider the possibility that he's the crown prince, but I heard the crown prince attended Lady Isis's birthday party. There's no doubt he will marry Lady Isis." Rain asked, "So, anyway, we've cleared up the misunderstanding. Have you made your decision?" She suddenly raised her hand and said, "Wait, I understand that. But that only makes it harder for me to answer him." He asked, confused, "Why is that?" "Tisk, it seems Sir Aesel is a bigger figure than I am, right? So I understand even less why he would be interested in me." Rain immediately said, "I'm sure my master has already explained that to you." Arya replied, "Besides, I don't even know who he is." Rain smiled and thought, "Who is he?" Then he said, "I can't tell you that. But don't worry, he really just wants to borrow your knowledge. For a moment. To me, that's the strangest part. I'm not as wise and discerning as he thinks." I find it strange that you're the one saying that, Lady Arya. From what I've observed, you are a very intelligent and discerning person. You surprised me many times during our conversations. TSK, that's all thanks to the hourglass." She replied, "It's just some information I've picked up from various places. It doesn't matter where you got the information, but the ability." He repeated Aesel's words. Using those pieces of information logically is what's special about her. She understands her circumstances and conditions very well. I believe this is an innate talent. In a world where there are always people who don't put in any effort to try to understand that. Like this, if I meet someone with that heaven-sent ability, isn't it obvious that I would want to make such a person mine? Rain thought to himself, "Personally, I think he fell in love with you at first sight. But on the outside, he said that's what he said. Anyway, it's surprising to see you like this, because you're usually so confident. So what is your answer? Do you need more time?" Arya thought she didn't know who he was at all, and she still had so many questions. But in the end, she spoke, "Tell Sir Aesel that I will attend his meeting." I knew I would end up answering like this. I can only pray that Aesel won't pull any tricks. Later at the party, the ladies were chattering nonstop. Really? Oh my goodness. Arya sat to one side, thinking, this is the first time I've heard someone say, I'm truly talented. Before, I only heard people say I was a foolish and wicked child. It seems I've been holding back my potential all this time. Could my self-esteem be that low? Suddenly, two girls rushed over, shouting, Lady Arya. One lady approached Arya and asked, I heard that you were the one who gave advice to Lady Sarah. What? Another lady quickly explained, I'm talking about the best time to hold the Marquis's hand. How could you know that? He fell head over heels for her after just one shake of a hand. Arya heard this and suddenly understood. I used to be a commoner, so I'm quite familiar with these matters of love. Sarah, on the side, gave a forced smile and said, I'm sorry. She continued, perhaps because commoners aren't shy about expressing their feelings. I often heard about these things back then. The two girls were extremely interested upon hearing this. That's Lady Arya for you. Knowing so much, you must be a great love guru. It turns out there are things we can learn from commoners. Arya thought to herself, actually, that's not it. It's all from my many experiences in the past. Thinking this, she smiled and said, I don't know if I can be of much help, but feel free to ask me if you need anything. Really? I really want to experience a wonderful romance. So if I have the chance, I will definitely come ask you. Me too, Arya thought. Those tricks only work on the Marquis, because he was already in love with her anyway. But it doesn't matter. I don't plan on helping them as much as I helped Sarah anyway. The ladies gathered around Sarah, saying excitedly, "Who would have thought the Marquis could blush that much? Just because you held his hand? He must be much sweeter than the rumors say. I think you two look great together." Sarah replied shyly, "Oh my, is that so?" Suddenly, a lady spoke up. "All right, speaking of which, there have been a lot of false rumors about Lady Arya recently." Another lady also said, "Those rumors are so ridiculous. How could they?" Hearing this, Arya asked, "Rumors? Oh my goodness, you don't know?" She didn't seem to pay much mind. "TSK, there's more than just one or two ridiculous rumors about me out there. Which one are they talking about?" One lady said, "Does it even make sense? The worst rumor is that you tried to humiliate Lady Meal by seducing Sir Oscar." How could they? Arya thought, but that's completely true, isn't it? However, she feigned innocence and replied, "Oh my, how could I do such a thing? That's right, you could never do that. A lady as kind and lovely as you." I told them they were wrong, but no one believed me. Both ladies rushed to hug and comfort her. Arya thought to herself, it must have been Emma and those maids who spread this rumor. The two continued to talk and comfort her. Fortunately, everyone heard the news that Sir Oscar took care of Lady Meal during Lady Isis's birthday party. Thanks to that, those false rumors disappeared so quickly. But we were all very upset. It felt as if we were being badmouthed too. Our Lady Arya, how sad must you have been? She replied cheerfully, "Oh my, I understand. I didn't even pay any attention to it. The most important thing is that because of Oscar's actions, all my plans have gone down the drain. But what should I do? Should I borrow some of Aesel's power? Who is he really?" Suddenly, a lady sitting opposite spoke up. "Lady Arya, you've been pondering for quite a while." A lady next to her saw this and added, "Could it be you also have someone you like?" Arya quickly waved her hands in denial. "What? Ah, that's not it. I was just thinking about something else." Hearing this, the ladies became even more excited. "What are you thinking about? That's so suspicious. I can see it. Who is it? Everyone, please tell us." One lady teased, "Who could possibly receive the attention of our lovely Lady Arya?" Sarah, on the side, also became curious upon hearing this. Attention? Everyone clamored, continuously pressing, "Tell us." "Ha!" Arya replied, "I swear, it's not what you think." "Really?" Sarah was a little sad. "Who could it be? I feel a little jealous." Annie giggled. "How should I store these things? I hope I'll find a suitable opportunity to wear them soon. Like a village party, for instance." Jessie said cheerfully, "That's right." Arya asked in surprise, what are you talking about?" "Ah, haven't I told you to? From now on, you two will be my companions. So you must dress like this when you work." Both of them shouted in astonishment. "Companions?" Usually, only nobles get to decide the role of a companion, like going out with a lady or attending parties together. "That's right, you two will become my companions." A moment later, Annie put on the dress and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." "Yes, we will have new maids today, so you two must do a good job of being my companions." Jessie quickly replied, "Yes, my lady, thank you." Suddenly Annie shouted, "Thank you. Actually, I could have chosen some good maids for you." But that Emma suddenly said she would appoint the new maids for you herself. So Arya laughed cheerfully. How could I refuse the maid's meal scent? That's true. But my lady, there are many people out there who want to become your maids. They all know how well you treat me, so they also want to become your maids. I can swear that you are the best, my lady." Arya crossed her arms and chuckled. She thought to herself. This must be why Emma had to send someone else over to watch me. Arya asked softly, "So what is your name?" The new maid bowed her head tensely and replied, "I am Very, my lady." Arya silently assessed. Oh my, look at her fearful expression. It reminds me of Annie when she was first transferred here. It's probably because they're both young, but just looking at their expressions is enough to know that they're here to watch me. Although I didn't realize this before. Wait a minute, she's that girl, isn't she? It is. Suddenly memories from her past life emerged. Very was the one who instigated everything. If that girl ignores you, my lady, you can just throw things at her. How can you stand it? If you wish, I will put poison in her water. Sir Kane, please forgive me. Lady Arya was the one who ordered me to do everything. After remembering, Arya gave a cold smile. So was you? Then Arya ordered, you pour the tea. And you too. If you become my companions, you should also receive some gifts, right? Let me give you another brooch. Annie exclaimed in surprise, my lady. Oh my, Jessie said I don't need it. Very muttered under her breath. This vulgar wench. Not long after, Arya slapped Vari's hand hard. She shouted, "Your hand is shaking too much while pouring tea. You don't even know how to pour tea?" Annie thought doubtfully. Was her hand shaking that much? Vari bowed her head and replied, "No, I apologize." Arya said coldly, "If you don't want to be criticized, then don't do things that make you have to apologize to others in the first place. Why can't you hold the teapot properly? You've dirted the table. Don't you even know such basic things? Look, can't you see the tea is cold? Bring a new set here." Vari gritted her teeth and endured, yes. Then Arya lamented, "My goodness, I didn't think Meal would send such a useless person here. I don't have time to teach her. Annie, please help me." Annie, with her eyes shining, replied, "Aha, I believe I can do that well." Jessie also spoke up, If so, then I will also do my best." But in her heart, she wondered, "Teacher?" Arya smiled and said, Good, good. You two are so reliable. It's been a long time since I've felt this excited. I wonder how long it will take for you to fall into the trap, Vari." Afterwards, Arya went to a tea shop and requested, "Give me a latte with macarons." "This way, please." Arya walked inside, thinking to herself, "I'm very happy that Ace will quickly let me know the time of the meeting. But is it necessary to hold a simple meeting in such a secret place? If anything happens, I just need to turn back the clock and escape from this place." She stepped into the room, and Aesel cheerfully said, "You're here." Arya bowed gracefully. "It's a pleasure to meet everyone. You can call me Rasant." "No, please call me Arya." Rin spoke up again. "Welcome, Lady Arya. This is my first time here, so I hope everyone will guide me." Arya thought to herself, "Rin and that knight I saw last time are also here." Rin said, "Then let me introduce myself." But the nobles immediately cut in. "I am Vika." Arya looked at him and thought, "He looks familiar. I saw him at a party before I died, didn't I? From what I can remember, he is a rather progressive nobleman. I'm sure this will be a rather diverse and liberal meeting. There will be no discrimination here based on class, age, or gender. Everyone welcomed me. No one had any prejudice against me." Rin and everyone said, "So let's begin." And that's right. So Arya silently speculated. They're talking about the casino case, but something is rather strange. Aesel talks to everyone very casually, except for me. But why does everyone speak to Aesel so formally? While she was pondering, everyone was also discussing. When gambling, players don't know when to stop. So the casino needs to be closed. Do you know how much tax the casino pays? You can't just close it because you say so. "That's right," Vika exclaimed. "Currently, the Crown Prince has started to take over the casino. Neighboring countries are also starting to take an interest in our casino. Perhaps this will be a good opportunity to attract nobles from neighboring countries." Rin added, "Moreover, if we suddenly close the casino, underground casinos might appear in society illegally." Arya silently agreed. He's right. In the past, when the casino was forced to close due to some incidents, illegal gambling and illicit substances became a problem for the empire. The gap between the rich and poor became even more pronounced. The situation was very chaotic. A man spoke up, "So, if we manage the casino based on a system that limits the amount a player can bet, what criteria would you use to set those limits? A person's income for a year or based on the value of their assets? Will those who are truly passionate about gambling report the actual figures to you?" Arya suddenly thought, "That's what I said. This guy, She raised her hand and said, "I think that." Arya paused for a moment. "It seems their views are more old-fashioned than I thought." Then she continued, "No matter how that casino is managed, it's highly likely that it will later get a bad reputation for becoming a failed business venture. From there, the people's resentment towards the Crown Prince will also increase." Vika asked, "So is there a way to protect the Crown Prince's reputation?" She was surprised and wondered to herself, "Do we need to worry about that too? Why would someone from the noble faction care about that?" She replied, "If you really want to protect the Crown Prince's reputation, there is a way. Just throw this bomb to someone else, like a member of the noble faction, for example." Vika muttered under his breath, "Throw this bomb. If so, His Highness the Crown Prince will be criticized for not being able to manage such an important business well." Arya silently said, "What's wrong with him?" As I said, at the present time, the casino can be said to be a very good source of money. But in the long run, it is not beneficial for the empire. She concluded on her own, and in the end, it will surely fail. We can only obtain the resources of the neighboring aristocracy to a certain extent. So if the Crown Prince cedes the right to operate the casino to someone else, won't everyone eventually praise him for this wise decision? A man stood up to object. "How can you be so sure that the casino business will fail? On the contrary, if we make this decision hastily," at this point Aesel spoke up, "Don't. We've had a lot of good ideas to solve this. but I quite like the idea of transferring the casino to the aristocracy. That way, we will create an opportunity to reprimand them in the future. I like this idea because it gives the crown prince an opportunity to retaliate against the aristocracy. Arya thought happily. This is what he has been aiming for all along. Aesol said, "So, our meeting will end here." As they were leaving, Rin approached. "I can't believe that all this time I didn't know about the existence of such an intelligent person." Arya replied warmly, "That's because I'm not as intelligent as you think." "Ha! You are very humble, my lady. I hope we can cooperate in the future. Then I'll take my leave. Please be careful." Aesol glared at Rin. "Aren't you leaving?" "What? Do I have to go too?" "Yes." Then Aesol ran after her and called out, "Lady Arya, what do you think of the meeting?" Arya turned back and replied, "Don't you think you should explain a few things to me before I give you my thoughts?" "Haha, I don't know what you're talking about. Even if you try to avoid the question, I won't let it go." "Sir Aesol, who are you really?" "Today, I need to hear this answer. Who are you really that you have to hide your identity to this extent, Sir Aesol? I don't like a relationship where one side keeps so many secrets." Aesol didn't answer, just laughed. "Haha." Seeing this, Arya asked, annoyed, "What's so funny?" "Nothing. It's just that I can't make any excuses for myself because everything you said is true." "Haha. Sorry for making you angry. I think I want to get to know you a little more." Lady Arya. Hearing that, Arya asked, confused, "Why do you want to get to know me? He doesn't seem attracted to me, and I've never given him any reason to be interested in me." Aesol pondered for a moment, then said, "I'm not sure. There are a few reasons, but I think I was very interested in your advice to the Count about investing in the fur market. You are very good at predicting market trends." Arya thought, is he passionate about recruiting knowledgeable people to his side? After thinking, she replied, "Oh, from what I saw in this meeting, it seems you really like people like that, don't you? Everyone is educated and doesn't have old-fashioned prejudices. I think we could trust each other more if you were willing to reveal your identity right now." He rubbed his chin and thought, this is a bit difficult for me. Hearing this, Arya exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He looked at her in thoughtful silence. "The Rasent family. If I reveal my identity as the crown prince right now, when I have no power to fight against a noble faction like this, it won't benefit me at all." After a moment of hesitation, Aesol said, "I'm sorry. I understand that your concern is justified, but please give me more time. Just call me a mysterious benefactor attracted by your intelligence and wit." Aesol's gaze made her heart flutter. Arya leaned away to avoid his gaze, telling herself, "No, I can't. Every time I look into his eyes, I feel as if he's taking the initiative from my hands." "All right, fine, although you look quite suspicious. But I know for sure that you won't hurt me. But I still hope you won't make me wait too long." Then she sighed and thought, "My goodness, Arya, you swore that today you would find out his true identity." Behind her, Aesol said, "Thank you for understanding. So have you guessed who I am?" "What? Why? Didn't you say you wouldn't tell me? So why are you asking me this now?" "I'm just curious what you think of me. What a strange person. I don't know. At first, you looked like a rural nobleman who came to the city with a small amount of money, hoping to make as much as possible from those small numbers. But from the way you talk, from your wealth, and from the gifts you gave me, I thought you might be the crown prince. But I know that Lady Isis's fiancé couldn't possibly come to places like this." So Arya was about to continue when he suddenly reached out his hand and said, "Lady Arya, you really go far beyond what I could have imagined." Arya tilted her head to avoid him. Yes. I know I'm jumping to conclusions. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? So now I just conclude that you are a nobleman. I don't know. Sir Aesol, the lover of secrets." He said, "I see. That's enough for me. I hope you will attend the next meeting." I'll consider it." But in her heart, she had already decided. "I'll probably go." Later at the dining table in the Count's mansion, Emil hugged the bouquet of flowers, beaming. He sends flowers here often. The Count also said he probably wants to maintain a good relationship with our family. Even if he says he's very busy, it's good for us anyway. That's right, but he probably has feelings for Sister Arya too, right? "Oh, Emil, you just confirmed my thoughts. I knew I wasn't wrong." "Mother, don't you think so?" she exclaimed in surprise. He doesn't seem like a bad person, he's a bit. But we still don't know his background, so I'm a little worried about that." Suddenly the Count praised, "This dish is delicious." "Oh my, really? Wouldn't someone from a lower class be a better match for Sister Arya?" At this moment, Arya spoke up. "Father, is the warehouse construction plan I proposed last time still going well?" "Yes, I've studied that plan. It's an excellent plan, so I've had people start implementing it." "Oh my, I can't believe you trusted my foolish plan. This is like a dream." "What do you mean? What foolish plan?" "That plan is so excellent that I'm considering letting you inherit the family business." Mama, of course I can't do that because you're a girl. It means I value you a lot. But in the future, if you have any good ideas, just let me know. Don't be shy. Of course, father. She glanced at Meal, then frowned and silently said, why does she keep trying to pick a fight with me for no gain? She's become too arrogant just because she thinks Lady Isis and Oscar are on her side now. I'm so tired of her and the Count. The Count said again, just thinking about it makes me happy. Someone, bring up the new bottles of wine. Yes, sir. Arya was not happy and was lost in thought. There's no other way. I have to handle things myself. A few days later, Arya went out looking splendid. Annie followed behind, carefully holding up her dress. My lady, are you transferring to another carriage? Where are we going? Arya got in the carriage and said, take me to the casino. Yes, my lady. Annie heard this and exclaimed in astonishment. To the casino? Yes. Annie quickly reminded her, but my lady, you're not of age yet. Sure, I have a way. So don't call me by my name when we get there. Then she took a fake ID out of her pocket. Da-da. Then I shall just call you my lady? That'll do. A moment later, the two arrived at the location with the masks they had prepared. The attendant bowed respectfully, welcome. Arya then said, please lead me to the main hall and exchange 100 gold into chips for me. Oh, and also, please bring me 2 glasses of Pinot Noir to the second floor. The attendant replied, yes. A moment later, she gazed down at the bustling scene on the floor below. It's been a while since I've been here, but this place hasn't changed much. Annie, behind her, was very excited. My lady, isn't this delicious? Arya continued to muse. Everyone is gathered here. Gambling in broad daylight like this is really something. TSK, I probably don't look any different from them. Suddenly, she noticed a crowded group, their voices echoing non-stop. Ace of Hearts. I was wrong again. How can a person pick the right card from that pile? I'm going to play another game. Seeing Arya approach, the attendant asked, would you like to join, my lady? All right, then please allow me to lead you to a seat. A moment later, the dealer was extremely skillful. His fingers flicked out a card, King of Hearts. The annoyed players exclaimed, ah, it's hearts again. Give me a high card already. The dealer then asked, is anyone betting on this card? Arya then flipped over a King of Hearts. Everyone around exclaimed in astonishment, congratulations. The other players began to chatter. I don't think I've ever seen you before. This is what you call beginner's luck, young lady. The next day, they said in surprise again, 4 of Hearts. She guessed right again. Goodness, her luck is really lasting. The next day, 8 of Diamonds. By now, a large crowd had surrounded Arya, staring intently at the card in her hand, their voices filled with suspense. What did you pick, young lady? As soon as the card was revealed, they gasped, it's a match. She guessed right again. You're amazing. No way. She must have used magic, right? The astonished cries from the crowd continued to ring out. Amazing. Oh, what are these strange happenings? Contrary to the excitement around her, Arya cursed inwardly. Damn it. Using the hourglass for 3 consecutive days is too much for me. Just as she was about to turn away, they complained, hey, are you planning to leave right after winning like always? How about you stay and chat with us for a bit today? Look over here. Arya said in a low voice, let's split up. Call a carriage to the casino entrance and wait for me there. Annie replied, yes, my lady. Seeing the two of them split up to leave, a nobleman said, don't be like that. Let's talk. Please reveal your tricks to us. The others shouted frantically, after her, talk to us. Arya thought with annoyance, these gamblers, they really have no manners at all. How long are they going to chase me? The noisy crowd clamored in Arya's direction. She went this way, right? I think she went inside. Did she move to a private room to avoid us? She definitely has some secret strategy. Let's go. Arya felt extremely annoyed. I have to hide. Suddenly, a voice rang out. This way. After being pulled into a room and the door was shut, Arya was momentarily surprised. Ah, a lion's head made of gold. It's an eyesore. Wait a minute, but just now his voice sounded familiar. Seeing her suspicious look, Asher quickly turned away. I've booked this entire private room, so you can stay here for a while. Arya was a little suspicious. Was I mistaken? The voices of the crowd echoed noisily from outside. I swear she went this way. Or did she go upstairs? Goodness, she's really fast. Hurry up. A moment later, the space gradually returned to silence. Arya turned and asked, are they gone? Then I'm sorry for the intrusion. I'll just. He raised his hand to interrupt her. Wait, they might not have gone far. I think you should stay here a little longer. With that, he opened the door and whispered to his guard, Sork, go disperse the crowd out there. He replied, yes, sir. Asher turned back. To be honest, if I may, I'd also like to ask you the same question as them. You see, my lady, I've heard a lot about you. Those things have made me very intrigued. How could you pick the correct card out of a total of 52? You even did it 3 times in a row. I'm only asking because I'm curious. If you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to answer me. I don't want to seem like those men outside. Arya looked at his eyes through her mask. I don't sense any ill intentions from him. To be more precise, he seems friendly. It's just my intuition, but it seems like he's not a stranger. Then Arya spoke. Since you saved me, I will answer your question. Asher exclaimed in surprise. It's just that I trust my ability and dare to bet everything on it. Asher asked curiously, your ability? Yes. After all, luck is a type of ability, isn't it? Looking at Asher's stunned face of disbelief, Arya thought to herself, of course, I can't let my guard down around him. After all, he's just a stranger. Suddenly, a knock was heard at the door. Sork announced, I have dispersed the crowd. Asher said with some annoyance, you finished the job you were given too quickly. Yes, thank you for the compliment. Your Highness is praising me, right? He sighed and turned to look at Arya. I think you can leave now. All right, thank you for everything. I'll be going. After Arya had left, Asher slowly took off his mask. She's too conspicuous. A simple mask can't hide that radiance. Your Highness Prince Asher, Vika is coming to report to you. Oh, he's back from his tour. Then Asher asked, so what do you think? Vika replied, as predicted, it's Viscount Vic. He wants to buy the casino as soon as he gathers enough money. Asher looked at the document and said, when he gathers enough money? I guess even a nobleman like Viscount Vic doesn't have enough money to buy this casino outright. He said he would try to prepare the money as quickly as possible, as long as we don't hand the casino over to someone else. From his reaction, I guess that this sale will definitely be very smooth. All we did was tell him that the Crown Prince felt that the casino business was a burden and gave him the information that the Crown Prince wanted to throw this casino away. Yet he took the bait immediately. This is enough to see how much they look down on me. TSK. Anyway, that's a good thing. You did tell him to keep it a secret from Lady Isis, right? Of course. Even if we didn't mention it, he wouldn't have said anything. After all, he doesn't plan on obeying her forever. He'll want to accumulate as much wealth as possible. If so, this casino will not operate based on the law. We've even prepared a plan to force him to use the casino for profit. Then, when we close the casino again, the noble faction will surely be in a difficult position. It will certainly be a sight to behold. After all, the greed of the nobles has no limits. Despite collecting a lot of wealth, they never raise the servant salaries. I can't just sit back and watch all the power be concentrated solely in the hands of one social class like this. Speaking of a noble faction, Count Rossent's warehouse. The warehouse designed to evade customs. It will probably be difficult for us to tax it. With the current laws, we can't do anything about that warehouse. Does that mean we have no choice but to enact a new law? What headache. Goodness. I'm sure they used some cunning trick. I don't know who came up with this method, but I'm sure that person is just a sycophantic, nameless, and crafty person. Who could it be? I'll find that person and teach him a lesson. Asher said loudly, if you have nothing else to report, get out of here immediately. Vika rushed off. Yes, sir. He thought to himself, it seems I said the wrong thing. Alone in the room, Asher let out a sigh. Phew. He looked up at the ceiling. The image of Arya involuntarily appeared in his mind, along with her question, who on earth are you? Lord Asher. He looked into the distance and mumbled that I want to ask you the same thing. Who are you? In his mind, Arya's silhouette became clearer. Why do you keep attracting my attention? Others might say that I'm captivated by your intelligence or your beauty. But the truth is, your very existence is what's stirring my emotions. A moment later, he opened his eyes. It seems this is a very serious problem. At the Count's residence, that MY lady, this check has too many zeros. You finally decided to cash in all the chips. Does that mean you won't be going to the casino anymore? You've already exchanged all those chips for money. Yes, we won't be going there anymore. Annie said regretfully, but the wine there was delicious. Arya sighed, calculating. Everything has its limits. I can't keep using the hourglass to play like that. Even if I have to disguise myself as someone else, it's not worth betting more money. The risk is too great. Besides, I'm very tired. Although this amount of money is a bit small to monopolize the market, it's definitely enough for me to start my plans. Annie, I need your brother. Bring him here, and I'll reward you with a very handsome gift. We have many, many things to do. Andrew, Annie's biological brother. He asked, bewildered. As much sugar as possible. Arya thought to herself, I'll hoard a large amount of sugar before that happens. A moment later, at a tea party, the ladies whispered among themselves. Have you heard about Lord Serby? Yes, I heard that you lost a sum of money. Oh my, I heard that Viscount Y had a similar problem. Oh dear, I heard that too. Arya thought to herself, they are my tutors. She recalled them saying, what about you? Would you like to meet my son? Or perhaps you should marry early. She continued to ponder. Small families like theirs don't own land, so they don't have the opportunity to expand their business. That's why they keep bothering me about marriage. If I marry their son, that family will benefit from the power and influence of the Count's family. While she was lost in thought, a lady said, I'm worried this will affect my family. Another added, me too. They suspect there's a spy in our midst. Arya thought, small families that don't belong to the aristocracy. Like you don't need to worry about these things. Don't fret over it. But it's true that there's an enemy spy. The way that person targeted the small families granted market monopoly rights by the aristocracy is enough to show how complicated this case is. A foreigner couldn't have done this. But from what I know, the Pannonia nobles started this. Wait, actually, in this case, the ones who lost the most are those in the noble faction. If someone wanted to attack the aristocracy, this person must be someone like the Crown Prince. Could it be that the Crown Prince used a foreigner to set this up? Sarah called her name in a low voice. Lady Arya. But Arya was currently lost in her thoughts. This could be a power struggle. I have to be very careful. I can't get caught up in this. Seeing she didn't react, Sarah moved closer. Lady Arya. That startled Arya. Miss Sarah, since when? Sarah smiled and said, I apologize for disturbing your thoughts. Did I frighten you? No, I was a bit distracted just now. Of course. Are you worried about your father? Huh? No, I'm not. Sarah took Arya's hand. I believe the Rosent family will not collapse just because of this. Lady A, whenever you need, I can always help. Please tell me. Arya flinched slightly and cried out, Sarah, you think that even in the most difficult times for business, the Count's family still has enough wealth to live lavishly for 3 more generations. But it doesn't matter. She's too cute. Suddenly, Sarah leaned close to her ear and whispered, that's right, there's this. The Marquis has proposed to me. Arya exclaimed with excitement. Oh my goodness. Sarah gestured with her hand. Lady Arya is the first person to hear about this. The Marquis would like to invite you to a meal. After all, it's thanks to you that he met me. What do you mean? The two of you met thanks to your efforts, Miss Sarah. I didn't help at all, huh? Lady Arya is so humble. The engagement ceremony will be held next spring. I wonder if you could spare me some time before the engagement ceremony takes place. I've always wanted to let the Marquis know that I have a wonderful friend, Miss Sarah. Of course. Arya rejoiced inwardly. Sarah, you are truly the best investment decision I've ever made. The next day, Lane spoke up, S.O. if this situation continues for another 6 months, about 5 families will go bankrupt, and the lower-ranking nobles will have difficulty paying the upper-tier noble faction. If they continue to believe that the noble faction will help them, then sooner or later those small families will collapse. Arya pondered. Just as I thought, the topic of today's meeting is about the aristocracy's customers being stolen. But what's interesting is everyone is focusing on who will be affected by this, not who did it. This is a new and interesting perspective, quite refreshing. But these people, they find it fun to mock the noble faction, don't they? Another person said, this could even hurt the Duke. Vika continued, and it could have a significant impact on the Count as well. Arya, as the Count's daughter, what do you think? Or am I mistaken? Vika, you're also part of the noble faction. I have nothing to say on this matter. Arya thought to herself, I'll just sit quietly and listen. Another person said, it seems Viscount Vic is about to use some tricks in managing the casino. He'll try to find a way to salvage the current situation by manipulating the casino's win rates to attract customers. After all, right now the casino is the fastest way to fill the hole in their funds. Hearing this, Arya was slightly astonished. She spoke up and asked, is Viscount Vic and the casino related in any way? Vika replied, it's nothing major. You see, not long ago, the Viscount bought the casino from the Crown Prince. Arya asked in surprise, what? Why? The Crown Prince had no intention of selling the casino. Asher sat there, watching her intently. Arya was inwardly flustered. Why is everyone staring at me? At this moment, Asher said, Lady Arya must have thought that the Crown Prince would not sell the casino. That's right, why? She gave a forced smile, thinking, the way you're staring at me is making me uncomfortable. Because in the past, the casino was never sold. That useless crown prince continued to run the casino. Then an accident struck, and the crown prince failed in managing the casino. At that time, he was heavily criticized. After all, I criticized him too. I heard the crown prince ruined the casino. But I can't say that. Then Arya explained, if he sold the casino right away, after taking it back from Viscount Louvre, it would look very strange, wouldn't it? But the crown prince only took the casino to investigate it. Who knows, it might be sold to a suitable owner after the investigation. Arya pondered, a suitable owner? But if that person is Viscount Vic, she thought, a pure-blooded nobleman, right? How could he become a suitable owner? Oh, a suitable owner. This matter. A moment later, she said, "As you said, this case is a blow to the noble faction. If the Crown Prince's supporters were behind this, then it could also be said that His Highness has chosen the right person to exploit. In this situation, the Viscount will be forced to use the casino to bring him the greatest benefit, and sooner or later, an accident will strike. If I were the Crown Prince, I would use this loophole to crush the noble faction. But that would only happen if the Crown Prince's faction was really behind this." A moment later, the meeting ended. People gradually left. Arya was in turmoil. They just all talk. But if you really had the power of a crown prince, could you make that decision and carry it out? I remember I was the only one who proposed closing the casino in the last meeting. Usually, public opinion wouldn't go in that direction. Did I create a butterfly effect at some point, which then affected this outcome? Impossible. This is just a meeting for people to share their views. Suddenly, Asher called out, "Lady Arya, my lady, you were wonderful today. I think you have something you need to tell me." "Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for not providing you with the information beforehand. It's all right. My sources are rather slow anyway. But I'm also a little sad that you didn't let me know in advance. But your reasoning was quite accurate." Arya wondered to herself. Accurate? Who knows? That's just my thought. In reality, I can't know what the Crown Prince was thinking. On what basis do you think the Crown Prince really thought that? Asher smiled and replied, "I'm quite sure that His Highness thinks the same way as you, my lady. You don't have to flatter me. If I could guess it, then anyone could. No, my compliments to you are not empty words, nor are they flattery. I hope that these words from the heart can overcome your modesty, my lady." Their eyes met. In that brief moment, the atmosphere became quiet. A moment later, she spoke shyly. "I understand. I don't think I deserve that compliment, but thank you anyway. I'm only telling the truth." In the carriage on the way back, Arya mused, "It's nice to be liked by others, but opening up to someone with so many secrets makes me feel uncomfortable. If only Oscar were as proactive as him. Oscar is too passive. Speaking of Oscar, maybe I should just give up on using him." Scene change. The blue brooch sparkled on Miel's dress. It looked exactly like the one Arya had once. Given to Oscar. She chirped happily. "Haha. Now we're ready to meet Lady Isis." In a luxurious carriage, Isis thought, "I heard Viscount Vic has taken over the casino. That fool. He was blinded by the money he could get immediately and did something so pointless. He said he tricked the Crown Prince into selling it at a low price. Isn't that beneficial for us? But it still can't compare to the pressure from the casino that I put on the Crown Prince. Who could it be? There's no way the Crown Prince, a man who fears the threat of the nobles, would have thought of this. Someone must have advised him to do it, and without a doubt, the attack on luxury goods also came from the Crown Prince's faction." The carriage then stopped at the Rose-Scent Count's residence. Seeing Isis step down, Miel spoke up. "Welcome, Lady Isis. It seems I'm a little late, Lady Miel." "No, not at all. You must be tired after your journey. It's good to see you, and please accept this. This is summer black tea from the Grandbert region. I asked the peddler to leave a jar for each of us." "How rare. Thank you. I'll go brew it right away." "This way, please." In the quiet garden, Isis lifted her teacup and said with a smile, "By the way, that brooch suits you very well. Is a blue diamond. Ah, Lord Oscar gave this to me." Isis exclaimed, "Oh my, really? No wonder. I knew he was good at picking gifts, right? I've never seen such a beautiful blue diamond." Isis said, "It has even more meaning than that." Miel cried out in surprise. "Huh, I also saw Oscar wearing a similar brooch." Wearing things like that isn't like him. So I asked, and he said he thinks of you when he wears it. Now that I see yours, I understand that he gave you a matching couple's brooch. Oh my. Hearing this, Miel blushed. Lord Oscar. Isis, though still smiling, was very annoyed inside. Of course I'm lying. Anyone can tell that the whore's daughter was the one who gave it to him. What is this? How can I stand by and watch that happen when I could easily give you a matching one? On this side, Miel was lost in a daydream. Lord Oscar, I didn't know you thought of me so much. Isis thought, and Miel rose scent. She knows full well Oscar didn't give it to her, but still pretends not to notice. A proper noble should be like that, pleasing those of high status while controlling those of low status. On the other hand, the Count, he should find a better woman if he wants to remarry. Why would he even think of introducing a whore as his wife? He'll probably dump her when he gets tired of her beauty. She must have seduced him somehow. We, the House of Frederick, are allied with the Count, but we must still maintain our dignity. Thinking this, Isis frowned and said, she is so rude. It must be because of her low status, right? Why didn't she come to greet me? You must have suffered a lot living with her, Lady Miel. Her attitude and manners are a bit rude, so I think it's better if you don't meet her. Hearing this, Isis became even more determined. She ordered a servant. If she's rude to me, then isn't she even worse to you? I think I must personally warn her. Bring Lady Arya here. The servant replied respectfully, Yes, my lady. A moment later, Arya appeared before them. She spoke softly. I apologize for being late. Lady Isis. Isis looked at her appearance and thought to herself, it seems she knows how to greet properly. It's all right, Lady Arya. Although she said that, in her heart she was sneering. Well, I guess even a lowborn girl like her can learn how to greet in 2 years, though I'm sure that's all she can do. As soon as Arya stood up straight and looked into Isis's eyes, her dazzling beauty made Isis tilt her head away. Have the clouds passed? It feels like the sun is brighter. My eyes. Then Isis said, Sit down. It's good to see you. Are you unwell? No, I just thought it would be inappropriate to visit you without permission. Oh, my mistake. I forgot your humble status and didn't call for you. It seems there are some unpleasant rumors damaging the Rose-Scent family's reputation lately. I hope you've learned how to adapt to high society by now. Arya replied without looking at her. Yes, I'm very grateful for the kindness you've shown me, and I am still trying to improve. She thought to herself, those rumors were spread by you and Miel. Annie, how could you forget that Lady Isis was coming today? I know I told everyone to leave me alone, but Annie said, flustered, I'm sorry, my lady. Arya could only sigh. At this moment, Isis said again, trying is not enough. You must ensure you do not disgrace your family. Arya told herself, it's okay. Arya, don't let her blame you. Once you've greeted her, you can quietly return to your room. After thinking, she bowed and said, I will do my best. Isis frowned and cursed inwardly. This lowly girl dares to answer me. Really? How can her voice be so clear and confident? Does she think I'm that easy to fool? Then she looked down and asked, How is the tea I brought? Seeing Arya lift the teacup, she thought with contempt, Do you really think a common girl like you can distinguish the flavor in this luxurious tea? After drinking, Arya replied, It's delicious. Look at her. She says that without even knowing what kind of tea it is. But right after, Arya gave a detailed assessment. It has a very distinct bitter taste and leaves a tangy aftertaste in the mouth. It must be summer black tea from the Granber region. I heard this tea is wonderful to drink in the summer because it cools the body. It's an honor to drink such a rare beverage. Isis paused, stunned, and asked, Really? So, you know what it is? Arya replied, Yes. She thought to herself, It's a good thing I brought the hourglass. She added, But I think it would taste better with half a spoonful of sugar. This tea can be drunk with sugar, right? The air suddenly fell silent. Isis laughed awkwardly. Ha ha. Arya also smiled in return. A moment later, Isis spoke up. Forgive me for this sudden visit and for taking up your time. I think that's enough for a greeting, so I'll be leaving now. Arya bowed and replied, Thank you for your concern. After Arya returned to her room, she sighed wearily. Phew, I was almost mocked by them. Before turning the hourglass, Isis burst out laughing and said, Just as I thought, you don't know what it is. Miel chimed in. Well, obviously, since she comes from the lower class. You know, this tea. Her eyes were filled with malice towards me. Lady Isis is definitely someone I must be careful of. A moment later, Annie ran in. I swear I forgot, my lady. I'm so sorry. It's all right. I told you not to bother me unless it was something important anyway. Hearing this, Annie called out emotionally, My lady. Oh, that's right. I heard from my brother. The letter just arrived, Andrew. In the letter, Andrew said, I made a deal with the owner of Flower Mountain. For now, I'm only selling 5% of the supply at 10 times the original price as you instructed. After reading, Arya thought to herself, good. Now people will flock to them. Scene changed to the Flower Mountain Cafe. The annoyed customers grumbled. Hey, where did you get that sugar from? Don't you think you should share instead of keeping it for yourself? While waiting for the servant to pour the tea, Annie spoke softly. My lady, it seems that cafe owner resold the sugar for 30 times the price. Wouldn't it be better if you sold it yourself, my lady? The reason I called your brother is because I don't want to attract attention. Besides, when it comes to investing, you shouldn't press your luck once you've reached your set profit margin. I'm diversifying my investments to have many types of assets while reducing my risk. Risk? Is that so? Diversification? Arya said again. Also, very. When are you going to brew the tea at the right temperature? Here? And why are the cookies so bad? Very answered flusteredly. Ah, my lady, sugar has been quite scarce lately, so. Arya said irritably. You think I don't know? So is it reasonable for you to bring out something this bland? No, but Arya cut her off. Can't you think of any other way? I didn't intend to call for you, but it's been weeks and you haven't shown me any improvement. Noticing the tense situation, Annie smiled and said, That's right. At the very least, you should have picked some flowers and tried to make it taste better. Right, my lady? Arya mused. Come to think of it, we're out of honey too. Before, when I made a fuss about the bad food, I remember I bought something as a substitute. That's right. She looked at the bottle in her hand. It's perfume oil. It became popular before because the sweet scent of the oil compensated for the sweetness in food, right? If I remember correctly, we bought it from Baron Bumbum's shop. While thinking, Arya remembered something. She ordered Very, leave this here and go sweep the stairs in front of the room. I see a bit too much dust there. Very heard this and rushed off. Yes, my lady. After she left, Arya opened a book. But from what I remember, most of the perfume oil that helped it grow belonged to other nobles. So what was the oil I bought from Baron Bumbum? Oh, right. At that time, he was in charge of his family's perfume oil business, but the shop was quite small and had almost no capital. Other nobles quickly established businesses and captured the market first. I bought it from Baron Bumbum before that happened, right as it was starting to become popular. At this point, she closed the book and took out a pen. All right, Baron Bumbum, this time I'll give you a chance. You must try to succeed. Arya's letter was sent to Baron Bumbum. He pondered thoughtfully. Lately, more and more customers have been visiting my shop. People must be looking for perfume oil because the sugar supply is disrupted. The sender of this letter is asking for the entire investment capital back, plus 30% of the total profit. This is a good opportunity for me to increase my oil supply. But that person invested in my business as if they knew the future. Who could it be? An investor. A few weeks later, Jessie came in with a letter in her hand. My lady, a letter just arrived with a gift. Arya closed her book and asked, Really? She took the letter and thought with satisfaction. Well, Baron Bumbum, I only invested a little in his shop, but he was able to make so much profit. How many zeros are there? He did better than I expected. His business skills must have been good for a long time. So who sent this? Oscar? Inside the letter it said, Thanks to your foresight, I was able to make a great deal of profit. This may be a poor way to express my gratitude, but I hope you will accept the gift I am sending you. Baron Bumbum. After reading it, Arya was overjoyed. Jessie, while opening the gift, exclaimed excitedly, My lady, this is a man's necktie. Do you think they sent it by mistake? Arya picked up the item and looked at it intently. Just as I guessed, he must think I'm a man. Annie picked up the box and said, He must have sprayed perfume on it. Quite clever, isn't it? That's right, it smells very nice. Arya was inwardly flustered. What should I do? I don't want to go out and deal with this directly, but I can't just sit here and accept these kinds of gifts. A moment later, she called Annie. Let's get ready to go out. Ah, yes. Where are we going? What kind of clothes should I prepare? That's right. First, we have to stop by the clothing store. A few hours later, Arya appeared in front of Baron Bumbum's shop. After navigating through the crowd, Arya opened the door and stepped inside. She looked around and assessed. It's a pretty neat shop. The atmosphere is very good, too. An employee spoke up. A man? Welcome, sir. Are you looking for perfume oil as a gift? The bottles for gifting are displayed over here. Arya said immediately. No. With that, she took off the hat she was wearing. I'm here to see Baron Bumbum. A moment later, the two of them were sitting together in a private room. Arya smiled and spoke. Hello, Baron Bumbum. Ah, hello. Do you know who I am? You didn't expect to meet me like this, did you? I don't know, but may I ask your name? Arya was inwardly baffled. You decided to meet me, but you don't know who I am? Is this guy all right? Well, my outfit is quite expensive, so he must think I'm a noble. With that thought, she introduced herself. I am Arya Rosen. I came to give you something. He exclaimed in surprise. Rosen? Oh, he thought in confusion. So she's 15 years old? Oh my God, I apologize for my improper behavior. Arya asked, confused. Improper behavior? He's been blushing for a while now. So he feels embarrassed for reacting that way to a young girl? At least he has basic morals. Unlike someone else. You mean Ken, Meal's brother? With that thought, Arya asked, I'm a little curious. Have you decided what to do with your business next? What? My business? It's true that perfume oil has become a trend recently, but it's not an essential commodity. It seems the trend won't last long. She thought to herself, to be honest, I invested in him, knowing full well that it would only last until the last minute. How far ahead can he predict? She continued, for now, you might be satisfied with what you have, but suddenly he interrupted. That's right. It would be a shame if the trend died down now. The truth is, I'm planning to sell low-concentration perfume oil at a low price and market it to commoners. Although I'm currently focusing on selling to nobles to pay back the investment. Commoners are envious of the noble's lifestyle, so I can provide them with a way to enjoy similar things. I believe this way I can prolong the shop's success. I see. That's a good idea. In her heart, she praised him. As an investor, I'm quite proud to have chosen the right person. But you're telling me everything, even though we just met for the first time today. Do you have a weakness for ladies? He stammered. No, that's not it. The thing is, when you asked me that question, for some reason, I felt that you were a trustworthy person. I think I told you unconsciously. Trustworthy? That's right. To be honest, my business was only able to grow like this because an anonymous investor helped me. It seems you're quite similar to him. Ah, but of course, comparing an anonymous man to a beautiful lady like you isn't quite appropriate. Haha, I'm so. Arya stood up and took out an item. That's right. I also think this is quite troublesome. The Baron turned his head. I'm sorry. Suddenly, she came forward and put the item around his neck. This necktie, I tried my best to find an outfit that would match it. But just as I thought, it's too big for me. Oh my, it suits you very well. He was stunned. But this necktie, I swear Arya cut him off. Excuse me, but I came to return your gift. The Baron thought in confusion. Is this necktie the one I sent to the investor? That's right, isn't it? So that means... Before he could finish his thought, Arya said, if you want to send me a gift next time, I prefer perfume oil. After all, I am your investor. It would be strange if I didn't try the product myself, right? He was astonished. Lady Arya Rosen is the investor? Please wait. Please forgive me for upsetting you, my lady. I don't understand what you're talking about. I only came here to say hello today, so I'll be taking my leave now. At this moment, Annie came to announce, my lady, I bought all the essential oils we need. Really? Then let's go. Hearing that, the Baron panicked and shouted, my lady, you bought them? Please wait a moment. It's not much, but please consider this a gift from me to you, my lady. What do you mean it's not much? I can barely carry it. My goodness. Suddenly, the Baron spoke. Also, please accept this as well. Seeing what was in front of her surprised Arya. A bouquet of flowers? These are flowers treated with chemicals, so their shape and scent will last for a long time. This is also one of the products we will be selling in the future. She praised him generously. They're so beautiful. Just as I expected, he's so good at choosing gifts. Suddenly, the Baron held the bouquet out to Annie. For you as well, miss. For me? You don't like this color? Annie quickly replied, no, that's not what I meant. Arya, standing beside her, said, thank you very much. I didn't expect you to prepare a gift for my maid as well. I see. May I ask this lady's name? Her name is Annie. Annie, this is Baron Bum Bum, a merchant with a bright future. So you're Annie. It's a pleasure to meet you. Your eyes are very beautiful. Seeing Annie blush, Arya covered her mouth and said with a laugh, you must have a weakness for beautiful women. As expected, upon hearing that, the Baron's face turned completely red. No, I just... Suddenly Arya said quietly, remember not to tell anyone I'm your investor. You know why I'm using a pseudonym, right? The Baron nodded. Of course. He thought to himself that Arya had a beautiful smile. Then Arya and Annie left. Sitting in the carriage, Annie covered her blushing face. My lady, Baron Bum Bum, does such a gentlemanly man really exist in this world? Is that what you think of him? Yes, he's really cool. Arya, he thought to herself, Annie and Baron Bum Bum. They make a pretty good pair. Annie want a boost in social status, and from what I saw today, Baron Bum Bum will be very useful to me. I'll have a lot to gain if I build a relationship with him through Annie. It will also be an example for the other servants to follow. The only problem is Baron Bum Bum. He's not the type of man who can be easily conquered by looks alone, so it will be difficult to do unless Annie is as beautiful as me. A relationship built only on looks won't last long. When they arrived at the mansion, Jessie asked, "My lady, shall we bring all of this to your room?" As she stepped out of the carriage, Arya replied, "Leave them in the first floor hall. Annie, can you call all the servants in the mansion?" "But my lady, are you planning to give all of this away?" "Yes." Hearing that, Annie was stunned. "But it's all so expensive. I can't use it all by myself, can I?" "Then at least keep a few for yourself." "It's fine. I still have a few I'm using, and when they run out, I can just buy new ones." "If that happens, you can go to the shop and pick out a few bottles for me." "The shop? You mean Baron Bumbum's shop?" "Yes. Why don't you ask him to personally pick out a few samples?" She shouted. "Personally pick them out? What's wrong? Didn't you say he was a gentleman? You must want to see him again, right?" Annie shouted in embarrassment. "My lady, it must be because I haven't been out in a while. I'm exhausted now. I'll call the other servants and divide the items." "All right, I'm counting on you. I'll leave you in charge of my perfume oils from now on, so make sure they don't run out." Annie agreed happily. "Yes, my lady, thank you so much. This doesn't mean you can intentionally break my perfume oil bottles. Understood?" "Of course." Sometime later, Annie, dressed neatly, reported, "My lady, I'm going to buy perfume oil." The front of the shop was crowded with people. Before arriving, Annie had prepared some pastries. As soon as she entered the shop, she was delighted to see the Baron. But the Baron only mentioned Arya. Throughout their conversation, their topic was only about Arya. This made Annie feel a little hurt. A while later, Annie returned, looking exhausted. I'm back, my lady." Seeing this, Arya ordered, "Very, quickly bring some warm tea." Very immediately replied, "Yes, my lady." After the tea was served, Arya asked curiously, "What happened? Did the Baron treat you badly?" "What? No, he was actually quite sweet to me." But what?" Annie sighed dejectedly. "I can't compare to his beauty." "My goodness, Annie, you shouldn't misunderstand." Annie was baffled. "What? You don't love Baron Bum? You're just infatuated with his wealth and social status, right?" Annie hesitated. Could that be true? Think carefully. If he were just a commoner, would you love him?" Annie stammered. "Oh no, probably not." "Exactly. He's sweet and friendly like other people, and he also has a huge fortune. You must be attracted to him because those things will make you happy, right?" I'm afraid so. Love is just a false label for a relationship built on mutual benefit. Only those who realize they can cast a net to catch the fish they want. Annie, you're a bright person, so I'm sure you understand this. "Yes, my lady, you are absolutely right." Arya thought that she had decided how to live her second life, hiding all emotions before getting hurt and using everything at her disposal to achieve her goals. The next day, while eating, Arya was surprised. The taste of the salad dressing is back to normal." Meal was annoyed. "Just as I thought. I can't swallow it. Father said he managed to get a little sugar, but it's still not much different." The Crown Prince's response to this sugar crisis is unbelievably slow. He's so incompetent. Hearing this, Arya realized. So it's only my plate that's. This taste. When she saw the smile on the servant's face, Arya paused, then gave a faint smile. "Aha, you see, Annie. You must not forget that we are all bound together by mutual benefit." One day, Rin entered the mansion and called out, "Hello, it's been a while." Arya, from a distance, thought to herself, "Why is Sir Rin here?" At that moment, Rin smiled and said, "This is a gift for you, Lady Meal." She exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my!" Emma, standing behind, deliberately said loudly, "My sugar and honey, he gave you so much. This gift is perfect for you." "My lady, as expected, you're just like your name." Seeing this, Arya was confused. "What? Didn't Sir Aesel have feelings for me?" Suddenly Rin spoke up. "Oh, that's right. I have a gift for you too. Lady Arya, my servant will bring it to your room." Arya replied, "Of course, thank you. It's so big." She wondered to herself, what on earth is he thinking? There's no way Rin would go and buy sugar himself. When she got to her room, she said, "You can leave it here and go." Aesel took off his hood and turned to look at her. "It's been a while, Lady Arya." As soon as she saw him, Arya asked casually, "Sir Aesel, you're right. It has been a long time. What are you doing here?" Aesel said cheerfully, "You're not surprised at all. That's just like you. You often appear and disappear suddenly. I'm used to it." Damn it. I'm happy to be familiar to you, but the thought that I'm the only one who missed you makes me sad." Arya blushed and asked, "You missed me?" "I haven't had a chance to see you because I couldn't schedule any more appointments. I've been caught up in other matters recently, too." "Is that why you came up with the idea of wanting to see me?" Aesel nodded. "That's right." Pausing for a moment, she asked curiously, "Is that really all?" Aisel sighed. I'm sorry. Arya thought to herself. Did something happen to him? I just came because I wanted to see you. What else could be more important than that? Besides, I was worried about whether you were enjoying luxurious meals. But didn't you give sugar to Meal? She recalled Meal's arrogant look from earlier. I should ask them to make a cake with the gift I received. At that time, Arya replied annoyedly, do whatever you want. After hearing her question, Aisel exclaimed, oh, that was just an excuse to see you. Since I gave it to her publicly, it would naturally be shared with the whole family. And since sugar is quite rare these days, I guess they would invite me for tea. I thought it would extend my time to see you, lady. Arya thought. It simply means he has no interest in Meal, right? Is that so? I never thought of that. You're jealous because of me. That makes me happy. Hearing that, Arya blushed and shouted, what are you talking about? I'm not. Last time you sent a pile of gifts to Meal thinking it was me. I was just making sure you didn't make that mistake again. Aisel laughed loudly. Haha, that wasn't my intention. Arya thought to herself. I was just worried that a rich person like you would cause trouble for me if you were on Meal's side. How did you think I was jealous? Suddenly, Aisel leaned in close to her. It won't happen again. I swear. Arya said, flustered, you don't have to do that. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Rin peeked in. Sir Aisel, we have to go. It's a shame. I'll try to finish my work quickly and then contact you. I look forward to seeing you at our next appointment. Arya replied nonchalantly, all right, see you later then. After he left, Arya sighed, my goodness me, jealous. There's a limit to misunderstanding things. Jessie came in. My lady, here is your tea. Arya wondered, this is Very's job. Why are you doing this, Jessie? Jessie smiled and replied, I wanted to bring it to you quickly, so I rushed to bring it up. You like sweet tea, right? We also baked a cake. I'll bring it up right away. Thank you. Then the gift box was opened, and Jessie exclaimed, wow, I can't believe it. There's a dress and so many other accessories. Arya thought to herself, these outfits will attract others' attention, so it's quite troublesome. I need to maintain my saintly image. I can't use all of this. Did he give me these things to make up for the time he gave a gift to the wrong person? Thinking that, Arya chuckled unconsciously. He has a cute side to him. However, his interest in me is meaningless because I no longer want to leech off men. Time passed, and Annie's voice echoed in Arya's room. So we've sent letters to all your teachers, explaining their dismissal. And this is a letter from Baron Bum Bum for you. Hearing this, Arya asked, is it about asking for an investment in a young entrepreneur? Yes. The Baron said that they're all young men with bold ideas and bright futures. He has chosen the best among them for you. But he said he wants to leave the rest for you to judge, Annie. From her cheerful voice, I can tell that he treated her well today, too. Right? Annie blushed and replied, yes, I think my persistence and sincerity have touched him. However, I only did what you told me to. Yes, I know the Baron is that kind of man. It seems you two are a good match. Annie was excited. My lady, you're amazing. Your investments and other business models are also doing very well. I think your intuition is very good. Arya thought to herself, that's good. It's because I invest in things that are important. Just because I remember those things from my past life. All my love advice is also from personal experience. I'm just one step ahead of everyone else. It's not that amazing. Unconsciously, an image of Aisel appeared in her mind. She was startled. I was just thinking about. How embarrassing. Anyway, I will take advantage of everything I can. That's right, all for myself. Then she received another letter. Arya, I'm sorry for sending you a letter so late. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I really want to see you again. I will be waiting with the Marquises. See you soon. Sarah. Arya immediately set off in a carriage. Then the coachman announced, we've arrived, my lady. Arya asked Jessie, do I look okay? Jessie asked, baffled. Pardon? I don't look strange, do I? At this, Jessie replied, of course not. You always look perfect, my lady. Hearing that, Arya said, good. She thought to herself, it's finally time to reap the rewards of what I've worked so hard to prepare for. So long. As soon as she arrived, Marquis Vincent was already there to welcome her. Welcome to the Marquis's estate, Lady Arya Rosen. Arya froze when she saw him. Seeing this, Marquis Vincent asked, Lady Arya, are you all right? Arya was startled. I'm fine. I thought Sarah would be waiting outside for me. Who knew the Marquis would be the first to greet? Pick you up? A voice suddenly rang out. Arya, it's been too long. I wanted to see you so much. Arya hugged Sarah tightly, saying cheerfully, me too. She thought to herself, Sarah, my best investment. A moment later, the Marquise said, let's go inside. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Let's go in. Sitting at the dining table, Arya spoke. This is so hospitable. Thank you very much. Marquis Vincent laughed and said, haha, I'm glad you like it. You were the one who played matchmaker for me and Lady Sarah. Of course, I must treat you this way. Sarah also agreed. Exactly. The handkerchief I gave him was the one I made to celebrate your birthday. Arya thought, right, that's fine. If it weren't for me, that would have happened anyway. Outwardly, she still replied cheerfully, not really. It was all thanks to Lady Sarah's excellent embroidery skills. Marquis Vincent nodded. That's right, at that time, the handkerchief was so beautiful I couldn't take my eyes off it. I remember I put a lot of effort into it, so it could be worthy of you. Lady Arya, I really liked it. I wanted to show my utmost sincerity for you. Hearing this, Arya was secretly surprised. I'm also very happy to have met someone who understands my feelings for you. If it weren't for the handkerchief, I wouldn't be here with the Marquis now. You brought me happiness. Thank you so much. Arya smiled and thought to herself, Sarah, you really don't know anything. I used you, all just to prevent my death. That was my original intention. Suddenly she said, blessings to you both. How strange. It's as if I'm speaking my true feelings. Blessings to Sarah. Later at the Count's residence, while embroidering, Jessie stopped and asked, do you want this year's birthday party to be simpler than usual? Yes, let's do that. Jessie sighed, but Lady Meal's birthday will take place right after yours. They're even preparing a grand party for that event. Even Lady Isis will be attending. We shouldn't be so hesitant. Arya asked back, so what? Forgiveness? Lady Isis won't come without a good reason. I also shouldn't draw any attention during the party before that. Besides, Sarah seems quite busy lately, so she'll probably only appear for a short time. Briefly, she told herself, I'm just using her as a pawn. I shouldn't run away from my own true feelings. Everything I'm doing is just to hide this wicked mask and continue on the path of survival. Time passed, and that day arrived. A servant came in to announce, an anonymous person sent these flowers and a gift for you, my lady. Who would send me these things? Just like that, my simple birthday party gradually came to an end, and Meal's birthday party began. The other ladies gathered and whispered, oh my God, is she here again? Doesn't she understand the situation? Isn't that the prostitute's daughter? There must be one or two of them around here, right? Look, everyone, that scum of society doesn't even deserve to be born. Standing behind Arya, Annie started to get angry. Their words are so rude. My lady, should we teach them a lesson? Don't worry, they don't bother me much. I received an invitation to this party, so there's no reason to worry. Even so, Annie was still angry. Why can such vulgar people even exist? But right now, Arya was only concerned with one thing. Now let's see what trick Lady Isis has up her sleeve. I'd rather sit here and see what you're plotting than know about it. Then Meal walked in, and everyone clapped and exclaimed in unison, oh, the star of the party has finally appeared. Oscar also appeared by her side. Everyone around them showered them with praise. The two of them make a wonderful couple. However, Arya's expression wasn't very good. Whatever, I already expected Oscar to attend the party. Suddenly, someone whispered, oh my God, the Duchess is here too. I didn't expect to see her here. Hearing this, Arya was surprised. What? Why is the Duchess here? At this moment, Isis spoke up, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming. Today, I would like to make an announcement on behalf of my younger brother and Lady Meal. Hearing this, Arya immediately thought, wait, this is... No, Isis continued cheerfully. The two of them are deeply in love, so I have no other choice. I am delighted to announce that when Lady Meal comes of age, she and Oscar will be engaged. I want to invite everyone present here to give their blessings on that auspicious day. Arya clenched her fists and thought, I was about to give up on Oscar before Lady Isis's words. But maybe, just maybe, if Oscar had stepped forward and chosen me instead of her, I could have. Right as I witnessed Oscar putting the wedding ring on Meal, Arya immediately pushed herself up from the table and, gathering her dress, ran off in a hurry. Seeing this, Annie called out in alarm. My lady, Arya went to a secluded corner of the grounds. Annie, I want to be alone right now. Yes, my lady. Afterwards, only Arya was left in the quiet space, her eyes filled with sadness. It's not that I have feelings for Oscar. He was just an emotional weapon to use against Meal. But in the end, I didn't use him thoroughly. Afterwards, Arya sat brooding and thinking. Even if I strive for something and achieve it, there always seems to be something out of reach. That feeling of disappointment and that invisible wall always leaves me in a foul mood. Then she stood up and went back to her room. When she saw the box in front of her door, she wondered, what's this? She picked it up and opened it. Inside was a sparkling brooch. This was my gift for Oscar. I swear that man. He does almost nothing at all. He just sends me this to convey his feelings and hopes I'll understand him, right? As she raised the brooch, preparing to smash it, Arya suddenly froze. Her gaze fell upon the vibrant vase of flowers in front of her. After staring at it blankly for a long time, she lowered her hand. She told herself, calm down, Arya, don't get so agitated. The meal of today is different from the past. Don't underestimate the wealth, connections, and power that meal has accumulated over time. I am the Arya roast scent of the present, not of the past. I don't have a plan right now to deal with the Frederick family, but I still have time before meal attains power. Until then, I need to keep trying as I always have. After all, if I do nothing, all that awaits me is death. I won't give up on life so easily this time. Meal. During a regular meal, Countess Roscent spoke up. I think we should postpone the engagement ceremony until after Lady Isis's wedding is over. Count Roscent agreed. That's right. The Crown Prince will have many things to deal with. Looking at the recent drop in supplies, the way the Crown Prince handles his work is also quite indifferent. I wonder if he can even handle his own marriage. The price of fish in the market has skyrocketed. After hearing this, Meal said, Lady Isis wouldn't be so insistent if that happened. Goodness, if the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess will also attend the engagement ceremony along with many others, right? Sir Oscar's friends will surely attend. That's right, but they have quite high standards for women. They don't even glance at anything mediocre. The Countess laughed. I see. Then you must prepare a suitable dress for that day. Should I find a designer? Meal immediately chided. The brides of the Frederick family always have a gown prepared and passed down through generations. You've been here for a while, yet you still don't know that. Hearing this, the Countess could only laugh it off. Is that so? Truly a respectable family. At this moment, Arya spoke up. Congratulations. You will become the most wonderful bride in the entire empire. Meal said appreciatively, thank you, Sister Arya. Suddenly, Arya spoke. By the way, Meal, could you take a look at this brooch? I was given this somehow. It looks quite similar to the brooch Sir Oscar gave you. Meal looked at it and thought, red rose and that design. Could it be? The Countess asked curiously. It looks quite luxurious. Who gave it to you? It looks like a couple's brooch. Arya winked and replied, I don't know. It was in front of my room on Meal's birthday. But the red rose, isn't it beautiful how it resembles the symbol of the Frederick family? Meal. Upon returning to her room, Meal smashed the clock. Her whole body trembled with anger. Emma called out worriedly, my lady. Meal cursed. That bitch, what does she think she's doing? I won't let this go. How dare she? Previously, Arya confidently asserted that Oscar belongs to me. With that, Arya dropped the brooch, smirking triumphantly. At this moment, Emma asked while busily cleaning up, did you cut yourself somewhere again? Meal said that, is there any news from the maid spying on Arya? She's tried her best, but it seems things aren't going well. Previously, Very had said in a panic, they keep ordering me around and humiliating me. I barely have time to come back and report. I'm sorry, I have to go now. With that, she quickly left, leaving Emma to call out blankly, Very. Emma couldn't help but curse inwardly, vicious women. Meal shot up and picked up a pen. I can't just sit around anymore. I have to write a letter to Lady Isis. Hearing this, Emma worriedly reminded her, My lady, you've already exchanged many letters with her about your engagement announcement. Lately, the noble faction has been going bankrupt one after another. So I think her mood isn't very good right now. I advise you not to write. Meal bit her lip in anger. Ugh, so annoying. My lady, you and Sir Oscar have already exchanged rings, so please trust him and Lady Isis. For now, just wait patiently. I do trust Sir Oscar. It's just that some pests are causing trouble for him. That's all. I will do everything I can to resolve this myself. How, you ask? Since we need to get rid of a pest, do you think we should put some pesticide in her tea? Hearing that, she smiled brightly, then pouted, but the carriage driver was punished last time, so no one will volunteer to do it. Emma chuckled. I can take care of that. You just need to think about your future as a duchess. My lady, though still hesitant, she replied, all right, you're right. I am a future duchess. Speaking of which, it seems a rather powerful force has emerged recently. It seems to be a faction composed mostly of young nobles, and they are all succeeding with their business startups. I think I've heard of them too. If they want to expand their businesses, they need connections, right? If the Rosent family offers to work with them, many will come scrambling for the opportunity. Perhaps it will also help the noble party's current funds. Isn't this a good opportunity for you and Lady Isis? Upon hearing this, Meal's mood brightened. That's not a bad idea. Why didn't I think of that before? I should prepare a place to meet. Contact all the wives of the businessmen in that group. Emma replied respectfully, yes, my lady. With one problem solved, Meal's mood improved. Seeing Meal so happy, Emma also felt relieved. Not long after, many people visited the residence. Looking at the crowd below, Arya asked, are they here again? Annie nodded and replied, yes, again. Lady Meal has organized a tea party and invited low-ranking nobles and even commoner wives. It's unbelievable. Arya couldn't help but feel annoyed. Meal always refused to meet people not born with a noble title. So why? Was she plotting? She turned and asked, what did they talk about? Well, they discussed their husbands' businesses, but I couldn't hear the details. I only heard a few things from a distance. This has never happened before. What's going on? Then I have no other choice. Meanwhile, Meal was laughing and chatting happily with the other ladies. Suddenly, Arya walked in. Oh my. I stopped by to greet everyone since I heard there were some guests. It seems you're all having a wonderful gathering. She thought, I should personally check what's happening. At her appearance, people whispered to each other. Who is she? I don't know. Meal stared wide-eyed and called out, Arya. Hearing that, everyone began to bow. Oh, you must be Lady Arya Rose-Sent. It's an honor to meet you. Hello. Arya also replied politely, hello everyone. I don't think we've met before. If you don't mind, may I join you? Join us. Well, they thought to themselves, the villainess from the rumors. I heard she has sharp fangs. I've always wondered what kind of person she is. Then they all showed their excitement. Come on. Of course. Hearing this, Arya couldn't help but laugh. Good thing I got their attention, regardless of whether it's positive or not. But she sat down and said, allow me. A lady smiled and said, it's a pleasure to meet you. Arya thought to herself, they don't seem wary of nobles, perhaps because there are other commoners here. They're even completely ignoring Meal. At this moment, a lady spoke up, allow me to introduce myself. I am the fiancé of Baron Clean. Following that, they all took turns introducing themselves. I am. Arya thought to herself, they're all the ladies of the families I've invested in. She spoke that I hope we'll get along. The ladies said, welcome. Speaking of which, I asked the businessmen I invested in to hold regular meetings, because it would be a great benefit to me if they worked together, though I didn't think they would be this necessary. I didn't expect Meal to invite a series of newly successful individuals to this gathering. Who knew she had the brains to think that far ahead? After the introductions, the ladies continued to laugh and talk amongst themselves. You see, our investor simply glanced at the business plan and invested immediately. The other person heard this and asked in surprise. They decided to invest so boldly after just a glance at the plan. The Baron's fiancé couldn't help but exclaim that my goodness. But then I learned that they don't do that with just any merchant. That's right. It seems that anyone who receives their investment grows strong. They're truly amazing. Meal also said that US too. I would very much like to meet this investor. Hearing this, Arya thought with some awkwardness, they're talking about me. By the way, I heard that Baron Clean has recently been importing a quantity of spices. It's a bit hot in here. Has that news spread? We haven't even put it on the market yet. Arya continued that I have some personal interests, so I did some research and I happened to find out. Spices are usually exclusive to the nobility, but Baron Clean managed to acquire some. This is a revolutionary change for commoners. I guess public opinion will be very favorable. Hearing these words, she couldn't help but feel flustered. I didn't think you'd say that. Thank you. Our investor also gave us similar encouragement. As soon as she finished, another lady laughed and said, oh, then I'm sure it will be a success. Our family has also put extra effort into our business. Until things stabilize, we'll have to do our best. At this moment, Meal suddenly wondered, what, you're working? It's my fiancé's business. He handles the sales, and I manage the warehouse and accounting. The more she heard, the more confused she became. Why would you do that? Can't you just hire a professional instead? It's because we both started from scratch. Perhaps in the future, when we've grown more, we will need a professional to handle everything. overwhelming. But the more I do it, the more I feel this work suits my skills, and I enjoy it very much. Meal still looked uncomprehending. The duty of a baroness is to manage the household affairs. Oh, I don't know. I think it's better to handle things myself than to entrust it to a complete stranger. Arya added, I'm sure the Baron feels very at ease because you've taken care of everything, and he can put his efforts into the business without any worries. I understand. Exactly. In the end, the main issue is money. But perhaps we should hire a professional later. As Lady Meal said, hearing this, Meal's expression finally relaxed, of course. You shouldn't let your hands be stained by the smell of metal. The responsibility of the lady of the house is to stabilize and lead the family. Arya clicked her tongue and replied, well, the reason their family has the power it does now is thanks to the Baroness's efforts, isn't it? Oh my, both of you, thank you so much. For now, I still want to continue working with my fiancé. It's a worthwhile endeavor. Though, of course, I'll have to take care of the family later. Meal said with a smile, that's a wise choice. A baroness, one must do many things to lead their family because it is very important. I can slowly show you. Would you like to join the next gathering I'll be hosting? I'd be very happy if the others came as well. A few of the people I meet with regularly will also be attending, so I will introduce you to them. The other ladies turned to whisper to each other. Regularly? Could it be the Frederick family? Or maybe... Oh my goodness, Meal continued. Also, this is a souvenir I prepared for today's gathering, so please take one. Looking at the gift, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. A crystal rose-shaped brooch. She bought such a special gift. Arya was suspicious, using a rose instead of a lily. She's acting like a duchess. Is she imitating me by giving them brooches? And just as Meal was looking smug, the other lady spoke up shyly. I'm sorry, this gift is a bit too much for me. I also think a commoner like me is not suitable to attend a gathering for nobles. As soon as she finished, everyone else immediately followed suit. Me too. It's a bit pressuring. Me too, it's just... Actually, I had to come here during my work hours, so it might be a bit difficult to meet a second time. I appreciate the sentiment, but, moreover, if I wear this, I think it will just become an annoyance for you. Meal finally couldn't hold back her anger and said, then let's end our gathering here. The ladies were stunned. What? Meal quickly found an excuse to leave. I'm not feeling well, so I'll be leaving first. There won't be another gathering, so there's no need to worry. Seeing her like this, they were extremely confused. Is she all right? I think she's upset. What should we do? At this moment, Arya told herself, I should. Then she suggested, everyone, if you don't mind, could I host the next gathering? I had a lot of fun today, so I'd like to see you all again. Hearing this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Should we? But when no one said anything for a while, Arya thought, are they worried because I don't have as much power and influence as Meal? Their reaction is a bit. Arya paused, as the Baron's fiancé suddenly said thoughtfully, Lady Arya, instead, would you like to attend our gathering? The other lady heard this and got excited. I'd love that. Arya asked, bewildered, what? Me? Scene change. Lane entered and said, Prince Asher, we've received a new report about the people collaborating with Baron Bourbon that you mentioned a while ago. Hearing this, Asher looked up and then asked, what is it? I received an invitation to attend a meeting with them. An invitation? Yes, why don't you go? Prince Asher, haven't you wanted to attend their meeting for a while now? Yes, but how did you get the invitation? It's from my cousin. He's a very strange fellow, always blaming himself for getting lost in strange illusions and dreams. But it seems they contacted him first and invited him to the meeting. That's admirable. I heard that meeting isn't something you can just join if you want to. Compared to an ordinary baron who sells perfume, his business scale is quite large. He must have an investor. Though I don't know who that person is. If they're not on the noble faction side, I want to bring them to my side. They sent the invitation to my cousin so he could see how the meeting would be conducted. I believe this is a good opportunity for you. So Asher continued, borrowed it on the side? Not a bad idea. Our side is almost done with everything, so we should be able to return to the capital soon. I'll attend. Oh, I also have a report about the nobles who want to push you to the border. It seems the Frederick family has put pressure on the emperor to make him give up all the luxury goods he has. He made a fuss and demanded to be brought back. They sent me here because they said I needed more teaching as a prince. But now they're making a fuss because we're not releasing luxury goods. They want everything to go their way. Yes, anyway, I think we should release the luxury goods back into the market. How many have gone bankrupt? Let's see, I think it's 13. All right, then let the goods through customs. I'm not sure who it was, but someone initially sold all the sugar at an exorbitant price. Thanks to that person, the price of sugar skyrocketed and the market fell into chaos. If we put it back on the market, its value will drop significantly. Those from the nobility who bought large quantities in a panic will be in an uproar. But since its price was already very high, it's time to bring it down. I also have a report prepared on Viscount Vic. He's blatantly exploiting the casino for his own benefit. Not only is he manipulating the winning probabilities, but he's also raised the betting limits. Although he has Lady Isis's help, this is still too much for him. He must have lost his mind. It's possible Lady Isis doesn't know anything. She's not the type to get involved in things that could get her into trouble. Instead, she exploits legal loopholes to make everything she does legal, like a monopoly capitalist. With that, Asher thought to himself, that's why she's also caused me no small amount of trouble. And as expected, Lady Aria's previous suggestion was very wise. It's also surprising that she came up with the idea of selling off the casino back then. She has a very sharp mind when it comes to business. Asher nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's right. Seeing the expression on his face, Lane was helpless. Every time Lady Aria is mentioned, his feelings are written all over his face. Thinking this, Lane suggested again, how about we take a break now and go visit her? Asher was surprised. What? Why not? As long as you use your authority, you can see her immediately. Have you forgotten? Even so, Asher was still a bit hesitant that, if I use my authority, the possibility of being opposed will be directly proportional to the size of the area I control. We'll return to the capital after we've finished everything here. I'll go see the lady then. Lane thought, just like last time? So you're still going to see her? Then I'll also work my hardest. Does that mean you haven't been trying your best until now? No, that's not it. I've always been doing my best. Thinking back, your face looks bright and healthy. You haven't had enough work to do lately, have you? Lane was startled and waved his hands. Not at all. Actually, I got a pimple right here from working too hard. All right then, I'll take my leave and get back to work. Seeing his hurried state, Asher smiled. When we returned to the capital, unconsciously, Aria's smiling face appeared in Asher's mind. His gaze also softened. A few seconds later, Asher told himself again, I should get back to work. At the same time, in Marquis Vincent's office, he silently read the letter that had just been delivered. Sell all luxury goods at half their price. Manhwa. After reading, Marquis Vincent let out a soft sigh. Manhwa, what are your thoughts? His Highness has finally signed as a prince. He recalled not long ago, Aesel had said, I will give you some sea routes to control. At that time, Marquis Vincent had been extremely surprised. Why me? Well, I don't think you'd hand them over to the nobles, since you're in the moderate faction. I knew there was a reason he asked to meet in such a secret place. I have no intention of getting involved in this political conflict. After hearing the reply, Aesel became even more cheerful. Really? But I know you'll still accept my offer. After all, you must hate the noble faction, right? Marquis Vincent frowned. Oh dear, just as he thought exactly. Aesel had said, I won't interfere, so just do as you see fit. I'm counting on you. Thinking of this, Marquis Vincent became even more troubled. What's the point of saying that when he's still giving me orders? I knew this would happen, but it's true that I never agreed with the noble faction monopolizing the sea routes for themselves. It seems many of them will go bankrupt this time, but they must have bought and hoarded a large quantity of luxury goods at high prices. So if I lower the prices, even more people in the market will go bankrupt. At this, Marquis Vincent looked up and said, send this letter to the steward. After the servant took the letter and left, Marquis Vincent mumbled again. The prince seems to have changed a lot recently. Ever since he first confiscated the casino, he has been attacking the noble faction with all his might, but he no longer harms the common people. As he spoke, he wrote on a piece of paper, I have done as you requested. Then he thought again, I greatly look forward to the future, Your Highness, Prince Asteros. The scene changes to Arya, and he asks, my lady, have you heard the news? Arya asked back, curiously, Oh, you mean the casino incident? I was just about to read about it. Yes, it seems the casino was deeply rotten from the inside. The prince came again and arrested everyone, not for human trafficking like last time, but for alleged tax evasion and manipulating the winning probabilities. Just as I thought, casinos shouldn't exist. It's so scary. Arya thought to herself. Considering what the two of them had discussed in the previous meeting, Viscount Vincent, who had acquired the casino, must have fallen right into the prince's trap. There's no way to verify the truth, but based on the situation, that's the most plausible conclusion. Could it be that the hourglass has also changed the events concerning the prince? There's even a possibility that he won't marry Lady Isis if the noble faction loses its power, right? With that thought, Arya calmly took a sip of tea and said, "Perhaps everything will turn out well in the end." "What do you mean by well, my lady?" Viscount Vincent was an ardent supporter of the noble faction. The other nobles who helped him buy the casino were also arrested for the same crime. We are also part of the nobility. The Count must be very sad. That's right, I don't care if the family collapses in the end. I have my own money, and if the family loses power, Lady Isis will also abandon Meal. Annie shouted in confusion. The Rosen family is in danger. Arya calmly thought, the noble faction will collapse? What if my family collapses along with them? She imagined a scene of Meal crying in fear, while Emma could only call out worriedly, "My lady." Then they would be hugging each other, sobbing in ragged clothes. The scene was so beautiful that Arya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then she said, "I understand. Father must be very anxious, all in a mess." "Are you serious, my lady? But my biggest concern is you." "Very. How long must I wait for you to brew me some good tea?" Her whole body trembled. "I am sorry." Seeing this, Annie jeered. "That's right. It's a miracle she was hired to work here. Did you get in through the back door?" Hearing that, Very glared over. Seeing this, Annie scoffed, "Oh my, look at her." Then a slapping sound rang out. After using her right hand, Annie asked, "Are you getting angry at Lady Arya? You know it's useless to do so, right?" Very hurriedly explained, No. But before she could finish, Arya smashed the teacup in her hand. Seeing that, Annie thought in alarm that cup, how much was it? Jessie was worried. Lady Arya calmly said, "Clean it up quickly and bring me a new cup. I'm thirsty, so bring it to me within 5 minutes." Hearing that, Very hurriedly cleaned up. Arya waited for her to leave. Only then did Jessie ask, "My lady, are you going to have tea right now? It's almost dinner time." At this, Arya realized, "Oh, is it that late already? Then I suppose it's fine if I tell Very to drink all the tea, right?" Annie was shocked to hear this, but still replied, That's a great idea." Looking at the expressions on their faces, she said to herself, "You two might think I'm a villain, but considering what I had to endure because of her in the past, this is just child's play." A moment later, Very returned and exclaimed, "What? You want me to drink it all?" Arya said coldly, "Yes, and sweep the hallway while I have my dinner." After saying that, she immediately turned her back and walked away. Seeing this, Very gritted her teeth. "Lowly bitch, who does she think she is?" Arya gloated inwardly now. "My dear Very, hurry up and show everyone your true face. After all, our friendship goes way back. That's why I'll use you as the first step in my plan for revenge." In the dining room, the Count said with a headache, "To think that Marquis Vincent would do such a thing." Meal asked, "The Marquis lowered the price of luxury goods. Isn't he part of the neutral faction?" "Yes, he used to be. For some reason, he didn't listen to our request to raise the prices. He just said that the items we obtained cheaply would be sold as such." Such selfish words. The Countess said, "Unfortunately, there's also the problem with Viscount Vincent. I don't understand what's happening with the noble faction. As for the casino, assuming the ledger of losses has fallen into the prince's hands, and it's clear that some names in it cannot be mentioned, it has become very troublesome." Hearing this, Arya thought, does the ledger also record a little about the ducal family? In any case, the prince must have made the noble faction restless. Before, I thought he was an unknown prince overwhelmed by the noble faction. She saw Count Rosen sigh. Meal hesitantly called, "Father." Arya continued to think, have my actions caused a butterfly effect? Among the people I've interacted with, the one with significant influence is probably Aesel. She was startled. Could it be that Aesel is the Emperor's long-hidden child? If so, his secretive actions and immense wealth would make sense. Suddenly, Count Rosen sighed and asked, "Arya, what are you thinking?" She was startled and replied, "Yes? I was asking if you have any ideas on how the noble faction could ruin this or something similar. Sometimes you have wonderful ideas." Arya thought pensively. He's asking quite comprehensively, but I have neither the intention nor the kindness to help him. With that thought, she spoke up, I don't know. I haven't been able to follow the conversation. I don't know what you're talking about. Count Rosen was a little disappointed. I see. Arya thought to herself, no matter what I do, you'll just consider it Meal's idea anyway. Just then, Meal said with a smile, this topic is probably a bit difficult for Arya. She sighed irritably, thinking, I'm getting annoyed over such petty reasons again. Seeing this, the Countess asked, Arya, you don't look well. Are you all right? Should I call for a physician? Arya must have a headache because she can't understand what we're talking about. She should go back to her room to rest. You should do that, go and rest. Count Rosen sighed and mumbled, phew, what should I do from now on? Arya mused, I think you can never get used to things that make you feel inferior, no matter how many times you experience them in the end. After she returned to her room, Annie asked, why didn't you at least try to wear a necklace? Your outfit looks too simple, and it makes our outfits look overly gaudy. Arya smiled and replied, it's fine. This meeting isn't like that, and my looks make me eye-catching even when I'm not wearing fancy clothes, right? My face is the fashion. Hearing that, Annie laughed and said, that's so true. Then I'll make up for it with my outfit. She thought with a wry smile. Have you gotten used to my jokes? Annie said excitedly again, let's go, my lady. Then she turned back and shouted, Very, go wipe the hallway and the stairs. Very replied sullenly, yes. Seeing her so obedient, Arya felt a flicker of suspicion. Later, at an inn, a person came out to greet them. Oh my, you've arrived. Arya stepped down from the carriage. It's been a while, hasn't it? Baroness Clean, it's a pleasure to see you. She replied, we've also just arrived. Let's go inside together. All right. Baroness Clean gestured. This way. Arya followed and asked, so this is where we're meeting? Hearing footsteps, the Baron looked up and said, welcome, miss. But when he saw it was Arya, he froze in bewilderment. Arya held up the card. Hello, I've come because I was invited. Baroness Clean said with a smile, I invited her. The Baron stammered in confusion. What's going on? Before he could finish asking, Annie's voice rang out, Baron Bobom. The Baron called out, startled. Miss Annie. Seeing this, Arya teased, oh my, you two are so close. Baroness Clean also chimed in, I know, right? Shall we go inside then? Let's go. Certainly. I'll lead the way. Thank you. The Baron cried out internally, Miss Arya, the investor, at least tell me why you're here. Annie said cheerfully, I made a tart for you. It's the pumpkin tart you like. The Baron thought to himself, she must be up to something. Then he turned to Annie and replied happily, thank you. Unfortunately, I have a meeting, so I'll eat it later. Annie asked further, if the meeting ends early, would you like to go see a play? I even bought tickets. Hearing that, the Baron blushed. Annie, she's so cute, so pleasant. Annie continued, and also, after a while, she waved and left. Then I'll wait in the office. The Baron watched her go, thinking to himself, this reminds me of the time I was infatuated with Lady Arya. I was so foolish. Ahem, I wonder what kind of person she'll meet. She'll surely meet someone as outstanding as she is. After a moment, Andrew came in to announce, Baron, Mr. Pinonua has arrived. Hello, I'm Louis Pinonua. The Baron said with a smile, oh, you look quite different from the rumors. Welcome. Andrew agreed, saying, I also heard you were a frail and skinny person. Aesel replied with a smile, it's a pleasure to meet you. Those rumors must have spread because I rarely leave my room. Hearing that, the Baron was reminded of Arya and replied, rumors. That's right, you can't judge a person based on rumors, not until you've met them. Aesel replied with a laugh, haha, exactly. The Baron turned and said, I'll take you to the conference room right away. This way, please. After seeing the lively atmosphere inside, Aesel thought to himself, so many people have gathered here. Just last year, I wouldn't have even noticed them, let alone thought I'd meet them here. Suddenly, his eyes met Arya's, who was also sitting there. Both of them froze, as if not expecting to see each other here. Arya cried out in surprise. Aesel had the same reaction. They even had the same thought. Why are you here? Seeing the situation was a bit awkward, the Baron approached and asked, Mr. Pinonua, is something wrong? Hearing that, Arya was surprised he's Pinonua. The Baron said, please have a seat here. All right. She was now utterly astonished. What? Aesel is Pinonua. Just then, the Baron spoke up. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Pinonua. This is his first time attending our meeting because he has just received an investment. Aesel also stood up to introduce himself. I am Louis Pinonua. Thanks to the investment from Party A, I am able to attend with everyone here today. It's an honor to be in your joint venture. Arya was still lost in her surprise. Aesel's true identity is Pinocchio. So the reason he said he was too busy to meet was because of this business deal. But the power he's shown me until now, isn't that something Pinocchio shouldn't have? What is this? She saw Aesel avoiding her gaze. Arya thought angrily. Why is he turning away? Aesel thought nervously. I looked away involuntarily. She observed him a little more closely and realized, looking at him now, it seems he's lost a bit of weight, getting more slender each time. Aesel, having been stared at for a long time, cleared his throat. Ahem. But Arya was still thinking, and he seems to look a bit more mature than last time. Wait, forget that. What is this? Even if he really is Pinocchio, finding out his identity like this is a bit distressing. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Here, over here, Baroness Clean said cheerfully. There's another new person here too. I'll let her introduce herself. Arya stood up and replied, yes, I am Arya Rosen. After hearing that, everyone started whispering amongst themselves, is that a Rosen? The Counts. Baroness Clean suddenly said, I didn't receive an investment, but I heard that many figures who hold the future of the empire would be gathered here, so I accepted the invitation to come, albeit suddenly. I was invited to the kingdom the day before yesterday, and you wouldn't believe how beautiful her words were. You know, she supported me when others told me to just stay at home and help my husband. She's wonderful. A person next to her also replied, that's right. After hearing that, the Baron thought to himself, so she didn't come to reveal her identity. Trust me, Baroness Clean added, work in a home is also important, but we want to pursue this business venture. Of course, emphasizing an option that one doesn't want is tantamount to eliminating that option. One of them spoke up, so there are still people with such backward thinking. Another person agreed, without our wives, our business ventures couldn't have grown this much. Diversity is essential for the growth of a business venture. Baroness Clean continued, I brought her here because she also has wonderful ideas about business. What's especially wonderful is that she gives advice just like the investor. The investor always makes exquisite decisions. After hearing that, everyone replied excitedly, wow, then we're really looking forward to it. Suddenly, the Baron blushed in confusion. Ahem. Aesel looked at him, puzzled, thinking, why does he keep looking at Arya? This Baron. At the same time, Arya was also looking at him with an annoyed expression. Aesel. First he avoided my gaze, and then he stared at Baron Buren. Thinking this, she spoke up. That's enough for introductions. Let's start the meeting. I especially want to hear from Mr. Louis Pinocchio, who is new here today. I'm interested in which business venture the investor will recognize. Will you tell us? As she finished, Arya thought to herself, your plan is not the business venture I saw in the past. I simply invested in it because it seemed fun, but there are many flawed details in it. Why don't you talk about that? I'm all prepared to pick apart your business plan, piece by piece. After a moment, Aesel stood up with his documents and said, since you're quite interested in it, I'll go over the plan in detail. My business venture is a school. Arya was quite surprised to hear that. For school. To her surprise, Aesel began to explain, my business model is not just an ordinary school. It's a school that allows all individuals to study, regardless of their status or wealth. Hearing him say that, Arya thought doubtfully, isn't that completely different from what was listed in the business plan? And establishing a school as a business. A person spoke up and asked, will it generate value like a business? Aesel replied confidently, of course it will. In fact, many of you here will end up investing in it. A person sitting nearby said, I don't quite understand. Aesel then said, I'll explain it simply. I will establish a school in the capital. It will be completely different from the academies that only nobles attend. The main purpose is to teach commoners the necessary knowledge for trade, business, and similar things. A person spoke up, so it's a school established with the purpose of using money invested by shops and businesses to nurture talent. Exactly. Basically, the more you invest, the more talented people you will get. Arya pondered, nurturing talent is fine, but won't that take a lot of time? With that thought, she spoke up, I don't know if anyone would be willing to invest in such a long-term business project. Moreover, commoners certainly won't be able to afford the tuition. If they could, they would have gone to school long ago. They barely have any time for themselves as it is. They are simply trying their best to have food to fill their stomachs today and live until the next day. I don't think investors will invest in such a far-fetched project. Please don't worry. They will be able to attend thanks to a scholarship for working students. We will select those who work at the school from among the students and give them a salary. Of course, the amount of work will be limited so as not to affect their studies. I have also proceeded to set up a system to award scholarships 2 exemplary students. A person raised their hand and spoke. Where will you get the funds to do that? Actually, I have already secured the funds we need. Arya asked, a little confused. You're really going to open a business like this despite having so many resources? Instead of a business, I feel like you want to give opportunities to commoners more. It would be more profitable for you to invest elsewhere. Suddenly, Aesel hesitated. That is, Arya was stunned. Could it be because of me? She recalled Aesel's words. I am a mysterious benefactor attracted by your intelligence. You are an extremely intelligent and insightful person. Arya wondered, does he have hope because a lowly person like me is attending his meeting? Aesel, no. Lewis, either name is fine. I never expected you to see me as such a person. Suddenly, Aesel spoke up. It's because I need talent. It's because I need pure talent, a pure talent untainted by greed that only wishes to develop further. Hearing that, everyone began to whisper and discuss. Talent. As for Arya, she thought in embarrassment. What was I expecting? Suddenly, Baroness Clean raised her hand to give her opinion. Your purpose is good, but it's a bit strange. Investor A's processing fee is not cheap. Is it necessary to get the investment money? Aesel replied confidently. That's not the important part. What I'm interested in are the investor and the people attending today's meeting. Where else could I find such dedicated businessmen and women? I assure you that you will not be at a disadvantage. Everyone here has their own success, whether big or small. Please see my business project as an opportunity to gain honor and acquire talented individuals. I believe they will contribute greatly to your companies. After hearing that, most of them were convinced. It's true that I need more help. I don't have time to train employees, so doing this should be fine. Then another person continued. Since we've started, allow me to get to the main topic. Let's begin reporting on the recent activities of our businesses. That sounds good. After the meeting ended, everyone said their goodbyes and left. Goodbye. See you again sometime. Arya also left quickly. She thought to herself, I couldn't focus on the meeting because of a certain someone. A few people stayed behind to talk more. It's great that everyone here is contributing ideas to develop the project. Baroness Clean approached and said, let's go. Arya replied softly, yes. Suddenly, a voice called out, please wait. Aesel approached her and greeted her. It's been a long time, Lady Arya. I've been wanting to see you one day, but I didn't expect that day to come so soon. Arya replied indifferently. Is that so? Baroness Clean, witnessing this scene, was excited to watch the drama unfold. My. Aesel started to ask, if it's convenient, could you spare me a little of your time, my lady? I believe you would also like to hear some of the things I have to say. She thought, the things I want to know, if it's the reason he lied to me, I'll listen for a bit. Aesel said, shall we take a little walk? Seeing this, the Baron was startled in surprise. Baroness Clean immediately said, then I'll be going ahead. Arya replied calmly, all right. Today, I want to know what wonderful secret you're hiding. Seeing this scene, the Baron was devastated. Lady Arya and Mr. Pinocchio. Just then, Annie came over and called for the Baron, and so the two of them went for a walk together. Aesel said, how about we go somewhere quiet? I'm afraid we'll have to walk a bit further. Arya replied coldly, I don't mind. I was going to tell you one day, my lady, but I didn't expect to tell you so abruptly. Yes, me too. I didn't expect to find out your identity like this. Mr. Pinocchio called out, Lady Arya. If you're talking about Pinocchio, that's not it. Arya looked at him in surprise. What? So, just as I thought, he's a secret child of the royal family? We've arrived. Arya turned to look up at the surrounding scenery. Right in front of them was a small house, and someone was standing in front to welcome them. She asked in surprise, where are we? Aesel said casually, please come in, my lady. Arya asked cautiously, where are we? In a forest? Aesel replied, we arrived here while we were talking. This is the forest next to the capital. Arya asked angrily, are you teasing me? Do you really think we could travel this far in such a short amount of time? You did the same thing at the festival, and now you're trying to deny it again. Lady Arya, that is, she shouted, cutting him off, I want you to stop deceiving me. It's getting harder and harder to know what kind of person you are. So if you can tell the truth, I hope you can tell me. If not, I won't be able to place my trust in you any longer. As she finished, Arya thought sullenly, the reason my mood has been so bad all this time must be because he hasn't told me anything. Even though he has a good impression of me, that must be it. After the two entered the wooden house and sat at the tea table, Aesel spoke up. I don't know how you will react to what I'm about to say, but he thought, even if I explain my ability, I don't know if she will believe me. But Aesel still decided to say it. First, the ability I used to bring us here is like a special ability passed down in our family line. Hearing that, Arya asked, a special ability of your family line? Aesol replied, yes, it's something that happens very rarely and manifests in various forms. I inherited the convenient ability to travel to distant places quickly. He thought, I'll tone it down. Then he said, it might be easier for you to understand if you think of it as being born with a healthier body than normal. Haha, it's nothing major. Arya understood quickly, thinking with some surprise, oh, so it's similar to my hourglass ability. How interesting. A special ability of a family line. So maybe my unknown father also came from that family line. With that thought, she asked, is that ability something the Pinonua family passes on to others? Aesol replied, no, I am merely borrowing the Pinonua name. They are a family that supports me greatly. He thought to himself, Arya, she's not scared at all and even understands things quite quickly. Arya asked, a family that supports you. So do you belong to the royal? Aesol praised her internally. What an extraordinary person. Then he replied, exactly. As you've guessed, I am Asteros Frank, the only prince in the royal family. Arya's thoughts shattered in her head. The secret prince, oh my god. Come to think of it, the prince's name is Asteros. Asteros, so Aesol. I felt this way with Isis too, but I always overlook the important points. How could I have forgotten? But the previous prince was so obscure. It's understandable that I forgot. Seeing that she didn't seem well, Aesol asked, Lady Arya, are you all right? Arya recalled the things she had done before and cringed. What do I do? What should I do now? With that thought, she suddenly stood up and said, I have been rude to you, your highness. Seeing her bow her head, Aesol hurriedly said, please don't be like that. Aesol stepped forward in confusion and said, please raise your head, Lady Arya. Arya replied awkwardly, but your highness. Aesol quickly interrupted, if you suddenly start acting like a stranger, I'll be very sad. Arya couldn't help but feel scared. All the things she had done suddenly flashed through her mind, haha, but he was so suspicious back then. Aesol spoke up, I was also at fault for making myself suspicious. Hearing that, Arya thought with relief. Fortunately, at least he knows that. Aesol continued to speak. I never thought you were rude to me. In fact, I found it very attractive. Arya blushed and thought to herself, what is he saying? Someone here was holding their breath, not knowing if they would be severely punished. At this point, she spoke up. May I ask what you mean in a situation like this? Aesol smiled brightly. Haha, exactly as I said. Anyway, please put my status aside and treat me as you always have. I will be much more comfortable that way. All right, thank you. I've answered, but I can't just switch back to how I was before. Oh, I can't stop thinking about it. It's impossible for now. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Aesol said hurriedly, as I mentioned earlier, since this was not a scheduled meeting, I'm afraid I have to leave now. It's time. But for now, I will be staying in the capital. We can meet anytime. Right now, I have urgent business, so I can't continue, but I will send you a letter. As he spoke, he lightly kissed her hand. I hope we can talk longer next time. Arya said, softly, me too. A moment later, she sat in the carriage, touching her hand thoughtfully. Not long after, Louis Pinonua's business plan was sent over, and I sent my signature agreeing to invest in the project through Baron Burbum as a matter of course. Aesol's school project has the backing of the royal family, and as investor A, I can't miss the opportunity to establish a business partnership with them. The only problem is that revealing myself as Arya Roshchin now is a bit strange. But using Aesol like this while he doesn't know the truth makes me feel a little guilty. Is it because it's Aesol? Arya kept thinking until mealtime. The Countess turned to her and asked, Arya, shouldn't you be preparing a dress for the Marquis's engagement ceremony? I've already prepared it. Oh, is that so? When? She didn't answer but thought to herself. Also, it's a dress that matches what Sarah will be wearing. It's a bit simple, but since Sarah chose it for me, it's perfect. Her mother spoke again. After all, you're the lady closest to her, so I was a little worried. What? Oh, Meal, don't you see her sometimes too? Marquis Vincent's fiancée used to be Arya's tutor. The Count looked up and asked, what did you just say? Meal, and he exclaimed in unison, Arya's tutor, your sister. Arya thought to herself, just as I guessed, no one realized. She spoke softly, yes, Lady Sarah was a very kind tutor. Her mother added, of course, she treated Arya like her own sister. They also acted as if they were real sisters. The Count and Meal were speechless. Not long after, there were rumbling sounds and a call. Arya, take a look. What gift do you think the Marquis would like? It's a pity my business trips made me not pay much attention to you. Ha ha ha. But I didn't know how lucky we are that I can meet the Marquis thanks to you. Faced with the Count's excitement, she replied boredly, yes, I don't know what the Marquis likes, so. He didn't give up and said, then you can ask Lady Sarah. Arya gave a wry smile. She's busy preparing for the engagement ceremony. After closing the door to her room, she let out a soft sigh. Phew, isn't he being too conceited? Thinking about him doing this every day since that day, it's really tiring. Though I won't say anything that benefits him. Suddenly, Jessie announced, My lady, there's a letter for you from Sir Aesel. The letter read, It has been a while, Lady Arya, as the cold days are gradually approaching, that I was wondering if you are well. Arya smiled to herself as she read the letter. It was a surprisingly formal greeting letter, but it's not like the two of them are dating. Or anything. But I still wonder, why does it feel like all my annoyance has vanished? It's so strange. Aesel sent me a very elegant gift. Later, in the carriage on the way to the Marquis' engagement ceremony, Miel frowned as she looked at Arya's jewelry set. It was so dazzlingly brilliant that she exclaimed inwardly, Good heavens. The Countess also smiled and said, Arya, you've grown up. You've become a lady, truly my daughter. How beautiful you've become. A moment later, the carriage stopped at the Marquis' estate. Sarah exclaimed happily, Ari, as she ran over too. Sarah, the two of them hugged each other tightly. Sarah said, I was waiting for you. Marquis Vincent spoke up, I'm so glad you came. Arya replied, Hello, Marquis Vincent, this is a small gift I wanted to give you both. It was a pair of intertwined birds carved from crystal with a wish inscribed on it. May the days ahead be filled with joy and happiness. Marquis Vincent marveled in astonishment. Oh, I've never received such a precious gift. Sarah was also overwhelmed by the sparkling gift. Oh my God, how can I accept something so precious? Hearing them, Arya thought, It's true I had a bit of trouble finding such a large crystal. Then she said sincerely, After all, this is the engagement ceremony of my best friend and my tutor, so I wanted to prepare something special. Do you two like it? That adorable appearance immediately captured Sarah's heart. Sarah then exclaimed joyfully, Arya, my love, of course. Nearby, the Count was mingling, long time no see. Marquis Vincent, thank you for coming all this way. Miel approached Sarah and said in a friendly tone, Congratulations on your engagement, my lady. Thank you, Lady Miel. She spoke again, I think you're a very kind and wise person. Lady Sarah, thank you. Without letting Sarah say anything more, Miel continued to chatter nonstop. It's all thanks to you that my sister has become such an elegant lady, isn't it? You will be a wonderful marchioness and an example for everyone. If possible, I would like to have tea with you and receive some guidance. Sarah forced a smile. All right, let's do that if we have time. In her heart, she thought, this tone sounds like she's looking down on Arya. Come to think of it, it felt like she ignored Arya back then too. Lady Miel's attitude seems to be the root of all of Arya's troubles. After thinking things through clearly, Sarah was so angry she gritted her teeth. At this moment, Marquis Vincent said, Well, I hope everyone enjoys the banquet. We have to go greet the other guests. The Count replied, Thank you, Marquis. After that, the Count's family went inside. Miel glanced back with a hint of suspicion. Over here, Vincent asked worriedly, Are you okay? You look a little. Sarah smiled and replied, It's nothing. I'm probably just a little nervous. If you don't feel well, let me know. Sarah replied, Thank you. Seeing Vincent's loving attitude towards her, Sarah secretly wished, I hope that one day Arya can find someone warm and loving. During the party, continuous whispers could be heard. Then a few people approached Arya. I didn't know the young lady was this beautiful. It's a shame we're only meeting now. I wish I were 10 years younger. Then came bursts of laughter. Ha ha ha. Hearing those compliments, Arya thought with some embarrassment, this is the first time I've been publicly introduced to everyone like this. In the past, everyone shunned me, and some men would approach me when I was alone. The feeling is too intense. Memories of her past life surfaced in her mind. Oh, what? My mother always told me I should date a good girl. Back in the present, someone asked probingly, Does Lady Arya have a fiancé yet? The Count laughed teasingly. You're quite eager, aren't you? The girl is still young. Let's take our time finding a fiancé. That person laughed loudly. Ha ha. Then please consider me. Me too. Ha ha. Arya smiled shyly and thought to herself, but this gathering crowd, it's such a nostalgic yet bleak scene. The people around kept offering, Please take care of me, my lady, me too. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed by, catching Arya's attention. Although it was just a glimpse, Arya still saw it clearly. She was puzzled. Aesel. Seeing her run off, her mother called out urgently, Arya. But she didn't stop. Her mother could only explain, Oh my goodness, The child must have gone to calm down after everyone's enthusiasm. Someone laughed along. Ha ha, her shyness is also very cute. After a while, Arya stopped behind the garden. She panted and looked around. It seems he went this way. Did I see wrong? Suddenly, a warm cloak was draped over Arya's slender shoulders. Aesel's deep, warm voice sounded gently. I was just going to see you and then leave, but it's been a long time. Lady Arya, in the moonlit night, amidst the peaceful scenery. Aesel pulled the cloak tighter for Arya. The night wind is a bit cold. Arya asked curiously, "Why are you here, Sir Aesel?" As she spoke, she looked up at him with an expectant gaze. Aesel's face reddened slightly. After a few seconds, he replied softly, "I came here to attend the Marquis's engagement celebration." Arya thought to herself, come to think of it, the Marquis has been flooding the market with a lot of luxury goods recently. Well, if Pinion is the one behind monopolizing the sale of luxury goods, then the Crown Prince must also be involved. So, could it be that he came to meet a business partner? Seeing her lost in thought, he smiled and said, "Are you all right being out here now?" Arya was a little surprised. What? He smiled and said, "It seems your admirers were gathered in quite a crowd earlier." Arya was startled. What, he saw everything? Doesn't that bother you? Of course not. I am certain of everything about myself, including my thoughts about you, more than anyone else. I don't need to be jealous of such trivial matters. Hearing that, Arya helplessly guessed to herself, the Crown Prince's confidence, but I am a little concerned. I didn't expect them to be so shameless as to ask for your hand in marriage. Hearing that, Arya glared at him in annoyance. Then you should have come to see me with that confidence. Wait, could a reason I don't remember the Crown Prince clearly from the past be that he avoided the public eye and acted discreetly to deceive the nobles who conflicted with him? It was all a secret. Arya asked curiously, "So did you also use your power to come here secretly today?" "No, whenever I use my power, there are consequences, so I don't use it often." Arya was stunned. What? Consequences? It's nothing serious. It just drains my energy, so I have to rest a lot afterward. Arya immediately thought, so it's just like when I use the hourglass. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly glanced around before turning to him reproachfully. How can you talk about something so important outside? What if someone hears? He smiled at her. It's just the two of us here, it's fine. Besides, my biggest fear is that you won't see me anymore if I continue to deceive you. Arya said emotionally, "Your Highness, I was really just watching you from afar. Did I attract you when you were busy? No, I just know that whenever I see you, I can't bring myself to walk away." As soon as the words were spoken, Arya's heart seemed to skip a beat. Their eyes met. Aesel slowly approached, the atmosphere incredibly romantic. Suddenly a strong gust of wind blew by, and Arya exclaimed, "Oh, the wind." In that moment, Aesel's eyes flashed. He thought to himself, "You look as if you don't belong to this world." Pausing for a moment, he thought again, "But you are right here with me." Then he leaned in and lightly kissed her forehead. "I think you should go back. Someone is about to see us." Arya nodded shyly. "See you later then." He smiled and bid her farewell. Suddenly, an eloquent voice rang out. "Why me? What is this rude behavior, Your Highness?" Upon returning to the room, Isis cursed angrily to herself. Damn it, that Crown Prince. She recalled their earlier conversation. Aesel had replied coolly, "What is this attitude you're using to speak to me, Lady Isis?" Isis frowned and said, "I followed that wench to see who she was trying to seduce this time, and I saw you with her. How could I not be angry? But why are you angry? Do you have the right to be?" Isis questioned loudly, "What do you mean? I don't have the right. You are engaged to me, Your Highness." Mfa, how pitiful. You speak as if you're still under a delusion. Hearing that, Isis was startled. What? He said again, wouldn't it be better for me to be single than to marry you? How can you say something so absurd? I'm asking you not to make demands of me. Think carefully and see who is being absurd here. Isis was furious, gritting her teeth and cursing inwardly. Astaroth, how dare you? In her memories, Isis's father had always said, "Isis, one day you will become the Empress." Isis had also replied confidently, "Yes, father." The more she thought, the angrier she got. "We just let you out." Aesel threatened gently, "You should understand who is the one who doesn't grasp the situation here. You already know about Casimiro's ledgers, don't you? It seems there are still many unidentified accomplices not listed in them. I'm sure you have a vague idea of who they are, right?" She prevaricated, "I don't understand what you're talking about." "Well, what a pity. I have nothing more to say to you, so I'm leaving." Seeing him turn away decisively, Isis shouted angrily, "Prince Astaroth, She cursed to herself. The ledgers, the damn ledgers? He dares to imply that I'm involved with those ledgers. Accusing me? Those are just rumors spread by the nobles in his faction. Low-class nobles. Not even worth remembering the names of those bastards who fawned over me, telling me I would become the empress, while in reality they would laugh if my family lost its power. Those false rumors will soon disappear, but I can't let the nobles talk behind my back like this. Suddenly, a servant entered and announced, "Lady Roseanne is waiting outside." My lady, Isis immediately regained her composure. That's right, I invited Lady Meal. After entering, Meal greeted her. "It's been a long time, my lady. Have you been well? Please have a seat." "Well, I'm sure you already know, but things haven't been going well for me lately. Someone is spreading rumors about me." Meal said angrily, "I've heard about it too. Who would do such a cruel thing? How dare they accuse you? Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help. I'll do it." Isis smiled and replied, "Thank you. I feel much better thanks to you." But in her heart, she thought, "You can't help much, but there's still one thing you can definitely do. To be honest, I have a favor to ask of you. Please feel free to ask. It's because of her. I've told you many times, haven't I? Even before the Countess brought that filthy whore and her daughter back, I was against it. Now it's because of her that the nobility has been humiliated. So, can you get rid of her before it's too late?" Lady Meal, hearing this, Meal fell silent in thought. All this time, it's not like I could stand her. Just seeing her around made me hate her. The image of a low-born person pretending to be a noble. She suddenly remembered Emma's words. Since we've gotten rid of one annoyance, don't you think we should put some pesticide in her tea?" After a moment of silence, Meal said resolutely, "I understand. I will do everything I can for the future of us all." Elsewhere, watching a trembling Very bring over the teapot, Arya called, "Very." She replied, "Yes, my lady." "Is something wrong?" Arya thought silently. "What do you mean? I'm the one who should be asking you. Why are you acting so suspiciously?" Her behavior is too suspicious. Hearing Very's forced laugh, she became even more suspicious. It was as if she was feeling extremely guilty. "Look at her face," Very asked with a trembling voice. "Is something wrong?" Suddenly Annie ran in and announced, "My lady, I have a letter for you. And you know what? Do you know who's waiting for you outside?" Arya asked softly, "Who is it?" Well, I don't actually know who it is, but it seems he's here because he's interested in you. You've gained a number of fans since attending the engagement ceremony. This mansion will probably be as crowded as a market, filled with prospective suitors once you come of age." Arya said indifferently, "Ugh, give me the letter." After handing it over, Annie chattered nonstop. "Most of them are not worthy of you. After all, you are a very wonderful person." Arya opened the letter, thinking to herself, "This letter is from Pinot Noir. I will give all the credit to investor A," he said. "My investment wasn't that large, but Aesol must want to attract the public by joining forces with a new rising power in the current situation. He needs to show his power and influence to counter the noble faction. For some reason, whenever I think of Aesol, I see my former self in him. A failed life, only to be used by others like a fool. In the past, Aesol had not succeeded in any field and all his efforts had failed. He had also suffered at the hands of the nobles and lost all his power. Just like me, if my time-traveling ability was what gave us a chance in another life, perhaps we have always been allies without even knowing it. Allies, a partner, a partner? As she was lost in thought, Annie raised her voice and snapped at Very, "What's wrong with you? I told you to pour me some tea. Are you ignoring me?" Seeing Very still hesitating, Annie asked through gritted teeth, "What the hell? Now you want me to pour my own tea? My lady, look at her. She's acting up again." Arya thought to herself, "Right, this is more important now." Then she spoke up, "Annie, just drink my tea." "Very, just pour me a cup, but I'm not thirsty." Annie asked with some hesitation, Really then should I?" With that, Annie picked up the teacup and drank, thinking to herself, "I thought she would scold Very again, but she must be in a good mood today." Seeing Very's face grow paler and paler, Arya frowned. "Just as I thought, her expression must mean she did something to my tea." Seeing that Annie had drunk it, Arya quickly shouted, "Annie, that tea." Before she could finish, Very rushed forward and yelled, "No." Annie frowned and questioned, "What are you doing?" "This dress is expensive," Very said worriedly. "Are you okay?" Annie then snapped, "Do I look okay? Haven't you been scolded enough? Clean up this mess, my lady. Look what she's done." Very called out softly, sweating Annie. Arya, on the other hand, clutched the box containing the hourglass and told herself, "Calm down, Arya, you should only use the hourglass after you understand exactly what's happening." On the other side, Annie yelled, "I swear, this girl." Her voice suddenly stopped after she let out a cry of pain. Ugh. Annie collapsed onto the floor, and seeing this, Very rushed over in a panic, calling out loudly, Annie. Arya observed the situation and thought. Her skin turned pale in an instant. Ugh, this is a deadly poison. As she questioned, Very, what'd you do to my tea? Very stammered in panic. This is not what I wanted. She wasn't supposed to be the one to drink that cup. Arya immediately grabbed her by the hair. She's panicking. Her eyes are unfocused. You must be the one who poisoned my mother's tea in the past. Weren't you also the one who casually whispered these words to me afterward? In her past life, Very had casually told Arya, I guess Lady Meal killed the Countess. How can you stand it? If you want, I can also put poison in her tea and make her drink it. In that case, you should retaliate against Lady Meal in the same way this time. Back in the present, Arya gripped Very's hair tightly, her eyes looking like she wanted to eat her alive as she said inwardly. You said those words so lightly, didn't you? To you, are we so insignificant that we deserve to die? A moment later, as soon as the hourglass was turned over, the chaotic scene immediately vanished. At this moment, Annie looked at her and asked softly, My lady, since when were you standing there? Why did you bring the hourglass with you? Oh, do you need me to do something? Please tell me. Arya sat down silently and said to herself, I used it because you just died. Seeing Arya remain silent, Annie asked worriedly, my lady, are you not feeling well? You were in a good mood just a few seconds ago. Arya was silent, slowly picking up the poisoned teacup, and Very became excited upon seeing this. Oh, you wicked woman, the sparkle in your eyes disgusts me. I will kill you at all costs. I will surely make you realize your true place and make you regret it. The thought had just finished when Arya finished drinking the tea. Very, the tea tastes a bit strange. She reached out her hand and asked, Did you? Before she could finish her words, Arya fell. Annie immediately screamed there. At the same time, Very had already rushed out of the room. Annie was still panicking and shouting, my lady, someone help, Lady Arya. Jessie rushed in and asked, what's wrong? Oh my God, Lady Arya. She quickly sat down and hugged Arya, shouting at the same time. Quick, call a doctor, my lady. Please wake up. In her daze, Arya told herself, this time is different. Old memories from her past life surfaced. Arya kneeling at the execution block. People were shouting one after another, kill her, kill her. But this time, there were worried calls. My lady, the Countess called loudly, Arya, open your eyes. Annie explained, she fainted after drinking tea. And right after that, Very ran away after hearing the situation. Her mother immediately ordered, send people after her, take a sample of the tea and investigate. Jessie was still calling, my lady, Arya thought drowsily. Everything is so different. Jessie kept calling, Lady Arya. A moment later, the doctor slowly announced, we have checked her condition again. As I said, it seems she was not poisoned. Perhaps the symptoms were mild because she only drank a small amount. It must be very lucky. Arya thought with a wry smile. Well, it's just because I pretended to drink it. Phew. The Countess asked the doctor worriedly, but why has my daughter been unconscious for so long? Something must have happened to her, because she won't wake up no matter how we try to wake her. Hearing this, the doctor speculated her body must be weakened from trying to expel all the toxins. It's a natural recovery process. Over here, Arya thought happily, I slept so well thanks to the hourglass. The lady's voice continued, so is she all right now? The doctor quickly replied, yes, at least for now. Hearing that, everyone asked about her with concern, sob, my lady, my lady. The pitiful Arya said, I still feel a little weak and lethargic, but I think I'm fine, though I don't know why I feel so tired. Arya, you must tell me if you feel unwell anywhere. The doctor immediately made a suggestion. Perhaps it's best to let her rest for a while just in case. She also needs to eat a lot. After all, she must have been through a lot of trauma. Hearing that, the lady roared in anger. Very, how dare that wench? What a despicable wench. How could she do that to someone else's tea? How much does she despise us? Jessie walked in worriedly. My lady, here is some honey. It's absolutely safe to drink. Here you are. As if to prove it, she immediately tried glass first, and then said, please drink this and recover your strength. Seeing this, Arya's heart warmed. Jessie, you're so kind. A moment later, Arya turned to ask the Count in a low voice, what happened to Very? We've already notified the guards and sent people out. We'll find her soon, don't you worry. Yes, she silently wished, Very, try to hide really well. That way, I'll get more pity from others while you're on the run. At this point, she suddenly asked, Meal, are you okay? Meal stammered, what me, I'm fine. Arya's voice rang out evenly. Very was the maid you sent over to me. If she had continued to work for you, she might have poisoned you instead. Just thinking about it frightens me, her mother comforted. My love, worry about yourself before thinking about such things. Prioritize your health first. Right. Let's get out of the room so the child can rest. We'll visit you later. My love, Jessie also said. I will bring you some tea, my lady. The door closed tightly. Arya let out a sigh of relief. Well then, my goodness, what's the situation outside? Finally, a little quiet, Annie replied. Oh, my lady, don't even ask. The whole house is in an uproar. The news that you were poisoned reached a guest who was visiting that day, so the rumor has spread everywhere. It seems he has a lot of connections. It's not surprising there are so many rumors. After all, a maid tried to kill someone. Hearing this, Arya was a little disappointed. Is that all? Annie was confused. Pardon me? Arya tilted her head and asked, Isn't it a bit lacking for people to only know about the poisoning? Wouldn't one know who was involved and why they did it? You were a direct witness and can tell them the truth, right? Annie swallowed and said, Lady Arya, I'm super good at that. If you need someone to spread the news, just leave it to me. Hearing the answer she wanted, Arya thought happily. Now I just need to refuse visitors on the grounds of being unwell and wait for the rumors to spread on their own. A few days later, Sarah rushed over emotionally. Arya sobbed. Marquis Vincent followed behind, saying, Lady Arya. Seeing Sarah, Arya was a bit reluctant, but there was no way she could refuse to see her. After thinking, Arya spoke. You must be very busy. Why? Hearing this, Sarah cried loudly. Marquis Vincent saw this and explained. How could she not visit you after hearing the news? I apologize for coming so suddenly without notice. Over here, Sarah sobbed worriedly. Sob, Arya, sob. Are you sure you're okay? Oh, you look so thin, Arya replied. I'm fine, Sarah, just feeling a little weak. She thought to herself, I've only been eating 2 meals a day for a reason. Marquis Vincent said, I will send more people to assist with the search. Sarah also added, Arya, please sleep a lot and get well soon. I'm always on your side. Don't forget that. Arya was slightly surprised and exclaimed, Sarah. Sarah continued, because of the terrible rumors about you in the past, other people are saying you must have done something to deserve being poisoned. How can they say something so horrible? Arya thought to herself, that's a pretty logical conclusion. Sarah's firm voice rang out. This time I have to set them straight. I can't let you suffer at their hands anymore. I will do everything I can to protect you, Arya. This time someone might have wanted to poison you. But please remember that there are also people who love you, Arya. So please, get well soon and smile again. Arya was moved and thought, Sarah, you look as if you would trust me, even if I went back to being a villain. Thank you, Sarah. Over here, Meal sat listlessly in front of the mirror, muttering under her breath. Lady Isis, not long before, Sarah had made good on her word at a party. How could someone make that kind girl so miserable? Has anyone here ever seen the so-called evil Arya who deserved to be poisoned? Marquis Vincent also said, I only hope that poor Lady Rawson's accident can be resolved quickly. We will dispatch as many people as possible to hunt down the culprit. Annie, for her part, spread rumors relentlessly. Just think about it. A young maid who still hasn't been caught. It's so obvious. Someone's backing her. Whoever it is, that person must have pushed her to it. In front of the knights, Annie answered confidently, If you're going to ask me if I know anyone with a reason to hate Lady Arya, then the only person I can think of is Emma. Ahem. I asked the other servants about her, and they all had the same thought. Arya sat to one side, smiling and thinking. That's Annie for you. She's doing a good job spreading rumors. Seeing her smile, Annie gave a mischievous wink. Nice. Suddenly a knight turned to ask, What do you think, my lady? You mean Emma, right? I'm not sure. I think Emma believed I was tarnishing Meal's honor. Of course, she's not wrong. My background is unsuitable, and I'm still too inexperienced to be on par with Meal. No, not at all. That's just based on what I've heard from the investigation. But your reputation seems to be very good. He's right. All the servants say that you are a wonderful person. They praise you a great deal. Have you spoken with Lady Meal? Not yet. Perhaps it's because she's still recovering from the shock, but they said it's difficult for her to speak with anyone for the time being. I see. Meal has always been a bit fragile, but Meal is closest to Emma, so I advise you to speak with her at least once. I understand. They whispered to each other. Should we stop by again later? Arya stood up and said, Annie, the night's tea has gone cold. Bring some fresh tea and some pastries. Oh no, that's all right. We have to be going anyway. Arya approached and clasped the knight's hand tightly. You've worked so hard for my sake. How could I send you away? It's cold outside. Have some tea to warm yourselves before you go. Haha. In that case, we'd be delighted. Ha, my goodness. After the two had finished eating and left, Annie asked curiously, do you believe Emma is the culprit? Well, I'm sure she's involved in this. I think so too, because I also came here on her orders. But we've gone our separate ways. Hearing this, Arya asked, why are you telling me this? I realize that you're the one who is right. Now I only serve you. My lady, all right, it's winter, so why do you keep changing these tulips? There's no need to do so much. Huh, didn't you order them? My lady, I put them here because they're sent to you every day. What? So, could it be that Sir Aesel sent them? Or did he bring them himself? Perhaps Aesel has been secretly visiting every night using his power. I said I wasn't receiving visitors, but I'm still a little annoyed that I haven't been able to see him. Should I try staying up a little later tonight? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Annie spoke up. I think someone is coming. The footsteps stopped in front of the door. There are no visitors today. Who could it be? As soon as the door opened, Annie asked in surprise. Sir Kale? Arya also said to herself, what, isn't Kale at the academy? Why is he here at this hour? He came right up to her. I heard you had a serious accident. Arya just nodded without replying. He kept staring at her, then cleared his throat. Ahem. All right, get some rest. After saying that, he immediately left the room. Annie asked, confused, what was that? Arya said, I'm not sure. His gaze was a bit wicked. In the dining room, the Count said, I didn't expect you to come home without even attending the graduation ceremony. We even prepare an outfit for you. What a shame. You were just using it as an excuse to gather and congratulate me anyway. Besides, it's more important to deal with the recent events in the house instead. If you're talking about the trouble with Arya, the guards are currently investigating it, but it seems they aren't making much progress. Kale looked over at Meal. Your eyes look a little swollen. Did something happen to you? She replied with a start. Oh no, not at all, brother. Arya thought to herself, see, no one can understand why you rush back because of what happened to me. Because of what happened to me. Wait, don't tell me. As she suddenly turned around, Kale was startled, his face flushing red. He quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. Arya felt a chill in her heart. Have you lost your mind? I know we're not related by blood, but I'm still your sister. Like father, like son. I heard the Count was disappointed in his overly chaste wife and started dating my mother after she passed away. Both he and his son are crazy about women. The Countess once said, he said he would marry me if I did as he said. This is our chance to get out of this place. Let's go, Arya. But remembering the words, you should be grateful. This is all for you. This is a good sign. If I can make Kale destroy the Rose-Scent family with his own hands, wouldn't that be interesting? With that thought, she spoke up. I didn't expect you to care about me so much, brother. But you don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. I'm still recovering slowly but surely. Hearing that, his face turned red, and he saw Meal's chilling expression. Arya thought to herself, she looks shocked to see Kale blushing at a crude and lowly girl like me. But you see, Meal, that's because this is the true face of the Rose-Scent family. You keep preaching about the virtue and nobility of aristocrats. But in the end, it's just this, isn't it? It's better to accept the truth. Meal. A little later in the carriage, Emma asked worriedly, my lady, are you really going? What else can I do? I originally planned to get Very out of the city after that wench died, but now everything has gone wrong. Very is also hiding in fear because of those rumors. Lady Isis is urging me to settle things on this side, but what can I do now? She doesn't even reply to me, no matter how I try to explain the situation. I have to go see her in person. My lady, I am so sorry. I will do my best to find Very so. I'm tired of hearing that. Don't say it anymore. She thought, why won't Emma and my brother do what I want them to do? When she arrived, the butler came out to announce that Lady Isis was busy, so it will be very difficult to see her right now. She said she will contact you later, so. Meal interrupted, no, I just need to see her for a moment, so I'll wait here until I can see her. You might have to wait a very long time. Emma also spoke up. It doesn't matter how long, right, my lady? Of course. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that Isis's voice rang out. Lady Meal. She jumped to her feet and exclaimed, Lady Isis, it seems I've kept you waiting, but you came so suddenly. Why did you come here? Lady Isis, it's about. Suddenly Emma dropped to her knees on the ground. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Which startled Meal. I should have supervised to make sure everything went according to plan, but I didn't stay to see it through to the end. Isis just replied faintly. I know, you don't need to beg me for forgiveness for this, Lady Isis. Isis smiled and continued. Since you know you were wrong, you just need to take responsibility for what you did. Emma asked, confused. Pardon me? After sitting at the table, Isis spoke. It's too late to achieve the original purpose, so we must resolve this issue as soon as possible. From the letters you sent, Veri has escaped and you haven't found her, right? Right. So the solution is very simple. Before Veri can open her mouth and reveal the truth, someone has to come forward and confess to being the real culprit. Emma immediately trembled and pleaded, Lady Isis, don't let it be Emma. Please, Emma is. Isis's voice was cold and decisive. It doesn't matter who it is. I only asked you to get rid of that wench to please me. But now she's become a troublesome thorn. As long as everything is resolved, I don't care who it is. Do you understand, Lady Meal? Meal replied, yes, I will do everything I can. Then they got on the carriage to return. At this time, the butler said respectfully, My lady, a letter has arrived. Ah, yes, the letter I've been waiting for has finally arrived. I heard the Crown Prince has dispatched a search team to assist with the current investigation. How much longer do you intend to be distant and ignore me? I'm really looking forward to it. Astrop. Over here, Arya asked. She went to the Frederick estate? John replied, yes, I followed her there and saw it with my own eyes. Arya thought, but because of the conflict within the aristocratic faction, Lady Isis must be in a mess. She ordered, go back and continue to watch until she comes out. Yes, my lady. There's no way they would take so much time to eliminate a lowly girl. Both of them are probably not as brilliant as I thought. In the past, Lady Isis was probably the leader of the aristocratic faction and the suitable person to marry the Crown Prince. But now things are gradually becoming different, aren't they? Thinking like this makes me look forward to the future so much. I wonder what advice Mio received from Lady Isis. Hearing the sound of a horse neighing in the courtyard, Arya was surprised. Huh, she's back sooner than I thought. Oh, what? It's just Kale I thought it was. He suddenly looked up, startling her. Arya stepped back. That scared me. Why did he suddenly look in this direction? Ah, that's right. Kale thinks of me in that way. It's good that he's crazy about me, even though I haven't seduced him at all. She didn't hesitate to walk straight to the railing, dropping a pink scarf as she thought. But I can't help but feel disgusted by the lustful gaze of a family member. How does each person in this family treat others? Seeing the scarf fall to the ground, the servant said, Oh my, something just fell? Ah, it's Lady Arya's scarf. Kale immediately picked up the scarf. The servant said, Give it to me. Sir, I will wash it, and he immediately refused. No, I'll give it back to her myself. When he walked up the stairs, Arya had been waiting for a long time. She smiled brightly and said, Kale, thank you for bringing it back to me. You're so kind. In her heart, she thought, he's so desperate to see me that he insisted on bringing it to me when it was already dirty. And look at that reaction. Perhaps I've known your intentions for a long time, but it still doesn't make me feel any better. Kale told himself, I have to leave right after returning this to her, but I just need a little more. With that thought, he held out the scarf and said, Don't lean over the balcony like that again. Next time, you might fall instead of the scarf. Arya immediately asked, Are you worried about me? I just don't want to see someone fall and get hurt. Brother, if you have time, would you like to have some tea with me? Afterwards, the two went into the room and had tea. Arya said, I'm sorry, I just want to change my clothes. He replied with a blush. It's fine. He stared at Arya's delicate dress. Arya continued, Everything here is a mess just because of me, isn't it? It's not your fault. Arya said sadly, I even made you come home. It's all because of the shortcomings of a commoner like me. I've caused you trouble. I'm sorry. Who told you that? Even if it's true, there's no reason for someone to harm you. Arya recalled the moment Kale pointed and shouted straight at her face. You lowly wench. You do the same things as your mother. I'll personally cut off your head. She thought to herself, Oh, really? You must be very proud of yourself. She smiled and said, Thank you, brother. I think once I'm old enough, I might leave this place. I'll only become a nuisance to the family if I stay. Kale shouted in alarm. What? You're not even married yet. Where could you go? If you're planning to go to a convent, forget it. I'll take care of everything. Arya said gloomily, Brother, you don't have to go that far. I'm very happy that you treat me so well. I've been a little anxious lately, but as expected, you're the only one I can trust here. Then Kale urgently ordered the servant, Send more people. The fact that we still haven't caught a single maid is a disgrace to our family. Meal suddenly spoke up. Brother, everyone is trying their best. Please calm down. Kale said nothing and just coughed. Ahem. Arya smirked and thought, Ah, now you must be noticing that something is going wrong here. That night, Annie turned to ask Arya, My lady, are you planning to stay up late tonight as well? Why? Annie said worriedly, You've been overworking yourself lately, and you were just poisoned not long ago. Well, this is my job. I have no other choice. How about you hand it over to someone else? Should I call my brother? I'm fine. She reviewed the documents and thought, I'm not sure who informed them, but I've received many letters proposing foreign investments. And since I can only rely on my knowledge and judgment instead of what I know from the future, it's taking me a little longer to deal with them. But I can't hand this work over to someone else. She said, you can go back to your room now. Annie replied, good night, my lady. Afterwards, outside the window was a pitch-black night. Arya rubbed her eyes with a tired look. Since when did it get so late? This work is important, but I also need to finish this trouble with Very. There's no reason to keep up this boring pretense forever. For some reason the moon looks brighter than usual tonight. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the courtyard. When the person looked up, Aesel's face was revealed. Arya was silently surprised and cried out, Aesel. She glanced not far away. Two guards were talking. Let's patrol around this area one last time before leaving. All right. Seeing the two of them gradually approaching Aesel's position, Arya thought worriedly, but Aesel is in that direction. She called out to Aesel, but immediately Aesel appeared on the balcony. Arya said hurriedly, let's go inside. After she closed the door, he whispered guiltily, I'm sorry, Lady Arya, I had to hide in your room. Arya asked worriedly, why were you there? What if you got caught? I just wanted to come here and go. I thought I saw you by the window and was watching for when they would come. Seeing him take out a very fresh-looking bouquet of flowers, Arya thought to herself, I didn't expect the crown prince to visit me this late, just to give me a bouquet of flowers. His expression was sad as he asked, are you okay? I heard you had a serious accident, and I wanted to visit you as soon as possible. But I heard you were refusing to see visitors. Arya thought, is that why he came here secretly? I really wanted to see you. That day, before I even realized it, I was already standing in your garden. You see, this time I felt it very clearly. No, more than that, I've been thinking about it for a while now. That even when something happens to you, I can't freely visit you. So from now on, I want to date you so that it's no longer strange for me to stand by your side. Therefore, if you're okay with it, please. Arya said, flustered, how could I dare to become someone like that to you? Prince Aesel. She wondered. I always knew he was interested in me, but isn't it because of the power the hourglass granted me? He lowered his eyes and asked, do you find me uncomfortable? Arya replied, no, it's just that I have a low background, and there are so many terrible rumors about me. Arya thought to herself, it's strange. I always thought everything would go smoothly if I tried my best. But why does my confidence always shatter in front of Aesel? No, it's not that I'm not confident, but I feel weighed down by his status. I just don't want to be a burden to him no matter what, so I haven't allowed myself to have any flaws. Since when did I start to feel this way? Aesel said gently, you know, I'm not the type of person who would judge you like that. Arya replied, but, he continued, I don't care what's holding you back. I just want to be honest with my own feelings. I'm sorry, I didn't come here to say this. To you, it's okay, indescribable feelings appeared in her heart. I feel so confused by this new feeling. Aesel said, the truth is, we have captured the person who tried to poison you. Arya was surprised. I came to give you the letter containing all the details, but it seems I've only caused you trouble. I have nothing more to say. I will leave her to you to handle as you see fit. You don't even know what I might do to her. What do you mean? I trust you have your reasons for your actions, no matter what you choose to do. The next day, on the way, Arya recalled Aesel's words. I trust you have your reasons for your actions, no matter what you choose to do. She thought to herself, he probably says that because he doesn't know what kind of person I really am. But why do I have a feeling that Aesel would be willing to accept everything I do? I've stopped myself from having any expectations, because I know that one day he will marry Lady Isis. What a mess, when all this time the future has been changing so smoothly. Seeing Arya preparing a carriage, Annie turned to ask, my lady, where are you going? If it's just for one trip, the carriage is a bit. Arya replied, someone will be leaving in this carriage to a place very far away and will never be able to return. After that, the two of them went up the stairs together. Arya thought to herself, it seems she's taking her time. Could it be? Annie jumped when she saw a stranger. Up here. There's someone here, my lady. Arya glared and thought. Finally. Sigh, it's okay, Annie. She's my guest. Let us talk in private, okay? Arya led her into the room and then asked angrily, what is this? Why did you come here without completing your mission? Very? Very replied, I'm sorry. There's something I need to verify. is there really a way for me to get away with this alive, right? Before that, in the place where Veri was locked up, Arya had grabbed Veri's hair tightly, making her cry out. Ow, ow, Arya said angrily. How does it feel when the evil enemy you thought was dead comes back to life? You must be terrified, but why are you crying as if you're the victim? TSK, you shouldn't have done such a terrible thing in the first place. What? Did you think you'd become a legendary hero after killing the villain? She slapped her hard, causing Veri to fall with a thud. Then she dusted off her hands and thought, disgusting. Who knows what filthy hole she's been crawling in? I want to give her a good beating, but she's too. At this point, Arya said, You see, Veri, despite what you've done, I'm still willing to give you a chance. Veri cried out, yes. Arya continued, I knew what you were plotting from the first time you came to me. I realized someone deliberately sent you. I'm sure you also noticed that something was very strange. Saying this, she paused to untie Veri's bonds. She immediately coughed dryly. Cough, cough. If you accept my offer, I will let you escape abroad. Of course, I will provide you with everything you need to be free. In return, you want to listen very carefully to what I have to say to you. Veri looked up and asked hesitantly, You want me to expose the person who sent me to kill you, right? Arya thought to herself, Oh, I know full well who that person is. She said, Just as I thought, you're a bright girl. Why did you make such a wrong choice? You see, I have many enemies. So tomorrow, I want you to go directly to the manor and reveal the real culprit to everyone. That's all you have to do. Vera said worriedly, But if I do that, I will. Arya replied, Are you afraid they'll hand you over to the authorities? I wouldn't have come all this way just because I wanted you dead. After all, what was the point of letting you live that day? Use this to take care of yourself. I'll send a carriage tomorrow morning, drive it to the manor. Anyway, you have nowhere else to run, right? Come back to reality. Vera said, I know what I have to do, my lady, but I don't know if I can completely trust you anymore. Arya asked, Do you see that carriage over there? You can look inside it to your heart's content before going to the main hall. I've packed money and food on it. As long as you do a good job, I'll let you leave immediately. The thing is, Vera, I really like smart girls like you. It's just that the lady you mistakenly chose wasn't me. I just don't want someone innocent to be punished for this incident. Do you understand? Then Vera went to the hall as Arya had told her. The servants and soldiers were in a complete panic. There's Vera. Vera is in the hall. Oh my God, how dare she show up here? Caesar, what is happening here? The Count asked, stunned. Something's wrong. The Countess cried out in fear. Good heavens, has she lost her mind? Emma also screamed. Call the authorities. She's very dangerous. Very quickly, Vera was captured. She struggled to say, Why yes, I have something to say. Emma didn't care and continued to shout loudly. Someone call the authorities. At this moment, Arya stepped forward and said, Wait, I think Vera wants to say something important. To us. Cain then spoke up. Ahem, everyone be quiet. She's just a weak girl and has been tied up. Let's hear what she has to say. Meal said, trembling. But what if she has a weapon hidden somewhere? I'm so scared. We should kick her out of here. Arya said, It's very dangerous here, so I think you should go back to your room, Meal. The Countess also said, That's right, you should go. The Count said, This doesn't concern you either, so everyone will handle things here. I don't want you to get any sicker. Meal gritted her teeth in fear. But, Father, you only want me to leave alone? No. Seeing this, Arya thought to herself, this isn't so bad. Seeing her stand there with a hopeless expression. At this point, the guards also released Vera. She said, I was threatened to poison Lady Arya by the real culprit. She said if I didn't put poison in Lady Arya's tea, she would kill my whole family. Hearing this, Emma gritted her teeth. The surrounding servants murmured among themselves. What's going on? Vera sobbed uncontrollably. So I had no other choice but to use the poison. But how could I do that to Lady Arya? I thought about it for a long time and hesitated many times. But the kind Lady Arya was only concerned about my health. Arya then said, I remember now, Vera was acting very strangely that day. She looked extremely restless. So I told her that she could tell me if something was bothering her. But she didn't say anything, and I said, Even if you can't tell me, I want you to choose the path that will bring you happiness. Vera, the servants murmured. My goodness. Annie wondered, Oh my, did she really say that? Arya continued. Perhaps I was the one who pushed her to the brink. I still remember the warm cup of tea Vera always brought me. I can't believe a sweet girl like her was threatened into poisoning me like that. The servants whispered. It seems there have always been rumors that someone was pulling the strings from behind, right? Poor Vera. Exactly. I heard there was another culprit. Or, the Count spoke up and asked, If that's the case, then who do you say the culprit is? As soon as he finished speaking, all the servants in the manor, both male and female, turned their eyes to Emma. Faced with the accusing gazes, Emma was speechless. Vera also looked over and said loudly, "Ah yes, the one who gave me the poison was none other than Miss Emma." Emma frowned angrily. You wench, how dare you say such ridiculous things?" Miel quickly cried out, "Emma." But Emma had already advanced and grabbed Vera by the collar. "Do you think you'll be safe after spouting those blatant lies?" Vera screamed. "Ah, there." The servants shouted in alarm. "Someone stop her." Miel, with tears in her eyes, called out, "Emma." Vera continued to scream in pain. "There." The chatter echoed ceaselessly. "My lady, that wicked wench. Let go of her. Don't just stand there watching. Stop her." Arya, however, was calmly enjoying it internally. "Oh, what a sight to behold." Amidst the chaotic scene, Vera said loudly, "From the very beginning, you were the one who sent me to spy on Lady Arya." "Miss Emma, it's useless to hit me now." Emma shouted. You really." The people around said fearfully, "Let go right now. Stop her." Arya suppressed her laughter until she trembled and said to herself, "Vera, you're doing great." Emma has now lost control. "Hey, wench." Kane then placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "Arya, don't worry. No one can harm you anymore." Arya said with tears in her eyes, "Brother," but inside she felt extremely annoyed. "Give me a break. You're the one who beheaded me in my past life." "You are, but it's useless to think about that now. After all, the tables have turned." The Count asked in surprise, "What? You know where the poison came from?" Vera replied, "Yes, Miss Emma told me. I kept a little just in case. If you take it to an apothecary, they will surely say who bought it." Emma's eyes darkened, her body trembled. She forced out 2 words. "You bitch." Hearing that, Arya thought, wow, she secretly kept the poison? What a strong girl. I have to admit her vigilance is still very impressive, both now and in the past. No wonder she came to my room to double-check the carriage this morning. Although I've pulled her to my side, what else can I do? No matter how merciful I am, it's not easy to forgive someone who played me for a fool. With that thought, Arya collapsed and sobbed. Sobi, she said in a choked voice. "Does everyone hate seeing me this much? This is because I'm not good enough." Kane asked worriedly, "What do you mean?" Her mother caught her. "Arya," the Count said, "how is this your fault? Now that we have proof, Emma will have to pay, and Vera too." Hearing that, Vera flinched in fear. "Yes, you will also have to bear the consequences." Vera glanced at Arya. "But, your lordship, but..." Arya quickly said, "Father, I understand why she did it. If my family were all taken hostage, I might have done the same. I could never abandon my loved ones." She turned to Kane. "Right, brother?" He immediately replied, "Well, Arya has a point." Ahem. The people around whispered, "Oh my, are they really going to pardon Vera? Even though she's the criminal who wanted to kill her. I never expected Lady Arya to be so beautiful on the inside." Arya thought to herself, "It's all so noisy, but why is Emma completely silent?" Miel, if Emma is that precious to you, you can take the blame for her, right? In her imagination, Miel would say loudly, "I was the one who gave the order. Emma is innocent." Arya thought with satisfaction, "Come on, burst into tears. Try to save Emma from this dire situation. She's like a mother to you, isn't she? Ah, but if you defend her, you might end up in a convent. How about that?" "Well, I guess I expected too much from you, because you don't have the guts or the talent to do that, right?" A moment later, Vera was released. Before getting on the carriage, she said gratefully, "Thank you so much. I will never forget your generosity." Arya said, "From now on, live well. Send me letters about your situation." Vera replied, "Of course, you stay healthy too, my lady." Annie said, discontented, "Well, Vera is just as guilty as Emma, but all her sins were pardoned." Jesse also agreed. "I also think she deserved to be punished." Arya said, "You too? Don't worry. In the end, the wicked will surely pay the price. After all, God is watching over all of us." That evening, Vera's carriage suddenly stopped in the middle of a forest. She got out of the carriage, wondering. "That's strange. They said they'd be back soon. Where did the coachman go?" Hearing growling sounds made her scared. "Huh, what's that sound? Wait, where's my luggage? No way. This can't be happening. Oh my God." Instantly, a wild beast lunged, and fresh blood stained the entire carriage. The next day, Jesse brought in a tray of letters. "Ah, Vera really sent a letter." Arya replied, "Is that so? Haha, it seems she's living very well." But the content of that letter was completely different. "We have eliminated her." Jesse said gloomily, "I can't believe she dared to live peacefully after what she did to you." Arya said with a laugh, "Jesse, you're still upset about that, aren't you? I feel a little proud of you." Annie then reported, "Ah, my lady, the carriage has arrived." Arya replied, "Ah, then let's go." Then she got on the carriage and set off. The Countess said, "It's not too late to go back home now. Arya, you don't have to force yourself to attend this trial. The outcome is already clear. Yes, but they might still need my testimony. I don't know what you're really thinking, but there must be a reason you feel you have to attend it, but don't make me worry too much. Yes, I understand. For the good of everyone. At the trial, the murmurs of conversation echoed ceaselessly. The judge began to speak. Order. The criminal Emma is summoned to court for the crime of assassinating Lady Arya Rosent. Do you admit to your crime? Seeing Arya appear, everyone immediately whispered, "Is that Lady Arya? She's even more beautiful than the rumors." Perhaps that's why there are such terrible rumors spreading about her. Arya thought to herself, "Emma, you must have suffered greatly in that prison." Well, I was also executed after having my tongue cut out. At this moment, the judge asked, "Lady Arya Rosent, I hear you have come to attend." Arya replied, "Yes, I am here. There is a petition for a pardon for the criminal, and the number of supporters for this request is not small. However, after reviewing it, we have no reason to mitigate her punishment. Finally, I would like to hear your opinion on this matter. Do you have any reason to believe that we should pardon the criminal Emma for her offense?" People continued to talk. Surely someone as beautiful as her will pardon her. Arya answered decisively, "No, I don't want any more victims, so I hope she will pay for what she has done." She thought, "I'm not being reckless. That's what I need to say. I will show you all that I'm not as stupid as I look. So watch carefully, Meal." The judge said, "I understand. If so, I declare that the criminal Emma will be hanged." Hearing the verdict, Meal fell from her chair. Count Rosent saw this and called out worriedly, "Meal, oh my, we should go outside first. Send a servant to help her right away." Arya approached and said, "Meal, my goodness, are you okay?" She stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Did you really think I didn't know you ordered Emma to get rid of me?" After saying that, Arya asked loudly again, "Are you feeling better?" "Meal," she thought to herself, "what, are you angry? Why don't you scream and cry like I did in the past? A scene like that would be quite a sight." Meal suddenly collapsed. The count shouted in alarm, "Meal." Kane ran over and asked what was wrong. "I will escort you to the nearest hospital right away." "Kane, is that you?" Yes. Please take us there right away." Arya thought to herself, "Oh my, look at that. Her mother figure is about to die, yet she still refuses to show her ugly side. I don't know whether to call her noble or simply strong-willed. But no matter what you do, the future won't change. Meal, instead of me, you will be the one to fall." Kane whispered, "Lady Arya, someone is waiting for you at the place written on this piece of paper." Arya walked and thought, "It must be Asher, no doubt about it. Do you have something to say regarding the trial?" Maybe he's surprised that I can still be so cold, but this is my true self." Suddenly a voice called out, "Arya, where are you going?" "Brother Kane, is that you? Weren't you already at the hospital?" Kane replied, blushing. "Both father and the servants went, so that should be enough. Anyway, I was more worried about you." Arya thought, "You follow me out here? What kind of brother abandons his unconscious sister to meet another woman?" Kane said, "Let's go. Where are you going?" "It's time to go home. Come on." Arya hesitated. "Well, actually, I'm a little busy." "Busy with what?" Before Arya could think of a reason, Asher suddenly appeared, leaned close to her ear, and said, "Forgive me for making you wait, Lady Arya. Shall we go?" Hearing that, Kane stepped forward and asked, Go where?" "Ah, Arya, who is this person?" Asher glared and said, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question?" Kane immediately replied, "Well, I asked you first." Don't you know that you should introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name?" Kane said angrily, "Why should I be polite to an insolent brat like you?" Arya sighed helplessly. "Ugh, so childish. Why are they behaving like this?" She gently pleaded with Kane, "Brother, I have other plans with this gentleman, so please." Kane immediately grabbed her hand tightly and shouted, "No, do you really think I'll let a young lady go with a strange man?" He held her hand so tightly that Arya cried out, "Ouch!" Asher also immediately took Arya's hand. "She is not your property. You're quite hasty, aren't you?" "What?" The two looked at each other with murderous eyes. Arya spoke up, Brother, I have to talk to Sir Pinonua now, so please go back to Meal. Poor Meal must be waiting for you. Sir Pinonua will escort me back later." "So?" Kane asked in surprise. "What? Pinonua? Baron Pinonua?" And so his face darkened, and he could only watch helplessly as Arya left. A moment later, Asher said cheerfully, "That name, I've only ever used it once. I didn't expect you to still remember. For some reason, I feel so happy." Arya laughed and replied, It's not hard to remember." She thought to herself, "He always uses that name to sign letters to investors, so there's no way I'd forget. It's not like I've only heard it once or twice." She asked curiously, "Did you come to see me today?" "Of course. I was worried about you. I waited outside because if I went in, the judge would recognize me. It's a a relief to see you're doing better than anyone. Arya wondered. I just heartlessly asked the court to execute Emma. Doesn't he think my actions are cruel? She said with a smile. Prince Asher, it seems you really do see me in a positive light. Oh, you said the same thing last time we met. Yes. After all, how would you know I'm not the villain the rumors say I am? Back then, I didn't know why you were so anxious about yourself, but I think I finally understand. After seeing that guy, Arya wondered, you mean Cain? Didn't I once grab your hand and corner you just like he did? Yes, that's right, he explained. Because of the circumstances that day, I was forced to do so, but my intentions then were sincere, and so is the attraction I feel for you now. I believe feelings change depending on who they are for and the circumstances. Although I may not know the real you that you always hide, I can only hope you understand that I'm always willing to accept you for who you are. Arya thought blankly. So what he means is he'll trust me without knowing anything? Those empty sweet nothings. It's true, they're strangely easy on the ears. Though sometimes I almost wish you were the villain everyone thinks you are. It seems there are too many useless men swarming around you like flies. Arya explained, I'm sure you already know, but the person you just met is my brother. He's just worried about me. But I'm not just talking about him. Last time at the party, a lot of people approached you. Arya was surprised. Really? After that, Arya returned to the manor. She walked with a smile on her face. Asher was quite cute when he was jealous that day. I still remember his reaction. Suddenly, she saw the servants gathered and talking. Well, Lady Meal refused to come out today, too. I know she's still heartbroken about Miss Emma's execution, but we're doing our best. Is she trying to say we're nothing compared to her? Hey, she'll hear us. Don't talk so loud. Hey, I wish I could be on Lady Arya's side. She just does whatever she likes. Arya suddenly appeared with a radiant face. Oh, what are you all doing here? The servants replied, startled. Lady Arya. Arya thought to herself. Meal must have locked herself in her room and refused to eat or have her room cleaned. She then asked, my goodness, isn't that Meal's breakfast? But it's already past lunchtime. How long are you going to wait here? They hesitated and replied, well, Lady Meal. Arya turned back and said, oh, how pitiful. Jesse, bring some tea for these girls. The servants were surprised. Tea? You can't just stand there forever, right? I know you have no choice but to wait here, since you don't know when Meal will call, but I still feel very sorry for you. If anyone asks, I'll say I gave you a task. So come to my place and rest. I also want to hear how Meal has been lately. The servants all blushed with emotion. Lady Arya. Then they went to Arya's place. The table was full of fragrant desserts. While the servants laughed and talked, Arya thought, Emma isn't here to control the maids, so it's very easy to approach them now. It won't be long before everyone in the manor is on my side. Later, Annie brought them expensive cosmetics. The servants asked, are these for us? Oh my God, where did Lady Arya buy so many? Annie replied, what are you talking about? There's no way our simple lady would buy these things for herself. She just receives so many gifts from her admirers that she doesn't know what to do with them. Hearing that, they were amazed. Wow, Lady Arya is really amazing. Many suitors have visited her before too. Arya thought to herself, I'm not sure if Baron Burboom let others know, but recently many merchants have sent me feminine gifts. Well, it's true that they were all given to me, so. She turned and winked at Annie. Good job, Annie. Annie grinned. Hee hee. The servants then recounted. By the way, I managed to clean Lady Meal's room this morning when she went out for a walk. Her room was a complete mess. Her mood must have improved since she first received a letter from Lady Isis after a long time. Right. Arya was surprised. From Lady Isis? Isis must have talked about Oscar. Emma didn't drag the Rose-sent family down with her either. So reminding Meal that she still has a reliable fiancé will surely cheer her up. I should have targeted Oscar to make Meal suffer the most, though it's not like I particularly need Oscar anymore. Thinking of this, Arya suddenly froze, blushing in embarrassment. She told herself, no, it's not because of Asher. I just don't need Oscar anymore. It's as simple as that. Jessie saw this and worried, my lady. In the hallway, Annie was humming a song while holding a letter. Cain suddenly stopped her and asked, who are you? Is that letter from Pinocchio? Annie quickly ran to Arya's room. My lady, Arya wondered, I just told you to get the mail, what's the rush? Annie then recounted, well, Sir Cain stopped me on the way. Arya was alarmed. What? He kept asking me if I often meet with Sir Pinocchio, and if the letter I brought back was sent by him. It was so sudden I got flustered. So what did you say? I think he realized his question was a bit strange. So he said, ahem, is this a letter from the Baron you're dating? And I just went along with it. Arya breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you did well. Then she looked at the letter and said to herself, my God, no wonder I haven't heard much from Asher since we last ran into each other. Cain went around asking all my maids. So annoying. Oh, it says here the letter is from Sir Pinocchio. The content of the letter says, the school will be completed soon, so we will hold a celebration. I would like to ask you for a favor. He wants me to attend this ceremony. Is it okay to reveal the identity of investor A? Asher has gained considerable power after fighting against the noble faction. If I use Asher, I'll be able to easily confront Lady Isis. And Meal. Using him, I feel really uncomfortable thinking about using Asher. If I side with him, I'll probably end up asking him for help. Sigh. Sitting at the dining table, Arya was still thinking in confusion. I've never liked anyone in a romantic way. I don't know what to do. I shouldn't approach him when considering the pros and cons, right? Cain suddenly spoke up. They're not a good match for us. The Count wondered, what are you talking about? I mean the Pinocchio family. They're not a good match for us at all. The Count was confused. Pinocchio? What? Cain asked, don't you two know? Arya is dating the young master of the Pinocchio house. The Countess then asked, Arya, is it true? You're courting a noble from the borderlands? The Count reminded her, you should reconsider your choices, Arya. If you're looking for a future husband, I can find a better one for you. Cain snapped, what do you mean, father? Marriage? Arya is still a child. Cain's words left everyone stunned, as Meal had a fiancée and Arya was older than Meal. Cain continued, I was just saying to him. Arya was disgusted. So possessive. Don't treat me like your lover. Your fake cough is annoying and irritating as hell. Then she explained, Sir Pinocchio and I are just friends. As soon as he heard that, he slammed the table and shouted angrily, just friends. How can a woman and a man be just friends? You may see him as a friend, but he's clearly meeting you for other reasons. The Countess said, Arya, why don't you try to befriend nobles from more prestigious families instead? You'll surely meet someone better. Arya replied, I don't have any intention of looking for a potential partner yet. At this, the Count cleared his throat. Ahem, I'll try to find a more suitable partner for you. It's about time you made plans for your future, Arya. Cain was stunned to hear that. Make plans for the future? Arya is still. The Count laughed. Meal is engaged anyway, so what's the problem? Don't worry, Arya, I'll definitely find someone who's a perfect match for you. Arya's face darkened as she said to herself, but I don't want to. After that, talk began to spread everywhere. I heard the Rosent family is looking for a potential fiancé for their eldest daughter. Their eldest daughter is Arya Rosent. The last time she appeared in public was at the Marquis's engagement ceremony. Apparently, they're looking for candidates from powerful and wealthy families. According to rumors, they have also inquired with the Pinocchio family. But the daughter of a count and the son of a baron seems a bit mismatched. Is there anyone in the empire suitable for such a noble family? If so, they might have to start looking for a foreign fiancé. Suddenly Annie asked, My lady, are you really going to marry the person your father chooses for? You? Are you trying to make me angry too? No, I just think that there's no one in the entire empire who could be a match for you. I mean, you have everything, beauty, power, you name it. Arya thought, for now, Cain is preventing me from being married off. I can ignore Cain's pathetic intentions. But the thought of meeting a potential fiancé is a bit. Thinking of this, she sighed wearily. I don't have time to waste on them. I wish Cain hadn't suddenly blurted that out. Then Lane came to the Count's manor, and as soon as he saw him, the Count was welcoming. Long time no see, Lane. Greetings, Count. This is for Lady Arya, and the rest is for Lady Meal. The Count asked, but what brings you here today? Oh, could it be? Are you also aiming for a Lady Arya? You denied it before, but based on what I'm seeing right now. Rin was startled to hear that. What are you talking about, my lord? I'm already engaged to someone else. Oh, is that so? Rin said, I had to stop by to check on a recent business deal, so I thought it would be nice to drop by and say a brief hello. Please, Count, I'm afraid someone might overhear and misunderstand. Besides, there is no one more suitable for Lady Arya than the most powerful person in the entire empire. Am I right? Haha. Cain immediately agreed. You are absolutely correct. Sir Run, a fool from the Pinocchio family, shouldn't dare to pursue Arya. After all, I've barely even heard of the Pinocchio family. Well, maybe he's trying because he's confident it will succeed. Don't you think so? Fools like him are called people who don't know their own status. Hearing him say that, Run, being from the Pinocchio family, couldn't help but get angry. He wondered, a fool. Then he forced a smile and replied, I guess that's one way to put it. But on the other hand, there's also a saying that the shallowest people are also the loudest, right? At this moment, Arya silently wondered, anyway, what is Rin doing here? Suddenly, Meal approached. Arya looked over and thought, Meal. Then she asked with concern, are you going out? Be careful. A lot of scary things have been happening lately. You never know what might happen. But Meal didn't answer. As she got closer to her, she whispered, Sister, you're killing me. Seeing her like that, Jesse quietly exclaimed, oh my goodness, why is she acting like that? Lady Arya is just worried about her safety. Arya, however, paid no mind, just smiled and thought, well, at least this is better than the kind facade she always tries to maintain. Without a doubt, she's going out to meet Oscar and be comforted by him. Come on, Meal, show everyone your true nature. It would be a shame if I were the only one who knew. Don't you think so? At this point, Arya discovered a letter tucked into the bouquet. She suddenly understood, a letter from Aesiel. Rin must have come here to deliver this to me. Ring. In the letter, Aesiel wrote, Lady Arya, how have you been lately? It feels like it's been a very long time since we last met. Even the gentlest breeze and a simply falling leaf remind me of you. After reading for a while, Arya fell silent so long. Why is he being so roundabout? But then she reached the end of the letter. And so, I hope you do not forget me, just because I've been busy lately. After reading, her cheeks flushed. I'm not that beautiful, even though I know the Crown Prince is busy dealing with the noble faction. Meanwhile, Meal had indeed gone to find Oscar. I see, Lady Isis didn't come here today, either. Yes. Meal frowned and asked, why doesn't Father help her when she's always trying to learn the noble's preferences? At that time, Meal was furious. Father, I have to follow Lady Isis's instructions. But he said, my dear, I understand how you feel, but the current situation is more complicated than you think. The Crown Prince has declared he will eliminate the seeds of corruption within the noble faction. So some of the remaining upright nobles have decided to cooperate with each other. Ken also expressed his agreement. He's right, we shouldn't get involved with the noble faction to avoid getting caught up in their mess. Even so, Meal insisted, but Lady Isis said she has another plan. The Count laughed. Haha, I'm not so sure about that. She immediately shouted, Father. At this moment, Arya spoke up, Meal, you're making things difficult for Father. You only say that because you don't know anything. As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent. Seeing this, Arya sniffled. I'm sorry. I just thought it would be best to follow Father's advice. Seeing her trembling with anger, Oscar spoke up to console her. Meal, calm down. But Meal burst into tears. How could he do that? I'm already engaged to you. He's being so unreasonable. Oscar reassured her. Don't worry too much. Then he thought, the noble faction used Frederick as the main threat against the Crown Prince, but now my sister can no longer control him. Therefore, no nobles are loyal enough to continue supporting her. This isn't very surprising. Thinking this, Oscar then said, you'll probably receive good news soon. Meal asked blankly, what are you talking about? Isis's remaining plan seems to be proceeding smoothly. We should quickly rally public support to our side. Oh, Sir Oscar, I was worried for nothing. I should have trusted Lady Isis. I've shown an embarrassing side of myself. My spirits have been unstable lately because of everything that's happened. Oscar was momentarily startled, then smiled and said, it's all right. After speaking, he looked at Meal pensively. Her efforts to interfere in Lady Arya's life. She must have gotten caught up in it too, after all. She was in frequent contact with my sister right up until the failure occurred. I can't be sure about it, but she must be involved in this one way or another. Because my sister is that kind of person, but even though I know that, I still can't do anything. Thinking this, Oscar said, the tea has gone cold. I'll have a servant bring more. He thought, if I make a sudden move here, I'll drag the whole family down with me. One day, I'll be able to do something for her. On the other side, Arya was observing from a distance and wondering, it's so late, yet there are still so many nobles gathered here. From the other side, voices could be heard in conversation. Thank you all for coming today. We will be leaving soon, so we will contact you shortly. Arya thought again, and they all look so familiar. They look no different from the gullible nobles of the past, rather than the upright nobles the Count mentioned. I heard the Count received a letter from Frederick. What is Lady Isis's plan this time? Suddenly, Cain appeared from nowhere and called out, Arya, are you having trouble sleeping tonight? Arya was startled. Ah, brother, she silently exclaimed. Goodness, you scared me. Also, why is he blushing? She said, I saw some guests here, but I wasn't sure if I should go out and greet them, since it's so late now. It's all right. You don't have to do that, but it still bothers you. You're also worried about what will happen to us because of the recent test with the noble faction. You're too worried. Her appearance flustered him. If that's the case, you don't need to worry. If you really want to prepare for what's to come, it's not mandatory, but you might want to learn a foreign language. Hearing this, Arya asked in surprise, a foreign language? He replied, never mind that. Isn't your nightgown a bit thin? Ah, brother, what do you mean? Nothing. You should go up to your room and... Back in her room, Arya gloomily said that she would marry the king of another kingdom. Her mother heard this and became furious. Isn't allying with another country a blatant act against the crown prince? I only discovered this after pestering the count about it, because I was very suspicious of everyone's actions. It seems everyone except us already knew. I'm too worried. I can't live here anymore. What if this is a prelude to war? Oh dear, I don't want us to have any connection to a power struggle and be executed for it. Arya, let's just leave this place. I can divorce the count at any time. So, she pondered for a moment and then replied, exactly. I also think it would be better for you to leave, mother. Arya, what about you? Are you planning to stay at the count's house? You don't have to treat the count so well. Anyway, one day the count will bring another woman home and abandon me. It's just happening a little faster. I'm not treating him well. It's just that I still have things to do. Things to do. Compared to what you think, it won't happen that soon. Even if we leave, we have to wait until after the princess gets married. If you're still worried, you should stay away from people first. She thought, mother can't protect herself. She continued, but how did my mother achieve that? Don't give up so easily. We just need to be more careful when we leave. Arya, until now, we've only worried about our own survival. Although I have no idea what you're thinking, I can't leave you behind until you are ready. So just tell me when the time comes. I'll always be ready to leave at any moment. Arya, moved, nodded and replied, yes, mother. It's because of mother that I'm even able to be here. Then Arya thought to herself, as Investor A, I have replied that I will attend the inauguration ceremony. I'm quite worried about Aesiel's tendencies, but I can't rush him when he's this busy. If I also attend the inauguration ceremony, I might be able to see his peaceful face. Of course, I'm not attending the ceremony just for that reason. A moment later, she went to see the count. He asked in surprise, what is this invitation, Arya? Ken also asked, isn't that from the academy related to the crown prince? Saw? Arya nodded, yes. Since this is a rather important ceremony, I hope you can attend. The count asked blankly, why are you here? Meal said mockingly, this is the inauguration ceremony for an academy for commoners. You seem to have too much free time, sister. Why don't you think about things that are useful for the family, instead of having time for charity events like this? Count Rosen also waved his hand and left. I'm a bit busy, so I probably can't make it. If there's anything important, we can talk about it later. Kane said awkwardly, Arya replied, I understand. I knew it. After they had completely left, her mother approached and asked, what are you thinking? Holding a meeting with the crown prince in this yard? You don't have to deliberately make the count feel that way. If you were abroad, there would be no one to support you. Arya reassured her, don't worry too much, mother. We can just observe the count's mood after the ceremony takes place. She thought, most of the people on my side have a neutral stance, because they trust my decisions and choices. Their power will also be mine in the way I want. Her mother wondered, what on earth is my daughter thinking? Arya thought smugly, the count will eventually have to cling to me to borrow this power. Of course, I will still be on Sir Aesiel's side. Soon, it was time for the party. Seeing her lady looking incredibly splendid, Jessie couldn't help but marvel. Wow, my lady, you look so beautiful. This splendid look really suits you, my lady. Arya silently told herself, that sounds so ordinary. I couldn't have survived in the past with just weapons like these. This is no longer relevant. At this moment, it was extremely lively outside. The Countess approached and said, I told the Count it's been a long time since we've been out. So if he asks later, just say you were taking a walk. Don't let yourself be misunderstood over irrelevant things. I will keep that in mind. After arriving, she said in surprise, anyway, this is quite interesting, isn't it? It's not at all inferior to the royal palace. A bigger building than I thought. How much money was invested in such a short time, even if it's to show off the crown prince's power? Astaroth, just as she was thinking this, the Baron suddenly approached and called out, Lady Arya has arrived? Her mother asked, do you know this person, Arya? Yes, I met him through business. Business? What business are you in? I've invested in a few things for my hobbies. The Baron called out nervously, My lady, isn't that a secret? Suddenly, Sarah came over and called, Arya, it's been so long. Arya also smiled back, Sarah. The Baron stood there dumbfounded, wondering, what on earth is the lady thinking? Sarah continued enthusiastically, I almost couldn't make it. Luckily, I was able to make time. Are you feeling much better? I'm fine now. On this side, the Countess was talking to Vincent. Oh, so the Marquis has come as well. Hello. Seeing this scene, the Baron became even more confused. This way, please. What is this? When they officially appeared, the crowd began to buzz. Isn't that Marquis Vincent? Who doesn't go out often? So next to him is the Viscount. And who is that? So dazzling. But isn't the Count's family looking for a fiancé? Oh my. Suddenly the Countess laughed and said, Lady Sarah is becoming more and more elegant, isn't she? You're too kind, my lady. You've always been beautiful. Arya looked around. Where is Aesiel? Could Sir Pinocchio really have come? At this moment, the Baron spoke up. The ceremony is about to begin, but Sir Pinocchio, who is supposed to open it, hasn't arrived. Ah, he has arrived. Seeing him approach, the Baron's eyes widened. But your attire is that of the royal family. He was suspicious. Why does this person look so familiar? Jessie also nodded along. Yeah, where have I seen him before? Aesiel glanced at Arya and smiled, thinking, did you come to see me, Lady Arya? You must have been very worried when you couldn't contact me because I was confronting those nobles. At this point, the Baron calmed down and said, please come in. Aesiel also quickly stepped onto the stage. Thank you for coming to celebrate the inauguration of the new academic academy that the Empire has built. Thank you all for gathering here. The person who planned this academy is me, Frank. Astaroth. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. That tulip. Only the Countess was calm. So that's the Crown Prince. It's the first time I've seen him. He hasn't had his coming-of-age ceremony yet, after all. Aesiel spoke again. The academy built in this capital will be for the common people. This will be the foundation to enhance their learning abilities and ensure the nurturing of talented individuals. The nobles below began to murmur. I thought it was for the nobles close to the Crown Prince. For commoners? How many people will get a seat here? Aesiel continued. Of course, this project was able to be completed thanks to a major investor. That person agreed to invest, but insisted on concealing their identity. If you have attended the ceremony, please come forward. He glanced at Arya. Please come forward. Arya immediately stepped onto the platform. Aesiel called out in surprise, my lady. She curtsied, then said, thank you for your precious invitation, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He was confused, but he was once again cut off by Arya. And if you don't mind, I would like to greet you as investor. Hearing this, he chuckled softly. Disappointed. My lady, you always manage to surprise me. Then he spoke up and replied, certainly. Having received his consent, Arya boldly stood in the middle of the stage. Hello, everyone. I am investor A. Rosenteria. I decided to invest because I want to give more people more opportunities. In the future, I will certainly look favorably upon business people who can help those who have been given that opportunity. I hope this academy will discover new talents. I will support them no matter what happens. I hope everyone will take an interest and participate in the academy. To the sound of thunderous applause, Arya stepped down. Another person came forward and said, next, I will call out the names of the enrolled students who are eligible for scholarships. Arya wondered pensively, what does Aesiel think? He might be angry for being deceived, or he might just be surprised. But it's been a long time. Just seeing each other now is enough. Unexpectedly, she saw him whispering to some mysterious person and then quickly leaving. Arya could only stare blankly at his retreating back. Aesiel. After that, until the ceremony ended, I didn't see any sign of Aesiel. An announcement was made. The ceremony has now concluded. Please, everyone disperse. People began to gossip. Is that person the rumored villainess? She gives a completely different impression. And she's investor A. Who on earth started that villainous rumor? At this rate, someone must have intentionally spread false rumors. Her mother came closer and said, you should go back to your seat. Arya thought to herself, I thought I would get to talk with him after such a long time. Suddenly, a hand reached out. She turned around in surprise. Aesiel put his arm around her shoulder. Excuse me, but this lady has a prior engagement with me. In the small house in the forest, Arya sat in contemplation. Seeing him appear again puts my mind at ease. He appeared without a single word of explanation. At that moment, her mother said, stunned, good heavens, a prior engagement with the Crown Prince? flowers. You should go quickly, Sarah said with some regret. If it's a prior engagement, then it can't be helped. Asiel then spoke up and asked, "You don't like it?" Arya replied, startled, huh? She had been staring at her teacup the whole time. She lifted the cup and replied with a smile, "That's not it. I was just thinking about something." Suddenly, Arya paused. Looking closely, she lifted her head and said, "The atmosphere seems a little different from before." Asiel replied, "I had it renovated. You said it didn't suit you. After all, from now on, you could just come here like this. Hasn't it become a place that suits you?" Arya replied with a forced smile, "Perhaps." She thought to herself, he's being so forward today. Asiel spoke again, "But more importantly, you hid your identity from me." Arya smiled and replied, "Well, I didn't think it was necessary to reveal it. Didn't you also ask me privately?" She thought, "I knew it. This is nothing short a joke, because when I found out Asiel was Pinonua, I was also extremely shocked. Asiel feels the same way I do." Suddenly, he suggested, "Then, can I ask all the things I'm curious about now?" "Sure, go ahead." "What is he going to ask?" Asiel began to ask, "Have you been well lately?" She exclaimed blankly, "Huh, on second thought, maybe that's not right. Since you're investor A, you must be even busier than me, so I naturally got worried." Arya quickly explained, "No, I just read letters and sent replies." "On the contrary, you were worried about me, weren't you?" "Thank you. Seeing you so worried makes me want to work even harder." Arya asked with a forced smile, "You're joking, right? I thought you were very busy with the noble faction's affairs, but you seem more idle than I am." I'm sorry. It's all right. I'm not as weak as you think. But in the past, you were someone whose very name was obscure. If it's about the noble faction, it must be about the princess. If so, I can only think of the princess in marriage." As expected. He quickly explained, "Not now. Back then, I was determined to submit to the noble faction to survive. Actually, I was seriously ill as a child, and after that, I developed an obsession with having to create a perfect plan. So even if I made a small mistake, I was always rushing to find a way to survive at all costs. Thinking back now, I was truly very weak. So when I first heard the rumors about Casino from your lips, the anxiety that I had done something wrong somewhere appeared right before my eyes." Hearing this, Arya felt a little heartbroken. "Asiel, is he apologizing to me now?" He continued, "I might die this time. That's what I thought the first time I saw you. I don't dare ask for your forgiveness or understanding now. You just need to know that." Arya thought to herself, "I'm just like you, shaking up the future without any thought or caution, because I don't know how a single word of mine can affect someone." Then she spoke, "It's all right, Sir Asiel." Then she thought again, the desperate desire to live. The me of now knows that very well. Asiel said, "But the marriage has been called off. Instead, it seems the princess is plotting something." Arya replied, "That is indeed worrying. Please trust me a little more. I am someone who will not miss an opportunity that comes my way. And all those opportunities were created for me by you." After presenting the bouquet, he knelt down and proposed. "So, I want to officially court you. I have always met you so unexpectedly, so I couldn't prepare much more than a bouquet of flowers. But after you accept this, I will come to the Count House to formally and publicly greet you. Because if I don't say it now, I will only procrastinate more. So please forgive my impatience." Arya smiled and thought, "After I accept? Is he confident that I will accept it as a matter of course?" Then she replied, "All right." She thought to herself, "Of course I have no intention of refusing, but," she smiled and said, "But next time, please do it in a more magnificent and splendid place. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event." He smiled happily. "If you allow it, even if I have to use this entire empire to formally propose to you, I will do so." In the carriage, Meal thought pensively, "It's strange. That girl I ran into when I went out, and the servants were all very strange. And what was that about? Although she said today was the completion ceremony, did that many people really show up?" Outside, the people whispered curiously, "Who's in the carriage? Isn't that the Rosen family's carriage?" Suddenly a girl opened the carriage door and said, "My lady, I had a hard time finding my way here." Meal asked urgently, "Did you see?" She replied, "Yes." She said angrily, "Why were you so slow? The princess is waiting." The girl said, "I'm sorry, my lady. People kept pulling me aside to talk." "Pulling you aside to talk?" Outside the carriage, people gathered and gossiped. "No way, really? Oh, they're gone. Inside the carriage, the maid said cheerfully, yes, something amazing happened. Today, Investor A appeared at the completion ceremony. Hearing this, Meal asked, oh my, that person with the mysterious background? But why tell me? She replied innocently, actually, that person is Lady Arya. Meal was stunned. What? What did you say? She recounted cheerfully. That's why they flocked to see all the Count's carriages, thinking it was Lady Arya. Oh my, it's truly unbelievable. It's so magical. Meal forced a strained smile and replied, right, that's right. Anyway, that's just too absurd, isn't it? In her heart, she wondered, what nonsense are you talking about? At the ducal residence, Isis was having tea by the window and said, Lady Meal has also arrived. Meal rushed in and asked, the princess has arrived? It really was her, that girl. Isis replied calmly, that's right. The crown prince did something, so I just sent someone over. But something not at all interesting happened. She shattered the teacup in her hand, causing the pretty little birds to fly away in fright. Then she said angrily, no wonder. That investor's name kept refusing to talk. That lowly thing who kept talking back to me and playing such disrespectful games. So that's what it was? Oscar spoke up. According to the information we have, she has a relationship with the crown prince, and it's believed they have already met. Isis was so angry she gritted her teeth. How dare she do this to me? This kind of humiliation. Rosenteria, at the residence. The Count ran out to greet her. Oh, Arya, you're here? What brings you here so early, father? He laughed and replied, haha, I came home early today, didn't I? That's right, Arya. It's been a long time since our family had tea together, hasn't it? The Countess thought shyly, a long time? There's never been such a thing as having tea and chatting between us. The Count approached warmly. Come now, let's go. Arya smiled mockingly. To be frank, I don't know. I don't recall ever having tea with you, father. I don't know what you're talking about. Haha, whether it's been a long time or the first time, I want to have tea and chat with you. I also have something to tell you, father. Things that I have kept hidden until now. I'm sorry for only telling you now. That's right, that's right. Tell me everything. Hurry, hurry. Arya began. Since before, the Count interjected. That's right, you are. She cut in and said, I've had a lover for a while now. He will be coming to greet you soon, father. You've worked so hard to find a suitor for me all this time, and I couldn't bring myself to tell you. I'm sorry, father. Also, I'm a little tired, so I'll be heading up first. Seeing her run upstairs, the Count asked in bewilderment, what, it's not that, but... Suddenly, Cain shouted, what are you talking about? What lover? What do you mean a lover? The next day, Arya sat and thought, I was so happy yesterday when I threw a bucket of cold water on the Count. Suddenly, the sound of an argument rang out. Lady Arya. Me first. Hey, no, me first. Then the four men in front of her said in unison, please look at my plan first. Arya thought wearily, I just revealed my identity and they've been flocking here like this since morning. Then she spoke up, please calm down. Gentlemen, I will look at all of them. Coming here so early, you probably haven't eaten, have you? First, please have a meal. They all replied in unison, thank you, my lady. Seeing this, the Count laughed and said, then father must also eat here this morning. Everyone there ate voraciously. So delicious, so delicious. Miel covered her mouth and said, I will eat in my room. Arya thought to herself, even her eating habits are different. Did I used to eat like that? The past that I want to forget. The Count came forward and asked, are there any good plans yet, my child? Arya replied, I don't know yet. They're all good. But there are still a few places that need to be revised. She thought, actually, they're all a complete mess. But it's not necessary to bring up the past. But compared to the business deals I've been reviewing lately, all of these are too flimsy. Even so, it would be too pitiful if I were to ignore or look down on the ideas of the old Count's people. With that thought, she said, so I want to give everyone a chance. I will sponsor your tuition fees. So will you all go to the academy to study? If you had no talent, I wouldn't have offered this advice, but I see potential in all of you. She thought it would be good to use this opportunity to increase the number of people on her side. Nurturing ambitious young people is the purpose of the academy, and it would be perfect if I could grant scholarships under my name. How wonderful. Hearing this, the four young men asked in unison, really? Thank you, my lady. I will study hard. After finishing their meal, they left together. At this moment, the Count cleared his throat. Ahem, so it's true after all. Arya, she smiled and replied, what is it? What are you talking about, father? The rumor that you are Investor A, and that you're also close to the Crown Prince. Arya thought to herself, looking at this, I really want to confirm it with my own words, but should I follow the silly etiquette of the nobility, or should I clarify it like an adult? She replied, I suppose so. That's right, that's right. I knew you were smart ever since you were a child. Arya asked back, since I was a child. Even if I gave you my opinions, father, you wouldn't listen to anything no matter what it was. So I decided not to say any more useless words. The Count said awkwardly, Humph, that's all in the past. That's right, that's right. Anyway, I suppose I'll have to escort both you and Kane from now on. You're going to be very busy in the future. Arya smiled and replied, What are you talking about, father? As you can see, I'm already extremely busy. Just reviewing documents keeps me from leaving my desk. Kane spoke up and asked, Since when have you and His Highness the Crown Prince? We actually met when I was 14. It's been 2 years now. At first, I didn't know he was His Highness the Crown Prince. I only found out recently. Oh my goodness. Kane broke out in a sweat and asked, Could it be that time, the son of the Pinu family? The Countess nodded. Kane has seen him once, too. That's right. He was using a borrowed name for a while to appear in public. How romantic. I can't believe you have such a lover. It's just like a novel, a romance novel at that. Yes, it's really like a novel. But it will be better for you to hear it from Lord Asher's mouth later, mother. If I tell you everything, what will there be to talk about? She replied happily, All right, let's do that then. Kane was extremely annoyed, but couldn't do anything. Afterwards, Arya returned to her room, and Jesse came to report. As you instructed, my lady, I have told those who wish to have their plans reviewed to come at the designated day and time each week. Good work. The rumors have spread too. They come looking for me every day. It's exhausting. But I'm happy about it, am I not? There are indeed many things to look at. That's right. They all want to meet you, my lady. Also, here is the newspaper. Hans delivered it in person today. Is that so? I wonder what's going on. And there's more. Hans is enrolled in the academy course. He even received a scholarship. Oh, so that's how it is. He's very busy because of his studies. He just managed to make time to deliver in person. That's great, isn't it? Yes, it is. She thought that although it's small, his future is much better compared to that meaningless death. The rumored villainess is actually a saint. The true identity of Investor A, who saved many businesses regardless of class, is Lady Rosenteria, who was rumored to be a villainess. People are whispering that this was a malicious act by someone spreading baseless rumors. Her younger sister, Rosent Miel, has been pointed out as the source of the rumors and that the terrible incident was not real. Jesse said excitedly, It would be great if the malicious rumors about you disappear because of this, my lady. Arya was pensive. When I first returned to the past, I used to think that my life was better before I entered this house anyway. And yet, Jesse doesn't remember being bullied at all and has treated me well from the beginning. But even if Jesse did remember, she still trusts me now. Indeed, so many things have changed in the past 2 years. Changed. I didn't think the business would go so smoothly. I just thought I had to struggle to change the bad impression of myself. But the main cause is still there. Miel is still siding with the princess, wanting to kill me. The anxiety still hasn't disappeared, although I still feel a chill down my spine, but this trembling is no longer from fear anymore. On the contrary, when I need to attack, I will engage in close combat. I no longer endure things weakly now. Instead, it's a tremor of anticipation for something to come. I am proclaiming that the confidence born from my actions has helped me overcome this adversity. Right now, that is what gives me the most peace of mind. In the evening, Arya received a letter. The content read, Because I am in a place where it is difficult to meet, I asked Run to send this letter to you. Is it from Asher? Could something be wrong again? She continued reading. It's nothing for you to worry about, my lady. I have a visitation schedule, but I wanted to see you, so I'm contacting you in advance. If you're all right with it, I will come on this day. Oh, he made me worry for nothing. This time it's a bracelet. It's truly magical. Although there are a few, it's rare to see something like this in the Empire. Is he planning to give me another gift from a faraway place? Arya looked out into the distance. I wonder which direction the place where Asher is now is. At the ducal residence, Miel's voice rang out. All the young ladies have sworn their loyalty to Princess Isis. Because they see that filthy bloodline still remaining in the Empire, they must naturally go abroad. Please hang in there. Is that so? Miel thought to herself. The ducal house has accepted the royal bloodline. How can the princess be compared to such a lowly thing? If I were the princess, I would probably kill myself. Perhaps everyone doesn't realize they are being deceived by that cunning appearance and deceitful personality of hers. Isis spoke up and asked, "Did His Highness visit the residence?" Miel jumped up agitatedly and said, "Of course not. It's clearly a lie. That's just her being arrogant, as if His Highness the Crown Prince would have a relationship with that girl." Isis said, "Even for the honor of the nobility, those two cannot continue." "Of course. But on the other hand, your engagement ceremony should be expedited a little, my lady." "What? Although you are not yet of age, marrying someone of low birth into the royal palace is unprecedented. For the unity of the noble faction, there's nothing wrong with speeding up the marriage. So please have a word with the Count." "Okay," Miel replied joyfully. Yes, Princess Isis. This is what I've wished for the most." "Over here," Jesse said cheerfully. "So Hans is really so smart." "As expected, because he's been in the newspaper rental business since he was young. His knowledge is much richer. He's the same age as me, but he speaks so fluently, eloquently." Seeing her hold her head in frustration, Jesse asked, confused, "What is it?" Arya was pensive. "I want to find someone a little better for Jesse." "But why Hans? How many dependents does he have?" "More than that. I'm basically just supporting Hans." With that thought, she turned and instructed, "Very well, Jesse. Tell Hans that I'm looking forward to it." "Oh my, Hans will be so happy." "Oh, it's already. I've been too chatty. I'll go inside now. Good night, my lady." "All right." Arya lit the lamp and sighed. "Before, I would have never understood this feeling of Jesse's." Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. With a call, "Lady Arya." Arya thought to herself, "Now I can understand what that feeling is." She quickly took the candle and walked over. "Please come in, Lord Asher." As he entered the room, Arya asked in surprise, "Lord Asher, your skin, it seems to have gotten darker?" "Ah, it's probably because I went to a rather hot region. If it was a place hot enough to tan his skin, he must have gone very far." "Umph, I've made you worry. Please sit down first. You can't keep standing because of me." Arya replied softly, "MHM." As he poured water, he looked at the ring on her finger. She's wearing it. Arya also noticed the ring on his hand. "That ring, it seems to be the same style as the one you gave me." Asher immediately said, "Ah, yes, it's the same style of ring." Arya secretly guessed, "Is it a couple's ring, just a different color? No wonder it's so simple." Asher took off the ring and explained, "It's just changed color a bit for now. It will return to its original state soon." Arya asked blankly, "What?" At that moment, the ring shone with a sparkling blue color. When he placed it on the table, Arya exclaimed in surprise. The color disappeared. "Is it enchanted with some kind of spell?" "Oh yes, it's a ring passed down in the Imperial family. It's an heirloom of the Imperial family." Hearing this, Arya was astonished. "From the Imperial family? If you use its power, it will change color. The one you're wearing is the same." How could I accept something like this? A treasure of the Imperial family. Isn't it just a couple's ring?" "Ha! Of course, the owner of this ring is none other than you." After a moment of silence, Arya spoke. "Thank you." She thought, "It's good that he's showing me this much sincerity, but why do I feel so embarrassed and shy? Perhaps this is the feeling of being in a real relationship. It's been 20 years since I first fell in love, so my eyes are shut tight." Suddenly Asher said, "I'm the one who should be thanking you for accepting it. Do you remember Lady Sarah, Lord Asher?" "If it's her, I remember she is the future wife of the Marquis, the daughter of Marquis Zoran, right? I learned etiquette from Lady Sarah. She said teaching was very rewarding, and she wants to become a teacher too. What do you think if I ask her to guide the students at the academy? If it's etiquette, it's better to have a noble directly guide the commoners. But if we do that, the Marquis will be swayed by the neutral faction. So that's how it is." After hearing that, Arya gave a mischievous smile. "If the forces supporting Investor A also side with you, Lord Asher, the situation will change. In that case, I wonder if you know any judges?" "A judge? No, I don't even remember their names." "I see, because that person wants to meet you, my lady. So I wanted to ask if you could arrange a meeting. Although she is a royal, she is not very involved in power. Since she is also unmarried, perhaps she is curious about something as a woman." "Is that so? But I don't want to get easily involved with people I don't know well. I'll be on guard first." Then Asher said, "Then I will send you a letter soon." A few days later, the Countess shouted in astonishment, a letter from the royal family. "Is His Highness the Crown Prince really going to visit the Count's house? Everyone, clean everything up, not a speck of dust, and get ready. The sofa pillows must be washed." No, all the carpets and pillows must be replaced. They must be replaced with high-end ones. The flower garden needs a little more care." After hearing her instructions, the servants thought enthusiastically. Lady Arya's lover, His Highness the Crown Prince, is coming. Lady Arya is truly something else. Arya watched everyone busily working and felt happy too. Suddenly, she turned her head and asked curiously, Miel, do you have something you want to say to me? Hearing that, Miel asked, you don't really intend to become the crown princess, do you? Arya replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Isn't it better than someone who plans to sell the country to a foreign nation? Hearing that, Miel became angry. What are you talking about? But Arya was not afraid at all. It's the truth. Treason will bring insecurity to the country. Do you really not know who that is? Hearing that, Miel shouted, don't you dare insult the princess. In her heart, Arya pushed, be more wicked. You can't even give a proper response. She asked again, but what if it's the truth? If you yourself get angry, then don't believe it, no matter how things turn out. There's no one beside you now to sacrifice themselves for you like Emma did. Looking at her angry expression, Arya thought to herself, are you going to pull my hair, or are you going to curse at me? Either way is good for me. But Miel did nothing. She turned away and cursed under her breath. This lowly thing who doesn't know her place is so insolent. Hearing that, Arya found a little funny. Sometimes you show me a level of restraint, just like a noble, that it surprises me. But you will gradually feel yourself collapsing from those words, just like the way you laughed maniacally in front of me. The day I laugh in your face is not far away. Thinking of this, Arya gave a mysterious smile. On the street at this moment, a line of magnificent carriages approached. The people around saw this and began to gossip that carriage, perhaps His Highness the Crown Prince, is coming to see the rumored Count's family. Right in front of the gate, the whole family came out to welcome the distinguished guest. Arya spoke softly, greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Asher looked at her and called, Lady Arya, watching him step down from the carriage. Arya smiled and said, Lord Asher, you must be tired from your long journey. I'm just happy to be able to come and see you, my lady. It seems the people in the residence have worked harder than I have. Arya smiled and explained. In any case, everyone is prepared to welcome you with all their hearts. I hope you will take your time to look around. Suddenly, the Count approached and said, Lord Asher. At this, Asher spoke up, that's right. How rude of me. Everyone please rise. Count Rosent hurriedly said, Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. And Arya introduced, This is my father and mother. I have heard a lot about you both. Over here are my older brother Cain and younger sister Miel. I see. He thought to himself, so this is the rumored younger sister and the man who annoyed me at the execution ground? With that thought, Asher said, I'm starving. It must be because I traveled a long way since this morning just to see you, my lady. The Countess stammered, I have prepared a lavish banquet. I will lead you there. Oh, I should have been given instructions before speaking, shouldn't I? Behind them, Arya said cheerfully, Luckily the weather is so nice. I've prepared a luncheon in the garden. How wonderful. A moment later, everyone was seated at the banquet table. Arya thought to herself, no matter how much you try to put on that annoyed face, do you dare to ignore the Crown Prince and leave the table first? Suddenly the Countess asked, Is it to your liking, Your Highness? Asher immediately replied, Of course it is. Thank you all for your great care. Seeing Cain and Miel's gloomy faces, Arya smiled to herself. You reap what you sow. A moment later, Asher turned to ask, I heard that you are very good at business, Lord Count. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Now that I think about it, I had a hard time with the fur coat business before. Then Arya suggested I stock up the warehouse. And thanks to that, I saved a considerable amount on taxes. I'm very proud of this intelligent daughter of mine. Arya was secretly exasperated. Look at the Count. The person who helped pay the tax for that luxurious fur coat is the Crown Prince sitting next to him. He can really say anything. Asher praised. As expected, you display your intelligence wherever you go, my lady. Hearing that, Arya laughed. Ho, what are you two talking about? I am still very lacking. How can I compare to Miel? She is the most wonderful noble lady for me to follow. She is as patient as a noble and has a good character, truly outstanding. Miel heard this and was furious inside. Sitting next to her, Cain said, Isn't it more important that Your Highness came here to discuss matters? At this, Asher suddenly remembered, that's right. Although the lady has agreed to my request, I think it would be better to have your official permission as well. In any case, I don't intend to stop at just being lovers. Count Rossen's face went blank. Yes, what? And the Countess covered her mouth in astonishment. Oh my goodness, if you two like each other, then it must be so. After the announcement, Arya stood up. Asher, we finished our meal. If you're all right with it, please take a tour of the residence with me. The flower garden in the house that my mother personally tends to is really beautiful. He smiled and replied, I would love to see it. Then we'll be going first. The Countess said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please enjoy your tour. The Count also said, I will follow to escort you shortly. At the dining table, Miel sat clenching her teeth and seething. Lowly, that filthy girl. Outside, Asher looked around, and Arya asked, Compared to the Imperial Palace, this small residence is nothing special. Did you find something interesting? You've been looking so intently since a moment ago, because this is the place where you have been staying these past few days, my lady. If I think of it that way, there is nothing that isn't interesting. Arya thought, the days at the Count's house? After living here for over 10 years, my mind is only filled with memories of death. That's right, I've been through many days, haven't I? If we're talking about memories, there are memories. Seeing Arya looking sad, Asher asked, Is something wrong? I did my best to please your parents, my lady, but your face looks a little worried. Ah, not at all. Ever since they knew you were Lord Asher, everyone has liked you. I see. Suddenly Asher asked with a pitiful expression, Was my effort meaningless? Wait, right now, could it be he wanted to praise him? How cute, and I felt very happy that day. At that time, the private lawyer of the Rose-Scent family was Ephra. I also want to eat cake, drink tea, and chat together. If possible, it would be even better if you could let me know the date. I thought I should be wary, but she sent a letter directly. Thinking that she is a royal who can even speak to Asher, I was planning to refuse, but the door opened, and the judge spoke. Please come in. Arya was still thinking. Besides the successor, the royal family only sponsors a few people. As expected, a royal is still a royal. She spoke again. You must be tired from the long journey, Lady Arya. Arya bowed her head. Judge, thank you for inviting me. I should be the one thanking you for accepting the invitation. Please sit here. What on earth does she want with me? It's been a while since we met at the trial. I was quite surprised when you suddenly invited me. I was just thinking of you and unconsciously sent the letter. I wanted to drink tea and chat with you, my lady. I hope I'm not bothering you. Not at all. I am very honored. But in her heart, Arya said, Of course it's a bother, because I don't know what scheme she has for meeting me. I spent a lot of time preparing this tea and cake. Please enjoy it, my lady. Yes, thank you then. Arya lifted the teacup to drink. The tea has a wonderful aroma. I'm glad it suits your taste. She thought to herself, on the contrary, I'm surprised at how delicious it is. Both the tea and the cake, it really shows her sincerity. It would be great if I knew the intention behind this kindness. Could it be? Is it possible? Perhaps this person has a favorable impression of a business-savvy daughter like me, just like the ladies in the businesses I've invested in. Initially, royals could live well enough on just their allowance. But what's the meaning behind this single woman working as a judge? She said so. My lady, what is your hobby? Hobby? I'm not particularly passionate about anything, but if I had to name one, it would probably be reading. I see. No wonder you're so intelligent. Of course, you were born intelligent as well. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, she said flatteringly. So what's your favorite food? If I had to choose, it would probably be meat dishes. Meat is very good for growth. What's your favorite color? Blue, perhaps? What's your favorite flower? Tulips and lilies. Her eyes sparkling, she moved closer to Arya. Then can I ask one more question? What do you like here? I'm very curious. Arya was secretly flustered. What is this? Even my own mother doesn't care about me this much. Who on earth is this person? She continued. What should I do? I find it magical too. What on earth is she talking about? With this reaction, I wonder if she likes me. Oh, it seems I've been too rude. I'm sorry. Come to think of it, you're 17 this year, right, my lady? Yes, I will be 17 after my birthday. Really? My lady, if you don't mind, could I ask you for a favor? If it's something I can do. Arya thought, we're finally getting to the point. Suddenly she said, please try on this dress for me. She's treating me like her daughter and wants to play dress up with me. Although she's not married, this looks too much like a man's shirt, she said with teary eyes. The size is a bit big, but it suits you so well. Arya was dazed. I'm getting more and more confused. Please, react in a way that's easier to understand. Suddenly she burst into tears, sob. It's as if that child has returned. Arya finally realized, this won't do. I'm sorry, Judge, but I have a prior engagement, so... Oh, it seems I've kept you for too long. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to be like this. Arya told herself, I need to get out of here. Thank you sincerely for visiting me today. This is the tea you had earlier. This tea is very precious, so please enjoy it when you get back. Thank you, I will enjoy it. Arya was about to get on the carriage when she called out. Lady Rose sent. I wonder if the Countess has made any promises? Ah, I'm sorry. I asked a useless question again. It's getting late, so you should head back. Thank you so much for today. Later in the carriage, Annie asked, My lady, are you planning to go somewhere else today? No, that's not it. Let's go home quickly. Yes. Arya thought pensively. I'm really so tired. Being constantly on guard without gaining anything is several times more exhausting. I have to rest early after dinner today. But what is it? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Suddenly, a hand slammed on the table, and Cain shouted, Father, I strongly object to the marriage with the crown prince. I've told you several times, Cain, the matters with the other families are all over. Now, it's definitely not the ducal house. You should reconsider, father. The count shouted angrily, I am the head of this house. This is not for you to manage. Miel spoke up, Brother, we must follow father's words. Father is the head of the house. Cain remembered what Miel had said before. I object to them being together. But they like each other so much, what can we do? There's no reason to object. You don't want them to get together either. Brother, I think so too, but please do as I say. Let father go. I have a way, although it might be a little dangerous. At that time, I hope you can help me too. Back in the present, Arya was extremely uncomfortable. What is it the way those two look? Besides, I keep feeling like I'm forgetting something. Is there something in the past that I can't remember? But what Miel did, lost in thought, she saw Astaroth. She cried out in surprise, Sir Aesel, no, wait a minute. Aesel did say he would come today. A memory surfaced in her mind. If you don't mind, may I visit you on this day next time? Oh my, of course, sir. I was so exhausted because of those 3 judges that I completely forgot about this. Just then, Astaroth said in a deeply sorrowful voice, Oh, could it be that you've forgotten? I'm sorry, Sir Aesel. I was a bit absent-minded. Who could have made you so tired, my lady? Actually, today, I want to see the Madame Effra you mentioned, Sir Aesel. She treated me to delicious tea, and I enjoyed it very much. But for some reason, she asked me to wear men's clothes and then started to cry. I'm sorry. It seems I'm speaking ill of someone. Suddenly, Astaroth burst out laughing. If that's the case, then I understand a little. Rumor has it she had a younger brother who was kicked out of the family. Hearing you say that, you must look like him. Arya asked in surprise. A younger brother? I look like Madame Effra's younger brother. I saw a portrait when I was very young, so my memory is a bit hazy. Back then, that person's appearance was very captivating, so it seems I still remember a little. The first time I saw you, I was inexplicably curious, probably because he came to mind. So you resemble him that much? Right down to the blonde hair. The shape of your face also reminds me of him, both the facial features and the aura. Arya was deeply shocked. A handsome boy who looks just like me. He was probably kicked out of the royal palace. How much he must have suffered. Their own private predicament. If you're interested, I can find that portrait for you. If you could, I would be very grateful. But I'm sorry to trouble you when you're so busy. That's no problem. It's not like I'll be the one doing it anyway. Astaroth chuckled, thinking of ruin buried in overtime work. He saw Sok walk in and said, I suddenly have a bad feeling. Sok said, Sir Astaroth is going to give you another task. I'll be waiting. Then Astaroth said to Arya, Then let's meet next week at this time. I hope you won't forget next time. Afterward, Annie suddenly exclaimed, Good heavens! How did the Crown Prince get in? I was so startled. Just now I thought my heart would leap out of my chest. My lady, I brought the tea you were gifted earlier today, but I was waiting outside for so long, and how on earth did he get in? Arya said, through the window. He was afraid his arrival would seem strange to everyone, so he came in secret. Through the window? Someone of the Crown Prince's caliber could probably climb a window this high. Oh, right. My lady, I heard some new information from Lady Miel's side, so I came to report. It seems she's exchanging letters with the Duchess again. I heard that Lady Miel read the letter and smiled. The maid who told me is illiterate, so she couldn't read the contents of the letter. In the past, she would always exchange letters with the Duchess before doing anything. If anything else happens, be sure to let me know. I'll give you a small gift. Yes, of course, my lady. Please don't worry too much. The entire mansion is on your side. Arya thought to herself, that's right. Because so much is built up, I can't afford to act carelessly. If I wanted to kill her, I could just poison her tea, but I won't do such a thoughtless thing anymore. But if the other side makes the first move, then the story will be different. Go ahead and be jealous, Miel. Whatever tricks you pull, you'll only be destroying yourself. The next day, Arya looked out the glaringly bright window. I don't want to go out among those people, but Annie said, "My lady, we must depart now." "All right, today is the Academy Scholarship Award ceremony, so I have to go out." Suddenly, Arya heard people whispering, "Lady Meal is holding such a large tea party. I wonder what the occasion is." Just then, Meal approached and asked, "Oh my, it looks like you're going out, sister. When will you be back?" "Sister, I don't know. Perhaps I won't be coming back today. Besides, I don't need to report to you. Since when did you become so concerned about me?" Suddenly, the people Meal had invited to the tea party spoke up to defend her. "Good heavens, such a rude attitude. Lady Meal, don't pay her any mind. That's just outrageous. She has no manners at all. Lady Meal was just trying to be friendly, and she's just... That villainess is becoming the star of the Empire? Is everyone sane? Poor Lady Meal. Let's just enjoy ourselves today." In the carriage, Jessie asked with concern, "My lady, are you all right?" Arya recalled Meal's cold expression from a moment ago. "Really? You won't be coming back today, sister?" Just then, Arya replied, "I'm fine. I need to take off my gloves. It must be hot because I'm sweating." Arya thought, "I can't let that expression of Meal's unsettle me. What are you plotting, Meal?" Later, at the crowded hall, "My lady has arrived, Baron Burham." "Ah, Miss Annie." Annie immediately stepped forward and called out cheerfully, "Baron, please let Miss Annie in." "Oh my, there's still time, so you two can talk comfortably." The Baron hurriedly said, "No, that's not it, my lady. That's not it." At this moment, Sarah called out cheerfully, "Lady Arya." Arya turned around and greeted her in surprise. "Lady Sarah, why is Sarah here? Did you come alone, without the Marquis?" "I wrote a reply and wanted to give it to you in person." "A reply?" "I asked her to be my teacher before, but could it be? I would be very happy to accept the lovely Lady Arya's offer." After reading it, Arya hugged Sarah tightly. "We're best friends," the Baron said. "My lady, if you're all right with it, I'll go prepare the seats." The Marquis was probably just afraid I'd be unfairly disliked. "How could she refuse when you're doing such a good thing, my lady?" The Marquis also praised you a lot for this. "If that's the case, I'm very happy, but after all, he was on the neutral faction side initially. Because of this matter, he must have been torn between the nobles' faction and the Crown Prince's faction." Sarah said, "Even so, don't worry too much. I heard that recently. The neutral faction's nobles have met with the Marquis and her father for a chat. He can't just maintain a neutral stance anymore. So Lady Arya has even more reason to do what she wants with confidence." At this moment, Arya read aloud, "Patricia, Olin, and Han, we pledge to support the scholarships and living expenses for the students just named. You don't need to be so surprised, Han, because I want the person who helped me, someone who is more than just a past connection of mine, Jessie, to be happy." Below, people clapped loudly. Sarah also clapped, thinking to herself, everyone is supporting Arya. Suddenly, Arya glanced to the side. A little later, in the carriage, Arya said curiously, looking closely, "I just caught a glimpse of the Academy students' clothes, Annie. Are you wearing something similar to the brooch I gave you? Although it looks a little cheaper." "Ho, that's right. Because this is something that shows my loyalty to you, my lady. I made it, and it seems people reacted very well to it." Jessie also noticed it. "It's so similar to the brooch Lady Arya gave you." "It is. So can you give me one?" Annie hesitated. That, later. Let's do it later. I've already given them all out today." Seeing this, Arya thought, "Annie, it seems you sold the brooch for a little money, didn't you? Though it's not a bad thing. I find it cute this time." After getting out of the carriage, Annie complained, "Say what you will, the party is dragging on for too long. It's already sunset. It's still going on?" Seeing that Meal's party hadn't ended, Arya thought, "Really? Although the scale is indeed large, what is this ostentatious party for, in the end?" As Arya walked by, a lady glanced at her and whispered, "Oh my, look at that bracelet. I don't think I've ever seen it before. It's been very popular among commoners lately, I believe." Ho, that's right. She's always liked commoners." Annie, walking behind, covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "It's a gift from the Crown Prince. So how could you have seen it anywhere?" Looking out the window, Arya followed Meal's figure with her eyes and said to herself, "Do you think I'm being too sensitive again?" "No, because I'm being cautious. There's nothing wrong with that. If I were nothing, this alone would be enough to crush you." Late at night, a knock sounded on the door. Arya asked, "Who is it?" Meal's voice came through, "Sister, it's me. I have something to talk to you about." Arya felt a little uneasy and said, "I'm changing, so just say it from there. Then I'll wait." Arya wondered, what is this scheme now? A moment later, she opened the door and asked, "What is it?" Outside the door were Meal and the Count. Meal said, "The three of us need to talk." "Something to talk about?" The Count asked, puzzled. "Meal, what is it?" Meal smiled gently and replied, "It's about this." The very next second, she reached out and gave the Count a push. His whole body fell down the stairs behind him. The Count glanced at Arya, as if pleading for help. She hurriedly reached out her hand, but the Count only managed to grab her bracelet. After a shattering sound, sparkling crystal beads scattered everywhere. As blood pooled on the floor, Miel continued, "It's this." Finishing her words, she screamed loudly. There, before Arya's eyes, which were wide with disbelief, Miel shouted, "Someone help! Sister Arya, push father down. Hurry, is anyone there?" Arya couldn't understand. "Crazy, are you crazy? If you're going to push someone, it should have been me. Why father?" She thought to herself, "Quick, I have to turn the hourglass quickly." Arya's whole body began to tremble. She reassured herself, "Calm down, I have to get the hourglass out quickly." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, along with the familiar voice of Astaroth. "My lady." Out of thin air, he appeared beside her. Arya was stunned and thought, why is Astaroth here at this hour? Astaroth glanced to the side. When he saw the scene, he immediately put his arm around Arya's shoulder. Then, the two of them suddenly vanished from before Miel's eyes. The servants had arrived, and they clamored, asking what happened. "My lady, what happened?" "There, the master." "Doctor, where's the doctor? Call a doctor." The Count, the Count." A moment later, Astaroth's voice called out, "My lady." Arya immediately opened her eyes. She quickly sat up, crying out in fear, "Oh my God." He asked worriedly, "My lady, are you all right?" Arya looked around and asked urgently, "Sir Astaroth, why am I here?" "No, this place." He explained, "This is the villa in the forest." "My lady, are you hurt anywhere?" "When I came to get you, you were already unconscious." Arya thought to herself, "I was so anxious I couldn't breathe." "Wait, what about the hourglass?" "Luckily, I have it with me. I have to go back quickly, back to before the Count fell." "Did I forget the pocket watch?" "How much time has passed?" Seeing her flustered state, he called out softly, "My lady." But Arya was still lost in thought. "No, wait a minute. If I use the hourglass now, I'll still be there. But if I do it wrong, I don't know if Astaroth and Miel will appear in front of my room." Astaroth, why did he suddenly appear? Even if Astaroth didn't appear, Arya spoke up and asked, "Sir Astaroth, today wasn't the day we were supposed to meet, so why did you?" He hesitated slightly. "About that. It's because the bracelet broke. I cast a spell so I would know when you were in trouble, my lady. The bracelet sent me a signal, and I myself felt something was strange, so I took the liberty of flying over. Anyway, it seems I've troubled you, my lady. I'm sorry." Arya thought to herself, "Now that I think about it, the bracelet got caught on the Count's hand. Even if I turned back time to before the Count fell, the broken bracelet would still fall there. Let's assume that even if I had been wary of Miel from the start and didn't go out, Miel would have heard my voice in the room and confirmed I was there. And just like that, after pushing the Count down, she would have screamed to gather everyone and claim that I had hidden in my room. She did that to gather all the party guests to act as her witnesses. If that's the case, the moment I answered Miel, it was already too late to avoid it." She glanced at the dejected Astaroth on the other side. She was touched, thinking that both giving her the bracelet and rushing to her side, without caring who was there, it was all for her. How could she possibly be angry? Then Arya moved closer and said softly, "I'm sorry, sir. I was too hasty. Are you all right?" Arya nodded, "Yes." Hearing that, he immediately hugged her. "My lady, I'm so glad you're safe." Arya replied, feeling a little shy, "It's me who should be thanking you for coming. Sir Astaroth, someone who treasures me this much." Later, after hearing the full story, he rested his chin on his hand and replied, "So that's what happened. Lady Miel, yes, she probably held the tea party to create public opinion. How vicious. Because it's your family, my lady, I tried not to interfere." But, hearing this, Arya raised an eyebrow. "Family? My only family is my mother. As for the rest, never mind. It's just as you saw. If that's how you feel, my lady, then I will lend you my strength and make them pay the price." Arya asked curiously, "How?" "I'm here right now. Moreover, they see me as a suspect." Astaroth suggested, "Let's go on a trip. Today, after you return to the mansion, let's go on a secret trip for just the two of us." At the mansion, amidst the chaotic scene, incessant murmurs could be heard. The Count, good heavens, what on earth happened? In a nearby corner, Miel was feigning innocence. Yes, Sister Arya suddenly pushed father down the stairs and ran away. The servants whispered in low voices, "Lady Arya? Why would Lady Arya do that? There's no reason." At this moment, the ladies Miel had invited were also gossiping. I knew it. Someone of such lowly birth can't pretend to be noble forever. What else could it be? Did you see the bracelet that fell on the stairs? She herself said it was a gift from the Crown Prince. The evidence is crystal clear. Poor Lady Miel, don't worry too much. When the doctor arrived, his pulse was normal. He'll wake up soon. Don't worry. Hearing this, Meal thought in a panic he can't wake up. If father wakes up, I'm done for. Besides, when she disappeared, the person who appeared was clearly the crown prince. Where did that girl disappear to? Meanwhile, at a villa, a carriage stopped. The Viscount burst through the door and ran in. Where is His Highness the Crown Prince? Astaroth said, I'm here. Viscount, why are you in such a shabby place? I'm sorry for calling you so late. In any case, we're just resting here temporarily before crossing the border. It's not like there isn't a decent place to rest. It's just that I can't let my beloved rest in a place like this. Tonight, I will be staying in your castle. Seeing Arya, the Viscount replied blankly, Of course, sir. But what should we do? We were planning a secret trip, so we came empty-handed without any servants. That's what I was about to say, Viscount. I'd like to ask you to let me owe you for the food and lodging here. Arya thought to herself, selling one piece of jewelry would probably be enough to buy several shops in the area. The Viscount exclaimed in a panic, No, not at all, sir. I will cover all the costs. I will do so. No, I can't commit such a shameless act toward a nobleman. So please let us owe you. Sir, the amount. Please write it down clearly along with a promissory note. We will definitely come back to repay it later. Afterward, she walked down the hallway. Even though it's a territory in the suburbs, it's still so magnificent, isn't it? Dinner was also prepared lavishly. But to even serve champagne, I haven't even had my coming-of-age ceremony yet. After taking a sip, I realized just that much of my face is already this hot. I used to drink it like water before. This way is the inner courtyard garden, right? Huh, there's already a guest here. Astaroth call, my lady. Arya replied, Sir Astaroth, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Not at all. This place is even more comfortable than home. I couldn't sleep because of the alcohol, so I went for a little walk. He reached out and tousled her hair. Ah, no wonder. Your face is redder than usual, isn't it? Arya nuzzled her face into his hand. Ah, his hand is so cool. It's so cool. I really like it. He said shyly, In any case, it's dangerous at night, so you should go inside. What should I do? Sir Astaroth is here like this. His eyes reddened as he thought, That's also very dangerous. Arya smiled, amused. Look at that expression. So cute. He added, Anyway, if your body temperature has gone down, you must go inside. Arya replied playfully, Ho, I know. But is your work really that much? Your hands are empty, so I didn't know. I was planning to go to the capital to check on the situation for a bit and then come back. That's why I was going to tell you when I saw you in the morning. But the Count has already reported you to the guards. Just as you said, the people who attended the party will stand as witnesses. As expected, if I had stayed there, I might have been thrown in prison by now, she said in a low voice. But I've already become a criminal, haven't I? First, I should cross the border quickly. With the proof that I was in this place, I'll have an alibi, but the more concrete evidence, the better. Arya asked herself, if I leave with Aesil's support, it should be fine, right? Wait a minute. He just said he was going to the capital. How many times has he used his power today? I used my power just once and fainted for a whole day. Arya suddenly shouted, Sir Aesil, are you feeling all right? You've used your power so much. He smiled and said, This much is still fine. It's not like I'm going very far. If that's the case, I'm glad. But I'm much healthier than you think, my lady. Thank you for worrying about me. Arya thought to herself, That's right, Aesil is different from me. He can use his power multiple times. It seems not everyone has to pay the same price for using it. Even so, I'm still worried. Please don't overexert yourself. He smiled, of course. The important thing is for you to go inside first. I'll watch a little longer, and then I'll go. I know. After saying that, she rested her head on his shoulder. Then I'll sit here for a bit before going in. Oh, it's so cool. Won't you sober up if you stay a little longer? As you wish. The next day, Astaroth and Arya prepared to depart. Well, we'll be on our way. I'll send my subordinate later, so remember to bring the IOU. The Viscount replied, I understand, sir. Have a safe trip. You too. After that, the carriage started to move. The Viscount let out a sigh of relief. Phew, they showed up so suddenly I was worried sick. Rohan smiled helplessly. I was so worried I was a mess. He exclaimed, Well, time to get to work now? Yes. A few days later, Rohan rushed to announce, My Lord Viscount, there's breaking news. What is it? Lady Arya of the Rosent County, the Crown Prince's lover, murdered the Count last night and is now a wanted fugitive. He stammered, What did you say? The Lady Arya, who just left this morning? Yes. The Lady Arya we served dinner to yesterday. Rohan confirmed. Yes. Then isn't that completely absurd? It takes a whole day to travel from the capital to here. Rohan gradually realized, is that even possible? Now that I think about it, I've heard many bad rumors being spread about the lady. Oh dear, Those people in the capital heard some nonsense somewhere, and then they tarnished someone else's name. The Viscount said, "Don't worry about this anymore. Let's just do our work." TSK, TSK. Yes, my Lord Viscount. In that carriage, Arya thought to herself, I thought Aesel would use his power to travel again. Sok saw Ren yawning tiredly and said, "Sir Run, let me drive." Ren replied, "But I already asked you when Sir Aesel wasn't here." Inside, Arya spoke up. "I was surprised to see Ren arrive on horseback this morning." He said, "In any case, in the Viscount's eyes, traveling without a carriage would look very strange. I wanted to leave evidence that we are on the move, so I told him to bring the carriage, because my ability isn't strong enough to bring a whole carriage." Seeing Ren wearing a wig as a disguise, he muttered, "I won't make the lady worry. I'm not sleepy. I'm fine. I look fine." Arya thought helplessly. He must have ridden all night to get here, even though this place is so far. In any case, it's good that Aesel didn't use his power. He said, "I'll keep an eye on Sok and Ren to make sure they don't falter while driving. I should probably go on ahead." "Yes, excuse me, my lady." With that, the two of them appeared in another place. Arya cried out in alarm. "Didn't you say we were going by carriage? Teleporting again? I can't let you travel in that uncomfortable carriage, my lady. Because I told them to rush here, that carriage isn't very good. If Ren comes here, we can travel safely by carriage to the border." She worried herself. Is it really okay to use his power like that? Really, you mustn't overexert yourself. He replied, "Of course, this wasn't intentional, so just think of it as a vacation. Will you walk with me? I want to walk on the road with you continuously without being disturbed by anyone. After all, we're always being watched in the city. Of course, if you don't find it uncomfortable, my lady, I'd love to. I'm not suited for places that are too quiet anyway." After that, they arrived at a bustling town. Arya said, "In the end, we still have to be mindful of others' gazes, don't we? Even wearing cloaks like this. I'm sorry, I have no other choice. Even in simple clothes, you are far too radiant, my lady." He imagined, how about this, Sir Aesel? Sir Aesel, really? Oh my, Sir Aesel, look at that. He shouted with concern, "Hey, my lady, it's a magic show." He was moved by her smile, and then they went to the stalls. Then they cheerfully picked out masks, and afterward, they walked all over the town together. Arya said, "Actually, when I saw them at the festival last time, I didn't think I would like noisy places like this. It seems I haven't been bored today, have I? I'm having so much fun." I'm sorry, sir. I'm rambling again. At that time, I was too busy thinking about other things. She thought to herself, although I don't have time to take revenge on others, because a suspicious person keeps following me. Thinking that, she said, "Actually, it's rare for me to feel so comfortable in a strange place like this. Was it before you entered the Count's house?" Arya replied sadly, "Yes, I was very poor back then. The poorer I was, the more dangerous it was to go out." She asked herself, but for some reason, I have a vague feeling that I've walked like this before. A fragment of memory suddenly surfaced. At that time, a dejected Arya said, "I don't have money, so I can't go to the market. If I go there, everyone will hate me." Astaroth held out his hand. "It's okay, I'm here. It's no fun eating alone. If you don't mind, let's eat together." Arya asked in surprise, "Really? Is that okay?" He immediately replied, "Yes, let's go, Arya." At a barbecue stall, "Arya, I have a lot of money, so besides this strange food," Arya asked eagerly, "Really? Can I have 2 then?" "Huh?" She said innocently, "If you have a lot of money, 3 is okay too, right?" But even if you have a lot of money, 3 is not okay, right?" Looking at this scene, she suddenly recalled a memory from her childhood. "My lady, are you all right?" I asked a useless question. She replied, startled, "No, not at all. It's okay. I was just lost in thought for a bit." She thought to herself, "I'm just mistaken, right? How could I have this memory?" Then she recounted, "The poorer you are, the harder it is to go out on the streets. After all, I wasn't seen as a customer, and worse, I was seen as a filthy child. Of course, they would avoid me. So walking around a place with so many people like this scares me a little. Being by your side now, I feel very happy. Thank you for asking me to go on a walk with you." Lady Arya. Suddenly, there was a loud scream. My money. My leg, my leg." People whispered and gossiped. "What is it? What happened? Looks like a pickpocket. Oh my God, look at that child's leg. It's giving me goosebumps. It looks like they fell really hard. Someone should take them to the hospital. An injury like that could leave them crippled." But no one paid attention to the thief, who was gloating over his success. Hee hee. In the end, people said, "But look at their appearance. Take them and pay for their hospital bills? It's just a waste of money. Who would want to help that child? Those words brought back the insults Arya had once heard. You filthy demon from the brothel. This isn't a place someone like you can come to. She thought to herself, they probably think if they lose money, they can just consider it charity and be done with it. But if left like this, the child will die soon. And so, she immediately reversed the hourglass. Astarov thought in surprise. I was clearly holding her hand just now. Since when? He turned and called out, my lady. Arya moved forward and forcefully pushed the boy who was robbed previously. The boy was confused. What? Why all of a sudden? Astarov rushed over and asked, my lady, are you all right? The boy said, annoyed, I'm the one who fell. Why are you asking if this girl is okay? She calmly said, I'm sorry, there was a big bee next to you, so I thought it was dangerous. People gathered around, chattering. What happened? Was it really a bee? Hearing this, the boy panicked. A bee? Where? Where is it? The crowd also panicked. What in the world? Let's go, let's go. Arya replied. They must have gotten startled and flown away. She thought, all right, I've drawn their attention. Then she took off her bracelet and said, but since I pushed you, I'm also at fault. If you're okay, take this as a gift of apology. The boy quickly got up, snatched the bracelet, and ran off. You can't take it back, okay? Just then, Astarov stepped forward and asked, my lady, what was all that about? Suddenly, he noticed the ring on Arya's hand. My lady, the ring. Arya asked, a little surprised. The ring? A light. Arya looked at it and asked doubtfully, is there something in the ring? But by now, the light had disappeared. Seeing this, Astarov was confused. I clearly saw a flash of light just now. Although using divine power would make a light appear on the ring, it usually doesn't disappear this quickly. Then he smiled and said, pardon my rudeness. I'm sorry, I think I saw it wrong. She asked worriedly, Sir Aesel, could it be that you use too much divine power and are feeling dizzy? He gave a wry smile and replied, I don't think so. For me to see things like this, it must be because I've used too much divine power. How embarrassing. Well then, let's go back and rest first. I should rest a bit before the carriage arrives. Let's do that. Arya mused. After using the hourglass, I'll soon have to pay the price. This is good timing. He took her back to her room and said, well then, when the carriage arrives tonight, I'll come and get you. She replied, yes, Sir Aesel. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Arya said a bit shyly, I sleep like the dead. In case something bad happens, if you knock and I don't answer, please just strike me to wake me up. She thought when I fall asleep, it's for half a day, so I'm not confident I can wake up on my own. He asked, bewildered, what? Strike the lady? I'm just saying, don't you often enter my room in the mansion? I welcome you to enter my room for that purpose. As she spoke, she winked suggestively. He blushed beet red in embarrassment. Of course, I will absolutely not wake you for any other purpose. She thought to herself, so cute. Later, in his office, Astarov thought while looking at some documents, I don't think I was tired. It was probably just a reflection of light that I mistook. The handling of the noble faction is proceeding smoothly. At this rate, the day I reclaim the throne is not far off. After picking up another file, he thought in surprise, this is the document about Ephra's younger brother that I asked her to find. I seem to have received the document early, haven't I? He handles his work more quickly than I thought. The paper read, investigation report on Ephra Frank's younger brother. His name is Chloe, 37 years old. He was expelled from the royal palace, and his current whereabouts are unknown. He is of royal blood, the eldest son of the couple Violet and Frank David. Upon discovering his wife Violet's illegitimate child, he expelled the mother and son from the empire 17 years ago. Chloe's biological father is Marquis Pius of the Kingdom of Croa. All information about the Marquis, except for his name, is kept secret, so he cannot be found at present. When a portrait of him is available, I will send it to you immediately. Reading up to this point, Astarov frowned. I feel like I've seen something like this somewhere before. A royal who married a foreign wife who already had a lover. So that was Mrs. Ephra's father? Although I've heard about it, it still seems pitiful. Ephra also had Arya wear Chloe-style clothing. I wonder if there's a hidden meaning in that. Though it's just a passing thought, I can't let the lady get confused by uncertain information. At this point, he looked at the clock and said, it's already time for the carriage to arrive. He went to Arya's room, knocked on the door, and called, my lady, it's time to go. My lady. After a moment, he blushed and mumbled, I'll go in, as the lady instructed. After opening the door and seeing Arya sleeping peacefully, he approached and called my lady. He thought, she really is a deep sleeper. let's go on vacation together sometime. I said that because I wanted to help her lift her spirits a little. But she's being harmed by her family after all. She must be in a lot of pain. I have to take better care of her, but I wonder if it's too much for me. In reality, Arya was sleeping soundly due to the side effects of the hourglass. He gently stroked her hair, his face suddenly turning red. A moment later, he turned away and thought, well, the carriage is here, so I should wake her up. Suddenly, he froze. I saw a light on the ring earlier. It seems it's because she brought the hourglass with her. After looking at it for a moment, he decided to open the box. Holding the hourglass in his hand, he thought to himself, I unconsciously took out the hourglass without even realizing it. This disrespectful act of mine. But this hourglass doesn't feel like I'm touching an object at all. Moreover, for some reason, I feel something familiar about it. This thing, it gives me a feeling similar to the strange sensation I had when I first used my divine power. Just then, Arya suddenly sat up and looked over. She was startled and stammered, my hourglass. He hurriedly explained, my lady, this. It almost fell off the dining table. She asked in surprise, the dining table? He replied, yes, but then turned his face away and said, that's not it. I've always been curious about the hourglass you carry. Then I unconsciously opened it without realizing. I'm sorry. A few days later, in the carriage that we're about to cross the border into the kingdom of Croa, Arya replied indifferently, yes, my lady, I'm truly sorry. That day Arya turned back and replied, it's really okay, Sir Aesel. You've apologized so many times since that day. I'm really fine. He continued, I'm sorry, my lady. Arya recalled that moment. I was so surprised at that moment. I almost unconsciously spat out harsh words at Aesel, even if it was because Aesel was making a useless excuse. But can it be that even the person I want to trust the most is this untrustworthy? Having to be on high alert all the time is so unpleasant. If I truly trusted him, I'd know he couldn't do anything to the hourglass. After thinking, Arya spoke up, I see. Sir Aesel, your words are enough for me to understand. My lady, I'm truly sorry. It's okay. I was just a little surprised. She thought, although I keep saying it's okay, I feel annoyed because I'm so furious about this. It's making me even more wary of Aesel, even though Aesel tried to make me feel better with this vacation. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Sir Astarov, we've reached the border. I believe we must get out of the carriage. I know. Then he stepped down. My lady, I think we have to get out. Arya replied softly, yes. But for some reason, it's so noisy outside. Is it because this is the border? He said, it's probably because of us. People crowded around, gossiping. Who is that? What's going on? They must be nobles, right? I think I've seen them somewhere before, but they cut in line. Seeing her confused expression, he smiled and said, well, we look quite ordinary, but we're passing through without having to queue. Who wouldn't be curious? A nobleman rushed over and said, please come in, Your Highness Frank Astarov. Hearing this, the crowd grew even more excited. Your Highness? Good heavens, is that the Crown Prince? He approached and bowed in greeting. Welcome to the kingdom of Croa. Thank you for welcoming me like this. Oh, I am greatly honored. You just need to sign here to pass through. Your Highness Astarov signs here, and Lady Rosenteria signs here. When the people heard her name, they shouted, Rosenteria? Is that investor A? I knew it. She looks even more amazing than the rumors. Her face seems so small. I want to see too. The nobleman continued his introduction. We have prepared accommodations, so please rest comfortably. I know. Everyone was gathered in a crowd below the shop. Here? Yes. Arya said wearily. It's hard to go out comfortably like last time. Ha! I didn't expect you to be so popular, my lady. Doesn't the Crown Prince think it's because you're here? Isn't it harder for them to meet you than me? If I weren't the Crown Prince, I might be out there waiting for you too. I understand. Safely crossing the border can be considered as leaving evidence that we've been away from the capital for a long time. I plan to return to the Empire tomorrow. Arya replied, all right. She thought, actually, I didn't intend to go on vacation in the first place, so it's time to go back. Then she said, it's fine to leave tonight. About that, I actually have some business to handle with her in, so I'll probably have to go out for a bit. Arya mused, so he's going to work. As expected, he's very busy. Astarov continued, besides, this is the last day I get to be with you, my lady. I've made a reservation at a pretty good restaurant I know. I promise to treat you to a grand dinner, so please wait just a little longer. She smiled and replied, yes. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Arya exclaimed in surprise, he's here earlier than I thought. Then she called out, wait a moment, I'll get the door. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Aesol, it's me. Arya backed away in fear. The person then asked, are you in there? I just heard a voice. Come out. Arya thought to herself. He calls Aesol by his familiar name. She spoke up and asked, are you the one who has an appointment with Sir Aesol? So it's you? No, Aesol doesn't need an appointment with me. He should naturally come to see me first. I just heard he had arrived, but couldn't find him, so I came to see. As he spoke, he grabbed the doorknob to open it. Arya was a little scared that what's wrong with this person. It won't open. Is Aesol really not in there? She replied, yes, right now. He sighed, I get it. I'll come again next time. We'll probably meet again. Lady Rosenteria. And so she just stood there, stunned. Later at the restaurant, Aesol asked, my lady, is it not to your liking? Arya replied with a start, no, it's just so delicious that I'm surprised. That's a relief. I visit this place every time I come to Kroa. If I come to Kroa again, I'll definitely visit. Really? While enjoying the food, he introduced, this is a special sauce that can only be found here. Arya tasted it and also said, it's delicious. She told herself, let's focus on the present rather than things that make me worry for no reason. It's rare for me to do something Aesol enjoys with him. Thinking this, she spoke up, it's a pity we have to leave tomorrow. When we've settled our affairs, let's go on a proper vacation. What do you think? Let's do that. Next time, we'll probably have more free time. I want to enjoy more time with you. She thought, I don't want to make you wear that expression anymore. Hearing that, he said happily, of course. If you wish it, my lady, then I must. Suddenly, another person appeared and called out, hey, Aesol. Arya immediately recognized it. That voice. Astrov called out, a little surprised, Rowan. He smiled and said, what's this? Shouldn't you have come to see me first after arriving? That makes me sad. It seems the lady hasn't said a word. I came to your room earlier. As he spoke, Rohan turned to look at her. He was immediately astonished. You truly exceed my imagination. It's a pleasure to meet you, Star of the Empire, Lady Rosenteria. Asterov glanced at him and said, that's enough of a greeting. Rohan, get straight to the point. You're so cold. That's why I came here. For the two of you to be on vacation in Kroa when you're so busy. What is your purpose for coming here? I'll have to ask Rin later. I'm leaving now. Aesol said, what's wrong with saying it now? Take your pick. Do you want to die in the mountains or at sea? Why are you being so dramatic just because I interrupted your date for a little bit? Seeing their exchange, Arya was a bit doubtful. Aren't they friends? I don't know how to act. Rohan was still smiling wryly. I get it. Well then, I'll be leaving for today, my lady. Arya replied blankly, yes. Suddenly, Rohan took her hand and placed a light kiss on it. Seeing that, Asterov was completely petrified. Then he turned around cheerfully. Well then, see you again. At this, Asterov shot up and yelled, Rohan. Arya thought as she wiped her hand, what a strange person. Seeing that she had wiped her hand until it was red, Asterov took her hand and said, my lady, you'll hurt yourself doing that. He bent down and gently kissed her hand. Then he looked up and said, don't worry. If he does that again, next time, I'll throw him into the sea right away. Arya's face immediately turned red. Ahem. All right. Although I don't know who he is, let's leave it at that. Today, I just want to enjoy our last dinner. I think that's a good idea. Arya put down her wine glass. Since I've chosen to trust Aesol, no matter what happens, I'll wait for him to bring up first. For now, let's enjoy this peaceful time, because I'm about to fight the real villainess. At the Rosen Count's mansion, an old voice rang out. It may be rude to say, but with him in such a deep coma, everyone should prepare for the possibility that he will remain like this for the rest of his life. The Countess threw herself onto the bed and, oh, my dear. Emil also sobbed, father. The Countess thought worriedly, if the Count falls, what will I do? Arya isn't even here. Ken called, Emil, it would be better for us to go outside. Sobi? Yes. After the two went out, Ken closed the door and said, Emil, really? Arya, really? Emil asked in a cold voice, what are you talking about? Does that even matter now? Father is in this state. She is definitely the prime suspect. At this rate, you might as well hand over the position of the Count's secretary. All right, that's right. It would be better if we can find her to the mansion. Otherwise, who knows where she'll flit off to, right? If we don't demand she be punished, the law can't force her arrest. Isn't that right, brother? You want this house and her, don't you? The guards have issued a warrant and are in the process of investigating. You should accept the truth, brother. All right, this can't be helped anyway. After saying that, he also hurried away. Meal's face darkened as she muttered, filthy thing, daring to bring a prostitute's daughter to replace my mother's position, going on long business trips and meeting so many women. And then the son also becomes infatuated with, prostitute's daughter. How disgusting. How dare that thing stand in the way of my happiness? Then she took out a letter. Sir Oscar, I believe it will be fine this time. Sir Oscar has also been looking forward to it. This is my future, to be the wife of a duke with royal blood ties. Me a duchess. What a beautiful new prospect. Because I was born with a noble status, the path ahead of me is paved only with roses. Not long after, a voice was heard in the office. Rosenteria has been found. The location is the Kingdom of Croa. She said she was just on vacation and there was someone with her. She was seen traveling privately with the Crown Prince. She firmly denies the suspicion and is currently on her way back to the capital. After reading all the information on the paper, Ken slammed the table and shouted angrily, "How careless! How dare she go on a private trip with a man? A trip?" Meal thought in silence. I wasn't mistaken. The Crown Prince really did appear at that time. The Crown Prince was already in the room, and they jumped out the window together and disappeared. But what the hell? A vacation? Does she think she can say whatever she wants just because she has the Crown Prince backing her? She smirked. Well, if the Crown Prince is also punished along with her, this might just be helpful to the Duchess's faction. To know how to go around feigning innocence, I guess she has some brains. She probably flirted with those men with that face of hers to create an alibi for herself. That bloodline is unmistakable. Thinking this, Meal spoke up. Where is she now? It seems she will arrive in the capital tomorrow morning. Then we must be ready to punish the wicked. The next day, as soon as Arya returned, she immediately made a preemptive strike. Sister, how could you do that? Did father do something to you? What? Is that a lie? Father really did. As they spoke, they looked at each other. A single thought was in both their minds. How shameless. A moment later, Arya began to blame herself that I thought it was just an excuse. Father wouldn't allow me to travel alone with him. When you told me the news, I thought it was just a lie to call me back. But I couldn't stop worrying throughout the trip, so I rushed back before I could be scolded more. Asterov stepped forward and hugged her. How strange. Lady Arya didn't harm anyone. Arya leaned her head against him and let out sob after sob. Father, even if His Highness says so, there is physical evidence and a witness. I really want to believe my sister, but I saw it with my own eyes. Asterov smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? If we cannot agree, then there is only one way. Let's clarify everything in court. What do you think?" As he spoke, he looked towards Ken, seeing Arya's weak appearance as she nestled into Asterov's chest. He gritted his teeth in anger. All right, we should go right now. The culprit is here. There's nothing more to wait for. Very soon after, at the tribunal, everyone was extremely tense, looking towards the stand. Countess Sarah and everyone else did not take their eyes off them. Only Meal was looking extremely smug. On Arya and Asterov's side, they were very calm. A voice rang out, "Everyone, please be silent. We will begin immediately." Sarah, sitting above, prayed worriedly. Arya. The judge began to speak. The defendant, Rosenteria, is accused of attempting to murder Count Rosent. The eyewitness and witness, Rosent Meal. As she was mentioned, she said, "Yes, I witnessed it clearly. My older sister pushed father down the stairs and ran away. And the ones who also saw it are Lady Media and Lady Winnie here, right?" Both of them replied with a start. Yes. I also saw it clearly." "Me too." The judge then said, "Please be silent." He turned to Arya and asked, "Defendant, do you have anything to say?" Arya replied, "Yes, I do. Of course I am innocent, because I was not there at that time. I couldn't have even pushed my father." Hearing this, Meal shouted excitedly, "How can you lie so blatantly?" The judge continued to ask, "Does the defendant claim that the witness's testimony is false?" "Yes." "Did the young ladies at the party see the defendant?" Media quickly said, "Yes, that's right, we saw her." Wendy also recounted seriously, "I saw her return to the mansion. We also chatted for a bit." After hearing this, Arya said, "It's true that I returned to the mansion, but did you really see me?" "After I returned to the mansion." being questioned like that. She was flustered and couldn't answer. Well, the judge continued to ask defendant. The witness states that you fled immediately after committing the crime. It's true that I left, but I suppose it doesn't mean anything, because I returned to the mansion for a moment and then left immediately, but it was impossible. Hearing that, Mills said, "Do you think I'm accusing you when I saw it with my own eyes?" Judge, there's no need to listen further. Please make a decision quickly. Arya calmly reminded her with a sentence. You're acting too hastily, Meal. I never said I didn't have evidence. Judge, let me present the evidence. Asterov then took out a document and said, furthermore, I will testify as a witness to this evidence. The judge took the document to look at it and asked, this is a credit transaction. He replied, that's right. Let me tell you what happened on that night. I had planned a trip with Lady Arya. I left the capital with Lady Arya, who had returned to the villa that day. But because we left in a hurry, we didn't prepare enough money, so we signed on the family credit. And that is a credit statement that was signed at that time. Fortunately, I brought it with me, and it is very useful. Meal shouted excitedly. That could be something you did right after pushing father. It can't be proven. Asterov then said, Judge, please check the date and time on that paper. He looked at the time on the document and said, it seems we will have to take a recess to re-examine the evidence. Hearing that, Meal thought in fear what? He continued, according to this paper, it is written that the signature was made at 11 p.m. on the day of the incident. Physically, it starts at the time of the incident. Even if it's wrong, it's impossible to get there in such a short time. To check each other's signed papers. It will take some time to verify the truth. It will be better if we continue this tomorrow. Meh. Meal gritted her teeth in angered. T.O. think that bitch would make such fabricated evidence. Shameless. To do such a vulgar thing to a noble gentleman like that. Arya looked at her with contempt. That expression, that attitude, proves that you presented false evidence and thought it was correct. I am truly surprised by your arrogance. At this time, the judge announced, well then, if there are no further opinions or evidence, we will adjourn. Meal suddenly shouted, no, there is more evidence. She thought to herself, you think I'll let you get away? Thinking this, she held up the broken bracelet and said, her bracelet. I found it on the stairs where she pushed father. How will you explain this? Wendy immediately stood up and said, that's right. That bracelet, that is definitely the bracelet Lady Arya was wearing at that time. It was a special gift from His Majesty. She definitely said that on that day and wore a bracelet. Arya raised her hand, which wore the exact same bracelet, and said, all right, I don't think that's my bracelet. How could I lose the bracelet you gave me, right? Meal became frantic and shouted, don't lie to me. You dropped it, didn't you? After all, His Highness the Crown Prince can have another one made for you. Hearing this, Astaroth's face darkened. How rude. Are you implying that I am lying? Even if I were to give Lady Arya another bracelet, and the one you have is indeed the real one, what proof do you have that the bracelet Lady Arya is currently wearing is a fake? Hearing this, Meal couldn't say another word. Well, that. He looked at her with a hateful gaze and said, you're talking about yourself, aren't you? She thought in fear. What is this? Why is it happening like this? I'm sure she was there. It's not fair. Why don't they believe me? There are witnesses and clear evidence. Why? Arya said to herself, Meal, you always laughed at me and followed the path others laid out for you. You must have thought that was your own power, but what about now? The result of your calculations and actions, it's not even worth answering this question. There's no need to compare with the past, because now I know well enough that you are a fool. There's no need to blame the past for how you made me suffer anymore. Now thinking this, Arya called out, Meal, because you're not Arya Rose sent, the one called the villainess. Why would you harm father? If you did, what would you gain? Everyone who heard this was surprised that that's right. When you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. The Count also said he was very happy to get closer to the Crown Prince. Isn't that the right thing to say? If she becomes a member of the royal family, she will be an enemy of the Duke. The only one who would oppose the Count like that would be the young Lady Meal, who is engaged to the Duke. Suddenly, public opinion turned its daggers on Meal. She thought in fear, what foolish things are you all saying? I already told you that wench is the culprit, so be quiet and be positive. Everyone shouted in unison that Arya's choice is always right. So wise. She's like the chosen one. Arya thought to herself, the more confident I am, the more power I have to change people's minds. Now, what they want is not the truth, and that is exactly what I want. But you were wonderful, Meal, the Meal of that day, for showing me that face once again. You truly are a better villainess than anyone else. Another terrifying face of meals that she could never forget. Arya smiled triumphantly. You are truly very wicked. Good luck, meal. The Countess burst into tears, sob. What did my Arya do wrong to always be treated like this? The poisoning incident before was the same. Hearing this, people started to gossip. So, it really was Lady Meal. Isn't she suspicious? Meal trembled with fear. Someone please. She turned to look at Kane, who was startled and thought, I saw Meal was confident, so I just let her be, but the situation is getting stranger and stranger. If I interfere and get mistaken for an accomplice, then I'm done for. If it's come to this, I don't care who the real culprit is anymore. Even if Meal gets thrown in jail, I can just bribe someone later to get her released. Anyway, I'm the Count's aide now. Phew, why has this become such a nuisance? Thinking this, he turned away as if he didn't care. The lawyer saw this and said, Lady Meal, perhaps we should take a break and discuss our strategy. Meal thought to herself, how dare they turn me into a criminal? Then she shouted, Lady Media, Lady Wendy, you saw it too. What's wrong? However, the two of them stammered. But it's because Lady Meal told us to say that. Meal said, that's right. Because you saw it, you remembered. There was another person there too. The judge heard this and asked, is there another witness? Yes, because His Highness also appeared there. He suddenly took my sister and disappeared. That's right, disappeared as if by magic. I saw it. His Highness was clearly there. He took my sister and disappeared. I saw it with my own eyes. Hearing this, the crowd murmured, what was that just now? Magic. What was that noise? Astaroth spoke up. Your Honor, I request a mental evaluation of the witness. He asked, a mental evaluation? Arya said with concern. Yes, because she keeps saying she sees things that aren't really there. I'm starting to worry about Meal. And seeing Meal like this, I also remembered something. Actually, on the day of the incident, it seems they were all young ladies who hadn't had their coming-of-age ceremony yet. They partied until sunset. It seems that day wasn't anyone's birthday or anniversary, and I sensed animosity from them. So now, seeing Meal, I suddenly think this way. What if it wasn't just a simple party? Astaroth added. The lady remembered that for a long time in high society, there have been underground rumors about a hallucinogenic drug. Arya also replied, yes, if that hallucinogenic drug was the main purpose of that party. Everyone there heard this and exclaimed, oh my God, really? That's so scary, it sounds plausible, doesn't it? Meal shouted agitatedly, nonsense. I'm just saying what I saw. You were there, and you pushed Father down. His Highness made you disappear. What I saw wasn't a hallucination. Is that so? Both Wendy and Media said hesitantly, we didn't use any hallucinogenic drugs. It's just that Lady Meal had us stay a little longer. That's right. The judge continued to ask. So at that time, did you two see His Highness? What we saw, Wendy said fearfully that we didn't directly see the culprit. So what we saw was the back of someone with long, blonde hair. Yes, I think I saw that, that's right. So I thought Lady Arya had gone into the mansion. That's right. The judge asked again, oh, you're saying you mistook someone who was there and had long, blonde hair for Lady Arya? Arya feigned surprise and said, could it be? In her heart, she was overjoyed. Perfect, absolutely perfect. They're all looking at you, Meal. She shouted, it wasn't me. Everyone was shocked by her frantic appearance. Even Kane was surprised by his sister's actions. Meal stood there as if petrified. She said in a panic, I'm not lying. I'm just saying what I saw. I didn't push, it was you. Pushed Father down the stairs. Disappeared with His Highness. Disappeared? I said it wasn't me, The judge said, everyone be silent. Now the only thing left is to verify the evidence that the defendant has presented. And according to the defendant's presumption of innocence, it will be necessary to check the hallucinogenic drug levels of the ladies who attended the party. When he said fearfully, is that possible? No, that thing. Lady Meal just told us to stay a little longer. The judge declared, unclear testimony will make the trial difficult. If you're nobles, then act like nobles. The trial will resume tomorrow at this same time. Court is adjourned. After leaving the court, people ran to her, calling out worriedly, Arya, my lady. Sarah said, crying, Arya, you did well. I was so scared I couldn't calm down. Oh my, you must be so tired. Arya replied, I am innocent. But Sarah had to be like this for me to know I was on trial. Thank you for coming, Sarah. Everyone in the world knows Lady Arya is innocent. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. She continued, We must clear your name quickly. The Countess said, relieved. Really, you've suffered so much just after returning. Suddenly, Meal fainted. Kane quickly shouted, hey, call someone. TSK, where has everyone gone? Annie saw this and whispered softly, surely someone will want to help, right? Jessie also said, she probably has to go to the hospital. The Countess said, let's go home too. Since she's still a suspect, the guards are still following us. Then the carriage took everyone home. Arya thought to herself, I can't help but see the similarity between Meal and my past self. Because I was a villainess, I was even more easily tempted. And because I was foolish, I had to suffer a tragic end. If Meal did that to me in the past, then this time I can only return it to Meal. I'm not that compassionate. Having a knife to my throat once is more than enough. Arriving at the mansion, the maids all ran out to greet her, asking worriedly, my lady, please come inside. My lady, I will prepare warm water immediately. You must be very tired, right? No, or should I prepare food first? Arya replied gently, thank you, everyone. All the maids were moved by these words. My lady, she said, even so, I must go see father first, right? She quietly looked at the person lying on the bed and thought, I treated the servants kindly, so now they're worried about me. Now I have friends who cry for me, a public that trusts me. You also gradually acknowledged me and needed my existence. So I'm even more curious, if you open your eyes now, who will you choose? If you falsely accuse me for Meal's sake, the same way you gave my credit to. Meal, I think I would die on the spot. It's because of you that your child is like this. So, will a father like you forgive your daughter's sins? If that's the case, then I would have to surrender to the paternal love of the Rose-Scent family and say goodbye to this neck of mine again. The next morning, a voice called out, my lady, I've come to pick you up. Arya replied, Lord Asher. This is a delightful surprise that suits today's clear weather. The sunlight shining on an innocent person is always dazzling. Is that so? Then I must walk with my head held high and wait to see what the result will be. The carriage passed through the streets, and people gathered to watch and gossip. It's the Crown Prince, Arya thought, coming to pick me up so loudly in the morning. Like this, is he trying to let everyone know that I have the Crown Prince's trust? That everyone includes me too. She smiled softly with happiness, although I don't intentionally compare him to the men I've known in the past. Asher is truly very lovely. I can tell just by looking at the loving gaze Asher is giving me. But since I'm also looking at Asher with that same gaze, suddenly Arya shivered uncomfortably. Ugh. He asked worriedly, are you hurt somewhere? She replied, my heart. He asked in a panic, what's wrong with your heart? Arya looked up at him, blushing, and said, whenever I'm with you, my heart sometimes feels strange. Hearing this, his cheeks turned red. Lady Ari, my lady, you always manage to fluster me. Ahem, ho. She laughed and said, I'm not intentionally teasing you. Really. Back at the court, both Kane and Meal were extremely uncomfortable. They both looked at her with malicious and murderous eyes. Arya thought, I know without you saying it. They're saying, how dare someone like you be with the Crown Prince? Although I didn't intentionally aim for the Crown Prince. Could he really do anything for me? It's a bit selfish, but Astaroth suddenly called my lady. He hugged her tightly and said, let's go back to our seats. The trial is about to begin. Arya thought, that was a good assist. Then she smiled and replied, all right. The two of them put on a romantic display. Oh my, Lord Asher, your collar is a little crooked. Ho, there's some dust in your hair. Now I see how beautiful your hands are. Arya looked at their angry expressions and thought, that's right, enjoy the public display of affection. No matter how you look at me, it won't affect me at all. But Astaroth blushed shyly and said, my lady, stop. You're too close. She was startled and thought, wait a minute, this is a trick I used to use on men in the past. What am I doing now? Just then, the judge noticed their expressions. Both of them were embarrassed. Arya explained hesitantly, it's not like that. The judge misunderstood and thought, honestly, they were unconsciously like that yesterday, too. The verdict is about to be announced, so they must be nervous. But he didn't know that he had actually misunderstood. He spoke, will everyone please be seated? Continuing from yesterday's session, I will now deliver the verdict. He thought to himself, don't worry, my job is to save the innocent. Rose-Scent Meal. With that thought, he banged the gavel and announced, the defendant's evidence is recognized as an alibi. Therefore, I declare a verdict of not guilty. Arya sighed in relief and thought, I expected this, but I just wasn't sure. He continued, furthermore, upon examining the witnesses this time, the results confirm that there is nothing suspicious about their condition. We will arrest the real culprit, Rose-Scent Meal. who is the only witness and also the suspect. These words struck Meal like a bolt of lightning. He declared, the two ladies who testified will be placed under house arrest for 3 months for the crime of aiding in the fabrication of evidence. Wendy and media heard this and screamed, "Huh? We only did what Lady Meal told us to do." He continued, although we will decide the length of Lady Rose Scent Meal's prison term, I hope you realize that this crime could potentially lead to a sentence of about 20 years. Meal couldn't believe this was real. Kane shouted agitatedly, wait a minute, weren't the witnesses bribed? No, Your Honor, the Count's family wants to drop the charges this time, so... Media screamed, what do we do? The family is so disgraced. Kane didn't give up and shouted, this is an injustice. Please be lenient. The judge announced, appeals can be considered later. Today's trial is concluded. Meal shouted agitatedly, I told you it wasn't me. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Immediately after, newsboys were all over the streets. By the morning paper, today's special edition covers the verdict in the attempted murder case of the Rose Scent family. Hot off the press. Get it while it's hot. People rush to buy them. Give me one. Me too. The newspaper headline read that Rose Scent Meal was the real culprit. People were surprised after reading it. How did it turn out like this? Me too. On the side, Astaroth asked, are you really okay going back to the mansion? Arya replied, it's still my home. Thinking of Kane, he said worriedly, but she comforted him, Mother is there too, and the servants are worried about me as well. It's okay. If you say so, then I have no choice but to accept it. Arya thought, I haven't completely defeated Meal yet. I have to stay at the mansion to get information faster. Thank you for worrying about me, but, he suddenly said, I wish you would become an adult sooner. Then no one would find it strange if I were by your side all the time. Arya heard this and laughed. Ho ho, the people who saw the carriage this morning probably thought the same thing. They came because of jealousy, right? Actually, what's important is your affectionate actions. Whether you intentionally let others see or not, I want to accept it. It's just that I wasn't prepared earlier. In the past, I was always indifferent to those who approached me. But why do I feel so shy with Asher? She blushed and said, humph, I won't be like that anymore in the future. Astaroth said, that's not it. If we're in a place with no people, I'm too shy, so I won't do it anymore. I'm sorry. Then it's fine even if there are people, just do as you wish. On the other side, Kane was shouting frantically. Anyway, isn't that too harsh? 20 years in prison. FRE, while looking at documents, stated, the nature of Lady Meal's crime is not light at all. Looking at her attitude in court this time, it will be difficult to get a reduced sentence. Then I will request bail. She's still young. I will counsel her properly. The crime of hunting someone down and forcing them to fabricate evidence for an attempted murder. I'm sorry, but I'm worried she will flee, so I cannot grant bail. What did you say? Nobles of the Empire can use money to get rid of even murderers. Damn it, if Father had said just one word, she would have granted bail immediately. Could be the influence of the Crown Prince? Everyone is laughing at me. In her cell, Meal shouted in fear, brother, what happened? Do I have to live in a cramped place like this? For 20 years, don't worry too much. I will get you out at all costs. She screamed, it's all because of that girl, even if I hadn't brought that girl. Oh, what if Lord Oscar looks down on me? I can't have my engagement broken. Please, please. You have to testify too. You saw what happened in the mansion. He was surprised what? Meal shouted, brother, whenever you come back to the mansion, you always look into that girl's room. I was just being careless. I was just worried, that's all. Anyway, you saw it, so you should testify. Hurry up, testify. Actually, I don't remember that day very clearly. I always just saw a silhouette outside the window, so that day was probably the same. That's what I thought. If you ask me if I saw clearly, it's hard to say yes. Whether Meal did it or not, it doesn't affect me, so it's fine to leave it alone. But thinking about it now, it's a good thing I didn't give some nonsensical testimony. If I had gotten involved, I wouldn't even be able to keep my position as the Count's aide. Thinking this, Kane went to comfort her. Don't worry too much. Whether it's an appeal or bail, I will try. She sobbed, tell Isis to come visit me too. I know, I'll do that. Until then, you be good, okay? Meal said again, he didn't even come on the day of the trial. How cruel. Lord Isis. But Kane had received a letter that said, I'm too busy in the Craw Kingdom, so it's difficult to visit. Isis. He sighed after reading it, sighed, damn it. Bail keeps getting denied. Both the Duchess and Arya looked down on me. How insolent. Just then a loud scream was heard. There, the Countess quickly ran out of the room and shouted, quick, quick, call the head physician. My husband, my husband. Does that reaction mean father has passed away, or has he woken up? He entered and called, "Father." Suddenly, an idea came to him. Wait a minute, if father thinks Arya is the culprit, then couldn't the current situation be reversed? Cain went to Count Rasen's bed and called, "Father, are you awake? Are you okay? You've been lying down for too long." He just blinked his eyes slightly, lying still without answering. He thought, what is this? He asked again, "Don't tell me you can't speak, father." The Count turned to look at him and blinked. I asked that a yes. If once is yes, then no is. Thinking this, he asked, then father, just answer me this. Do you remember the culprit who pushed you down? He blinked twice. Just then, the Countess entered and shouted, "Honey." The physician quickly reminded her, "Oh my Countess, please calm down." The Countess quickly pushed him aside. "Look, he's blinking. My lord, can you see me?" Oh, it's a miracle. From a deep coma, he has completely woken up. Everyone there breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Oh, dear God. That's right. His finger moved a little just now. Quick, take a look. Really? If so, then keep massaging it. His condition will improve. Cain saw this scene and left uncomfortably. Humph, what a troublesome woman. Arya opened the door and rushed in, shouting, "Father, I heard you opened your eyes." Cain blocked the door. "Arya, I'm going to inform the judge." He thought, excellent. No matter who the culprit is, if it's father, he will side with Meal. Outside, Arya spoke. "I'm so glad father has woken up." That's right. Mother doesn't look happy at all. He's paralyzed on one side, so it can't be helped. It's also difficult for him to speak clearly. With that situation, it's hard for him to return as the head of this house. If things continue like this, Cain will eventually hand over the position of Count's aide and become the Count. That kid Cain, even if I try to ignore it, he seems to keep looking at Mother with a strange gaze. How can I be happy when that kind of person becomes the head of the family? Mother is the one who took care of father the most. I thought as a wife, Mother would be happy. What are you saying, child? For what reason did the Count bring me to this house? He just needed someone who wouldn't bother him. He said his dead wife was too gentle and not interesting at all. Although he didn't die, my heart feels a little relieved. As a noble, there's no need to have any feelings for a political marriage partner. But to say it like that is, to me, he was just an unlucky nobleman. The surrounding noble houses were always clamoring to marry their daughters off to become the lady of the Count's house. When the Count was caught up in those relationships and found it a headache to intervene, I said this: "I will obey you, take care of the house, and become the wife you want," and told him to choose me. Of course, even so, with my background, I didn't have high expectations. Ho ho. Well, the result is as you know. I understand my position well, Arya, as long as it doesn't make you uncomfortable. Then now, both you and I don't need to eat this hard, crumbling bread anymore. But if the Count becomes like that, and Cain becomes the head of the family, I don't know if it will still be so certain. What will happen to me then? Are you planning to move somewhere like before? Yes, although I thought so before that. I must prepare for a perfect divorce. I will arrange things neatly, with no legal problems, and then leave. I thought about it before, but aren't the minds of nobles a bit strange? I even have to worry about being killed by my adopted son. Mother, really, the worry of making a living is tiring enough. I admit, everyone is so idle, and that's what it means to be a noble. But you are different from me. You have a career, you have assets, and you have wonderful people too. So you must have a grand wedding. You can't just leave empty-handed as if you're running away. Okay. Arya said emotionally, "Mother, you must be happy with the person you love. Live happily with someone who doesn't make you wait." She lovingly stroked her face. Arya remembered her past life. Mother was very fond of luxury and was poisoned to death by Meal. Even just to survive, Mother tried so hard to get here. But both Mother and I didn't know how to survive. In this place, I think this place made both of us forget that important thing. Oh, really? I didn't give you anything good, yet you've grown up so well. Besides my looks, I didn't leave you anything. But you're still so wonderful. Although that is also important. Haha. That's right, this is my second life. In my first life, both my mother and I died tragically. Mother, we must be happy. At the court, the judge announced again to Rose Scent Meal, "We have taken into consideration that Count Rose Scent has regained consciousness. The sentence will be reduced from 20 years of imprisonment to 5 years of house arrest." Meal, not giving up, asked, "I heard from my brother that father has woken up, but he only asked to reduce the sentence." The Count has testified that Corus and Meal is the culprit. She heard this and was shocked as if she couldn't believe her ears. How could this be? Meal thought angrily. Abandoning his own daughter and siding with that lowly girl? He should have sided with me. As a father, he should have forgiven me for just that much. At the mansion, the Countess called out happily, "Why love? This is herbal tea that's good for recovery. Let me massage your legs for you." He replied, "Mm." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Father, there were some fragrant flowers, so I cut some new ones for you. It must be boring just staying in your room, so I hope this will make you happier." "It's such a relief, Father. You can speak a little now." The three of them talked happily, but outside, someone saw this and trembled with anger. On this side, the knight said, "The scope of the house arrest is confined to Lady Meal's room. Furthermore, the Count is the victim, so if he doesn't want to, you are not allowed to see him." She thought, those kinds of people save Father? How despicable! How despicable! Before, the Countess held his hand and said, "Is Meal really the culprit? You must be heartbroken. Just get some rest for now. You need to heal your emotional wounds first." The Count blinked and thought to himself, the look on Meal's face that I saw before I fell. Remembering that face, I can't say she wasn't the culprit. And I've realized, albeit belatedly, that these are the people who genuinely worry about me. Now, his mind was filled only with images of the Countess and Arya, my love. "Father." The Count was moved to tears. "There are still people who are grateful to me for giving them a place to live." The Countess asked worriedly, "Oh dear, are you in pain somewhere?" He thought to himself, right now, this alone is enough to satisfy me. Outside, Cain saw the scene and cursed under his breath, "Damn it. I asked him to be a witness for Meal, and he refused. Is Father in his right mind? You probably chase after men on the streets just like that, don't you?" As expected, if I become the head of the family, I'll have to teach them properly. 5 years of house arrest. The rest of the penalty can probably be settled with money. Now that Meal's problem has been dealt with to some extent, I must focus on managing the household to successfully inherit the Count's title. In the dark room, Meal shed silent tears. Then she opened a door, and inside was a box. She picked up the box, thinking, am I going to accept defeat like this? Elsewhere, Isis finished reading a letter and let out a laugh. Ho ho. I expected nothing from the judge, so I didn't bother to go. I heard you were arrogant enough to look down your nose at the world, but I never thought you'd dare send me this letter, Lady Meal. Really now, how should I help her? In Count Rosen's room, the three of them chatted cheerfully together. Ho ho, is that so? Suddenly, the Countess glanced at him and asked, come to think of it, dear, about Meal, shouldn't you be more lenient with her? After all, Meal is still young. Arya also said, Father, you should give her a chance to repent. Her words moved the servants. M.Y. Lady. Lady Arya, as expected of Lady Arya, even after what happened to her. They whispered among themselves. The Countess took his hand, but you made your decision after careful consideration. I don't think your opinion is wrong. Since she's a good child, she will understand. Have some more tea. The Count said, all right. Arya, he thought to herself. It seems the Count won't be on Meal's side for the time being. Suddenly, she saw Cain holding some documents that, oh my, Brother Cain. Yes, Arya, you seem busy lately. I haven't seen you visit Father either. I suppose you're busy with inheriting the family business? Keep up the good work. Aha, yes, that's right. Don't say that. He thought, it's just because I don't like Father interfering. If he becomes interested in the position of family head again. Arya looked at him with silent contempt. Does he think he can do it all by himself? Cain is quite a laugh. If Cain becomes the head of the family, the Count's house won't last long. Of course, even if a rich family goes bankrupt, they still have enough money to live for another 3 generations. But brother, I'm a little worried. Although Meal is only locked in her room, I can hear her crying and throwing things. The servants are scared, and so am I. Is it because that incident was exposed? Did Meal take hallucinogenic drugs at the party? He frowned and retorted that, how much has that story been exaggerated? You don't need to pay it any mind. But I'm worried. Don't worry too much. In fact, I'm going to investigate the hallucinogenic drug matter today. I'll clear up what's right and wrong for you there. Just then, Astarov arrived at the Count's residence. Cain froze on the spot. The Crown Prince, Arya, on the other hand, smiled like a blooming flower. Your Highness Asio, I'm so surprised to have you visit my home again. It's because of an important case. I will diligently investigate these malicious acts, using the royal family's name to cause a disturbance in high society. And the investigation into the hallucinogenic drugs is just one part of it. Peeking through the crack in the door, Meal whispered in fear, what? The Crown Prince came himself. Astarov's voice was heard from outside. In any case, if you don't have any particular plans after I'm done with my work. Arya immediately replied, "Ah, what a shame, but I have to go to the academy tonight. I promised I would go watch Sarah teach. I seem to have chosen the wrong day. There's still a little time. Shall we travel together on the way, Your Highness? What do you think? Borrowing Your Highness Asio's carriage to go out doesn't sound too bad, does it? It would be an honor." Hearing this, Meal grew angry. The Crown Prince is on that wench's side. Ugh. Asio's voice rang out again. Then I must finish my work quickly for the lady's sake. The sound of a lock turning was heard. Meal flinched and backed away. "No, don't come near me. Don't come near." Asterov stood at the door and commanded in a cold voice, "Drag her out." Immediately, Meal was dragged away. "I'll walk out myself." "A criminal has no right to choose. Please move to the drawing room." "Well, you look healthier than I thought, little sister. You haven't suffered much, have you?" Meal screamed, "It's because of you. This is all your fault. How dare a lowly commoner like you interfere? Who do you think you are? Acting like a noble. You don't know your place. How dare you butt in? A thing like you, a despicable thing. How dare you pretend to be the victim?" At these words, Arya just sighed, then suddenly slapped her hard across the cheek. "Calm down. You mustn't obstruct an officer in the performance of his duties, little sister. Since you're a noble, you should act a little more obediently." The butler stammered, "Everyone, please move along." The servants whispered among themselves, "Good heavens, look at her. Did the once obedient young lady really take hallucinogenic drugs?" Asterov silently blamed himself. "I should have shut her up first. I've let Lady Arya dirty her hands. I must complete my mission perfectly so as not to trouble the lady." Upon entering the room, Asterov spoke, "Young ladies who are not yet adults, but merely minors, and yet you use hallucinogenic drugs." Meal immediately denied it. "That's not true." "Is that so? Then besides you, my lady, how many others used hallucinogenic drugs?" "No one actually took any hallucinogenic drugs. But isn't there no evidence? Isn't there no evidence to suggest that?" An investigator stepped forward and said, "Evidence? Of course there is. You continuously pointed to Lady Arya, even though she was not at the scene of the crime." Meal wailed, crying, "I'm telling the truth. Stop it. In the end, it's all just based on feelings, isn't it? You won't even listen to me. Hick, why won't anyone believe me?" Then Asterov spoke. "I can sense the desperation in your words. If one were to listen, it would feel as if Lady Arya was really there. I sense sincerity. So, could you explain it to me in more detail?" Meal thought to herself, the Crown Prince is on that wench's side, so why is he asking this? If I explain clearly, even if the Crown Prince pretends not to know, at least the others here might be able to listen and understand. So she decided to speak up that I saw it. "At that time, my sister was in the room, and my father and I were in the hallway." Asterov asked, "Are you saying you saw me as well?" "Ah, yes, I saw you. So I just appeared out of thin air, embraced Lady Arya, and disappeared just like magic. Is that right?" Meal nodded gleefully. "Yes, that's right. It was just like magic. I was worried I might have seen it wrong. You were there, weren't you?" The Crown Prince clearly said so just now. The investigator's voice rang out. "There you have it. That testimony has been recorded by the court." Asterov agreed. "That's right, isn't it?" The investigator said while writing, "If that wasn't something you blurted out by accident, but something you truly believe and said, then the suspicion that you used hallucinogenic drugs cannot be denied." Asterov turned and ordered, "Write down that she cannot distinguish between hallucination and reality. Thoroughly investigate the crime of perjury of the young ladies who participated that day. This isn't just about the hallucinogenic drug issue. It's also an opportunity for me to scrutinize those corrupt Bethan nobles." Asio said in a loud voice, "Investigate this thoroughly on the honor of the royal family." The knights replied, "Yes, sir." Meal's face turned purple as she thought, "No, that's not it. It's not. The Crown Prince really." Asio turned and left with a final remark, rose Emil. "I know you believe I used magic that day. Since you only believe what you see with your own eyes, I hope you can find someone who believes in those hallucinations of yours." Outside, the servants whispered, "Good heavens, is it really true? The young lady used hallucinogenic drugs." "Oh." Asterov approached Arya. "Shall we go, my lady? You finished quickly, your highness." Meal thought, that look on their faces. It's clear. They were clearly there. That despicable villainess. Did she latch onto the Crown Prince and cause me to end up like this? How dare she? How dare she do this to me? A few days later, Kane entered Meal's room and asked, "Meal, there's a reply from the Duchess." "But what on earth did you write to the Duchess?" The letter sent to Isis read, "Duchess Isis, I know you intend to abandon me. I admit I made a huge mistake, but you're not allowed to forget. There are still letters that prove the recent events were not caused by me alone, but that you, Duchess, were my accomplice. If you ignore this letter, just you wait and see how I will act. Elsewhere, Isis crumpled the letter and said angrily, I clearly told her to burn all those letters. She's not a fool, is she? Back with Meal, who is reading the letter from Isis. When did I ever abandon you, my lady? I already told you. I am preparing to go to Kra. I will contact you soon. Isis. Elsewhere, Isis sighed. How am I going to deal with this girl? A few days later, a servant came to Meal's room and said to the knight, I've brought dinner. Come in. That servant looked exactly like Meal, and Lady Isis's previous letter had said, I will send a servant, so you must sneak out, then go immediately to Croatia. There's only one chance. Do you accept this plan? Before this, Kane had tried to dissuade her. Even if you don't do this when the Duchess's rebellion succeeds, you will be found innocent anyway. You just need to wait. Meal replied, no, to endure this humiliation until then. I can't bear to live like this. Besides, I must let the Duchess know what I saw. That person was definitely the Crown Prince. He clearly has magic or some kind of power. Whether it's for the rebellion to succeed or for any other reason, I will definitely tell the Duchess this information directly. After Meal disguised herself as the maid, the other maid said, it's all done. Meal stepped out with trembling hands. The maid said, just walk straight out. There's a carriage waiting at the gate. After successfully passing the night, Meal breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Just you wait. I won't let that foolish crown prince and that filthy wench get away with this. Suddenly, the knight called out, wait. Isn't the meal being delivered earlier than usual today? Meal stammered, cough, is that so? I just brought it as I was told. Cough, cough, cough. The knight didn't ask any more questions, Donald. All right, go on. You still have to change the washing water. Meal replied, yes, yes, and quickly left. When she got outside, Kane was already waiting by the carriage. Meal looked around nervously. You're here. The carriage is waiting. Take it just in case. Use it if there's an emergency. Brother, I'm only letting you go because you said you had to go no matter what. The Duchess's letters you mentioned, I'll keep them safe, so don't do anything too reckless. Thank you, brother. As she sat in the carriage, Meal thought, although I didn't expect anything from you since you've fallen for that wench, but that's right. In the end, that girl is the root of all our problems. The evil ones who made us this way. I'll make them pay. Brother. Afterwards, Meal arrived at the appointed place. Isis said, come in, Lady Meal. You must have had a hard time. Not at all. What's a little hardship when you've helped me so much, Sister Isis? I'll have to work even harder from now on. That's right. Now we're going to Croatia. When we get there, will you immediately bring up the matter of the marriage? Isis replied, I've already arranged to discuss it. We didn't really confide in each other much through letters. Although your appearance is a little different, Lady Meal will have to participate nonetheless. Is that so? Suddenly, Isis asked, by the way, did you happen to bring the letters with you? Meal smiled and replied, no, I didn't. That's the proof of my important conversations with you, Sister Isis. So I couldn't just bring them along carelessly. I asked my brother to look after them carefully. Please don't worry. The carriage rattled through the quiet night. Inside, Isis said, is that so? Meal schemed silently until the rebellion succeeds. Until Oscar and I are married. Do you think you can order me around as you please? Isis, however, glanced sideways at her and thought, Lady Meal, I've had my suspicions about your character for a while, but I didn't think you were this capable. Suddenly, Meal said, more importantly, please listen to me. It's about His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness the Crown Prince? Yes. There's no way I would miss such an important matter by using hallucinogens, right? Everything I said at the trial was the truth. That day, as if by magic, His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly appeared, took that wench with him, and disappeared. I remember it clearly. When he came to investigate recently, I noticed his pretentious attitude, as if he was trying to hide something. It's probably spatial movement, that kind of magic. Isis pondered for a moment, then said, is that so? If you think His Highness has such a miraculous ability, then that wench's evidence does line up, doesn't it? However, if you keep talking about things without proof, you'll only make others misunderstand that you're using hallucinogens. So it's best not to talk about impossible things anymore. It's true. Even if it's for the sake of the noble faction, this is something you need to know. What should I do? Who do I have to tell for them to believe me? Upon arriving in the kingdom of Croatia, the butler said, please come in. Lohan called out, Duchess Isis, I've been waiting for you. Isis bowed her head. I pay my respects to the king of the kingdom of Croatia, Your Majesty, Lohan, Croatia. Please rise. You must be tired from your long journey. Emil glanced at him and thought, to be able to meet the king of a country so simply, he's much younger than I thought. I heard the crown prince ascended the throne after the previous emperor died suddenly from an illness. The atmosphere is a bit intimidating, but, well, he's quite handsome, though not my type. Suddenly, Lohan asked curiously, this maid has a rare appearance. Both the blonde hair and the green eyes. Speaking of which, I heard there's a girl of the empire who is famous for a similar appearance. Isn't there? Isis smiled and replied, I don't know if that's a rare thing in Croatia. In my empire, it's not uncommon for commoners to have such an appearance. Is that so? The empire really is different in some way. What is her name? Emil recalled what Isis had said earlier. From now on, you'll be a maid named El. She then stammered, my name is El, your majesty. Even the maids in the empire have such a different air about them. Wonderful. Emil thought to herself, perhaps if it's this person, maybe he will listen to me. That's right. The empire has already been turned upside down by that villainous and that foolish crown prince, and they've turned me into a liar. If this is a place those two can't reach. Then Emil gathered her courage and said loudly, Your Majesty Lohan, there is something I absolutely must report to you. It is something you absolutely must know, for the sake of the kingdom of Croatia. Hearing Emil's words, Isis turned and glared at her in annoyance. Upon returning to the room, Isis immediately criticized her. What did I tell you? Why did you do that? Your lucky King Lohan found it interesting and said he would listen to it later. My lady, you came here in the role of a maid. Don't you understand? He has to be on his guard. You have an important matter at hand. Isis yelled, if you misspeak, you yourself will be in danger. Shouldn't you know your place by now? I'm sorry. No matter what happens, I will take responsibility for this. It's true. Then write a pledge and give it to me, and send another copy to the Count's house. Isis looked at Emil's back, that I really don't know what she's thinking. If I have this, it's enough. Now, whatever happens to this little lady, the Count's house can't say anything to me. Emil thought, Duchess, I know you don't trust me anymore. In order to survive, I must obtain a new shield named Lohan. At that moment, Lohan laughed and said, haha. That maid said she had something she absolutely had to. Tell me, what could it be? It seems very interesting. What if it's a fatal weakness of the crown prince, the one who's in my way in this rebellion? Wouldn't that be interesting? Vika replied, yes, your majesty. Later, Emil stood before the door to Lohan's room. Suddenly, a voice came from inside. Oh my. I heard footsteps and thought you were about to come in, but since there was no sign of you entering, I had to come out first. Emil was startled. Greetings, your majesty. Lohan smiled and said, it's all right. You weren't being rude. Come in. That's right. You said you had something important. Ah, yes. It's about His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? His Highness the Crown Prince possesses a special ability. An ability to suddenly appear and then conceal himself. I saw him use that spatial movement ability with my own eyes. Oh ho, although I don't quite understand, if it's coming from a bright and intelligent person like you, then there must be a reason. I want to hear the whole story in detail. I saw it with my own eyes. I was working at the Count's house for a while. At the scene of the incident where the Count was pushed down the stairs, you mean? I saw the Crown Prince appear there, and then disappear with Lady Arya. I saw it very clearly. The Count's house? If it's that case. Isn't that the disgusting case where the children try to murder their parent? It's chaos, absolute chaos. However, it seems the culprit was someone else. Emil hurriedly said that Lady Emil was framed. It's so pitiful, she said. Although I know this is very hard to believe, a humble maid like myself has bet my life to tell you this. I only beg for your generous understanding of my heart. I think that's very reasonable, don't you? What do you think, Vika? Vika suddenly appeared behind Emil. I think it's very reasonable. She was stunned, thinking, Vika? I've heard the Duchess mention him, but why is he here? Vika added, I recall feeling that His Highness sometimes moved with strange speed. If he also used that ability in that incident, then everything lines up. Lohan continued, actually, since I don't know exactly what happened in the Empire's capital, even if it's a far-fetched tale, there's no harm in paying attention to everything. I've decided to trust your words because I am very pleased with you. How about it? Will you have lunch with me? I, with your majesty? For lunch? Just the two of us. But later, there were 4 people at the dining table. Vika said, the flavor of this dish is truly enticing. The chef now knows your tastes. Emil thought silently. Right, that's right. There's no way it would be just the two of us. At this moment, Isis spoke up. Sir Vika visits Croatia so often. I'd believe it if you said he was a citizen of Croatia now. He replied, but if the Empire and Croatia merge into one, then the Duchess will also become a citizen of Croatia. Emil thought, it seems she and Croatia have been preparing to conquer the Empire for a long time. That's why Sir Vika is here. Lohan said, if the Empire belongs to Croatia, there is something I wish to possess. I've taken a liking to that maid. What do you say, Duchess? Can you give her to me? Ah, if His Majesty Lohan desires it, then any time, Emil cut in, it would be my honor. She told herself, I will stay here. Isis continued, I'm always willing. Lohan laughed and said, what a bold maid. Interesting, very interesting. Isis frowned at Emil. What on earth did they talk about? Anyway, she's just a useless pawn now. Leaving her behind is fine. If it weren't for that girl, you and I would have been family by now. Life is truly unpredictable, isn't it, Lady Emil? But does King Lohan really believe that absurd story? Something about the Crown Prince using magic. Looking at Lohan's smile, Isis thought, no, that's a mocking smile, isn't it? When I was young, my father once targeted the young Crown Prince's life. But I heard that somehow the Crown Prince escaped to Croatia and saved his own life. Afterwards, to prevent Croatia from interfering in the Empire's internal affairs, my father decided to save the Crown Prince for the time being. And finally, he shifted his focus to making me the Empress and ruling the Empire. Did Lohan come into contact with the Crown Prince back then? If he escaped to Croatia, could he really use magic like that? She glanced at Emil. What nonsense am I thinking? Look at that smile. The smile of someone who clearly knows something but isn't saying it. Perhaps Emil's ridiculous words make the Empire look so laughable that he finds it amusing. This cunning young king. But even so, I will be the one to hold the real power of the Empire. After I've used you to my heart's content, I'll make it so you can't even lay a finger on the Empire, Lohan. After thinking, Isis cleared her throat. Ahem. Your Majesty Lohan. Vika said, now that Lady Isis is here, perhaps we should slowly start discussing the state marriage. Lohan asked in surprise, state marriage? What are you talking about? Vika and Isis asked, bewildered, pardon? You told us to proceed with the state marriage, so Lohan let out a sigh. So that's why you brought all that luggage here? What have I done now? Duchess, I know that in these times, you're having a rather long vacation and would have a lot of free time, so I thought I'd invite you to the kingdom to visit. As for the state marriage, didn't I say that was the reward tied to the precondition of conquering the Empire? I clearly stated that in the letter. By common sense, you can't just proceed with a state marriage blindly without anything to show for it. Isis asked angrily, what do you mean? The letter clearly said we would attack the Empire after the state marriage. Vika gave a strained smile. Is that so? I was mainly acting as an intermediary, so I didn't know what the two of you had discussed. That's right. Doing it that way is correct. Lohan played along. That's right, that's right. Hearing the two of them, Isis couldn't believe it and cried out internally. Sir Vika, what are you saying? You were the one who advised me to marry the king of Croatia and then seize the empire. Vika winked and continued, if King Lohan says so, then that order is reasonable. Isn't it, Duchess Isis? After all, conquering the empire is a future determined by King Lohan's power. Long live Croatia. Isis suppressed her anger and replied, yes, that's right. At this point, it's better not to displease King Lohan. He's just arrogant because he became king at a young age. As soon as I get my hands on the empire. Seeing Isis's dark expression, Emil thought in fear the Duchess's expression. At that moment, a servant entered and announced, Your Majesty, Marquis Bias requests an audience. I pay my respects, Your Majesty. Rise. Have you had lunch? Come and sit here. I'm fine, Your Majesty. Then I shall be so bold. Let me introduce you. The newcomer is Marquis Bias, the biggest supporter of this plan. Isis thought to herself, a marquis at that age? Is it because he has no children to pass the title to? Lohan said, I heard that all the soldiers sent to the empire were supported by the marquis here. Emil asked in surprise, all of them from the marquis's house. That's right. Emil, you don't know. The marquis won't be sending his entire army to war because our target is the capital. I will have the soldiers of Croatia infiltrate the empire little by little, and on the decisive day, we will occupy the capital. This is not an all-out war that drags all soldiers or citizens into the fight. We will only infiltrate through the path opened by the empire's nobles. I have something to report on this matter. I have provided nearly double the military force. Meal thought double. Marquis Bias added, they are ready to move at any time. That's amazing. Marquis, you are truly reliable. Meal thought joyfully, if that's the case, then occupying the capital is now only a matter of time. The crimes I committed will also be pardoned. Isis swallowed hard and forced a smile. You are so reliable. Thank you, Marquis Bias. But Isis thought, until the decisive day that King Lohan set when he contacted me, he has ordered the soldiers to infiltrate the empire. I've arranged for them to stay at the mansions of the aristocratic faction. But the cost is a bit high. No, the success rate is more important. Marquis Bias exclaimed, oh my, I must quickly return and prepare to welcome the soldiers. Then I will set off with you. What? Your Majesty knows my purpose. I have something I need to find in this empire. It is for that very reason that I sent soldiers to assist. I hope you still remember. Scene changed to Arya. Oh my, has Meal really escaped? I heard the princess would make a move, so I told you in advance to be on guard. But I didn't expect her to actually escape. That's right. I also deliberately told the servants to make the escape easier. But the aristocratic faction must have prepared a solid plan to the point of following the princess. And there are also rumors about a marriage with the Grazia royal family. Astarov stroked his chin. That's right, to be more precise, they're using the marriage with the royal family as a pretext. They will ally with Grazia to attack the empire. So, as expected, a war will break out. In any case, you don't need to worry. That is also just a part of the plan. A part of the plan? Are you hiding something else from me? No, I didn't mean to make you sad, my lady. I just didn't have a chance to say it. I hope you can understand. The princess will soon return to the empire with soldiers disguised as commoners from Grazia. Those soldiers will stay at the mansions of the aristocratic faction and wait for the day of the decisive battle. They will probably also observe the attitude of the count's secretary and take advantage of the Rosent family as well. Heavens! So, is it true that a war will eventually break out? When you say plan, it means you've already prepared military forces to deal with it, right? You could say that about the military forces. I can only tell you one thing. You don't need to worry too much. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the plan can only be carried out thanks to you, my lady. But now is not the right time for me to explain the entire process. From now on, you just need to protect yourself in a safe place. Then Arya thought about Astarov's words. Not the right time? He talks as if he's preparing some kind of surprise for me. If so, I won't ask anymore. After all, it's a bit. Since we love each other, it's not necessary to share everything. That's right, at times like these, I must believe in Aesel. Trusting and waiting, and his confidence is also very interesting. But will a war really happen in the end? Seeing Arya looking down in thought, her mother worried silently. The child's condition is strange today. But Arya was still lost in her train of thought. Not long ago, the princess returned without bringing any benefits, causing her to be criticized by the nobility. Could that be considered some kind of trick by Aesel? Don't worry anymore, on second thought. At this point, she spoke up and asked, Meal didn't come back, did she? Phew, I thought she left with the princess. But there's been no news at all. The Countess said, if she runs away like this, it will become a bigger problem later. Cain was startled to hear that. Arya said to herself, although it seems she's staying in Grazia, after the aristocratic faction's war is over, she'll probably sneak back, right? The Countess spoke again. Does she plan to never return to the Empire for her entire life? So childish. Suddenly Cain stood up. I'll be taking my leave. Goodness, are you that busy? You can't even finish your meal. Do your best. A woman like me knows nothing, so I can't help you at all. Why would you need help with the business? You just need to manage the household well. Auntie, Arya said with a smile. Indeed, father really needs to recover quickly. Cain slammed the table. We don't need father. I am a master of this roast scent house now. Arya said to herself, TSK, a mere kid who just graduated from the academy is still too arrogant, acting as if he's the only one who's busy working like that. Although him acting this way makes things easier for me. Ho ho, manage the household well, huh? No need to worry about that. Isn't that so? Arya replied, that's right. Mother is trusted by father more than anyone else in the house. Of course, Mother must do her best to be worthy of her role as the lady of the house. The surrounding servants whispered, "That's right, she's always by his sickbed." Arya thought, although I'm just using that to gradually take over the Count's family fortune. By the time Cain is fully grown, there will be nothing left of this house. The fact that Cain doesn't want me to interfere with the Count house is just like how the Count treated his ex-wife. With that arrogant attitude, unwilling to accept others, what is family to them? Emil also saw me and my mother as people not on the same level as her. So is that why I was bullied like this in the past? No. Isn't this the true face of the Rosent family? Pushing both parents down the stairs to achieve their goals, trying to understand them, is useless. The next day, the mansion grounds were very lively. Everyone greeted Cain, "Greetings, Mr. Count's secretary. Welcome, please come in. These are my guests, and they will be staying here for a few days. Make sure to serve them well." The servant replied, "Yes, sir," and was silently surprised. Their attitude is completely different from the soldiers who came to stay at the mansions of other noble houses, isn't it? I heard they look down on everyone, but they're quite well behaved, aren't they? Whether inside the mansion or in the garden. When they saw her, they immediately bowed politely. Arya was suspicious. I get it. They know I'm the crown prince's lover. If I provoke them, I'll just obstruct the plan. In other places, they made all sorts of demands and spent more extravagantly than expected. If this is part of Aesel's plan, then shouldn't I, on the contrary, actively help them? So the next day, upon meeting Cain's guests, Arya smiled cheerfully and greeted them. "Hello, everyone. La lady, what brings you here?" Arya thought. Besides, what better way is there to gradually separate from the Count's house? She asked cheerfully. Everyone has worked hard. Are you experiencing any inconveniences? They blushed shyly. That dazzling light just now. No inconvenience at all, we're fine. But for some reason, I get the feeling that everyone is paying attention to me. So, I was afraid you might feel uncomfortable. They replied in unison. Not at all. That's right, that's right. Arya said, in any case, you are all my brother Cain's guests. So you don't need to do anything, just rest comfortably. In other words, since neither my mother nor I are the masters of this mansion, I will not take responsibility for nor concern myself with how my brother's guests live. Please enjoy my brother's hospitality and rest comfortably. They wondered, is that really okay? Since you're a guest from another place, you must enjoy attending nightly balls, right? What do you think? The Rose-Scent house will do its utmost to serve everyone. If the lady doesn't mind, then of course we'd love that. After that, a party took place with great liveliness. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. Bring more wine and meat. What is this? I told you to bring the highest quality. Oh, we're short of glasses here. At this moment, the Countess asked, your guests are acting like this. What should we do? Cain, just let them do as they please. Saying that, he stormed off in a rage. Arya thought, as long as I handle the business matters, the Count's family fortune is as good as mine. That's what you're thinking, isn't it, Cain? In that case, the Count's family fortune in your mind has nothing left now. Ho ho, it'll be a long time before you realize. Those people were still enjoying themselves freely. Order more, drink up, wine, bring more bread. The maids complained. I'm so tired. Cough, cough, because there are so many people eating, it's exhausting every time I have to go get ingredients. I know they're the Count's secretary's guests, but why are they so inconsiderate? Their origins are unclear, and many of them share a single room. It's so strange. We have to change their warm and soft blankets every day. My hands feel like they're about to fall off from all the washing. Arya said with concern, how pitiful. Everyone has worked so hard. My lady, she said, everything can be solved with money. What do you mean? If washing is too tiring, just buy new blankets. If you're short on ingredients, just buy more to fill up. But that will be very expensive. They're my brother's esteemed guests. Besides, the Count's house won't collapse because of this. What's important is, aren't everyone's physical and mental well-being more precious? Your hands are already so rough. Hearing this, the maids were moved and called out, my lady, I will take responsibility. Everyone, just use the Count's family's money freely. Also, I will introduce you to a place that sells high-quality ingredients. They exclaimed with joy. Oh my, Arya said again. Best of all, they could deliver those fresh ingredients by tomorrow evening. Hearing that, the maid's spirits lifted. The lady's connections are really good. That's right, Arya said to herself. Besides, I've also invested in that store. If the Count's family's money flows into that store, and I receive the profits, then this family's fortune will gradually shrink while I become richer and richer. Then the Count's house will collapse to the point where it can't get back up. After that, a carriage was approaching the mansion. Marquis Pius sighed wearily. Phew, Vika said, "It's really tough not being at home." "That's right, although I don't know if I'll be able to find her." "But you still came here with that small hope, didn't you? Didn't you tell me on the way here?" "His Highness the Crown Prince knows who I'm looking for and has already confirmed it." "That's right. I also found it very interesting when I heard the news." Although the Marquis said he came here for Chloe, his son, to find a woman, the Crown Prince had already found a young lady who looks very much like Chloe. Marquis Pius wondered, "Does that mean Chloe had a child in the Empire?" Vika replied, "That's right." Marquis Pius thought to himself, although after Chloe was exiled from the Empire, I, as his father, secretly made arrangements for him. But King Lohan found out this truth, and fearing Chloe would be hurt again in Grazia, where I had forbidden him from entering high society, in the end, with the reason that I had reached this age, and still hadn't passed on my title. If I have a grandchild, I can hand over the marquisate to that child. He frowned and said, "I still haven't been able to ask why His Highness knows about that." "I know. I don't think this is something to be spoken of carelessly. Even as time passes, the story of Sir Chloe's search for his first love still moves me. And I also unconsciously want to support him, which is why I'm helping." Because of that boy, his mother became mentally ill, and I only brought trouble upon myself. Tisk, huh? Yes. Vika thought to himself. Actually, if I had even a shred of interest in that lowly love story, I'd drop dead. What I want to see is the change in the noble's view of Lady Arya. If the nobles who used to find fault and scorn her find out, how will they change their tune? Just thinking about that scene is so satisfying. Although I'm also a noble, I hate their pretentious attitude so much. That's right. That's why I'm helping the Crown Prince. After that, the two arrived at the Rosent mansion. The Countess asked, "It's so late. Sir Vika, what brings you here?" Vika bowed. "To visit the Count's house so late. I tried to handle my work quickly, but it still took until now." "Not at all. The child will be very happy. She's been sleeping less lately. And this gentleman is also someone who was once indebted to the Count's family. So he also stopped by today." "I see." Marquis Pius looked at her and silently wondered. "That's right. The one Chloe talked about. This woman is the one I've been searching for all this time." At this moment, the Countess spoke up to greet him. "A pleasure to meet you. I will take you to the Count right away." In the past, Chloe had tormented himself many times. How could I have abandoned her and come here? Father told me to leave her, so I couldn't. I have to find her. Lady Rosent led Vika and Marquis Pius to see Count Rosent. The Count asked in surprise, "Long time no see, Sir Vika. Who is the gentleman over there?" He introduced himself. "I was once helped by the Count, but since it was a small matter, it's a bit embarrassing to bring up. But I still wanted to thank you." "Oh, my apologies. My memory isn't very good." The Countess said, "That's my husband for you. Not only does he know how to do business, but he also knows how to help others." The Count laughed. "Haha, is that so? My connections are so wide that sometimes I don't recognize people. Phew, King should learn more from you. How long are you going to be so formal? What on earth did that kid learn at the academy?" "Oh my apologies. I've neglected my guests." Vika replied, "Haha, it's quite all right." Suddenly, Vika's stomach rumbled, and he said in embarrassment, "Oh my, I came here in such a hurry that I didn't realize how quickly time passed. How rude of me. Well, since you're already here, why don't you stay for dinner? Then we must thank you." Marquis Pius curiously asked, "Were you planning? Didn't we come here to meet that young lady?" "Well, that young lady is very busy. Although she sometimes comes to take care of the Count, I don't know if she'll stop by today. At times like this, there's a high chance we'll meet her during the meal." Seeing Vika, Arya said in surprise, "Oh my, we have a guest? Long time no see, my lady. What brings you here?" "I came to visit the Count. I didn't expect to be treated to dinner like this." "I see. What's there to thank?" she said to herself. "That monkey, why is the person I met at the gathering here? What is this scheme?" Marquis Pius stared at her intently. He said to himself, "She really looks like Chloe. If she were a little taller and had shorter hair, she'd be no different from Chloe. And her eye color too. Those sparkling eyes must have been inherited from Chloe." Arya wondered, who is that gentleman? "Aha, this gentleman came here to greet the Count. He was indebted to the Count in the past, right?" Marquis Pius nodded. Arya thought to herself, he seems a bit quiet, seeing him staring at her. Arya said nervously, isn't that a bit rude? Oh my, the lady is so beautiful that everyone is like that. I hope you can be generous and forgive him." Arya was silently suspicious. This person couldn't have come here without a reason. What on earth is his scheme? Later, Vika went to find Astaroth and called out, "Sir Astaroth." After a moment, he opened the door and asked, "What is it? If it's not an urgent report, let's talk tomorrow. I've been so busy lately that I'm sleep-deprived. Vika immediately said, "Don't be like that. Look who I brought." Astaroth's eyes lit up. What? Could it be Lady Arya? No, the lady is so busy. How could she come here at this hour? Astaroth immediately turned back inside, about to close the door. "See you tomorrow now, Vika said helplessly. There he goes again. The Marquis held the door open. "Oh, how rude of me. I am Marquis Pius from Grazia, Your Highness." Marquis Pius. In that case, you must have finished your confirmation, right? You've taken action? Yes. Marquis Pius asked, "How on earth does Your Highness know about this? I thought only King Lohan." Astaroth cut him off. "The one who investigated was not me, but FRE. FRE, the one from the royal family, who arbitrarily brought my wife Violet to the Empire. The eldest daughter, Frank FRMM, the one with no blood ties to the Marquis." Marquis Pius asked, "Is that person living well?" He thought, no matter what, I was one of the reasons that family was torn apart. Although I have no right to ask that question. But, Astaroth said, she is currently serving as a judge. A duty of the royal family, and she is doing it excellently. I see. That's a relief. Astaroth recounted. FRE treats the young lady just like her own younger brother. I heard about that, so I investigated and then thought, if it wasn't done by someone with considerable power, how could he have disappeared without a trace like that? I gathered information and finally found information about you and that son of yours. Marquis Pius wondered to himself, to protect Chloe, did that person block all information? No, it's useless to think about that now. Vika said, although they only met once, Chloe always remembered Oppo. Astaroth was puzzled, Oppo. Vika explained, that was one of the false names the Countess used during her time as a prostitute. Marquis Pius added, Chloe is a frail child. After all, Violet, my wife, thought he was a boy. That also influenced his upbringing. That day, after learning that his father was not his biological father, Chloe was very shocked and ran away from home. Chloe was wandering around and was noticed for being a noble. As a result, he was dragged in as a customer in the red light district. And in that place, Oppo, he met the then future Countess. That night, that girl comforted Chloe a lot. She said gently, no matter whose son you are, that doesn't change who you are. At that time, the Marquis was very worried. That day, I found the servants and told them they must bring him back and return to the mansion. But the next day, Chloe and Violet were immediately exiled from the Empire. I sent people to Grazia to bring them back. But now it's such a relief. Although the girl I was looking for already has a family, there's still Chloe's daughter. If I return with Chloe's daughter, he will be so happy. Vika and Astaroth were extremely shocked to hear this. What? Aesel asked, seething with killing intent. What did you say? The young lady? You're taking her away. I heard from Sir Vika that because of her status in the Empire, the young lady has faced many unpleasant rumors. Because of that, she is not respected in high society. Of course, her relationship with commoners is not bad. But if she comes to Grazia, I will treat her as the head of the Marquis. She will also be much more respected in high society than here. Astaroth laughed darkly. Ho ho, then enunciated each word. Did I ask that so, huh? Although the young lady is not someone who would be bothered by such things. But in any case, the young lady's thoughts are the most important, aren't they? The Marquis replied, of course. Vika sipped his tea attentively and exclaimed, oh my, this tea is delicious. The next day, Arya exclaimed in surprise. You're asking what I would do if my biological father appeared? You came here so early in the morning just to ask such a surprising question? This is causing such a commotion. Annie and Jessie were busily getting Arya ready. Please bring the lady's jewelry. Her hair too. Astaroth explained. How could that be? It's because I missed you, my lady. That was just a secondary question. Lately, I've had a thought. The young lady is about to come of age. What if a very wonderful person appeared, claimed to be your biological father, and intended to take you away? I couldn't just selfishly keep you by my side. What should I do then? Arya replied, I see. She thought, he's been so busy lately. He seems tired, doesn't he? The more I think like that, the more I miss you. That's why I flew here. Arya was secretly moved. So cute. Are you serious? I am. I miss you so much, Arya. She called back, Sir Aesel. The Marquis, who was riding the horse, cleared his throat. Ahem. The voice from inside continued. Then I just have to answer your anxious question, right? No matter who my biological father is, I won't go with him. I have no reason to follow someone who wasn't by my side when I was in trouble. In the past, I never saw my father's face right up until I died. Astaroth then asked, even if he had his own hardships and couldn't appear, you would still refuse? Of course I'd refuse. How could I leave? I don't want to see Sir Aesel in pain. I miss you a lot too. I'm looking forward to breakfast. I'll treat you to a magnificent meal. Arya replied, it's still morning, so just enough is fine. After returning, Astarov said, Marquis Pius, although it's a bit rude, I'm afraid you'll have to return alone. What a pity. He replied sadly, it can't be helped. I have to respect the child's wishes. Instead, I would like to ask a favor of your highness. What is it? I want to tell the countess the truth. I would like to ask your highness to do that. Astarov happily agreed. Something of that level is no problem. After that, the countess burst in aggressively. Is there a problem with my villa? What do you mean by that? She quickly stopped in her tracks, startled. Your highness. Astarov said, please come in, countess. Please have a seat with us. This gentleman has something he wants to say to you. She sat down, took a sip of her tea, and asked with curiosity, so, the problem with the mansion that you wrote about in the letter? Aesel replied, there's nothing at all. Because you care so much about that mansion, I just used it as a pretext to write a fake official letter. I see. I was so startled that I rushed over like this. She thought, that villa is being transferred to the Count's family. I thought they were trying to obstruct it, so I rushed here. Why did he ask to meet at a coffee shop? But who is that other person? At this moment, he spoke up. I suppose I should introduce myself. I am Chloe's father. Hearing that, she suddenly froze, Chloe's voice suddenly echoing in her head. Oppo, I will definitely come for you. You must wait for me. But she said, I don't know who that is. You met him 17 years ago, so it's understandable that you don't remember. It seems you've investigated my past as well. But I am now the Countess. Even if you use that to threaten me, it won't work. My lady, please listen to what I have to say. In any case, Chloe is Lady Arya's biological father, your daughter. Hearing that, she jumped up and shouted, now you're not targeting me, but Arya? Are you looking down on her because she's the daughter of a prostitute like me? Just because she has a similar hair color and eyes, you're already claiming her as your family's child? Marquis P is called out. My lady, do you remember my son? The memory of Chloe instantly flooded her mind. At that time, Chloe had promised, I will definitely come for you. Oppo, I want to become a family with you. Are you serious? You must take me away from this place. At this moment, she said sadly, yes, nobles who pursue prostitutes like us, your son wasn't the only one. She thought, although I was too young back then, so I believed those words and gave birth to Arya. She continued, so what? Aesel let out a sigh. I suppose I must explain why I invited you here, my lady. This gentleman is Marquis Pius of the Kingdom of Grazia. His son, Chloe, has been searching for you for a long time. What? Marquis Pius said, I apologize for the disjointed introduction. I only came here to find you on behalf of my son. Although he has always been searching for you, the Empire has become increasingly wary of Grazia, making it even more difficult to find people. I wouldn't dare to take away a lady who already has a family. I just wanted to tell the truth. Wait a minute. Are you saying my Arya has the blood of a Marquis family in her? She thought to herself, in her, besides my lowly blood, there also flows the bloodline of a noble. She said in confusion, but how can that be? How can you be so sure? Are you just judging by her appearance? I find it hard to believe myself. The Marquis replied, actually, I was also just relying on that clue, because she looks too much like Chloe. Aesel then said, if that's the case, there is a way. At night, Arya stood on the balcony gazing at the moonlight. Aesel suddenly appeared. There have been so many surprises lately. She called out in surprise, Sir Aesel, I'm sorry for coming so late. Luckily you haven't gone to bed yet. She thought, although I don't know why, I had a feeling he would come, so I went out to the garden. And as expected, he really came. Seeing a box placed in the room, he wondered to himself, what is that? If she has the blood of Violet, a descendant of the royal family, then the young lady is indeed. He offered, I want to take a night walk with you, my lady. In this cold weather? Wait a moment, let me get my coat. He stopped her, it's all right, it's not that cold at the Lotus Pond in the Imperial City, don't worry. Then he led her to the Lotus Pond. Gazing at the surrounding scenery, she was utterly astonished. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful and so mystical. He said the water in this Lotus Pond is holy water. There's a legend that this is the very Lotus Pond where the previous king immersed himself and then gained special powers. Arya asked in surprise, so there's a legend like that? Astarov then then recounted. I sometimes come here to get some fresh air. When I look at this quiet and mystical scenery, the worries in my heart ease a little. Because this lotus pond is a sacred place, people often say that whoever comes here will be blessed. Would you like to dip your hand in the water? Arya hesitated slightly. Can I really touch the holy water? Of course, she thought worriedly. The sacred pond of the imperial city? If a lowly person like me touches it, it might become as lowly as I am. He watched her intently as she put her hand into the pond. She said, it's really cold, but my hand doesn't hurt. This water is truly magical. No wonder it's called holy water. Astarov thought, if the young lady carries the bloodline of the royal family. Before he could finish his thought, Arya suddenly called out, Sir Azil. He gave a gentle smile. He continued to think. Then the lotus pond in the imperial city would not reject the young lady. I'm sorry, I was just spacing out. Is there something on your hand? No. It's just that even your reflection in the water is so beautiful. There you go again. She felt it was a bit strange that it was one thing for him to show up at my house early in the morning without a word and ask about my father, but Azil's attitude lately has been really strange. Thinking this, she said, thank you for the coat. There's no need to thank me. She silently speculated. It's as if he's trying to probe me for something. At first, I thought it was due to work pressure. She asked, so, can I consider myself blessed now? But when we talk, I don't get that feeling. Astarov replied, of course. If I wish for the young lady to be happy, then you will surely be happy. Arya wondered, is he worried about something, yet still cares for me? She said cheerfully, if that's the case, then there was no point in me touching the pond. A while later, Astarov took Arya back. She thought to herself, I was the one who said that even if we don't tell each other everything, I still trust Azil. Thank you, he replied. I should be the one thanking you for agreeing to come with me. Well then, I'll be going. She smiled and bid him farewell. But did he really just accidentally look at my hand? If I'm guessing correctly, he was clearly looking at this ring. There's no way he would just bring me to such a noble place simply to lift my spirits. He once said this ring is a royal family heirloom, right? If Azil uses his ability, it will glow, and the number of people who can manifest an ability is very small. Was this created to distinguish those with abilities within the royal family? Distinguish abilities, huh? Could it be it's glowing? If so, could the power of the hourglass also be related to the royal bloodline? No, that can't be right. The important thing now is that Azil realized something and deliberately brought me to the lotus pond. He saw the ring react, but said nothing and left. In other words, Azil also has a reason for not telling me that secret. Just like before, when I didn't ask him anything and just waited. Perhaps now is the right time for me to speak. The fact that I've come this far is all thanks to the hourglass. I don't even know if that's my own ability. That's right, I have to clear things up. The truth is, even the illusion. After that, Arya asked Cain, brother, for my birthday this time, what is it? You want to celebrate it on a larger scale? Yes, I forgot that I should invite your guests who are staying here. Just adding them, that's all. Is that so? Well, if it's just that, then there's no problem. Then I'll tell the butler. He turned away, thinking, usually, she tells the servants to inform me. Why is she coming to me directly this time? It seems that no matter how noble she pretends to be, she hasn't forgotten that I am the acting count. That's right, if she wants to use the count's family assets, she can't do so without my permission. However, seeing his posture, Arya could guess his thoughts that he must be thinking that, how foolish. The count's family assets you're thinking of are already nearly depleted. Increasing the scale of the birthday party is just to spend a large amount of those assets. The one who was so eager to behead me back then is now not even a puppet. On her birthday, Arya wore a splendid outfit. Splendid. Annie deliberately said loudly, young lady, you are the most wonderful today, even though you're already extremely beautiful on a normal day. Arya asked, is that so? It's not a problem, even if I'm carrying 1 or 2 secrets. What? What are you saying, young lady? Of course it's not a problem. Is that so? At that moment, people came over to congratulate her. Young Lady Arya, happy birthday. It is a great honor to meet you like this. Everyone must have been very busy with your studies. Thank you all for attending. Thanks to young Lady Arya, I got a job at the place I wanted. Me too. It's all thanks to the young lady. Jesse said, please feel free to relax and enjoy yourselves before you leave. When you go, please remember to come here and take some sweet pastries as gifts. Hearing this, everyone said excitedly, I deliberately starved myself myself all day for this. Me too. I'm going to eat to my heart's content. A man saw this and said in disgust, TSK, are they afraid others don't know they're wearing the masks of nobility? A party with a bunch of commoners? The Count's household has really fallen. Hearing this, the people became embarrassed. Young Lady Arya, perhaps we should leave now. Yes, just seeing the young lady was enough. Arya immediately walked over to that man. How strange. This party is a place to celebrate my birthday, but it seems someone who wasn't invited has come. He asked what? Another person also said, we were invited by the acting count. Aren't you the one who invited the wrong people here? The man said unpleasantly, inviting a bunch of beggars to a count's party. If the young lady has received the grace of the count's household, she should show a more fitting attitude. What's with them? Really? The man said again, I'm not wrong at all. Seeing the young lady's thunderous expression, I can only feel sorry for the future of the count's household. Arya replied, that's true, because you have insulted the guests of the party's host, which is me. So I was unconsciously a bit rude when I spoke up. What? She continued, but if you were invited by my brother Cain, then I hope you will go to the banquet hall prepared by my brother. He suddenly turned to leave. Humph. No need to tell me. I was about to go there anyway. Holding a party in the garden in this cold weather. Huh, that's right. Commoners only have their stamina, after all. There's no other way. Come on, let's go inside. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wait, where do you think you're going? Jesse and Annie blocked their way. Arya said, the inside of the mansion is also where the party for all of my guests is being held. Since you are my brother's guests, shouldn't you go to the party venue he prepared? Of course, my brother happens to be away, so I don't know where to invite you. You'll probably have a hard time finding it. But for people lacking in stamina like you, I wonder if you can walk for long. I can't let my brother's guests struggle like that, right? Finishing her words, she snapped her fingers, then pointed and said, here, the carriages to return home are ready. You only need to take a few steps to get on. They shouted in anger. How rude. Don't forget that if the Count's family honor is damaged, it will all be your fault, young lady. Annie yelled angrily. How can those people say such nonsense and just leave like that? It's too much. Arya thought to herself, what honor? I'm the one destroying it right now. The people happily ran over, calling out, young lady Arya, you were amazing. I was so surprised. I never expected the young lady to be so firm. I was even afraid you'd get hurt. My stomach was in knots. That's right. Are you all right? She thought. This is what they call the image of a saintess. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Arya, so you have a side like this too? Arya was startled. This voice. Miss Sarah. I just stepped up to teach them a lesson when it was necessary. Contrary to her expectations, Sarah smiled brightly and said, Arya, you're truly admirable. Sarah's radiance was dazzling to Arya. Sarah walked over and took Arya's hand. You've really grown up. You're still only 17, and in just one more year, you'll be an adult. But no matter what, I'll always be younger than you, Miss Sarah. Oh, young lady. That's right. This is the gift I prepared for you. It's a royal tulip. Oh dear. I was holding it just now, so the ribbon got a little wrinkled. A little. Thank you, Mississippi. You're the only one I have, Miss Sarah. Thanks to you, my dream of becoming a teacher has come true. The day I start teaching is just around the corner. But you have no idea how much I'm looking forward to it. That's wonderful. The next time I see you will be at your wedding ceremony. You must come and catch my bouquet. Of course. After that, Sarah waved goodbye. I'll be going now. Arya thought to herself, if the ducal house falls, then the Marquis house will be at the top of the empire. No matter how aggressive the nobles are, as long as Miss Sarah is there. Suddenly, Annie spoke up, but is His Highness busy today? I thought he would come early, but it's already afternoon and he's still nowhere to be seen. Hearing that, Arya's mood sank. Jesse quickly said, young lady, how about we go inside and wait? It's more comfortable to talk inside. Annie, could you bring some drinks? Yes, my mistake. Arya thought. It's nothing. He already said he was busy during our date at the Lotus Pond. He said he would be very busy later and that it would be difficult to meet even on my birthday. Upon entering the main hall, people came to congratulate her one after another. Congratulations, young lady. Happy birthday. Thank you. Arya recalled Azil's words that I'm sorry. Although she had a smile on her face, she felt extremely upset inside. I keep thinking about it. I had prepared myself because I intended to tell him my secret if I saw him today. It's his fault for not coming, yet I keep blaming myself for not telling him sooner. As she thought this, she seethed with anger. The people called out worriedly, young lady. Arya silently calmed herself. Even if Azil isn't like that, that matter keeps bothering me even though I don't want it to. I wish he would come quickly. At that moment, a luxurious carriage arrived outside. Everyone shouted in astonishment. What is that? It's a cargo carriage. No, that's not an ordinary cargo carriage. That's His Highness the Crown Prince. Azil entered and said, "Forgive me. I was hesitating over what gift to give you. In the end, I brought everything, which is why I'm late." Behind him was a long line of carriages. Arya smiled and replied, "It's all right. You came at just the right time." She thought to herself, if he had been just 5 minutes later, I would have almost revealed my true nature. He arrived just in time. Trusting others is not easy, is it? That's right. Blind trust is an incomprehensible thing. Even so, because I want a relationship like that, I want us to be more honest with each other. Thinking this, she spoke up, "Azil, now that we've met today, there's something I want to tell you. I think you've also been waiting for me to say this. I was planning to say it in my room. I understand. Let's go right away." She let out a sigh of relief. "All right, now I just need to calm down and say it." Suddenly, he said, "But Arya, don't forget, I'm always prepared to accept everything about you, so I hope you won't feel insecure because of me." Arya thought, the reason I've come this far, the secret I've never told anyone. If he hadn't noticed anything, wouldn't I not have to say it? No, because I thought this day would come eventually. On the contrary, I think I'm lucky that the other person is Azil. After that, the two of them sat down. Annie said as she walked by, "Oh, it's just the two of them in the room." Arya thought to herself, after returning from the past, I thought I had tried my best. Whether it was matters of economics that I had never known about, or forming factions, and even magic, I learned everything honestly. I mobilized all the information I had about the future to get my revenge. I thought I always had an advantage over Meal and the Duchess. But in a corner of my heart, I always had the same thought. In the end, it was all thanks to the hourglass. That's why I could never stand confidently in front of Azil, who has always treated me so well. This confession, in the end, is a necessary confession for my future. Arya let out a breath and said, "I hope that after you hear my confession, you won't be angry, because I don't think I can live in peace if I keep this truth hidden forever." He smiled and replied, "You know, I would never dare to get angry with you. You're really something, young lady, always being so modest." Arya said, "In any case, I have some kind of ability, just like you, Sir Azil." He asked, "Could it be related to the hourglass?" "Yes, that's right. If I turn this hourglass, I can go back to the past 5 minutes ago." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "The ability to turn back time?" She explained, "However, I can only use it once a day, and after using it, I'll sleep soundly for a whole day. Unfortunately, I can't show you that ability right now. So that's why you slept so often at the hotel." "Yes, although I unconsciously woke up because of Azil." Azil thought back to the past and said, "So I wasn't mistaken when I saw the young lady's ring glowing, was I? So you were also looking at my ring at the Lotus Garden in the Imperial City? Ah, I must apologize to you for that, for suspecting you without any explanation. I'm sorry. What suspicion? I'm the one at fault for not telling you. So I understand. No, it should be me." She blushed and thought, but I know we were both waiting for the other to speak first. Azil explained, "The royal family's ability is only passed down to a certain number of people among them, although that is only content recorded in documents that only the crown prince of the royal family can view. I think the price you have to pay after using your ability is because you don't carry the royal bloodline. But no matter how I think about it, I don't think I'm related to the royal family at all. Where did this power come from?" Azil thought to himself, "It seems the Countess hasn't told her anything yet. Then I shouldn't be the first to say it." He said, "Actually, there are some commoners who possess abilities. For example, people who drink holy water and grow up wanting to be recognized as a member of the royal family. Is that so? The important thing is the ability to turn back time. Could it be that there was something in your life that you regretted so much you had to turn back time? Regret? Each person manifests their ability in a different situation. My teleportation ability manifested when I was fleeing from an assassin. A regret so great that one would trade their life for it. Life." Arya recalled the memory of her past life and answered, "Yes, I have." Before she was beheaded, Meal had whispered in her ear, "You foolish girl." She thought to herself, "I thought that right before I was beheaded. Instead of thinking that I wanted to live, I thought that I didn't want to let them survive. So this power wasn't given to me by a god who took pity on me, but a power that arose simply from my own ambition? If so, have I fulfilled my wish? This hourglass is realizing my desires. Ah, no wonder. So that's why it's shining so brightly. Is that so? It seems my personality isn't very good. That's why I don't feel anything even when I'm called a villainess." Seeing her bitter expression, he said with a hint of anger, "The one who made the young lady trade her life." As he spoke, he drew his sword. "Who was it? I will immediately." Arya was startled. Huh? Please put your sword away. No, I'm fine now. But if you can only go back 5 minutes, isn't it very difficult to escape danger? Ah, so you've already dealt with it? She replied awkwardly. I haven't resolved it yet. But although the hourglass can only go back 5 minutes, actually, she paused at this point. She thought, I have to say it. So Arya gathered all her courage and shouted, I have returned to a very distant past. In other words, and so she told Azil everything. After listening for a while, Azil asked, so the young lady is older than me? Yes, if I had resolved everything before returning to the past, then, I would probably be 10 years older than you, Sir Azil. She let out a sigh of relief. I said it, he said. So that's why sometimes when we were intimate, there was a sense of distance. We've gotten closer lately, haven't we? She thought shyly. Having to confess that I'm older than him is really embarrassing. Thinking this, she said, thanks to that, I also know a bit about the future. The intelligence you often praise me for is all thanks to the hourglass. Arya thought. Saying it like this is no different from confirming that without the hourglass, I'm nothing. He suddenly said, no wonder. So that's how it is. So that's the reason why no matter how much I praised you, you were always so nonchalant. I didn't think you were such a modest person. Hearing that, she was surprised. Huh? Azil picked up the hourglass. I'm talking about this hourglass. No matter who this hourglass belongs to, I don't think they could use it as wisely as you, young lady. But it's clear that it's thanks to that ability that I was able to do so many things. This hourglass is yours alone. Why must you separate it from yourself? Even if I use my own ability for the young lady instead of for myself, I don't think that's cowardly or dishonorable. Hearing that made her realize something honorable. I just thought I was pouring my heart out and wanted to feel a little more at ease. But after hearing Azil speak, I unconsciously realized, even if I revealed the connection between myself and the hourglass, a modest person, I was still earnestly praying that his heart for me would never change. Azil then said, I was lacking in not being able to make the young lady feel at ease. No, Sir Azil, how could you? But on the other hand, I feel more at ease now. She was surprised, huh? You said you're already an adult, so I feel less guilty for being moved by you now. She quickly stopped him, but physiologically, I'm not mature enough yet. You can't. He smiled and replied, I know. Asterov sat down. If you can, please tell me more about yourself. The reason you had to return to the past. I don't know. Would it be a mistake to tell Sir Azil about the time I was a villainess? The young lady was a villainess? It's an honor for me to be able to know that side of you. Elsewhere, Lohan spoke. Duchess, I'm sorry for being late. You've been waiting long, haven't you? Your Highness Lohan, please come in. Because of the soldiers that Marquis Vyas brought, you must have had a hard time, right? Since the number of soldiers increased, there must have been some ruffians mixed in, right? In any case, war is a time when people are pushed to their limits. It can't be helped. Isis recalled the past few days with exhaustion. Every day, I had to suffer through the complaints of the aristocrat faction to Vazin. You will take full responsibility, right? The guards, in the end, and the costs incurred were also enormous. Lohan brought a lot of luggage. For you, Duchess, I have prepared this. I brought a lot of money to help you avoid a shortage of support funds. Please don't worry. This much? Thank you, Sir Lohan. Also, I have confirmed it. It's true that I said in the letter that I would fulfill the marriage promise first. I'm so sorry, Isis said with a smile, and oh, I'm fine. She thought to herself that a king is a king, after all. He was just a little late because he was busy, even if it's late, as long as it's done properly. Suddenly, Lohan said, I'll speak on behalf of the Marquis as well. Tomorrow, bring the troops to seize the Imperial City. To tomorrow? That's right. You must have been waiting for a long time, right? Yes, that's right. But this is so sudden. She thought to herself, Sir Lohan's sudden change in attitude is strange. At this rate, not only the Imperial City, but the entire aristocrat faction will fall into Chloe's hands. Suddenly, someone said, Your Highness, then I shall take my leave. Lohan turned and replied, it's fine. You have the most urgent business here, don't you? Chloe replied, yes. Isis and Oscar were surprised to see Chloe. Isis was surprised. Isis thought to herself, that person looks so much like that girl. Isis panicked. Lady Meal, who on earth is that person? Yes, that's right. But if that's the case, isn't there some reason why that person joined? Meal, can't you think of anything? Meal suddenly exclaimed, I only heard that she's the heir of some family. She left immediately after arriving. I guess she has something to do in the Empire. In any case, the king's procession is safer than the aristocratic guards, so Sir Lohan will probably let us ride in his carriage, right? Since he is a very chivalrous person. The carriage looks so luxurious. Seeing Meal's carefree attitude, Isis couldn't help but feel angry. This ignorant girl. There's no way he would let someone ride in his carriage on the way to visit a war zone. Is she that blind? This girl. Meal casually looked at her watch and said, more importantly, Duchess, didn't Sir Lohan invite you to have dinner at a restaurant? I think it's best if you call your maids to start on your makeup now. Makeup takes a lot of time. Then I'll be taking my leave. Oscar stammered, Lady Meal. But she had already left quickly. Isis sighed wearily. How on earth did Lohan entice her? Oscar asked, Sister, isn't there something suspicious? The matter of him saying he will immediately seize the capital tomorrow as well. How can he tell us to prepare all the documents related to the aristocrat faction's finances overnight? Isis replied, there's nothing wrong with him requesting the aristocrat faction's documents or the letter of agreement. It's just a procedure to confirm the trust in our relationship before a major event takes place. Oscar said worriedly, even so, this matter. Isis cut him off. Then what do you want me to do? Should I go to the crown prince now and beg him, telling him that Crush's soldiers will attack the capital tomorrow? Please, your highness, have mercy and forgive us, the ones who plan to bring the enemy here. I received the support of the aristocrat faction in place of my late father to aim for a future as the empress. Sometimes, as the acting duchess, I had to struggle a lot to rally the old geezers of the aristocrat faction. Who do you think I've come this far for? I must become the empress so that when an incompetent person like you becomes the duke, no one will dare to look down on our family. Haven't I been striving for that? Oscar could only call out, Sister. Isis turned her back and continued, even if Lohan doesn't marry me after conquering the empire, you can still become the duke in my place. Someone who has lost the trust of the aristocrat faction. Since we are protected by the aristocrat faction thanks to my agreement with Lohan, our entire family won't collapse. I'm going to get ready to go out, as Lady Meal said. Wanting to enjoy a final feast at a time like this. What a carefree king. Oscar lowered his head and said, Sister, I'm sorry for being so incompetent. It's all right. It's not like I don't know you're soft-hearted. Child, just like how you bestow your mercy on the lowly commoners. If you are a noble, you must climb to a higher position than others. His Highness must be waiting for me. I'm off. Oscar immediately replied, Yes. Scene change at the Rose-Saint County estate. The Countess knocks on the door and calls out, Arya, if you have time. She stops and asks, Are you planning to go somewhere? Do you have a dinner date with the Crown Prince? So that's it. Mother, were you about to go out? You're dressed so beautifully. She waves her hand. No, I've just returned. Arya calls, Zizia, bring me some tea. It's all right. If you're busy, we can talk later. It's fine. He's on his way, so there's still a little time. You said you went out earlier. Did something happen? She hesitates. About that, what would you think if you had a father? Arya asks casually. You haven't even divorced yet, and you're already looking for someone to remarry? Truly my mother's daughter. She waves her hand. No, that's not what I meant. Your real father. Your biological father. What'd you think? I don't care at all. Is that so? Arya recalls that Assel had also asked her this before. Is it because my coming-of-age ceremony is near that everyone is thinking these things? If not, then what? Has someone claimed to be my biological father? About that, wait, Arya. Arya frowns and asks, Custody, assets, what did he demand? Her mother refutes, It's not about that. I was just giving a hypothetical. That's all. Why? Because the divorce preparations are almost finished. I just wanted to see how you would feel if your biological father appeared. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Annie enters and says, My lady, His Highness has arrived. The Countess immediately says, Oh my, you should hurry and go. You said you have an appointment with His Highness. Although I don't care about my biological father, doesn't this matter have something to do with you, Mother? We no longer need to depend on anyone financially, and I'm about to come of age. If you still have feelings for him, you should follow your heart. You don't need to worry about me. Her mother stammers, Arya. Mother. Arya interrupts. It's all right. I now understand how much having someone who wants to be by your side makes life feel so different. After that, Arya happily walks out. In Assel's hands is a brilliant bouquet of flowers. The two quickly get into the carriage. At this moment, Assel asks, Arya, may I hold your hand? She was silently at a loss for words. He already grabbed my hand before asking, didn't he? She asks teasingly, If I said no, would you let go? He replies, No. She looks at Assel and thinks to herself, I told him everything about my abilities on my birthday. And I also told Assel that I was a villainess in the past. But he took it as a matter of course. Previously, Assel had said, Weren't you ultimately driven by your circumstances to become that villainous? You are far too modest. The person who enraged you to such a degree. Even I cannot forgive them. His head must be chopped off. Arya, moved, softly calls, Assel. She thinks that with the performance in every action, accompanied by an emotional tone upon learning the truth, whether she paid attention to those things or not, she still believed Assel was on her side. If he's truly on my side like this, she says, Assel, could you open the window a little? You seem to be hot. As she finishes speaking, she slowly moves closer. She thinks, I feel like I can't restrain myself any longer. He softly calls her name, Arya. At this moment, their lips are only a breath away, poised to share a sweet kiss. Suddenly, at this very moment, Sokka announces, Your Highness, we have arrived. The two of them immediately freeze. They can only stare at each other, the mood ruined. Assel steps down and says in an annoyed tone, Sok, you work very efficiently, don't you? He replies nonchalantly, Thank you. But why does he seem so angry today? Assel sighs, Phew, next time I'll have to make a reservation at a restaurant in the Grotia Kingdom. Arya replies, Yes, we don't necessarily have to go out, you know. We just have to wait one more year. As you wish. Lohan exclaims, Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this His Highness Asteros? Isis's face darkens as she thinks. To try it out? Why is even that wench here? Seeing Lohan, Arya is silently surprised. That person is an acquaintance of Assel's whom I met in Grotia, but his attitude seems a little different. Indeed, Assel, disgusted, doesn't deign to answer and just clicks his tongue. TSK, Lohan says cheerfully, Meeting like this is truly fate. Let's dine together, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The manager speaks up worriedly. My deepest apologies, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Although we know Your Highness booked this place today, so if you don't mind. Assel thinks to himself, Why in the world is Lohan here? Arya says, It's all right. Meeting like this is serendipity. Let's just sit together. She turns to ask Assel, It's all right, isn't it? If that is what you wish. Arya thinks to herself, The man I met in Grotia and Lady Isis is with him. Lohan looks over at the manager. Prepare 2 more settings for us. Yes, sir. Arya thinks, if I want to find out what's happening, the only way is to dive right in. At this moment, Isis speaks up. How do the two of you know each other? Lohan says, Why do you ask such an obvious question, my lady? As the king of Grotia, wouldn't it be stranger if I didn't know the crown prince? Isis immediately says, That's not what I meant. Hearing this, Arya is shocked and silently asks, What? The king of the young king of Grotia. He's that King Lohan? Living in an empire, I can't even remember the crown prince's face, let alone recognize the face of a neighboring king. If I'd spoken first, I would have probably lost face. I was so sure that Assel would tell me who he was later. Have I been relying too much on Assel? Seeing Arya's expression, Assel wonders. That look on her face, I thought it wasn't necessary to let her know who he was. In the end, I made her feel awkward. It's all because that guy suddenly appeared here. Seeing Asteros glaring daggers at him, Lohan laughs and says, That expression of yours is asking me, why am I here? Your Highness, this is the restaurant that Your Highness praised so highly. Of course I want to come and try it, wouldn't I? Isis asks, Your relationship seems quite good? The 2 men reply in unison. What? Assel says, You must be mistaken, my lady. Lohan also says, That's right. How could I dare be close to His Highness? He is the outstanding crown prince of the empire. Arya and Isis stare intently at the 2 of them and think their relationship isn't good. Arya silently says, No, although I don't know if their relationship is good or not. It seems they know each other very well. But compared to those 2, Lady Isis seems very strange today. Normally, she would be much colder than this. Isis asks, Do you look down on others that much? And Lady Arya, too. For you to agree to sit with us, there must be a reason, right? Arya silently says, Does she think I'll fall in her trap and be defeated like that? Like someone who can't think for herself. Isis thinks, Is this all Lohan's plan? He intends to act relaxed with the crown prince before the war begins. In the end, why? At this point, am I still trying to guess his thoughts? Suddenly, Lohan asks, Is the food not to your liking, my lady? Your expression doesn't seem very pleased. Not at all. The food is delicious, right? Arya silently wonders. I heard that Lady Isis joined hands with Grotia to invade the empire. If so, doesn't their presence here imply that everything is ready? Assel previously said it was part of a plan. Looking at their faces, could that be it? Lohan suddenly turns to Arya and asks, What have you been lost in thought about, my lady? I've long been quite interested in the rumored Lady Arya and have wanted to speak with you. O famous flower of the empire. Isis scoffs silently. He knows who she is without an introduction. Lohan winks and says, What do you think, my lady? Don't you feel pressured being paired with the crown prince of the empire? Assel immediately glares at Lohan with a murderous look. King Lohan, try saying one more word. Oh, but it's true. I'm being completely sincere, Your Highness. I've sincerely always wanted to have a serious conversation with you, if I had the chance. My lady. Assel, angered, calls out loudly Lohan. Arya speaks up. I hope you'll restrain your jokes to avoid any unfortunate misunderstandings, Your Majesty Lohan. Hearing this, Assel calls Arya. Lohan continues to ask, why not? I'm not lacking in anything. Am I not your type, my lady? Arya replies without a hint of hesitation, yes, that's right, because my type is someone with black hair and blue eyes. Isis silently curses. What a rude little girl. It's because of her background. Arya looks at Assel and thinks, Assel's reaction is different from what I expected. So first I need to... Then she speaks up. Assel, as I thought, we shouldn't disturb them by sitting together, should we? Even though I agreed. Assel immediately says, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was someone who would make you feel this uncomfortable. I should have immediately moved to another place. It was my delay, let's go. Lohan watches them with a forced smile. Hey. Assel continues to say, I'm sorry. Not at all. Lohan asks, are you really leaving? Your Highness the Crown Prince, I thought we'd have a more interesting evening. What a shame, isn't it? Isis asks, confused, what do you mean? As for me, we'll see each other again tomorrow anyway, so we can probably talk more comfortably then. After that, Assel and Arya get on the carriage to return. Arya wonders, I told Assel to leave because his expression looks strange, but I still haven't told the driver where we want to go. Is their relationship different from what I'm thinking? All in all, it seems I should ask Assel slowly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. She turns to say something, just as Assel calls out, Arya. She immediately replies, yes. He hesitates and asks, is that your type? I have black hair and blue eyes, so I'm your type, right? Arya is surprised and thinks, he's been agonizing over that? Anyone can see that I was talking about Assel. So if another man with black hair and blue eyes appear next to you, Arya cuts in firmly, Assel, I've already told you about my past. Among all the men I've ever met, there is no one like you, and it will be the same in the future. The men. Arya thinks, have I not shown enough affection for him to realize? Assel has never reacted like this before. I'm sorry, thinking about how I've never had the chance to meet the ladies, I feel jealous of the men who have met you. Assel was originally destined to marry Lady Isis, so how could he dream of things like dating and love? I was wrong about this, wasn't I? Thinking this, she explains, even so, it was only at the level of conversation, nothing special, just a little conversation. Suddenly, he wraps his arm around her waist. What about this level of physical contact? Was there none? Arya flusters and wonders, how should I answer this? Or should I tell the truth before he thinks wild thoughts? Assel asks again, what about this level? His finger gently brushes her hair aside, then slowly places a kiss on Arya's forehead and asks, of course you've done this, right? The next kiss is on her cheek, warm and firm. So that's how it is. I'm fine now. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I hope you can understand this jealous heart of mine, even just a little. Actually, I had something I wanted to tell you today, but because of that killjoy, I can only say it now. It's about what will happen in the capital tomorrow. Suddenly, Arya unexpectedly moves closer. Please forgive me for interrupting you, but it seems this is more important right now. No matter what the past was, I can be certain of one thing. This is the first time in this life, and in this moment, the two share a sweet kiss. Arya says sincerely, whether it's the first time or the second, I will give my all to you. So, please don't say such adorable things anymore. As soon as the words are out, they are lost in another deep kiss. Arya looks at him and calls Assel. He says, Arya, please don't look at me with those eyes. It's not that you don't want to leave me, is it? A while later, the carriage stops at the Count's estate. Seeing Arya being helped down from the carriage by Assel, Annie says excitedly, my lady, you're back. Jesse also calls, my lady, you have returned. At this moment, Assel kisses her on the lips and says, see you tomorrow. Once inside, Annie incessantly knocks on the door, asking, my lady, shouldn't you change out of your clothes? Or shall I prepare a bath for you? My lady, tell me about your date. Arya sighs and thinks, I was too careless. Early the next morning, as the sun was just peeking out, a troop of soldiers hurriedly departed. The leader bows, we will take our leave first. Cain asks, leaving so early? Then travel safely. He watches the group on horseback and thinks to himself, when they said to provide each person with a horse, I thought it was too wasteful. But seeing this, it seems somewhat worth the money, even though quite a bit of money was poured into it. Who is he bowing to? Arya. Yesterday, she went out with the crown prince and didn't come back until late. To dare do that, even after coming home. That. Cain angrily pushes open Arya's door, just in time to hear Annie ask, "My lady, you're going out so early today?" He silently says, "I can't let this go on any longer," and she even winked at that crowd. Thinking this, he shouts, "Arya, you." But Arya quickly cuts him off. "Brother, what brings you here so early in the morning?" "I'm sorry, but I was about to change. Could you please step outside?" He gets even angrier. How dare she look at me with that attitude? "And where are you planning to go so early in the morning?" "You came home late yesterday, too." Arya replies, "I came back after dinner, so of course I returned at that hour. I heard you didn't come back until dawn. I'm the head of the family, so I can do as I please. I can come back whenever I want. What's wrong with that? What about your virtue? You talk about business, but the truth is you're just playing around with men, aren't you? What are you saying? People who do business don't pay attention to matters between men and women. They only focus on their work. Besides, Sir Assel is the one I'm going to marry. So what's wrong with coming home a little late?" Meal was the same way before. Arya thinks to herself, he saw me outside and immediately rushed over. Moreover, the reason he harbors such thoughts is probably because he has developed lust for this stepsister of his, isn't it? Hearing that, he is speechless, gritting his teeth, and muttering, "That guy with you." I'm only saying this because I'm worried about the family's reputation. Arya scoffs and wonders, what did he say? "You're just throwing a fit because I'm not doing what you want." Should I provoke him a little more? She says, "How could I possibly flirt with other men, since I already have Sir Assel? Even if I were to spend the night with someone, that person could only be Sir Assel. So don't worry." Dark images immediately appear in Cain's mind. Spending the night together. He roars, "You lowly thing, how can you say such words?" Annie cries out in fear, "Sir Representative, head of the family." Arya silently says, "What are you going to do to me? You, who imagines everything and makes a scene, are even more disgusting." A servant hurriedly says, "Stop him, my lady, my lady." Just then, the Countess arrives and asks, "What's all this commotion?" She presses, "What on earth is going on?" Cain angrily shoves the servant away. "Ugh. Since you bear the title of Countess, shouldn't you be managing the household properly?" Another servant runs to help the fallen maid and asks, "Are you all right?" The Countess asks again, "Why are you suddenly speaking so disrespectfully?" He yells again, "Disrespectful? Your daughter, who hasn't even had her coming-of-age ceremony, is already out playing with men until late at night. Don't you have any thoughts on that?" Anyway, he's the person she's going to marry. Besides, she said she just went for dinner and came back. Moreover, what does that have to do with you? What did you say? At this point, the Countess finally understands the situation. She silently says, "No wonder Arya has been standing there quietly all this time. It seems she's been provoking this brat to make him lose his temper." Regardless, it seems he really does have feelings for Arya. The maids at this moment all share the same thought. The representative of the family is a bit, truly disgusting. He shouts again, "It's because of lowly, vile things like this that father and Meal ended up in such a state. You all, lock Arya in her room. Don't let her go anywhere." Annie and Jesse stop and ask again, "What?" He continues, "If she can't step outside, she'll be obedient." Before he could finish, Cain receives a slap from the Countess that nearly twists his face. "Who do you think you're touching? Could you treat us a little more like your mother and sister?" He arrogantly points a finger straight at her face. Just alike. "You get that little wench out of this house. Now that I'm the head of the family, I don't need to see a harlot lazing around in this house anymore. What are you all standing there for?" But all the servants stand still, not following the order. He angrily stomps his foot on the floor. "You people, I'll fire all of you." Suddenly, a group of knights appears and asks Cain Roast Scent, "Is that you, sir?" He is startled and turns around, seeing the crest on their armor. He wonders, that crest belongs to the royal knights. Why are they here? He stammers and asks, "Yes, it is, but how dare you barge into my residence like this?" Cain Roast Scent, "You're under arrest for treason." He says fearfully, "No, you must have made some mistake." Arya opens her pocket watch and murmurs, "It's already time?" The people around whisper, "Treason." Her mother turns to ask Arya, "Do you know something about this?" "Yes, Sir Assel said it was all thanks to me and invited me to his place, so I must get ready to go now." Scene change to the Duke's residence. A voice is heard in the carriage. "You didn't bring Lord Oscar with you?" Isis bows her head and replies, "My brother would be of no help in this matter. So I locked him in his room and told him to be quiet until everything is over." Lohan laughs and says, "That's just like you, my lady. Truly ruthless, haha." Isis thinks to herself. He said he would attack the capital early in the morning. But until now, there's been no movement at all. The road to the capital feels like a funeral procession. What's been wrong with me since yesterday? I can't become weak. This mentality is all because Oscar keeps nagging unlucky phrases next to me. No matter what trick Lohan is planning, for now, I just need to capture the capital first, and then I will again. Suddenly, Lohan turns to Meal and says, "You've worked hard during this time. The information you gave me was very helpful. Thank you." Meal replies shyly, "Sir Lohan." She thinks to herself, Sir Lohan said I was helpful to him? Seeing this, Isis becomes suspicious. Is she completely infatuated with Lohan now? Lady Meal, I thought you weren't a bad choice because of your good background, with practical skills and being obedient, but looking at you like that, it seems I can't use you in the future. After this is over, perhaps I should consider annulling the engagement. She's like a ticking time bomb sometimes. Suddenly the door is opened. Isis asks in surprise, "Have we arrived?" Lohan replies coldly, "Yes." I'm so tired, having to smile all day when I don't want to. Isn't that an exhausting thing to do? Isis asks, stunned, "What did you say?" Before she can finish, she is dragged out by the knights. Isis cries out in panic, "What in the world is?" Before the bewildered Meal, Lohan smiles and says, "Here, I've brought the ringleader, your highness the crown prince." Assel asks nonchalantly, "You're late. I thought you'd run off with the lady. You two looked so good together yesterday." Lohan laughs and says, "What a funny joke. Shouldn't the ringleader appear at the very end?" As for Isis, she is pushed to the ground. The crowd murmurs in confusion. What on earth is going on? Why are the nobles gathered in the square? They're all tied up. What do they do? A knight pulls Meal out. "You get out too now." She screams, "Ah." Suddenly, Arya's voice rings out. "Doubt it's been a while, hasn't it, Meal?" Hearing it, she opens her eyes wide in astonishment. Meal looks up as if she can't believe her ears. Arya stands on high, looking down at the escorted Meal. She smiles benevolently and says, "I've missed you, sister." Next, Assel speaks. "I will now announce your crimes. O traitors who conspire to sell out the country. This is the moment you pay with your very lives. All who are gathered here are those who signed the contract to sell the country for glory. O traitors, do not even think of begging for mercy from me. I will make you realize the heinous crimes you have committed. Prepare to receive your punishment. From now on, you should know that your lives no longer belong to you." The citizens murmur as they see the prison carriage pass by. What's that? That's a prisoner transport carriage. Are they all locked up in there? It seems he's planning to imprison all of them. Cain yells, "Arya, Arya, you, how could you repay me like this after how I've treated you all this time?" A knight immediately threatens, "Shut your mouth." Arya thinks to herself, "How you treated me? You were planning to lock me in my room, weren't you? Have you forgotten already?" Isis speaks up at this moment. "Your Majesty Lohan, the commitment we signed clearly has the seal of Grotia. You're not going to say that all those seals were fake, are you?" Lohan turns to look at her. You still don't get it? My lady, you're so naive, it was all fake. But when I checked, it was clearly the seal of Grotia. Do I have to tell you even this? You're not planning to sell us out to save your own skin, are you? Your Highness, you are also guilty. Before she could finish, someone cuts I end at my lady. Vika says with a bright smile, "At this point, are you still going to show everyone such an unsightly face? The documents from Grotia that were given to you were all written by me, and I was the one who forged the seal on behalf of His Majesty." Isis knows she's been deceived. She grinds her teeth in anger. "Viscount Vika," he says again, "I did everything under the orders of His Highness the Crown Prince. I didn't expect you to trust me so much as the leader of the noble faction. You should be more discerning, shouldn't you?" Lohan chimes in to provoke her. "You fell into the net too easily. I was actually hoping you would realize it was a trap." Looking at this scene, Arya thinks, "From the beginning, I never thought the lady was a fool. Turns out she's no different from Meal." Lady Isis and Meal both stood above others not because of their abilities. They got there simply by being born into noble families. The same goes for how they try to ostracize me. The problem arose from that so-called status. And the power Lady Isis had was thanks to her status and the power she would receive as the future empress. Being rejected by the crown prince, she looked down on, then trying to seize power like this. It must be because the things that supported her have collapsed, so her vision has gradually become narrow. She recalls Assel's words. "All of that was thanks to you. What? Really? I don't remember participating in that plan. Did I do something? No, you built up the power of the neutral faction and believed in me with all your heart. Thanks to that, the power of the noble faction weakened. Support for the Crown Prince's faction has been gradually increasing. Hearing that, Arya replied, that was purely for my revenge. Besides, you were the one who called me to the meeting, who listened to my opinion more than anyone else. It was you. I said that in the past, I married the Duchess, right? Preventing me from becoming a failed crown prince. If it wasn't your doing, then whose was it? Tomorrow, from the best possible position, I want to show you the things you have changed. Back in the present, Arya stepped forward and called out, Duchess Isis, please stop. She thought to herself, because that is the path of revenge the young lady once desired. Then she thought with a sarcastic smile, the brilliant and outstanding Duchess is a traitor? How could you make such a foolish choice? Both Miel and her brother, everyone has gone too far. Isis gritted her teeth and growled, that little wench. The crowd whispered amongst themselves. That's right. Last time, Lady Arya was even falsely accused of murdering the Count. Just thinking about having to live under the same roof with those people. Ugh, it gives me goosebumps. Just then, a command rang out. Take the Duchess away. Isis snorted in anger. Although I heard the gist of the story yesterday, there's still one person I can't be sure about. Lohan winked at Vika. Come to think of it, that seal was a really good forgery. That matter has been making me feel uneasy. Really, looking at Lohan, Arya thought. I knew the Empire's crown prince and the king of Grazia were acquainted. But best friends, is their relationship that close? Vika then turned his head and said, I'll be on my way. Arya was still lost in her thoughts. Asher, no matter how displeased he might be, he would still trust me. Lohan noticed her and waved, calling out, Lady Arya. Asher immediately approached Lohan, radiating a murderous aura. Lohan explained helplessly, I just called her name, just her name. Am I not even allowed to call her name? Seeing this, Arya pondered. Perhaps they became best friends by helping each other out. Suddenly, from a distance, Miel cried out. Ugh! A knight pushed her forcefully and yelled. Criminal, stop dawdling. Miel screamed in pain. The people around them started talking. But isn't that young lady even more dreadful than the Duchess? Miel rose scent, oh my, pushed her own father down the stairs, and now she's involved in treason. With crimes like that, this time she's done for. She probably can't escape the gallows. Hearing this, Miel glared at Arya. Arya smiled and thought, still have the spirit to kill me? Asher ordered, drag the Count's daughter away from me. The knights said in unison, Yes, sir. Arya thought to herself, you don't need to look at me like that. Suddenly, Arya stepped forward, making him pause. She walked over to where the knight was shouting, Get up here and lower your head. Arya told them, Wait a moment. Hearing this, Miel's face turned pale as she turned around. Arya continued, Your Highness Asher, I have a request to make. Please, I ask you to be lenient with Miel. Asher was stunned and stammered. About that. Lohan suddenly interjected. The young lady says to be lenient? Not only did she attempt to murder a relative, but she also actively participated in the rebellion. To be lenient with someone like that, wouldn't that be putting the crown prince in a difficult position? Arya replied, That is true, which is why I said it was a request. Asher then said, You're too soft-hearted. She didn't just frame you once, and yet you intend to forgive her again? The people around them also agreed. That's right. What if she causes trouble again? But Arya affirmed, No, she won't. I failed to be a good older sister and guide my younger sister. With that responsibility, I just want to receive the punishment in her stead. She is still just a child, so perhaps she couldn't make the right judgment. Wasn't she just swept along by the adults? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Asher tried to persuade her. Even so, you can't take the punishment for her. Miel wondered to herself, What on earth is this wench plotting? Arya said again, In that case, I will make another request. Could you give her one last chance? If I cannot take her punishment as her older sister, then please let her stay by my side so I can guide her myself. I will take responsibility for teaching her what is right. Don't worry too much, Miel. Miel's face turned deathly pale. Arya continued, I will wholeheartedly teach you. I will do my best to teach you properly. Miel thought in fear. What is this wench talking about? Then Arya turned to Asher. Of course, I can only do that if the crown prince allows it. What do you think, Your Highness Lohan? Didn't Miel provide you with very valuable information? Lohan said awkwardly, but she was still involved in this rebellion. Asher sighed. I understand what you are saying, my lady. We will investigate thoroughly to decide on the criminal's punishment. If Lady Miel's crime is light, we will once again issue you an appropriate punishment. She smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Did you hear that, Miel? For now, be a good girl and repent in prison. She was so stunned she couldn't utter a word. Aye. Arya smiled with satisfaction. She thought to herself, think for yourself. Miel, think about what I mean. On her end, Miel was wondering, can I survive? No, if it's that wench. But if I can't survive? Back to Arya, a knight approached and reported, Your Highness the Crown Prince, we have taken all the prisoners away. May we escort you back to the palace now? Wait, my lady, can you talk with me for a moment? Stay there for a bit. Arya agreed, replying, Of course, Lord Asher. Lohan asked, What is it? What are you two going to talk about? I made a great contribution too. Let me listen in. I want to talk to the young lady too. Asher said, annoyed. If you want to maintain the pact, this is far enough. Really? Isn't that too harsh on the friend who helped you? Vika laughed. It's just that he has something he wants to say to Lady Arya. After moving to another place, Asher asked, My lady, why did you say that? She asked back, If I hadn't asked you to be lenient, Miel would have been executed, right? Most likely. I did it for your sake, my lady. Was I wrong somewhere? You did nothing wrong. Actually, in the end, that's what I hoped for. But because I want to take revenge with my own hands, I must have put you in a difficult position. I'm sorry. You prepared so meticulously, yet I almost snatched it away. It's all right, she thought to herself. That's Asher for you. It's great that he understands so quickly. It's true. Even though he knows my true nature, he still loves me. I'm so lucky that Asher is by my side right now. He hugged her. After punishing her appropriately, I will do exactly as you wish, my lady. Thank you, Your Highness. I also have something to ask you. What pact did you and Lohan make? As I thought, they didn't help each other simply because they are friends. He answered awkwardly. It's nothing special. We made a pact that if I ascend the throne, the Empire and the Kingdom of Grashja will maintain peace for 50 years. Peace, yes. Elsewhere, Lady Frederick returned home and shrieked. The gold and jewels are all gone? The butler replied. The royal knights who came to take the master away this morning left this letter. A letter? The letter's content was, in the event of a failure to seize the empire, as Duke Frederick's secretary had pledged not to provide financial support for the dispatched soldiers, any compensation beyond the support funds already paid for the pact's execution will be confiscated. After reading it, she exclaimed, where did this unreasonable coercion come from? Over here, Lohan looked ahead and said, Well, if it's that bunch aiming for the throne, it's as clear as day. If they had gained the Empire's power, who knows what would have happened to the neighboring countries? Wow, that's a lot. In front of Lohan was a mountain of confiscated gold and silver. Vika said, We can't rule out the possibility that they would have invaded Grashja as well. That's right. Rather than letting those greedy for fame and fortune take power, this is much better. If there were a war in my time, Vika said cheerfully, You have made the right choice, Your Majesty Lohan. No matter how you put it, hasn't the Empire's crown prince exploited this neighboring king too much? Really? Well, since the compensation pack has my real seal on it, my fee shouldn't be too bad, right? Very good, very good. Lord Asher has a message for you regarding that. Vika relayed Asher's words. If he dares to take the money, he'll be charged with treason too. That's what he said. Lohan laughed helplessly. Just kidding, just kidding. It's that kind of joke. Why so cruel? Well, I trusted him and signed the peace pact precisely because of this clear-cut nature of his, but he really exploits people too much. In the prison, the Duke shouted, I was just enticed. The Duchess desperately needed the cooperation of the noble faction. So, the warden slammed his hand on the table. Are you trying to pull petty tricks in here? Even if I show my sincerity, my wife said that all our family's assets have been confiscated by the state. Hey, are you still hoping for that pittance of mercy money now? Prove your patriotism. If you're not a traitor, then you can surely expose the real traitors, right? That is, he interrupted, I told you to confess. But His Highness also said that aside from the ringleaders who were directly involved, he intends to be lenient with the rest. He's doing this intentionally because he wants to catch everyone connected to the ducal house in one fell swoop. You understand what I mean, right? He asked awkwardly. If so, if I talk, can you give my family a way to survive? Sure. I'm only telling you. Keep your voice down. The man immediately replied happily. Yes, thank you so much. Rain, after hearing the whole story, left. He said as he opened the door. It's just as you said, Lord Frederick Oscar. We are gathering evidence mainly related to the nobles you secretly reported, although we have handled everything very quickly. But when the royal knights arrived at the ducal house, you were already locked in your room. In fact, many documents lack Lord Oscar's signature, and it seems you were not involved in this matter. Could it be that you reported them because you wanted revenge on your sister, Duchess Isis? Oscar spoke calmly. I have never had such thoughts about my sister. Rain asked again, so did you do it out of patriotism? Asher, outside, thought to himself. Frederick Oscar, the young man the lady was once interested in, even if it was just to use him. I brought him here partly to see if he had any feelings for the lady, but I didn't expect him to prove it himself. Just as the lady said, he is just a pawn in Duchess Isis's hands. Perhaps that's what I would have looked like if I had a married Duchess Isis in the past. According to what the lady once said, a crown prince whose name she couldn't even remember. If Lady Arya hadn't been by my side this time, I might not have been any different from that guy. At that moment, Oscar, in the room, said sadly, I just wanted peace. I don't want to see my sister hurt anyone else. I especially don't want the nation to fall into chaos. And this was the only thing I could do. Hearing this, Asher was stunned. He asked himself, not different from me at all? As he walked away, Asher told himself, I let my emotions get the better of my reason, acting as if I was just lost in thought. With that attitude, no matter how many chances you get, you won't be of any help to the lady. Oscar, that is the difference between you and me. You're always wary of pointless things. The lady is better suited to a man of action. Like me. He looked down at Arya, walking below. She exclaimed happily, the weather is so beautiful. Her mother, walking beside her, also said, it really is, isn't it? Arya said again, the weather is too beautiful for executing criminals. The time it took to investigate the full story from the imprisoned nobles took quite a while, and that's because of Asher. No, because the royal family, led by Asher, wanted to use this opportunity to completely eradicate the noble faction. Because of this chaotic atmosphere, my coming-of-age ceremony and Sarah's wedding have both been postponed until next spring. Miel was now sitting in her prison cell, muttering, it's all Isis's fault. It's because the Duchess needlessly picked a fight with the crown prince that things turned out this way. On top of that when she even pretended to be merciful to me. She definitely wants to drive me to my death. Isis shouted angrily, you're too loud. How long are you going to be like this? Weren't you the one who said that this wouldn't have happened if we just took care of that wench? Miel asked back, are you trying to blame me now? Isis yelled, this person is unbelievable. Hearing the loud argument, the Count sighed in thought. The Duchess's situation is getting more and more unstable. Is that girl the same? The rumors that Oscar was the ringleader are also spreading, so he must have talked too. A while later, Miel had fallen asleep. Isis sat and thought, no matter what I did wrong to Lohan, I had planned it so that the future Duke, Oscar, wouldn't be affected by this. Actually, more than Oscar's betrayal, I'm angrier that I was played by a crown prince I looked down on. I should have been wary from the moment he mentioned Lohan. No, it's because Vika introduced Lohan to me as one of the crown prince's men. Why did I trust Vika so much in the first place? Suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard. The guard came in and said, hey, Rosa Miel, get out. You have a visitor. Arya stood outside, smiling triumphantly. Miel was then dragged out. Seeing this, Isis thought, that's right, it's all because of that wench who doesn't know her place. Arya lifted Miel's face. Poor Miel, your face has gotten so thin. It's a pity, but there's nothing I can do for you. Not until the verdict is out. But I came to see you today. If we sisters have some tea and a chat, you'll probably feel much better. Let's go. Isis gripped the iron bars tightly. If that wench hadn't seduced the crown prince, if that cunning villainess hadn't appeared. Later, Arya led Miel to a tea table and said, Miel, relax a little. I specially prepared the cookies you like to eat. I don't know why you're so scared. Did I do something to you? Miel thought to herself, you did, and that's why I'm in this mess. Arya continued, just think about it. She wondered, what on earth are you plotting, bringing me here? Just then, Arya asked, even when you ordered Emma to sabotage the carriage, I was riding in, I didn't say a word. I invited you on my birthday, but you said you didn't receive the invitation and embarrassed me. I even know you had someone poison the tea I drank. Miel's face was stunned and worried. Poison? This reminded her of Emma. Emma. Her eyes welled up with tears as she mumbled. Emma. Arya, he thought to herself. This girl really doesn't listen to anyone. I'm targeting her weak spot. She continued, no matter what, I never harmed you, did I? I never bullied you like the rumors say. Of course, there were times when you got too agitated, and I reached out to help you calm down a bit. But when I look at you, I have this thought. Actually, you didn't do anything wrong, did you, Miel? It was the fault of the people around you who used you, right? Think about it. It was Emma and the Duchess who put you in this situation. Emma's voice suddenly came back to her. Lady Miel is of noble blood, so there's no reason for you to be a family with that harlot. Don't worry, I will deal with them by any means necessary. There's a very good medicinal herb. Yes, a medicinal herb? I'll listen carefully to what Emma says. She also recalled Isis's words. That kind of girl is entering the Count's house? What a mess. I thought Lady Miel would be a perfect partner for Oscar. Me? Lord Oscar's partner? Isis added. But with the Count's family like this, we'll have to reconsider. But that's... At this moment, she was struggling with what Arya had said. Arya's voice lingered in her mind. It's not my fault, it's the Count's fault. Miel did nothing wrong. That's why even when Miel bullied me, I tried to endure it. Because Miel is a pitiful child, my poor little sister Miel. You just wanted to marry the person you love. Lord Oscar's choice was always you. In the end, who was it that made you so unhappy? Hearing this, the image of Isis immediately appeared in Miel's mind. Miel glared angrily and said, Exactly, this is the Duchess's fault. Seeing this, Arya thought to herself, you need that habit of blaming others to dare push your own father down the stairs. Huh? Miel asked, so you'll really get me out of here? Arya smiled and replied, of course, His Highness will allow it, right? Arya affirmed, of course he will. Miel continued to ask, did His Highness prepare this cake and tea too? Don't worry, Miel. From now on I will lead you down the right path. She schemed in her head, because I can't let you die so easily at the hands of others. Miel looked at Arya, deeply moved. Sister Arya, the Count, at this time, also received a letter with the content. Although I am not a blood relative, I will still save you because we are a family. If you're found guilty, the Count's house will fall. I can't let that happen. The Count said with satisfaction. She knows that much. He continued reading. I will send the best lawyer in the Empire. Since the Count's assets cannot be used for this, I have hired him with Arya's private funds. He said to himself again, that's a given. If something happens to me, not only will I lose my title, but you all will be punished too. What do women do? As expected, only a man can carry the family. Over here, after returning from her talk with Arya, Miel slept comfortably. She thought happily, Sister Arya will get me out of here. Even though I know it's wrong, the Duchess will probably have to fend for herself. Isis wondered to herself, is this déjà vu? Didn't she clearly go through a disaster with me before? That's right. Ever since that last meal with Lohan, I felt that even though I knew something was wrong, I couldn't do anything about it. A feeling of helplessness. Even though that foolish girl knows she's being deceived by Arya, she won't tell me because they're not on my side anyway. That's right, what lawyer? Not a single soul has even come to see me. The image of Oscar and his affectionate call suddenly appeared. Sister, Isis wondered, was it Oscar who reported us? That kid had this much courage? I had no idea. At the Count's residence, Count Rose-Sent asked the Countess worriedly, do we really have to do this? She replied, of course. Think about it. If this continues, all our assets will be confiscated. But if we submit this divorce petition to the authorities with the lawyer here as a witness, I can protect the assets under my name. I know it's not right, but we have to do this for Arya's sake. The Count replied hesitantly, but she tried to persuade him. Don't I also have to cover your medical expenses? Do you think it's just a few spare coins? The Count's expression turned sad. Ugh. Then he tremblingly signed the divorce papers. The Countess thought to herself, even though I know something is wrong, I can't do anything about it. It is in that moment of giving up that people make the worst choices. The lawyer came to check and said, with this, from this moment on, the two of you are strangers. Thank you. Seeing her leave, the Count called out, wait, where are you going? Are you going to abandon me? Don't worry, I have to repay the Count's house for not treating me badly. After everything was settled, she recounted it to Arya. Arya asked, so what happened? You just left like that, mother? I'm not that heartless. I said I would take him to a nursing home. Although it's not a suitable place for a beauty like me to visit, letting him spend the rest of his life there should be fine. But I was so happy. He signed more easily than I thought. Arya smiled happily. As long as it's good for us, mother. That's right. You and he were never in love. Not to the point where you could take care of him for the rest of his life. It seems the weather is getting warmer because spring is coming, mother. At the Count's residence, the maids were talking happily amongst themselves. Did they bring all the Count's household staff here? The servants in other houses are in an uproar because they were kicked out without a single penny of severance pay. In any case, this place is much better than the Count's house. It was the right decision to serve these two, Jessie said with a bright smile. All the servants are grateful to you, my lady. Annie was also beaming. There, that's right. Our lady is truly different. You girls, really, how many times have you talked about this? Especially you, Annie. I've heard you tell this story over 100 times. It's just that everyone doesn't dare to say it directly to the lady's face, only behind her back. It's not like we're troubled or anything. Everyone reveres the young lady and Karen as saints. Is that so? Thank you very much. She looked at the hourglass box and thought to herself, a saint, huh? Though I don't care if people call me a saint or anything else. In the past, she was executed amidst everyone's slander. The villainess's tongue is so venomous it must be cleansed with salt. But in any case, that's much better than being known as a villainess until death. While it's true that I've obtained a better life, the hourglass has a different meaning. To me, it's worry, obsession, and the fear of failure and death. Only when I no longer need to use this hourglass can I fully enjoy happiness. She turned to Annie and said, my mother would probably love to be called a saint. Really? Then, can I misaddress the madam by calling her a saint? Ho ho. Of course, haha. The madam might even give you a reward for being pleased. Jessie came closer and asked, I used simple jewelry as you wished. What do you think? It's not good to wear overly extravagant jewelry to places like this. But is it too plain? Jessie placed a jeweled pin in Arya's hair. This should be fine. It's good. Thanks, Jessie. After they both left the house, Karen asked curiously, by the way, Arya, you're going to see Lord Asher today. Isn't your attire a bit too simple? I was wondering about that too, but you look like you're about to attend a party, Mother. What is this if not a party? In this situation, it's actually better to dress extravagantly. Seeing Arya, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Oh, it's Lady Arya. I knew we'd see her if we came here. Today is the day the royal family shows its authority against the traitors. Shouldn't we also add fuel to the fire? Arya raised her hand and waved at everyone. You have a point. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Lady Arya, Lohan and Chloe were already waiting. Lohan smiled and spoke. So you've arrived? We were waiting for you too. The appearance of Lohan and Chloe greatly surprised Arya and her mother. Arya thought to herself, why is he here? She asked wonderingly. Sir Lohan, haven't you already returned to Kra? Lohan laughed and replied, I'm full of energy. I had to stay and see it through to the end, didn't I? But at that moment, Karen hesitantly called out, Chloe. Arya called out in bewilderment. Mother, she wondered, does my mother know this person? What? This person, someone so handsome and gives off the exact same feeling as me. Who is that? This atmosphere still can't be clearly explained. Astaroth approached. Lady Arya, you're at a place like this? No wonder people are gathering in such a strange crowd. He suddenly froze upon seeing Chloe. Arya thought, this situation. Karen spoke up. I'm sorry, Arya. I should have told you beforehand. Chloe cut her off. It's not that, Karen. I shouldn't have come here like this. I didn't come with Sir Lohan. Lohan sighed and said, no, I thought everything was already clear, so I came. Have I become a thoughtless person? Aesel immediately said, well, isn't that right? In any case, my lady, I haven't deceived you in any way. Karen also said, that's right, everyone was just waiting for me to say it. Arya thought silently. Having grasped the situation, she then said, I understand. Let's talk about my biological father later. For now, let's move first. This isn't something we should discuss in a place like this. Arya, she understands things as quickly as I do. Arya thought, although I'm very curious, now is not the time for that. My lady, even those sentenced to death are here today, and an execution scene is not pleasant at all, so you can leave at any time. Sir Aesel, don't worry. It's not like I'm the one being beheaded. That's right. I came here to see that scene with my own eyes. At this moment, Ken Miel came out looking haggard. Miel lamented, my feet hurt so much, I can't walk anymore. In any case, this place is warmer than the dungeon. Meanwhile, Isis was enduring criticism from the crowd. Look, the Duchess. Those wicked people dared to sell out the country for their own glory. It's because of people like you that I've ended up in this state. Isis glared angrily at him. Arya glanced at Isis. Her face was full of anger. Lohan spoke mockingly. How dare that lowly girl sit up high and looked down on me. I'm sure that's what she's muttering. Second lady, hey, quickly bring Duchess Isis over here. Ah, yes. Very quickly, Isis was brought over. Isis asked, "What is this, King Lohan? Are you trying to show off and humiliate me in front of that lowly thing? If I can show off like that, then all the better." I was planning to show her something interesting. Isis glanced over at Arya and saw Chloe. "That man is," Lohan asked. "You must have seen him at the ducal house before, right? That is the son of Marquis Pius from the kingdom of Gra, and he is Lady Arya's father." Isis asked in astonishment, "But she's the daughter of that streetwalker. How can you prove it? It could just be a look-alike." "Well, there are many ways to prove it, but it's too troublesome to explain them all. I see you're obsessed with the lady's background, so I just wanted to clarify things before you die. But this is the interesting part. In fact, the lady is also related to the royal family." Such a ridiculous story. Lohan cut her off and continued, "No, I'm not trying to tell a story about her lineage. It's just that those related to the royal family can sometimes manifest special abilities. Lady Miel once said Sir Aesel has an ability, right? That is the truth. You're probably thinking, why is he suddenly saying such absurd things? There's a limit to teasing people, right? When he was young, Aesel was sent to the ducal house and then disappeared, right? And then he was discovered in Gra. I'm not wrong, am I? He suddenly appeared before my eyes, covered in blood. In any case, when facing danger, the power of those with royal blood will just burst forth with a boom. And I heard that you also carry royal blood, didn't I? Who knows if you have any special ability or not?" After telling Isis everything, Lohan returned to his seat. Arya asked curiously, "The Duchess is about to die anyway, and you're still whispering sweet nothings to her? Do you like the Duchess? You sound so sad. Are you jealous or something?" "There's no way. I think the Duchess is a person with great foresight. She was both the representative of the noble faction and the Duke's aide, yet she still felt the power in her hands wasn't great enough. Of course, I don't support traitors. I prefer cool girls like you, my lady. I'll accept your sentiment. But what do you think, my lady, if the Duchess really does have a special ability?" "Well, I suppose I'll have to think about it when the time comes." Isis thought, the power of the royal family? Lohan must just be teasing me. At this moment, Rin announced loudly, "From now on, I will announce the punishments. The criminal, Viscount Marios, will have all his assets confiscated, his title revoked, and will be beheaded." He shouted, "What did you say? You said if I just cooperated, my sentence would be reduced." "A reduced sentence, saw that? I can't reduce the punishment for you lot, just because you snitched on each other. As expected, you have no trust in each other, to the point of committing treason. Huh? TSK, TSK. The other criminals protested. "No way. Then does it mean we also?" Arya thought. After the Duchess was shaken, the atmosphere of the noble faction also became unstable. Seeing the nobles in this state, they really are just a disorderly mob, aren't they? Rin continued to announce, "Next is Rosamiel. Because you are young and did not participate much in this rebellion, your punishment is 50 years of imprisonment." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. "You said you would save me. Is just sparing my life enough? Forcing me to live for 50 years in that cramped place? Like those girls." Suddenly, Run continued. "However, the royal palace has also considered the petition for a reduced sentence that was submitted. Therefore, the execution of the sentence will be suspended under the supervision of the petitioner. In the event that you escape or commit another crime, you will be executed immediately." Miel wondered in a daze. "What does that mean? Suspended?" Kin said happily. "Then it's fine, Miel. If you go with Arya, you won't have to live in prison." Hearing this, Miel immediately beamed. "Really? Can I go home, brother?" The people around them murmured. "The petitioner must be Lady Arya." "That's right, the Viscountess's family has fallen to that state. Even so, the two of them aren't even related by blood, and yet she takes care of that family like this. Moreover, they even committed treason. She's so merciful it makes me worried." At this moment, Miel looked at Arya with an extremely grateful gaze. Then she shouted joyfully, "Brother, I'm alive, brother." But at this moment, Rin announced, "Next is Rosencan. Death penalty." He widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Miel was also alarmed. "Huh? The death penalty?" Karen turned to whisper to her daughter, "Arya, why did you change your mind? If so, Miel will go mad from losing her entire family." Rin continued, "Although that was the initial sentence, we have also confirmed the reason for reduction presented in the defense file. Therefore, the sentence is reduced to life imprisonment." Arya smiled and replied, I wasn't hoping for an ending like that. Well, if we keep Ken alive, he can be useful. TSK, you really hold a grudge. You go that far? Whose child are you? It's scary. You're not like your mother, so your personality must be like your biological father's. Huh. Haha, Arya replied. You know very well I'm the daughter of a mother whose reputation is well-deserved. Ren said again, considering the prisoner also has the duty to care for his ailing father and raise his young sister. The prisoner will receive a suspended sentence and become a servant in the royal palace for life. Miel exclaimed happily, Brother, it's okay. But he shouted, Wait a minute, did he just say an ailing father? Being a servant is one thing, but right? You just said an ailing father, right? Huh? Miel asked Ken, but can she save us even though we're not blood relatives? I didn't mishear, did I? Is that so? Oh well, at least we survived. Now we can go home. Viscount Marios said, unconvinced. They get to live while we have to die. This is truly absurd. Hey, are you still laughing? Miel screamed in fear. There. Viscount Marios charged aggressively. You dare laugh at us, you despicable lot. No, it's not like that. What's with these people? Astaroth spoke up. Stop, what chaos. It's truly a pity to waste time on these people. He thought to himself that they should just be executed already, because the important thing is to provide support to the places that manage them. This needs to end quickly. He said to Run, let me make the announcement. Ren asked in surprise, Sir? But he immediately understood and replied, Yes. Astaroth announced decisively. The content is the same anyway. Count Capel, Viscount Zoin, and 13 others below them all receive the death penalty. The prisoners were stunned upon hearing this. Astaroth continued. Finally, Duchess Isis, Ducal Secretary Frederick, the sentence is death. I will hang the head of this rebellion's leader at the city gate for a month as a public example. How regrettable, even if it's just an old story, to think that the ducal family, with its royal blood and long history, would end like this. Though I don't know if your ambitions would have lessened at all if the Duke were still alive. Isis recalled what Lohan had said. When he was young, Aesel was driven from the ducal family and then disappeared, right? And then he was discovered in GRA, wasn't he? She then asked, is the power of the royal family real? Lohan was probably just bluffing, although I'm not sure how, but why would he deliberately lie to someone who is about to die? The power of the royal family, something that appears when a person is in peril. If the crown prince could really teleport to a distant place, it would explain what happened during that time. What was Lohan thinking when he told me that? Was it because he felt sorry for someone who would die without knowing anything? If not, was it to ease his own conscience? And if not that, could it be that he was expecting something from me? Seeing Oscar appear in the crowd, Aesel said, It's no good. The traitor has come to get you. He must have been so scared to stand up and testify like that. You've lived a life that was not trustworthy at all. Duchess, Isis worried silently. What will happen to Oscar? Since his title has been revoked, he will become a commoner. I won't let him flee to some remote borderlands. So even if someone wanted to rebuild the noble faction and put Oscar on the chopping block, it would be difficult. Isis snorted coldly. That kid doesn't have what it takes to take the lead in anything. He's not suited for such things. Isn't that why I ignored that untrustworthy kid and became the ducal secretary? Myself? Whether that child testified or not, the noble faction would have blamed me anyway. She thought Oscar probably wanted to stop her. Badly, but don't get it wrong. Oscar, I didn't end up like this because I live your life for you. So get rid of that useless guilt or regret. Becoming a commoner, isn't that completely unsuited for someone like you who lacks nothing? But for some reason, my heart has become strangely peaceful. It's as if I've cast off a burden. Over here, Arya thought silently. The power of the royal family. Considering my and Aesel's cases, perhaps it really did manifest when we were on the brink of death. But if that's the only reason, it's rare for anyone to have that ability. If so, is there another condition needed? Assuming so, what on earth is it? She recalled being bullied many times as a child. At that time, Aesel appeared with a body covered in blood. At that time, he glared at her bullies. They ran away in fear, screaming, "Ah, walking corpse." Arya looked at him, bewildered, but Aesel immediately collapsed. She panicked, dragging him while crying out, "Oh, what should I do? You can't die, Prince." Arya held up some grass and asked, "Where does the prince live?" Aesel stopped eating. "Didn't you call me that because you knew? I don't even know you." "Huh, so why did you call me a prince?" "I thought you brought me home because you knew I was a prince." Arya replied, "About that, while rummaging for something, I don't know your name. Tada, it says here that a prince is someone who appears to defeat bad guys and save people in distress. That's a prince, so that's why I called you that. Aesol said, I'm not that kind of person, so just call me Aesol. And I'm Arya. He thought, I already said I'm not a prince, but that's the truth. Goodness, forget about saving anyone else. I can barely keep myself alive. Especially last night, to think the nobles would send assassins so blatantly. What prince in this world is covered in injuries like this? I'm just a weak child, running from death. Seeing him dejected, Arya stuffed a pastry into his mouth. Are you hungry? Have some bread. Here. Oh no, I was going to eat it earlier, but this doesn't seem like bread. I thought it was a rock. Really? But my mom said this was bread, so she bought it. I thought my teeth were just too weak to eat it. Aesol asked, so what do you normally eat? Grass. I pick it from behind the house. But compared to bread, it's softer, so I can eat it. Aesol thought in surprise. Am I feeling awkward about being full in front of a child who picks grass to eat? After she finished eating, she said it's not tasty. He shook his head and thought, what the hell is this? Whether I die of starvation or assassination, I don't like either. Suddenly Arya offered him the grass. Aesol, try some. But she accidentally bumped Aesol's injured leg. He cried out in pain, ouch. She quickly said, oh, sorry, are you okay? Only then did she notice Aesol was bleeding. Although it stung, Aesol still said, I'm fine. It'd be strange if I were fine. Anyway, it's a good thing I was slashed and not stabbed. Phew. For now, I should probably go to a clinic. Do you know where a clinic is? I know a doctor. I'll take you there. Which hand? Aesol asked, confused hand. She immediately took his hand. You're injured. Let me help you. Just holding hands won't help. More importantly, you're smaller than me, so you can't support me because I'm heavy. Arya smiled and replied, it's okay. I'm strong. I'm the one who brought you home. No wonder my butt and back are so sore. Let's go. This time I'll help Aesol, because Aesol is the prince who saved me. When they arrived, the doctor treated him. Arya looked at the plate of apples on the table, her mouth watering. Afterward, Aesol took her to buy new clothes. After walking for a while, she felt hungry, so Arya sat down and was about to pick some grass to eat. Goodness grass. Seeing this, Aesol shouted, wait, you're forbidden from picking grass. Don't eat grass anymore. Let's go find something else to eat. Oh, I don't have any money. Besides, the places that sell food are very crowded. My mom told me not to go to crowded places. Isn't that because you were alone? It'll be fine if I'm with you. But Aesol already bought me clothes. If we buy food now, won't you run out of money? I still have gems, so a meal is... Ahem, eating alone isn't very tasty, so it's better if someone eats with me. Is that not okay either? Arya smiled brightly and replied, no, it's okay. And so, the two of them walked off cheerfully. Aesol thought to himself, the pile of gems in my pocket that used to feel so heavy. Now I feel so lucky to have it. In the royal palace, there wasn't a single person who welcomed me. Not the nobles, nor my father, who hid away in fear of the nobles. Not even the teachers who kept their distance from me. All of them. Next, the two sat near a fountain, eating the food they had bought. Aesol asked, is it good? It's absolutely delicious. Thank you, Aesol. He thought, does being needed by someone make you feel this happy? I'm the one who should be thankful. I was always taught that a king must live for his country and his people, but only now do I understand what that feels like, even if just a little. He muttered to himself, if I want to become a real prince, I guess I have to become someone who saves everyone. It's amazing that I had such a thought, because until now, I've only ever hated being born a prince. Arya turned and said, Aesol is a real prince. You saved me, after all. You even bought me delicious food and beautiful clothes. For now, just being Arya's prince is enough for me. He thought to himself, a small child like this can make me smile. It's as if that child is trying to comfort my exhausted self. I was so thoughtless, and that's why it came to this. But the assassins had found Aesol. They chased after them, shouting, you know it's useless to run. If you stand still obediently, I'll kill you painlessly. Aesol carried Arya and ran, his wounds still unhealed. Arya said worriedly, Aesol, I'm fine. Put me down. I can walk on my own. Aesol told himself, I thought that if I can't save this child now, I won't be able to save anyone in the future. Then, Aesol was injured and could no longer run. He told Arya, run, please. Arya replied resolutely, I don't want to. Aesol is bleeding. I said I would save Aesol next time. Arya, the assassin sneered, I searched every nook and cranny and couldn't find you. Turns out you were playing lovers over here. Don't you two worry. My motto is to leave no witnesses. So whoever dies first won't be lonely. Aesol silently prayed that at the very least, please save this child's life. In the next second, an unexpected scene unfolded, leaving the assassin bewildered. What? They were right in front of me just a moment ago. Now, on the ground below, only a pool of blood and a hairpin could be seen, and the two of them had teleported back home. Arya asked worriedly, Aesol, are you okay? Arya, listen carefully. Forget that you ever met me. Don't remember anything at all. You'll be in danger. Promise me. Absolutely do not think of me, and don't go outside for a while. Aesol, you're bleeding so much, you have to go to the hospital. Arya, please survive. He thought, only then can I believe that I am someone who is needed and can continue to live. With those words, he vanished before her eyes. Arya blinked and called out, Aesol? I'm suddenly so sleepy. Then she quickly collapsed and fell asleep. At that moment, Karen returned in a rage. This bunch of drunks, really, they're good for nothing. Suddenly, she saw her daughter lying there covered in blood and was startled. She rushed over. It's blood. What's with this dress? Who did this? Arya, wake up, my child. This garbage village, really? I'm leaving this place. Arya, I'm taking you to the doctor right now. Wake up, my child, Arya. In reality, she was just in a deep sleep. The rare power of the royal family is bestowed upon those recognized by the royalty. Supposing it is a power that manifests for the sake of the royal family, isn't it a power granted only to those who wish to protect this country more than anyone else? After Arya recalled that time, she thought, isn't that reasoning too convenient for Aesol? But it seems he suits the image of protecting something. Although I don't know why, I feel that's the real Aesol. Arya remembered the memory of Aesol trying to protect her. Engrave in your heart the desire to protect someone. Engrave in your heart the fierce will to live. I believe that those things would help me continue to live, and so I have lived to this day. Someone, the one who gave meaning to me, one who once longed for a purpose in life. It's strange that no matter how hard I try, I can't remember who that person is. But now, that no longer matters because I don't need to search for it. A figure that became a spiritual support in the past anymore. Aesol spoke up. When asking for money, what your father desired was surely my head. What is called fate is truly unpredictable, isn't it? Duchess, whether in the name of the country or for saving people, this is nothing more than me wanting to take revenge on you all. He recalled, Arya always calls herself a villainess, but I'm not exactly a good person either. However, doesn't that make me the one worthy of being by her side? With that thought, he held the head up high. Below, the people shouted, Whoa, the traitor has been executed. Oscar stood silently in the crowd, not daring to look up. He clenched his fists and thought, I wanted everything to end, even though I knew it would be difficult for my sister to survive. But in the end, I still can't face that truth. I didn't want to see her become more and more like our father, taking for granted the act of harming the weak and making that little lady shed tears. I saw the lady in that pitiful, pathetic state. That's right, I am Lady Arya. Someone like me, who can't do anything but cry. I am a little Lady Arya. Thinking this, Oscar froze. What did I just think? Lady Arya, I thought she was pitiful like me. At this moment, Arya spoke up, asking, Do you know what will happen to Sir Oscar? Lohan replied. Aesol gave him a very generous verdict. Stripped of his status and made a commoner, exiled to a place designated by the royal family. He will live his whole life in a small village on the border. I didn't expect Aesol to spare this one. She thought, perhaps it's because he was just a puppet controlled by the Duchess. Although I say that, I've never seen him act like this before. Down below, Sokka approached and said to Oscar, We have to go now. Oscar suddenly burst out laughing, haha. I apologize. To only come to my senses when things have come to this. For some reason, I find it laughable. Sokka said, Didn't the traitors prepare for this end? Both your sister and the others. That's true. I was the only one who stood by and did nothing at all. Until now, what on earth have I been watching? Wasn't Lady Arya just a pitiful girl caught up in this conflict? And the person sitting up there, the one wearing a mask of pity for me, but acting so arrogant, what about her? Only after losing did I realize what I had received. It turns out I was just an ordinary noble, pointed and gossiped about by so many others. Thinking this, Oscar said, Thank you for bestowing upon me a grace far greater than I deserve. Now, I have a lot of time to reflect on myself. The one who couldn't do anything, so much time. Now, I'm thankful for the truth that didn't make that little lady shed tears. Arya recalled. Thanks to Oscar's testimony, Vito was able to quickly round up the rebels. I always thought he was a useless card. For some reason, that figure's back looked so serene as they walked away. I guess there won't be another chance to meet again. Suddenly, a loud pop sound startled her. Lohan said, now, it seems like everything's settled, right? Then let's go. You scare me to death. You said to go? Lohan pointed towards Chloe. Don't we still have something important to talk about? That's right, it's finally time to talk. Oh right, there's still the matter of my biological father. Lohan said excitedly, let's go. Suddenly, a voice called out, sister, sister. Meal ran over, shouting, you have to take me with you, right? You can't forget about me. But Arya's action surprised her. Arya walked away without looking back. Meal's face darkened. Huh? Sister? A guard immediately said, running out all of a sudden. The one taking you away now is not Lady Arya. What? You will stay in prison until she comes to get you. What? Sister, sister. Karen approached Arya and asked, didn't you submit Meal's petition? Arya replied, it's a little different. You'll see later, mother. This child always makes one curious. She gestured towards Chloe, that you're not the one who should be saying that. Mother. Well, you'll tell me everything when the time is right, won't you? Of course. Later, at the Countess's residence, Chloe walked in and seemed surprised that, oh, this is good. It seems Karen is living very well. What a relief. How heartless. Since we've met again, is that all you have to say? But it's because Karen is living well that we're able to meet like this again. I also know I have no right to worry about you. I'm sorry, Karen. Karen was dazzled by Chloe's aura. I'm fine. There are more than just one or two men like you. I told you I wasn't waiting for you at all. Arya sat to the side, thinking to herself, didn't you wait until you were worn out and gave birth to me while waiting? Mom's just being stubborn. Look at her attitude. She blushed shyly and said, humph, you should go out more often. Lohan suddenly cut in. Hey, you two, let's slowly get to the main point. Now shall we? Suddenly Arya asked, but Lord Lohan, why are you participating? This is someone else's family matter, after all. My lady, you're too much. I've cooperated so much to help the Empire fight the rebels, and now I'm even helping you find your father. Of course I get to sit here. Aesel cut in. Arya is right. If you have no business here, you'd better leave. That's right, that's right. Hearing this, Lohan asked, what? The Crown Prince isn't directly involved either, is he? I'm her lover. Of course I'm involved. Chloe spoke up at this moment. Excuse me, I'll proceed right away. Ahem, as you already know, this person is your biological father. P.S. Chloe, after analyzing, Arya asked, so putting it all together, it's like this. Aesel nodded, thinking, and I will be by Arya's side. She thought to herself, I can roughly understand the reason I inherited the royal power, but considering that the ability didn't appear in someone with a heart for the country as I deduced, did it? Because I am 100% filled with the desire for revenge. So what? What is the reason you came here? Something must have changed for the biological father who had been out of touch all this time to suddenly appear. Suddenly Lohan raised his hand and said, I know all about that. Mimi, Arya asked, what? Lohan recounted enthusiastically. After hearing Aesel talk about Lord Ephra's missing younger brother, I immediately thought that I had to let the young lady meet her biological father. Even persuading the pious father and son to come to the Empire, it was all my doing. After listening, Arya seemed to reply, so that's how it is. She thought, in that case, for now, let's just pretend nothing has happened. The Duchess is dead anyway. Chloe spoke up. Having a daughter is something beyond my imagination. Initially, I only came here thinking of my promise to Karen, because I promised I would take Karen away. In any case, coming here like this, I have no face to show. Karen hesitated. You say that, but you still came looking for me several times. What was that? That's because, even to this day, the desire to be with you is still my greatest ambition. Saying it out loud was a bit. Karen blushed and shouted, what did you say? Honestly, why are you mumbling? If you have something to say, just say it straight. Arya thought to herself, so it turns out my taste in men was inherited from my mother. Lohan enthusiastically interjected, that's right, Lord Chloe must keep his promise. You should go to Croatia with the madam and get engaged. Of course, Lady Arya will go with you too, since she is still a minor. Chloe waved his hands in confusion and said, that depends on the young lady's opinion. What? You're telling me to go? Although I'm not refusing, but Aesel shouted angrily. Arya doesn't want to go anywhere. Lohan said nonchalantly, who knows? The situation has changed now, hasn't it? Your family over there is also waiting for you, my lady. What? And so, everyone started arguing noisily. Arya thought helplessly. It suddenly turned into a battlefield. Aesel threatened, I will nullify the peace treaty. Lohan retorted, there's even a scoundrel like this. Chloe asked cautiously, will you go with me? Karen, I never said I wouldn't go. Arya thought to herself, a family related by blood? I'm a little curious too. The tea has gone cold. Elsewhere, Meal sat in her cell, calling out incessantly, "Sister, sister, why haven't you come to get me yet? Did you lie to me?" Just then, the sound of a door opening was heard. Annie walked in and said, "The person you're waiting for isn't coming." "Ah, I am Lady Meal's guardian." A luxurious carriage appeared. Seeing it, Meal's eyes lit up. Did she prepare this carriage for me? As expected, she didn't abandon me. Annie sneered inwardly. This is the special carriage that the young lady and Madame Karen use. Waiting for her is a bit. Thinking this, Annie pointed. "You go sit next to the coachman." "What? This carriage is meant to carry me. Why should I have to sit next to the coachman? Besides, you've been speaking to me quite informally, haven't you?" "What? Honestly, do you really not know your place? You're a commoner now, not a lady anymore. Your title has also been stripped. In your state, getting into the carriage will obviously dirty it. I'm doing this for my own sake. Furthermore, I am your guardian now. If you don't listen to me, you'll have to go back to prison. You'd better climb up quickly, unless you want to stand there forever." Afterwards, the carriage entered a crowded street. Annie looked outside, thinking the crowd from this morning is still so large. They're looking. The people were now gossiping. "Hey, the one sitting on that splendid carriage is Meal Rosin, right? Isn't that right? I saw her at the execution ground. I heard Lady Arya saved her life. So young, and already has a criminal record. How awful. Truly disgusting." Meal said irritably, "Drive faster." "But Lady Meal, this seat will be very uncomfortable if we go fast. I'm afraid it will be hard on you. Stop talking nonsense and drive faster." Seeing this, the people around said, "Truly shameless. That's why I say, wouldn't it have been better if she had just died?" Meal gritted her teeth in extreme anger, but could do nothing. The coachman reminded her, "Hold on tight, my lady." "Hiya." Annie rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. The attendants were all brought from the Count's house, so they probably can't speak to Meal as an equal right away. Lady Arya. Earlier, when she received the assignment, Annie had asked in confusion, "You're telling me to go and bring Lady Meal? You were the one who submitted the petition." Arya said, "You were the one who wrote it down as I dictated and sent it. But that's because you were told to do so. Because Meal can't live a normal life without a guardian and manager. And I can't be bothered with that forever. So if it's Annie, I believe you will take good care of Meal." "What? You're telling me to take care of Lady Meal?" "No, from now on she's a commoner, so you must call her Meal. And besides, Annie, you'll be a baroness soon enough." Hearing this, Annie laughed shyly. "Ah, it's not certain yet. Hee, isn't this a good opportunity for you to get used to ordering maids around?" Back to the present. Anyway, Lady Meal has to live as a commoner now. I have to get her used to the commoner's way of life. I'm good at keeping an eye on things like that, living according to one's station. Now that I'm about to become a noble lady, of course, teaching her about the commoner's life I used to live is a piece of cake. Hee. Meal looked at the magnificent mansion before her, overwhelmed. This grand mansion, could it be? Arya stood at the door and said, "Annie, you've worked hard. Meal, come here too. Living in prison must have been very hard on you." Meal rushed over to complain, "Sister, why did you send someone like Annie? You have no idea how much she insulted me." Annie immediately said, Wait a minute. Stop. Don't get near the young lady looking like that. What if you get your stench on her?" She froze and asked, "What? A stench? They don't give you proper water to bathe in prison." Annie ordered, "Then go inside and wash up properly before you come out to greet her." "What you?" Arya spoke up. Entrusting her to Annie was indeed the right decision. She was stunned. Arya continued to praise. "Annie is truly a bright child who understands my intentions. Having you as Meal's guardian should be no problem." "Of course, my lady." Aren't you my guardian, sister?" "Annie must have told you. I'm a bit busy, so it would be difficult for me to be your guardian. So, Annie, I'm going inside. I'm leaving Meal in your hands." Annie replied cheerfully, "Yes, just leave it to me, my lady." Meal's face immediately darkened. Annie said, "Meal, don't just stand there in a daze. Let's go. Follow me." The surrounding servants whispered to each other. Annie is already calling the young lady by her name, so casually. Maybe we should do the same. It feels a bit awkward. Anyway, we're all servants now, so we can't call her young lady. Once inside the room, Meal asked, "What was that about?" "Everyone's talking as if I'm a servant here." Annie said nonchalantly, "Yes, that's right. I'm acting as your guardian on behalf of the young lady, so you have to stay by my side. Since you'll be living here, it's only natural that you have to work like a servant." "What did you say?" "Madame Karen has already hired you. You should be grateful. Karen, who's that? Then she suddenly remembered it, all right. She muttered, that's the name of that prostitute. The moment she finished speaking, Annie splashed a bucket of cold water in her face. Snap out of it. You're no longer a nobleman's daughter, but a commoner who has to work to live. Commoners who don't work will only starve to death. From now on, be careful not to say unnecessary things in front of Madam Karen. Come here, I'll show you how to bathe. You probably never bathe by yourself, have you? You've been spouting nonsense this whole time, and this water is bone-chillingly cold. What if I catch a cold? Annie said again, servants can't use firewood as they please. Don't expect to have warm water to bathe in from now on. Meal Rosin, you have to learn to live like this now. That's right. A few days later, the servants were whispering about Kane that he's the acting head of the family. You can't call him that now. And those childish clothes are so pathetic. I don't even know when kids wear those. Looking at him, it seems the Count's house has really fallen. Hasn't it? That's right. Who could say otherwise? At this moment, the butler approached. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lady Arya has come down. Let's go. This way. As Kane walked, he thought angrily, inviting me to dinner of all things. It's like the moon rising in the daytime. TSK. She says she's busy but then summons others. How does she plan to entertain me in this state? Here, when they arrived, Arya said, come and sit down. Kane, have you been waiting long? He was captivated by Arya's beauty and replied, oh no, not long. It's been a long time, Arya. Meal, in a maid's uniform, called out, brother. All right, Meal is here too. You seem to be doing well. She stammered, but before she could say anything, Arya spoke up. For now, let's just eat. Everyone must be hungry, right? Meal glanced at Arya, thinking to herself, it's been a few days since I first came here and saw my sister again, right? Can she really just ignore me like this? Suddenly, Kane called out, Arya, I want to thank you for saving me and Meal. What are you saying? We're family. Besides, this is nothing. Is that so? He thought to himself, I heard a rumor from the palace that the crown prince has entrusted her with a task. Once she's received that level of recognition from the royal family, this really is nothing. He said, in any case, thanks to you, father was able to enter the nursing home safely. I heard there were some nursing fees. Arya cut him off. You have to pay those nursing fees. I heard you get a salary as an attendant in the palace. That's fortunate, isn't it? Well, that's true. Actually, just being alive is lucky enough. Arya offered a solution. Meal will be an adult in a few years. When she can take care of father, it will also reduce your expenses. In any case, if you both work, everything will be fine. Meal asked, what are you talking about? The way you're talking, it's as if we have to work our whole lives to pay off father's debt. As you've heard, Kane called out in confusion, Meal. Aren't you only temporarily working as a servant? Why do we have to work? If it's about money, all mother and father have to do is remarry and Arya thought to herself, looking at Kane's expression, he must have heard the rumors in the palace about the Countess seeing a nobleman from Pius. Even if he claims he didn't know, and that's why he treated my mother that way, how can he think of things in a way that's so favorable to himself? Honestly, I'm so glad you're this kind of person. Meal asked with confusion, why do we have to work? If it's for money, all mother and father have to do is remarry and it'll be settled. Then I wouldn't have to work anymore. Kane said, that's a bit difficult. Huh? How can it be? Just then, Annie stood up. Excuse me, but may I say a word? Meal asked angrily, where did you come from? But Arya smiled and said, well, you're Meal's guardian now. Go ahead and speak. Well then, it would be a bit difficult to just suddenly assign work to Meal. Of course, my siblings and I have all been doing this work since we were young, but Meal is not like that. I think at times like these, we should give Meal a reason why she has to work. In any case, I'm preparing to leave the mansion soon. My lady, would it be all right to have Meal work as a maid in my place? Meal asked, stunned. What? Arya immediately said, that's a good idea. That's better than just suddenly making her work, right? A senior like Annie will surely guide her well. Yes, I will teach her very well. Meal wondered, why does everyone feel so uneasy if they can't order me around? Why on earth do I have to do a servant's work? Arya continued, if she works at our house, she won't be short on wages. That's a great idea. Don't you think so too, Meal? Meal cried out in alarm, Sister, Isn't it fortunate that Meal can do something for her ailing father? She remembered the time she pushed the Count and was rendered speechless. Yes, Kane coaxed, that's right, little sister. If we work hard, we can at least settle our father's old old age properly. Arya is treating us so well. You should be thankful, Arya said to herself. I thought that because he had to become a city guard, Cain would only feel like he was being made a fool of, but I didn't expect him to be so aware of his position and so obedient as to suppress his own pride. If this guy had power in his hands, he would be corrupted immediately. This is better. I won't fire someone just because I'm not pleased with them. All responsibility falls on Meal's head, and the Count also wants to take responsibility properly. But the problem is, Meal must be thinking this right now, that if her father had just died back then, she wouldn't have to suffer like this. Or does she think she shouldn't have done it? What a pity. Although I don't sympathize with Meal, an arrogant noble like her will only ever value herself, no matter what. It's truly fortunate that you haven't changed at all. But Meal, become more pathetic for me. Become an excellent and worthy villainess so that I can feel my revenge is justified. A few days later, as the maids were mopping the floor, a bucket of water was kicked over by someone. Annie asked, "What is it? Who left a bucket of water in the middle of the hallway?" She stammered, The maid next to her reminded her, "Meal, I told you to always keep the bucket next to the wall." Phew. Annie asked, "Is it Meal again?" "Meal, you're responsible for this dirty water. Mop this entire area." Meal replied hesitantly, It's almost lunchtime, so I'll eat and then mop." Annie yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? Didn't I tell you at the beginning that you had to finish cleaning all the assigned windows before lunch? If you're not done, you don't get to eat." "What? How long will it take for me to do it all by myself?" Another maid heard this and gossiped. "She's so slow that I ended up having to help. I didn't expect her to be so useless." Annie said again, "Then I'll send you back to prison, where you won't even have food to eat. Even though you two are sisters, if you don't work, you're not qualified to eat. Even though you're young, if you've learned something, you should be able to grasp it quickly. I told you not to eat until you're done, so just know that. Hurry up. Do you want to starve all day or something?" Meal's eyes welled up with tears. "Sobi, okay." In her room, Arya exclaimed, "That's really surprising." Annie was puzzled. I thought you would discipline her more strictly." "Oh, Meal, you mean? Didn't you switch your allegiance from Meal to me? Or isn't it because Annie has also suffered a lot? I wouldn't take revenge so viciously." "Then what?" "Actually, I did have that desire at first." She was flustered. Back then I was under Meal and Emma. How should I put it? Back then. At that time, Annie had even cheered on Meal's actions, saying that being a little mean was no big deal. Recounting it now, Annie said shyly, "I used to feel that way." Ha ho ho. Is that so? But Annie has always been a good girl, right? At this, Annie bowed her head in shame. "Not at all. Back then, I just thought it was only natural for nobles to bully maids. But you, my lady, were not like that. You treated me well. And thanks to you, I also got to meet good people. I know Meal is a wicked criminal. Actually, I can't forgive Meal either. But my lady even forgave Very, who wanted to kill you. Because Meal is still young, if I do that, I thought that perhaps I should give her a chance to awaken and live diligently like I do now." At this, Arya remembered, Very became food for the wild beasts long ago. I can't tell her that now. Then she praised, "You've matured so much. You're more than worthy of the position of a baroness." "Baroness? It's not yet." Suddenly, Meal threw the door open and screamed, "Sister!" Seeing Meal's state, Annie scolded her again. "Meal, you're not allowed to barge into the young lady's room like that." But I heard you were in the room, and I couldn't see you. "So, Jessie brought you here?" Jessie quickly explained, "I was just saying I was going to bring a letter to the young lady, and she insisted on coming along." Annie asked Meal, "Are you done with your work to be here?" I'll do it after I talk to my sister. If you want to see the young lady, you have to finish your work before you can come." Meal, at a loss, turned to Arya. "Sister, Arya said, I'm sorry. I have an important letter, so I have to read it first." As she opened the letter, Jessie exclaimed, "Oh, it's Lady Sarah's wedding invitation. Oh, the Marquis is currently the highest-ranking noble in the Empire. So many people will gather. In that case, my lady must order the most spectacular dress. Which designer should we commission? After all, it's someone else's wedding. Doing that might be a bit too conspicuous. Well, Lord Aesel has asked me to go with him and will send a dress for me, so there's no need to prepare anything." Annie exclaimed with joy, "Wow, that's His Highness the Crown Prince for you. So perfect. If you two go together, people might not know whose wedding it is. My lady is the best." Jessie also chimed in, "Well, if it's Lady Sarah, she would probably prefer it if Lady Arya dressed up splendidly, right? She likes you a lot." "Phew, since it's Lady Sarah's wedding, I'll pay more attention. And Annie, Baron Bum Bum, must have received an invitation too, right? Aren't you two going together?" "That's true, but I have to go with you, my lady." "What are you talking about? Lord Aesel would prefer it if it was just the two of you? Didn't the Baron say anything to you? Well then, he did ask me to go get an outfit made. He said today was the last day to reply. But I have to escort my lady. Annie, how can you go out to a party in your everyday clothes? You should go to Baron Bumbum's place right away. Annie asked, overjoyed, really, my lady? What do you mean, really? If you can't go, I'll be the bad guy. He probably has a carriage prepared and everything. Actually, then I'll take my leave. I'll be back before dinner. Jesse also said I'll be going too. If you need anything, just call for me. The room was now left with only Arya and Meal. Right. What did you want to talk about, Meal? Meal's brow furrowed with resentment. Then she hugged Arya's legs and cried, Sister, I'm so tired. Oh my, is it because you're still not used to the work of a maid? It's all Annie's fault. She's always finding fault with everything I do. That's why the other maids hate me too. It's clear she's deliberately trying to bully me. Because a master like me has now become a maid, they think they're nobles themselves and act that way. How can that be? I don't believe Annie would do that. It's true, sister. Since Meal has said so much, I guess I can't ignore it anymore. I'll give her a stern scolding. Don't you worry. Meal thought smugly, thank you so much, sister. It's because the maids know my face that they dare to do this. So, in her mind, she thought, fire them all. You have to fire all of them. That thought slipped out as a sound. Arya cut her off. Meal, would you like to go to Lady Sarah's wedding with me? What? It seems your mood isn't very good. How about I take you to a party to lift your spirits? What do you say? Lady Sarah's wedding. Me? Yes, it'll be great for a change of mood. Meal hesitated. She calculated in her head. She just decided to go with the Crown Prince. In that case, the Crown Prince's faction will be all over the place, and no one will welcome me as a noble. A change of mood, Arya said. Perhaps it's because you don't know anyone, but this is a party. The fragrant and delicious smells, the wonderful music of the orchestra already playing, surrounded by pleasant scents, are lovely. Lights. It's okay if you don't dance. But if you want to enjoy the party, first of all, attending parties is very important, right? Meal exclaimed, I'll go to the party. After Meal left the room, Arya amused herself. I thought she wouldn't go and wouldn't be able to stand it. As expected, she still can't escape her attachment to her past life. Annie understood that Meal lived like that during her childhood because I told her directly. But Meal's temperament, even in the past and up until she became an adult, seems to have little to do with her age. So that's how it was. Otherwise, such special, high-ranking nobles. Come to think of it, it was like that in the past. Arya suddenly recalled Meal's words from her past life. It's all because of that request, you fool sob, revealing why it was so. And the image of Arya and her mother arriving at the mansion gradually appeared in her memory. While waiting, Arya suddenly noticed the opposite side. She saw Meal standing there. Arya suddenly exclaimed, I see her. Over there, Meal saw her looking and gave a friendly smile. Arya, he thought to herself, a smile? She looks like a princess. Suddenly, Karen spoke up. Arya, that's your sister. Her name is Meal. Go and greet her. Arya was flustered. My sister? Then she approached and introduced herself. I'm Arya. After hearing this, Meal beamed. Sister Arya, I'll be in your care from now on. Me too. The joy didn't last long, as the image of Meal laughing maniacally appeared. When she brought that common woman here, I want to kill her right then and there. Thinking of this, Arya sighed. Since I have some free time, I'm trying to understand Meal. Remembering the dark past of being deceived by that smile, should I clear my head a bit? I can't lose my spirit right from the start. Elsewhere, Annie shouted in annoyance. Meal, look at the dust on that window frame. Do you see it? You have to clean it properly before you can report that you're done. The maids whispered. She's still like that. Suddenly, Annie turned her head. If you do a sloppy job, it'll just get dirty again quickly. Manna, please help me. Me? What? I told you to handle it yourself. The maid next to her, having escaped the task, said with a laugh. You're having a tough time. The young lady told us to take good care of her. I skipped lunch again, so please help me. Lady Arya is really kind, so I know. Hearing this, Meal thought happily. Sister, Manna approached. I'll show you how to wipe it clean, but you have to do the rest yourself. Meal exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Manna frowned and asked. So you thought I was going to do it all for you? Finish it quickly. I can't go eat until you're done. Bring a rag and follow me. It's lunchtime. The maids ate and chatted. Only Meal was eating outside. Suddenly, a voice called out, Meal. Jesse came over and saw the cake. Emil called out in surprise, "Sister." Jesse said, you seemed worried. If you're too tired, you should rest for a bit. Even so, you know Annie's attitude towards me. She always criticizes everything I do. Jesse explained, it doesn't seem like it's her fault, but everyone really likes the young lady and Madam Karen. So everyone wants to make this house more beautiful. Everyone is trying their best. So please be careful. Is that so? From what I can see, it seems like everyone is harassing me just because my status has been lowered. It's not really like that. They're all good people. Keep it up. Emil thought in annoyance. It's impossible to get through to her. Come to think of it, I did say that Jessie has business dealings with commoners. Even if she interacts with them a lot, her standards don't match. I don't know if she's too kind or just unperceptive. A few days later, after they finished dressing Arya, the maids exclaimed, "Wow, oh my, it suits you even more now that you're wearing it. The crown prince is truly discerning. The jewelry matches perfectly too. Is that so? I'll get to see Axel soon. I'm so looking forward to it. They're definitely the most wonderful couple, to the point where you can't even tell whose wedding this is anymore." Arya asked, "Annie, are you wearing a matching outfit too? It suits you so well." Baron Bourbon chose a good one. Annie said shyly, Is that so? "Thank you, my lady. It's all thanks to you. It's all because you work hard." Annie called out shyly, "My lady." "Annie, go outside. If people see the girl next to you clearly, they might mistake her for a noble." Annie laughed in embarrassment. "Ha." Arya turned to look at them and thought, how nostalgic. The sight of her standing before me and smiling schemingly is just like it was back then. In the past, Arya had been led by the nose. Everyone says I'm more wicked than Emil. Is it because of this cheap dress? Order a more expensive one." This maid replied, "Yes, my lady." Annie was young back then, so she had nothing to do with it. Because she did a good job, I took care of her. Of course, I have to take care of Jessie too. But most of the others have bullied me in the past. Even so, I shouldn't pour cold water on these hard-working kids. Keep it up. Then someone announced, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Axel called out, "Lady Arya, you're early. It's been a while since I've seen you." The maids buzzed while their outfits are no joke. "Who's actually getting married today, anyway?" Axel said again. "I thought you were an angel who fell from the sky." She said, "Then you'll have to hold on tight, so I don't fly away." "Haha, of course, then shall we go?" Suddenly Arya stopped him. Wait, I have a companion. I'm taking Emil with me to lift her spirits a bit." But Axel, hearing this, a thunderclap went off in Axel's head. A tsunami is coming. Seeing his face darken, Arya thought to herself, "Do you hate Emil that much?" Axel said, trembling, "My lady, I want to take a carriage ride with just you." Seeing his expression, Arya thought, why did he come so early? How cute. Then Arya turned to Emil and said, "There's no other way. Emil, you'll go with Annie." Annie asked in astonishment, "In a carriage with me?" "In any case, Annie is your guardian anyway. Then we'll go on ahead." My lady, Arya cut her off. "You can use the best carriage. See you later." At this moment, the atmosphere turned gloomy. Annie turned back and questioned, "What do you mean you're going to the party to lift your spirits?" Emil explained awkwardly, "Well, it's just as she said. Living such a tiring and poor life is not." Okay, since she said that from the beginning, what else could I say? Sigh, you mean you should have refused as much as possible. What scheme are you planning to pull there? If you keep forgetting your place like this, it's going to be very awkward. Jesse whispered, "Annie, don't overdo it. Be gentle. I mean, for the young lady's sake. You should just take her. Don't be so hot-tempered." Annie turned back and replied, "For goodness sake, I know. Whatever is said, it has to be done." Just then, Baron Bourbon opened the carriage door and called, "Annie, we've come to pick you up." "I'm sorry, but Baron, there's one more girl coming with us." She thought to herself, "You don't like it, do you?" But the Baron didn't understand her meaning. Is that so? If Annie says so, then it's fine. Annie suddenly remembered what Axel said earlier. It would be good if it was just the two of us. She clenched her fists, restraining herself and reminding herself, the Baron's gentleness is one of his good points. After calming down, Annie turned back and said, Emil, let's go." "Be quiet." Hearing the name, the Baron was surprised. "Emil, that criminal. It's for Arya's sake, so there's no other way." At this moment, Arya let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, the weather is perfect for a stroll, isn't it?" "Ha." Axel laughed and said, "There's a scenic view over there for you to see, so let's go check it out. We won't be late." The atmosphere in Annie's carriage was the complete opposite. The gloomy air was so suffocating that the Baron had to quietly order the coachman, "Go as fast as you possibly can." After the carriage arrived, Annie got out and lamented, "Just because I said I'd let you come to the party, I'm already exhausted." Emil said, "What are you talking about? On the contrary, you should be thanking me." Annie asked blankly, "What?" Emil said, "Come to think of it, If it weren't for my sister, I would have been your guardian. If I had said I was staying home, you wouldn't have been able to go either. Annie turned her head and yelled. At that time, I should have just left you in prison or somewhere. Threatening me like that again. Annie thought to herself, I don't know why I get so frustrated and angry when I talk to her. I'm about to become a countess. Calm down, calm down. Just then, everyone started buzzing. Oh my, look at that carriage. That's, as expected, the Crown Prince's carriage is on another level. Lady Arya came with him too. Of course, why do they look so wonderful together? Arya isn't a noble anymore, but her beauty is still the same. Haha, so dazzling. Meal hesitated. We're both commoners, but we're so different. Hearing this, Annie shouted, What? That's not true. How could you say something like that? The Baron asked worriedly. Annie, are you all right? Annie continued to shout angrily. How could you say that? Of course the young lady is 1,000 times superior. What are you even comparing? Meal whispered in embarrassment. You're being too loud. The other people started to notice. Hey, that person, isn't that her? Meal rose scent. It's Meal. That criminal? No, the villainess. The villainess who shamelessly betrayed her parents and even her country. Why is she here? Did she say something to Arya before? Is she planning to harm Sarah this time? Meal explained fearfully, oh no, but everyone buzzed in unison. That evil girl, that evil girl. Getting out of the carriage and seeing the scene, Arya thought, oh my, I was originally planning to get out of the carriage with her and attract everyone's attention. Meal, Arya said to herself, it's a good thing I don't have to use my own hands. But on the outside, she feigned concern. So you arrived first, but why do you look like this? Meal cried out, sister. Just then, Annie came over to report, my lady, everyone. At this point, Arya instructed, all right, let's move to our seats first. Hey, please help her into the carriage for me. Yes. Annie watched Meal's retreating figure and wondered, shouldn't we just send her home if she's like this? But if Meal wants to go home, Annie, you're the guardian, you have to go with her. Annie hesitated. About that, Arya said, that's a bit strange, isn't it? It's been a long time since you've been to a party with the Baron. Meal, rest here for a bit, okay? If you're in a quiet place, you'll feel better soon. We'll go home right after the wedding is over. Meal blurted out in confusion. Then she stared blankly at Arya's back as she walked away. At that moment, Sarah exclaimed happily, Arya. She approached and praised. Sarah, why are you so beautiful? Congratulations on your marriage. Hello, it's so nice to hear you say that, Arya. I was waiting for you because I have a favor to ask. Please put this crown on me to complete my wedding dress. Arya was astonished. Huh? That's something mothers usually do. Sarah smiled and replied, I want to receive it from you. Arya, in return, let me place the crown on you at your wedding. Even if I get married, I'll no longer be a marchioness or a dowager empress. Sarah and Arya are good friends. That's my wish. Today is my happy day, so I have such a small wish. Can you grant it, Arya? Arya suddenly remembered her past life and was moved to exclaim, Sarah, congratulations on your wedding. As she spoke, Arya placed the crown on Sarah. Thank you, Arya. Then the bells rang. Arya stood and clapped in celebration, thinking, I almost revealed a bad habit. Blinded by revenge, I once left a stain on Sarah's wedding. Luckily, Sarah couldn't see it. Even if it's for revenge, I have to distinguish the time and place. Suddenly Axel asked, My lady, what color do you like? Arya asked, confused, huh? The two of them exchanged vows and rings, and only then did Arya realize. Then she replied, I want a color like Axel's eyes from before. When my bracelet broke on the stairs, I was so happy that Axel came running. If the gem on the ring is a similar color to Axel's, it will feel like Axel is always by my side. That's what I want. Then we must have one that matches the color of your eyes too. Of course, even without a ring, I will always be by your side. After the vows, the bride and groom walked happily, amidst everyone's blessings, in contrast to that atmosphere. In the carriage, Meal silently witnessed it all. She could see the happiness on the faces of Sarah and Marquis Vincent. At this moment, Meal suddenly thought of the image of her and Oscar. She kept staring in that direction. Suddenly a figure approached. Annie brought a plate of cake. You came to enjoy the party, after all. Here, at least eat this. You think I'll eat it? Annie turned away, thinking, anyway, if she was at the party, she would have been discovered eventually. But it seems she was discovered earlier because of me. Sigh, worrying about Jesse's careless words. I can't get soft-hearted. Maybe it's better if I just calm down about today's events. After a moment of daze, Meal opened the carriage door, then poured it onto the ground and mumbled, Why are you showing me sympathy? Annie, things like this. You're clearly doing it on purpose, deliberately teasing me, aren't you? You don't know your place at all. All right. Meal saw Annie happily dancing with the Baron. Her face darkened as she said, "That's not happiness you deserve to enjoy." Over here, Axel spoke up. "Lady Arya, do you have time after the wedding? If you don't mind." Arya cut him off. "I'm sorry, Axel. I have some urgent matters to attend to today." "All right," Arya whispered. "I understand, well, the feeling of waiting for someone." Axel said, "I'm quite confident in my ability to wait. I'm confident I won't make you wait for anything. Are you planning to surprise me in the night garden? Again? I don't know about that. Snap out of it." In the carriage, Meal cried out in frustration. "Ah, that evil girl stole my happiness. I can't let this go." Then Arya's voice was heard. "I'm back." Jessie replied, "You're back, my lady." Suddenly Arya said to Jessie, "Can you help Meal for a bit?" "Huh? Meal, are you all right? What on earth happened? Let me give you a hand." Meal let out a weak, soft groan. From behind, Arya said, "I'm not sure about the details either. For now, just take her to my room. She'll be more comfortable resting there than in her own room." "Arya, I have something to talk to you about for a moment." Jessie said, "I can support her myself. You should go talk with the madam." "All right, then you go on ahead." "Mother, I was going to tell you when today's wedding ceremony was over. More importantly, you're dressed so beautifully for the wedding today. I thought you would come with Count Chloe, like you always do. I didn't expect you to come so early." "That's exactly what I was going to talk about." Arya was bewildered. "Yes? Did you two have a fight?" "No, what you just said, you just called him Count Chloe. After all, he is your biological father. How can you just call him by his name?" Hearing this, Meal was surprised. "Biological father?" At this, Arya replied, "After we met that time, we haven't had a chance to talk, so that's why I called him that. From now on, if you want, I'll call him father." "Sai, I've spoken with your father, and it would be best if we went to Croatia once, before your coming-of-age ceremony." "Yes, I'm not sure. Do we have to go? It's about time you want to greet your family, don't you think?" Over here, Meal spoke up. "Jessie, wait, I'm dizzy. Let me rest for a moment." Jessie asked, "Wouldn't it be better to go quickly?" Meal wanted to eavesdrop, made an excuse. "No, I just need to sit and rest for a bit." Arya's mother said, "At the Marquis's wedding earlier, I saw you and His Highness. It seems like he's going to propose to you as soon as you have your coming-of-age ceremony. If you get married, you'll be much busier, so won't you be unable to go?" Arya replied, "You saw that, mother? It seems that's true, but we don't need money or power anymore. Is it necessary?" She took her daughter's hand. "Arya, you are my proud daughter. You grew up so beautifully on your own, even when you were alone, but that alone is not enough. You are now the one who will become the crown princess. Having inherited my blood, there will be many eyes looking at you with unkind gazes. Even so, half of the blood flowing in you is from the house of a marquis. If you meet and become close with your family over there, then those family members will become your strength." Arya whispered, "Mother." Her mother continued, "You know it too, about how nobles place great importance on bloodline and status when judging people." Arya keenly noticed Meal was eavesdropping, and she replied, "Yes, I understand. I don't know if it's because I'm often with Axel, but lately I've been thinking that as long as you have ability, your status will improve accordingly. But in this world, there's still quite a few people who don't think that way. That's the truth." Hearing this, Meal was shocked. "What? She's the daughter of a marquis from Croatia?" Jessie asked worriedly, "Meal, are you all right?" Downstairs, Arya said, "Anyway, mother, I have something to say. Before being the daughter of a marquis from Croatia, I am your daughter. With just that, I think I'm a person who lacks nothing at all." Arya, what we've wanted all this time, more than status, was that. That's right, that's it. Money, that's the thing. Back then, the top priority was always not to go hungry. Now that we have plenty of assets, having a bit of status is actually good. That thing called status, it's good to have, but it's fine not to have it either. But if you become the crown princess, won't it put pressure on those who speak ill of you behind your back? Whether it's family or whatever. As long as it's useful to you, it's better to just take it all. So let's go. Mother, really, I know I'll make time. Really? You promise? Okay. Then I'll go upstairs first. All right, go get some rest quickly. You must be tired. Arya thought, even though she said it with such a bright face, Mother must be very concerned about my background. If I had grown up in the Marquis's house from the beginning, would this revenge have even existed or not? Seeing that the two had finished talking, Meal thought, she's coming. Jessie, I'm fine now. Let's go quickly. Jessie asked worriedly, are you really okay? I saw you collapse for so long. Meal said hurriedly, I'm not. Suddenly a voice rang out. Oh my, Meal, you haven't gone up yet? Jessie replied. Meal said she was tired, so I let her rest for a bit. Oh dear, are you feeling a little better now? Meal quickly replied. Yes, I can get up now. Is that so? If that's the case, then I must continue my revenge. After making her decision, Arya spoke. Then hurry up and go rest. After that, Jessie took Meal into Arya's room. After getting her settled, Jesse said, I'll be outside now. Please get some rest, Meal. Wait a minute. Jesse, can you stay here? It seems Meal often asks for your help, so Jesse replied, yes, if it's all right, I'll stay. At this moment, Arya turned and asked, by the way, Meal, why did your mood suddenly turn bad at the wedding hall? Meal stammered, the wedding hall? Then a series of images flooded back to her. Meal shot up and shouted, it's all Annie's fault. She did it on purpose. She deliberately made everyone focus their attention on me in a crowded place. Jesse asked in surprise, what? Annie did that? Oh my. Meal replied, it's true. She was clearly trying to bully me. Arya recalled earlier, it was a bit noisy at the entrance just now. Annie replied, I apologize. Meal provoked me, so I accidentally. What did she say to you? Annie remembered Meal saying, we're both commoners. Annie then yelled, how dare you compare me to the young lady? So noisy, you fool. Thinking back, it's a bit embarrassing. Annie replied hesitantly, no, it was nothing, just a trivial matter. Seeing Annie carrying a plate of cake, Arya asked, the main course will be served soon. Are you planning to eat that much? And it's all dessert, too. Oh no, I was planning to bring this to Meal. To Meal? Annie, although you are her guardian, you don't need to be too concerned. If you just leave her be, someone will eventually notice Meal anyway. I think having it resolved quickly at the entrance before the meal started was actually fortunate. It's not that I don't think so, but it's true that she's starving because of me. Besides, she did say she wanted to come to the party to lift her spirits. That's right, it was I who brought her here. Annie was flustered. It's not your fault, my lady. Meal should have refused. I usually give her the stick, so I should give her the carrot this time. Meal likes sweets, so her mood will probably get better. Annie said, I'll be going now. Returning to the present, Arya thought to herself, of course her mood wouldn't get better. Meal shouted again, well, I'm trying to regain my status. She goes and makes fun of me for being demoted to a commoner. If she were a child who could be reformed with just sympathy, she wouldn't have grown up like that in her past life. At that time, I even thought it was all my fault. Jesse said awkwardly, Annie, there's no way she would do that. Meal insisted, I told you it's the truth. Arya interrupted, so that's what happened. If you keep clashing like this, it will be awkward for both of you. It would probably be best if I created an opportunity for you two to talk to each other. Meal replied, but doing that might just get me bullied even more. She even said she'd put me back in jail. So please fire her, fire Annie. Suddenly Arya spoke up, Meal, Annie's master is me, so it's okay. I won't stand by and watch someone bully you. If there's any bullying to be done, it has to be me. I'll also be present when you two talk, so don't worry. Jesse said, I also think it's better to let them talk because she might have some misunderstanding with Annie. More importantly, Jesse, it seems the tea has gone cold. Could you get me some new tea? Yes, my lady. I'll bring some cookies for you too. That's fine. Meal also likes fruit, so bring a few types along as well. Yes. After Jesse left, Arya said, so Meal. Suddenly she asked, Sister, are you really the young lady of the Marquis of Croatia? Where did you hear that from? Meal hesitated. I happened to overhear the other maids talking. Wasn't it because you were eavesdropping just now? That seems hard to accept as a noble, doesn't it? Meal, that's right. What the hell is status, anyway? To push me in is such an unpleasant fate. Arya didn't hide it and said, I inherited the blood of the Marquis of Croatia. My grandmother was a member of the royal family. I don't know who spread that rumor, but don't tell anyone, okay? I was planning to reveal it slowly later on. Meal replied, yes. She thought, she inherited the blood of a noble? What? Then that's only natural, isn't it? She's not just some commoner. In terms of background, she was already an opponent I could hardly win against. Arya smiled. Anyway, Meal, I'll also help you and Annie have a smooth conversation. That's right. I happen to have a tea that's perfect for you. There won't be any problems. You just need to do what you've always done. Until now. Tea? What's the use of doing that? Have you forgotten because it was so long ago? You used very before. You made me drink poison tea. Hearing this, Meal trembled. That wasn't something I did alone. Emma, that's right. Emma did it, didn't she? Arya smirked. Since you didn't do it with your own hands, you don't intend to consider it your fault? What I mean is, you know the method too. Meal recalled Emma's words. Lady Meal, I heard that you and her mother will be coming today. Don't forget that you are different. There's no need to get along with those people. We can't get along anyway. The first time we met, Arya cheerfully introduced herself. I am Arya. Meal smiled. Arya, I'll be in your care. You too? I'll be in your care as well. But Meal didn't shake her hand, and at the same time, Emma spoke up. Excuse me, my lady, she has to go eat now. We'll be leaving first. At that time, Arya awkwardly replied, I'm I'm sorry, my hands are too dirty. Meal thought to herself, Emma, is it because Sister Arya is half noble and half commoner that we can't get along? But the Arya now is different. She suits me. Returning to the present, Arya hugged her tightly. Meal, being hated because of the people around you. How tiring must that have been? If you want to get revenge on Annie, just say the word. If you want to, I'll help. Sister, but isn't the poisonous herb dangerous? If something happens, I might end up in prison. Would I really tell my own sister to kill someone? Arya explained, it's called Yudawa. I heard it's also used to make medicine. If you use too much, it becomes a poison, but if you use a moderate amount, it will only cause a stomachache. Ha, stomachache. She thought, is she treating this like a joke? Arya continued, but what if you feel that way every time? What would happen if just drinking tea or eating also gave you a stomachache? You'd gradually become afraid to eat anything, wouldn't you? You'd start to worry if you have some kind of illness. If you don't eat properly, your body will gradually weaken, and the stress will keep building up. Meal continued, if she becomes hysterical, then everyone will think Annie is strange. That's right, as expected of Meal, you catch on quick, don't you? Arya thought, that's how they turned me into a villainess in the past. How could I not understand? Thinking this, Arya said, but of course it's a dangerous substance. If you're too scared, you don't have to use it. Like I said earlier, you can also relieve stress by talking. Meal was silent, thinking about something. A moment later, Meal spoke up and asked, where is that Yudawa? That's right, Meal. Without Emma, you have no choice but to step up yourself now. Even so, you don't run away and always act so foolishly. How grateful I am. Arya said, isn't it home? Why did you talk about very like that before? You know how to get the poisonous herb. I also heard about it from the security team later. Sunflowers are also a type of flower that's used, so it's probably there, right? If you want, I'll let you know. Meal, are you only now getting worried? Or should we let you rest for a bit? It's not like that. Seeing Meal's trembling figure, Arya smiled and said, all right, then I'll let you know. Suddenly Meal spoke, Humph, I'm sorry, sister. Imagining the image of having a stomachache for no reason. I couldn't stop laughing without even realizing it. That's right, that trick is quite gentle. Arya said to herself, just like the day you pushed father, it's been a long time since you startled me like that. Meal, Annie then called out, my lady, you have an appointment in town this morning, don't you? Ah, Meal, you're not the one scheduled for the morning shift here, are you? You really are something. I'll be checking the cleaning later, so get to it. Arya advised. Annie, calm down. It seems Meal is still sad about what happened yesterday. Even if that's the case this time, Meal can't always be bothering the young lady. Like this. A few seconds later, Arya leaned in and whispered in Annie's ear. It seems she's in great shock this time, so please be understanding. That's why I've made a decision. After hearing this, Annie excitedly asked, really? As expected of you, my lady, you think differently. As expected, Arya reminded her, sure. I told Meal we're doing it ourselves. It's a surprise. Annie covered her mouth. Ah, yes. Arya said, you go on ahead and prepare for me. Annie replied cheerfully, yes, ma'am. After Annie left, Arya said, Meal, you said you found a good tea earlier, right? I've decided to have tea with Annie this afternoon. Already, Annie always loves having tea with me like this. Isn't she cute? It's a good thing you found a good tea. I'll be back this afternoon, so please prepare it so we can have tea on time. Meal nodded. Yes, sister, I will be waiting. At the Baron's shop, many young ladies were gathered. Arya stood on the upper floor looking down. Suddenly the Baron ran over. I apologize for the mess, my lady. It's so embarrassing to have invited you here. Arya said, it's all right. Baron Burbum has taken responsibility for all my work, from the academy to the businesses. The Baron shook his head. Not at all. When I think of the opportunity Arya has given me, this is nothing. At this point, Arya got to the main issue. Then let's quickly handle our business, since we're both equally busy. Where are the documents I need to sign? The Baron hastily replied, ah, you can go this way. Because they requested recommendations of academy students for low-level official positions in the royal family. I have selected them very carefully. They're students with excellent academic records, and there are no issues with their character either. There are many students who received area scholarship. You really have a good eye, don't you? A name caught Arya's attention. Han. In the past, he sold newspapers and was killed by a carriage. It feels so strange to see him alive like this now and living up to my expectations. At this level, he's not enough to be Jesse's partner. I hope he'll be even better in the future. Arya picked up a pen and signed. But for what I've heard, it's not just low-level officials. I heard that the vacant spots, the ones left by the traitors, will also be replaced by people recommended by Arya. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't expect the Baron would want a spot too, huh? Which position do you like? Oh my, that's not what I meant. I'm just kidding. You must have been very busy lately. When I came to the Baron's shop today, I thought I should find a separate building and split it off. In the meantime, I've only been delegating work. It's true that I've been continuously involved in areas affairs. If that's the case, until a building is found, I know. After it's found, I can help at any time. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll do my best. Thank you, Baron Burbum. Arya silently assessed. The Baron is honest and also clumsy. At this rate, he has no intention of having an affair with Annie, does he? I was a little worried about the beauties around him. Or maybe it's good to keep myself busy. Thinking this, Arya wondered, you said you would take the documents to the royal palace right away, right? Then please send this letter to His Highness the Crown Prince for me. I understand. The businessmen who have an appointment with Arya today will be led here by a servant. I wish you a pleasant work day. All right, I'll borrow the office for a bit. While she was sitting and working, someone suddenly entered and announced, Miss Arya, I'm sorry to disturb you while you're busy, but this is an urgent letter. Arya opened it to see. The letter inside read, It's a pity you found someone else besides me, but I trust you'll explain the reason later, right? I've handled what you mentioned immediately, so let's meet again soon. After reading, Arya said, I've checked it. Thank you for sending it so quickly. Please send my thanks to His Highness as well. Yes, Arya thought to herself, will you make me a fun tea party? Meal in the mansion. Meal was mixing and calculating. If used as medicine, you have to use half a teaspoon. A teaspoon will cause a stomachache, right? But isn't this too little? A little more should be fine, right? A little more, a little more. Suddenly she exclaimed, the teacup is full. If so, Annie won't drink it. Or should I just put in the teapot? But Sister Arya is drinking too, so I can't. Then that won't do. Her face turned sinister. As she poured into the teapot, she said, what should I do? You shouldn't have drunk it. If so, it's not okay, but Then Meal saw Arya and cheerfully called out, Sister, you're back. You've already prepared it so quickly? Is this golden cup for Annie? That's right. Arya asked again, did you adjust the dosage properly? If you add too much, something big will happen. Meal. But it wasn't until she called again that Meal answered with a start. Yes, I know, I only put in a little bit. Arya looked over at Meal. All right, then I'll go change my clothes. It's about time for tea. Then Annie burst through the door. My lady, I'm here. Thank you for inviting me to tea. Meal said, well, since everyone is here, let me bring the tea. All right. Waiting for Meal to leave, Arya said, you really are something. Today's tea party was prepared by Meal. Well, to be precise, the young lady organized it for Meal. That's right. The person the young lady mentioned this morning, they said they've departed and are on their way here now. Don't you think I'm good? The timing is perfect. You did very well. She must be very surprised, right? Hee. Before that, Arya had told Jesse, today I've invited Meal to join a 3-person tea party, consisting of me, Meal, and Annie. Meal must have finished preparing. Jesse will also be attending. Hearing that, she replied, yes, I understand, my lady. Remembering this, Jesse helplessly muttered, the young lady is really something. At that time, Arya had instructed, you just need to bring one more teacup and walk in behind Meal. Jesse asked in surprise, what? Don't I just need to prepare one more cup? That, to make Meal happy, I've invited a surprise guest. That's why, upon entering the room, Meal was extremely surprised. Why are you here? Ken said with a laugh. Meal, it seems you're still living well. Annie exclaimed, Tata, surprised. He said, Arya invited him because this is the first tea party you've personally prepared. Meal hesitated. Is that so? Then we're short one teacup. Let me go get another one. As soon as the words were out, Jesse said with a smile, if it's a teacup you need, I have one right here, Meal. Jesse's sudden appearance made Meal jump. Jesse, why are you also? Arya said, I invited Jesse as well. Did you know? Meal relies on Jesse a lot. Ken exclaimed, oh, so that's how it is. Seeing Meal still dazed, Jesse said, let's hurry inside. Meal, she stammered in reply, Everyone is looking forward to Meal's tea party. But looking at the people before her, Meal felt dizzy. Arya said, now, let's drink the tea you've prepared. At this moment, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Her mouth stammered, this tea is not okay. If I bring this out, my brother will. Meal regained her composure and replied with a smile. Knowing you were coming, I would have prepared a better tea. I'll go prepare a different kind of tea now. Suddenly, Annie snatched the tea tray from Meal's hands. That's all right. Meal asked, startled, what are you doing? Why are you so tense? Let me serve. You just sit at the table. I'm afraid you'll drop it. Jessie chuckled to herself. Annie is really something. I don't know what happened yesterday, but it seems she wants to make up. Annie said, let me pour for the young lady first. Arya said with a smile, pour for Ken first, then pour for me. All right, I'll have mine first then. Seeing this, Meal fearfully tried to stop him. No, you can't. If you drink that tea, no, you can't. Sister, Arya said, confused. Meal, oh my, that expression. Are you that worried about the taste of the tea? Meal quickly nodded. Let me go brew another pot. With my brother here too, it probably won't be enough. Don't worry, he'll happily drink it. Right, Ken? Because it's tea personally brewed by Meal. Ken replied cheerfully, that's right, of course. Suddenly, Meal screamed again. No, I said you can't. Why? Why won't any of you listen to me? Oh my, Meal, what on earth did you do to the teapot to be acting like this? It's a good thing I brought the hourglass, just in case. Should I turn back the clock now? Back to before Meal screamed. But before she could do anything, she heard Ken say, Meal, it's okay. The tea is delicious, so you don't need to hang your head like that. As he finished speaking, he immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough, cough. Meal screamed again, ah. Immediately after, Ken collapsed to the ground. Arya, startled, asked herself, is she crazy? How much poison did she put in? She called out loudly, is anyone outside? Call someone here, quickly. Meal also rushed to Ken's side. Brother. Jesse frowned and said, I'll go call a doctor. Annie, hold on to that teapot. Hearing that, she held the teapot tightly. I know. In the room now, only Meal's panic calls remained. Brother, wake up. Brother, cough, cough. Meal, did you intend to discard even your own brother? Her voice trembled. No, that's not it. Arya knelt down. Ken, I'm sorry. I'll let you drink the tea first. It's all my fault. Hearing that, he turned to look at her. Arya continued to sob. I promised myself I would teach Meal properly. But sob, sob, cough, cough. I'm so glad you're okay. Cough, cough. She called softly, brother. He still struggled to speak. Cough, cough. I'm sorry for leaving my wicked little sister to you. Meal could only stammer, brother, but the only reply was Ken's coughing. Cough, cough. Looking at the pool of blood before her, she was stunned. Just then, Jesse ran in with the doctor. Where's the patient? But the only reply he received was a wail. Sob. The doctor asked worriedly. No, he's not already dead, is he? Let me see, his heart has stopped. Hearing this, Arya screamed, brother. Suddenly, Meal charged forward aggressively. It's all your fault. Jesse quickly ran to restrain her. Meal, you know it's not the young lady's fault. Even so, Meal still tried to struggle free. No, she was the one who told me to prepare the tea party. I told my brother not to drink that tea. Already, tears immediately welled up in Arya's eyes. So, was that tea meant for me? Were you trying to kill me? Meal. Only now did Meal realize what she had just said. I didn't die. Before she could finish explaining, she heard a shout. The guard have arrived. Annie quickly ran out. Here, it's this tea. It's clearly been poisoned. Please check it, sir. Hearing her words, those present were all horrified. Oh my goodness, again. Over here, Meal mumbled, it's true that I made the tea. But it's true, but seeing her like this, Arya couldn't help but feel triumphant. Meal, it seems the time for the end has finally come. She chuckled softly, but it seems you're more shocked than I thought. Why is that? You have to be cruel until the very end like this. Only then can the ending be more satisfying. The night was dark and silent. The prison cell only echoed with the sound of footsteps. Suddenly, the guards' voices could be heard. Generally speaking, if there's some kind of devil, things like this will appear. Why? Didn't she run away to Croatia last time? But this time there was a supervisor, and she even planned to kill the supervisor and escape. It's truly horrifying. Anyway, Arya can't be forgiven anymore. Of course. Hearing this, Meal was stunned. She looked down at her hands and remembered. Emma, father, brother. Am I such a bad child? At this moment, a member of the guard team brought the teapot and said, the analysis has been completed. It has been determined that there is a large amount of poison in the tea. When we checked the kitchen, we found a medicinal herb with components similar to the poison in the tea. This is clearly a planned assassination. Hearing that, the servants buzzed. A planned assassination? Her own brother? Annie said, but at first, it was only me, the young lady, and Meal who were scheduled to have tea together. The guard was stunned. If that's the case then. The servants whispered again. So was the target Annie or Lady Arya? Oh my goodness. At this moment, Aesel walked in and asked, is the investigation going well? Your Highness the Crown Prince, I've heard what happened. The victim, Ken, was a servant of the royal family. Therefore, this case will be handled by me, a member of the royal family. Report what has happened so far to the royal investigation team. The guard obeyed. Yes, sir. Very quickly, this incident spread among the public. Extra, read all about it. Rose Scent Meal has once again revealed her evil nature. Buy a newspaper to find out the details. Hearing this, everyone scrambled. Me too. After reading, They immediately cursed. Look at this, she's truly a venomous snake. Crazy, absolutely crazy. The newspaper wrote that Lady Arya had invited Ken, her only relative, because Meal was in a bad mood and had to watch her brother die before her very eyes. Suddenly a young man said, who told her to pay a lower price. It would have ended up like this anyway. How blind? Hearing that, he asked back, blind about what? The man immediately pointed at Meal. It's all because of this wicked girl. Now, even Arya can't forgive her anymore. The newspaper wrote again, Lady Arya wanted to apologize for taking Meal in like that, but not being able to help Meal become a better person. Oh my, the future crown princess is such a kind person. Even if she were a benevolent saint, she has to be decisive this time. On Arya's side, she gazed out the window when suddenly Jessie pushed the door open. My lady, I brought tea. All right, just leave it there. Are you sure you're all right, my lady? Such a horrifying thing happened today. Arya nodded. That's why it's even more necessary. If I continue to be unable to drink it in the future, it will be very awkward. And since it's tea made by Jessie, it will be fine. My lady, it's all right. Please enjoy your tea. You're being like this again? All right, I'll drink it with pleasure. You sit down too. But is there something you want to say? Arya hesitated. About what happened today? Jessie quickly bowed her head. I am truly sorry. Arya asked, why are you apologizing? Today I agreed with the idea of talking to Meal, which is why you, my lady. Arya said, I was the one who brought it up first. You just trusted and treated Meal kindly. She thought, just like in the past, even though she acted like that, I still couldn't give up on her. Arya said with a smile, you know, what happened today was not your fault, my lady, but on the contrary, it seems to be a blessing. In disguise. Through this, it seems you've realized something, haven't you? What is it? Arya put down her teacup. In high society, it seems it's easier to encounter danger. You can be framed without even knowing it, right? Thanks to things like this, it's fortunate that it can help you realize not to easily trust anyone in the future. I hope you won't get hurt again. Jessie, she thought to herself, at the very least, you shouldn't repeat the foolish past like I did. Jessie replied, I was actually very scared. The young lady almost drank the poisoned tea. Do you think I would have done that? Arya took another sip of tea. In any case, it's not your fault. Jessie, she was moved. Thank you, my lady. I am always indebted to your grace. Arya laughed. Ha, that's what I wanted to say. Jessie, Arya looked at her maid and pondered. When I returned, I met her again. Because I could trust her, we were able to come this far together. A few days later, Arya was reading a book when there was a knock. On the door, she spoke, come in. Aesel entered and said, good evening. Arya put her book down. It's a good thing we created a teleportation room. Thanks to that, I haven't offended the young lady in any way. What offense? Being asked by you on the rooftop would also be romantic. If you say so, then I'll have to always wait for you at the window on the rooftop. Ha, but it's so late. Is there something else? You must be very busy, right? I came because of my busy work. What else? So, it must be about Meal's case. That's right. According to the investigator, she kept saying it was Arya's fault. But suddenly she became obedient and said that she is a bad child. They say she is suffering from a mental disorder in many ways. A mental disorder. Arya thought to herself. Meal is the type to endure by rationalizing things to herself. Seeing her brother die before her eyes like that must have caused her to completely break down. Aesel continued, so I came to ask what punishment you would like if you want revenge. Arya quickly said, no, it's okay. Just handle it according to the laws of the Empire. She said to herself, now I really have to send you away, Meal. Aesel was silent for a moment, then said, tonight is the last night for having tried not to take revenge for a long time. If you have one last thing you want to say, I will help you. The last word, then I'll leave it to you. Aesel, after that, they arrived at the cell of Meal. Aesel asked, still not asleep? It's a good thing we didn't have to wake you. Seeing the two of them, Arya called out, Sister, Your Highness, how did you? Have you forgotten what happened before? I told you I appear like magic. Meal suddenly understood. So Your Highness really does have magic. But even if you know that, now no one will believe what you say. She gritted her teeth in anger. Ugh, all of this, it's all your fault. You're the one who made me like this. What's the reason? Arya said, it's you who's to blame. Why did you do it? Why do you hate me so much? Meal was from around the age of 13, wasn't it? The servants were sent and ordered me around for everything. If you're a noble, all those things called the law of pride, splendor, and beauty incited me. At that time, I was too foolish and naive. So, if everyone said so, I would believe it immediately. That's why I gradually lost my reputation in high society. In the end, I became the villainess, just as the rumors said. Meal was bewildered upon hearing this. Arya continued, Mother was poisoned by you, but I didn't know. At that time, I only believed what was in front of my eyes and enjoyed my pleasures. In the end, I was arrested for attempting to poison you. But what you wanted with that villainous reputation, I was sentenced to death. Meal wondered, what are you talking about now? Arya just continued to recount. I regretted my own crimes and waited until the end. At that time, you admitted to me everything was planned to kill me. At that very moment, a god saw my anger and granted me power, and I returned to the past, so I was determined to take revenge on you. The explanation is over. Hearing this, Meal jumped up and shouted angrily, "Crazy? Are you crazy? Not executed, but returned to the past. Because of that delusion, you turned me into this? That delusion? Is that all? All right. Isn't it because you did that to us because you always thought we were so common? That's why you poisoned my mother and even tore out my tongue. If you had let us live, we probably would have ended our lives foolishly anyway." Meal said irritably, "Why do you keep talking about things that never happened? You're pushing me to my limit. Then if I had done nothing, do you think we could have been a happy family?" Meal replied, "How could that be? At least then, I wouldn't have been wronged like this." Meal, you need to speak properly. You being in here is your own doing. Pushing the count or putting poison in the tea you drank. It was all you. Meal screamed that in the end, you're just pinning it all on me like this? What's this about returning to the past? Saying such crazy things. Arya said, "You saw Aesel's ability right before your eyes, yet you can't believe my words? And anyway, whether you believe it or not doesn't matter now. I've been constantly watching you, so I know if I had done nothing, the same past would have repeated itself. So perhaps no matter what happens, we can never live together." She screamed, "Ah, how can my life be ruined by the delusions of a crazy girl like this? Ugh, it's so unfair. What did I do wrong?" At this moment, Asher said, "My lady, let's go. Someone might be coming." All right, she thought. I've said everything I wanted to say. Then she left while Miel was wailing loudly. Sob. The guard came to warn her, "Hey, shut your mouth and stay put in there." She continued to sob uncontrollably. Sobi, teacher, even after doing all those things, you still don't want to die, do you?" Miel buried her face. Sobi. She recalled. Back then, it was a good thing I didn't take that hand. She's such a terrifying demon. My choice wasn't wrong. Her whole body trembled, and tears streamed down her face nonstop. I'm so pitiful. Boo-hoo. The guard yelled again, "I told you to shut up." On the other side, Arya looked up at the starry night sky. It seemed the night wind carried Miel's cries. I was also planning to mock her at the execution site, just as Miel did to me in the past. But it's a good thing I went to see her like this. I can't let her suffer for only a brief moment. Just keep crying, Miel. The long night you have to endure will eventually come to an end. When morning comes to greet you, I'll be looking forward to seeing your face. The next day, Miel was brought to the execution ground. People whispered and gossiped. That villainess is truly an outrageous criminal. Die, kill her. Kill that villainess. The sentence began to be announced. From now on, you will face your punishment. Prisoner Miel attempted to poison the guards while under custody, which led to innocent deaths at this place. She is convicted of attempted murder by poisoning. She is sentenced to death. Arya thought. Her face looks like she didn't sleep at all. She must have anticipated her execution, which is why she was too scared to sleep all night, right? If not, then Miel remembered the first day they met as children. Arya had held out her hand and called to Miel. From the very first meeting, I intended to just kill her because I was always told not to get along with lowly people. Of course I thought that. But what about my heart? You must be very scared. I wonder what would have happened if I had taken this hand. She pictured a beautiful scene in her mind. She takes Arya's hand. I hope you'll help me too, Sister Arya. Arya smiles and replies, yes, Miel, because my world seems to have changed. If she had taken Arya's hand that day, they could have played together on freezing winter days, could have sat together drinking tea and warming themselves by the fireplace. Arya holds a teacup and says, it's so hot. Miel laughs and replies, oh, sister. Or when they grew a little older, they could have sewn together. Everyone had a smile on their face. The atmosphere was incredibly pleasant and cozy. Spring came with blooming cherry blossoms. Miel runs to a party and calls out, sister. Arya turns her head and smiles brightly at Miel, and so the two of them, along with Oscar and Asher, could enjoy tea and chat together. But in Arya's thoughts, all of that was now impossible. Miel, I already told you, we absolutely cannot live together. The death sentence was finally carried out, and Miel's head fell. Arya stood below, using binoculars to watch. Clearly, the crowd cheered with joy. Arya thought to herself, you really haven't changed at all. My future and the futures of those around me are changing. But whether in the past or now, you still haven't changed. I remember the day Emma was sentenced to death. She didn't scream at any of the provocations. Is this what someone raised as a noble is like? For a moment, I thought it was truly frightening. You cried so much yesterday, and it seems you dreamed a happy delusion with a smile like this on your face, didn't you? It makes sense, since you've always persisted in your own rationalizations. Really? How fortunate that the target of my revenge was you. Thank you. Miel, just go on living in that dream of yours. A vision unfolded. Miel had asked Arya, Sister, I heard you can turn back time. Is that true? If we go back to the past, we can clearly be happy. Us? No, I must have misspoken. That's only my own happiness. I told you we can't be together. It's too late now. It just has to last until the dream ends. Because this is where I can be happiest. Sometime later, Arya was lost in thought. A few days had passed since Miel's execution. The excitement of that day felt like a dream. Everyone returned to their lives. Quietly, as if nothing had happened, Miel was forgotten by everyone. Since then, every time I open my eyes in bed and look at the ceiling, I see Miel's severed head. I thought it would be floating there. But surprisingly, there was nothing. That's right, that soul departed with a rather peaceful expression. Arya went to open the curtains. She looked at her reflection in the window pane. Reflected back was Miel's face at the moment of her death. She thought, a haunting afterimage of revenge lingers here. As time passes, this too will be forgotten. At this moment, Karen said, Let's get ready to go out. It's been a while since we've traveled this far. In the carriage, Arya asked, Mother, you didn't choose the wedding date like this because of me, did you? Right? Goodness, what are you saying? I already said that if I remarried Chloe, we would hold it in Croa. Besides, with the recent unpleasant events, your expression hasn't been good. Is that why I have to go to Croa to rest until your wedding, Mother? Isn't it because I previously said I would only come to say hello, so you used that as an excuse to drag me to the wedding? Karen laughed and replied, As expected of my daughter, you catch on so quickly. Oh, Mother, I told you it wasn't necessary to introduce me this way. They probably don't care that much anyway. What are you talking about? They absolutely wanted to bring you to Croa. I told them about your background, but more than that, it's because I didn't raise you properly. What strange things are you saying, Mother? It's because you brought me to the Count's house that I am who I am today. That's enough. You're my daughter, so it's only natural. Of course. Karen continued, Besides, you share a bloodline with those people, so I want them to show you what family love is. I've never experienced such things, so I don't really know. And why did it end up like that with the Count? As soon as you have your coming-of-age ceremony, you'll get married immediately. I hope you won't get lost like I did and will know how to love your child. Look at Marquis Piast. It took him 20 years to find me. Don't you think that's enough to make you beautiful, even if you were ugly? Arya chuckled softly and replied, Emichum, thanks to you, Mother, I was born this beautiful, so I've never worried about such a thing. Karen said proudly, In any case, that's not my fault, is it? Arya thought to herself, bloodline, family. I don't care and I don't really understand it. Her mother said, Anyway, everyone is worried about you, so get some good rest. Don't feel too pressured. Yes, I'm not too worried about those things. Right now, the one thing I'm worried about is Asher. His mood is absolutely terrible. At that moment, Vika cheerfully entered Asher's room. Hello. Lane said, exasperated, honestly. Vika continued, It seems His Highness is in there. I've come to deliver a report to him. Shoo, if it's not urgent, it's better to bring it later. Seeing Asher looking extremely gloomy, Vika immediately understood. Is it because Arya is going to Croa? Lane said, the lady's birthday is coming up, so she said she would be back by then, but he's still like this. Asher's face darkened as I thought, I have to follow her. Until now, I was relieved that I could go see her whenever I wanted. But Croa is too far. It takes a whole week by carriage. Before, when I teleported to Croa, I fainted. It's so annoying that guy Lohan can flirt with Arya. Thinking this, he shot up to his feet. Vika rushed in. Your Highness, where are you going? Didn't Arya say she likes a man who is diligent with his work? Asher said worriedly, there might be a problem with the lady's identity. You shouldn't treat Arya like a child, should you? It's because there's someone problematic there, meaning Lohan. Lane bravely said, that would be great if you kept in moderation. But if you keep overdoing it like this, won't the lady get tired of it? The lady won't get tired of me. Are you now doubting the love Arya has for me? Lane and Vika flinched and replied, no, that's not it. They worried silently. This is only making him angrier. Asher said again, I'll just go to Kroa and come back. Sokka suddenly spoke up. Wait, hold on, Your Highness. Seeing this, Lane called out in surprise, Sokka. Sokka continued, Your Highness, couldn't you use this time to prepare that plan on a grander scale? Compared to when Arya is in the Empire, I think this is the perfect time to push forward with the preparations. That makes sense? But even if it's not Lohan, what if the lady says she wants to live with her family? Hasn't Arya already promised Your Highness? On the contrary, if you go to see her like this, she might be hurt, thinking you don't trust her. Asher imagined Arya's sad face. You don't trust me that much? At this, Asher replied, MHM, I'm not that impatient. All right, I'll take this opportunity to review the scale of that plan. Vika immediately exclaimed, Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I think I just said something similar. But why did you only listen to Sokka? He said, I can feel the sincerity in Sokka's words. As for you, it seems you were just trying to make me work. Lane asked, Sokka must have had that intention too, right? I just thought it was a good opportunity for Your Highness's plan. Asher nodded in satisfaction. So loyal. Lane thought in confusion. Sincerity? Trusting and waiting for the lady is also my job. This is the first time she's meeting her family. I hope she has a good time and comes back soon. He thought cheerfully, all right, the position for family. Even if it's Lohan, she won't let herself get stuck there. Meanwhile, Arya and Karen arrived in Kroa. Lohan was waiting with a radiant expression. Lady Arya, hello. It is an honor to meet Your Highness Lohan, King of Kroa. Raise your head. Arya replied, Thank you, Your Highness. But you seem to have more free time than I thought. She wondered, why are you here? This familiar feeling. Ha ha ha. Isn't it because I want to rule this entire Kroa Empire peacefully? Chloe spoke up. I'm sorry, Karen. He said he was coming, but I didn't think he really would. Haven't you all forgotten my help? Marquis Piast thought to himself. From the very beginning, I helped because I was aiming for Arya. I just came to see how my help turned out. Now that I've seen it, I can go back with peace of mind. Kroa is a wonderful country, so please feel free to rest and enjoy yourself, my lady. Well then, I will be back soon. Hearing this, Arya could only laugh. It's fine if you don't come back, Your Highness. Arya thought, it's a good thing King Lohan's sudden appearance helped ease the tense situation. Chloe said, once again, we welcome you both. Karen, Arya, welcome back to the Marquis' home. Arya silently wondered, I already know the Marquis and my father. Are the others relatives or servants? Do I have to memorize and greet each one of them? Why do I feel an aura coming from over there? Violet approached. So you're Arya. It's nice to meet you. I'm Violet, your grandmother. This pressuring gaze, I've seen it before, Her gaze and gestures reminded her of Efari. Violet spoke again. To think I have such a beautiful granddaughter, and I didn't know until now. This is truly the same bloodline, absolutely mother and daughter. Although that's not what I wanted to say. Violet cut off her train of thought. Arya, I have a favor to ask of you. If it's all right, may I hold your hand? Arya smiled and replied, Of course, madam. Violet immediately took her hand. What's this, madam? Feel free to call me grandmother. Oh my, I must be so happy that I'm acting this way. Why are your hands so beautiful? If possible, I'd like to show you around the mansion. But you've just arrived. You must need a rest. Karen smiled and said, I'll take the luggage down. You can go and come back later. Haha. Chloe also said, if you want to rest, please go to the room that has been prepared over here. Haha. Marquis Piast added, knowing you like meat, I prepared various kinds. Which one do you like best? Haha. Arya cried out internally, I feel so pressured and tired. Scene change. Asher, don't you want to fly to Kroa? He was working diligently under the supervision of all three. He said, for the lady's sake, I must finish my work quickly. Vika praised, Your Highness, you are the best. Lane also said, Lady Arya will surely be very happy. Asher thought, anyway, I just need to work. Lady Arya, thank you. Back to Arya's side. She felt pressured by everyone's attention. She cried out internally, save me. Violet said brightly, well then, Lady Arya, shall I show you around? Arya replied, I will rest in my room. Right now, I'm very, very tired. Oh my, you're more tired than I thought. Hey, quickly escort the lady to her room. Marquis Piast called, madam. In that case, how about you personally take the lady to her room? Ah, that's a good idea. Would that be all right? Karen thought to herself. The atmosphere is truly second to none. Arya replied, yes, please. Then Violet took Arya to her room. Lady Arya's room on the top floor has been all prepared. You can see a beautiful view from here, and it always catches the warm sunlight. I hope you like it. Arya was silently surprised by the warm scent of the sun, bright and so elegant. The room was full of consideration, as everything was decorated very carefully. Violet said, when dinner's ready, I'll have someone bring it up for you, so just rest. Yes, thank you very much. Marquis P.S. call, madam. You should come out now. Oh me, I can't believe my granddaughter is in this room. I'm sorry. It's all right. Her grandmother turned back and said, if you need anything, just let me know. Arya let out a sigh. Phew. At that moment, Jessie exclaimed, my lady, this room is so luxurious. It's so beautiful. Annie excitedly added, it's true. It's so big. The light coming into the room is also very bright. The Marquis must be very rich. The Countess's wasn't even like this. The chandelier is so high too. Arya looked out the window, lost in thought. Just from the sight of the well-tended garden, one could see this place has a long, noble history. Even a choice of furniture, you couldn't decorate like this even with money. Arya praised. The garden is beautiful. What a warm welcome. Wow, it's really wonderful, isn't it? I feel like the whole mansion is welcoming you, my lady. I think so too. She thought to herself, but I'm not entirely happy. Treating me like this means they want something from me, right? It can't be just because we're family. Is this the invisible pressure of playing the role of the elegant, noble granddaughter of this room? To build this family's power, as Mother said, also means I have to please her, right? Later, Arya had tea with everyone. Violet spoke up, Lady Arya, does the dessert suit your taste? I haven't tasted it yet, so... It's delicious, because among yesterday's desserts, you chose the one with honey. So today, I had a dessert with that sharp sweetness prepared. Thank you for your consideration, but I will eat everything deliciously, so you don't need to worry too much. I heard you like meat, so I was wondering if you can eat seafood? I want to treat you to some precious seafood dishes. Oh no, I can eat it. Ah, one more thing. Among the meat dishes yesterday, which one did you find the most delicious? Oh my, I'm sorry, your expression. Arya's face clearly showed her fatigue. No, the fatigue from the long journey is lasting longer than I thought. She felt annoyed internally. It's been like this since the first day, so I feel so pressured. Violet turned to Karen. The road here isn't short, so of course she'd be tired. Karen, are you all right? Wow, I'm fine. Thank you so much for your concern for Arya. Arya observed silently. At times like this, she looks like a normal lady. Violet said again, what are you saying? As Arya's grandmother, it's only natural to be concerned. Arya said, the meal is over, so I'll take my leave. One last thing, what kind of fruit do you like? Arya reluctantly replied, all of them. After returning to her room, she sat in thought. I think my grandmother is very grateful to me, isn't she? It's a bit excessive, no? If I think about it, that feeling isn't so strange. A daughter left alone in the empire, and a son who became a hermit. Grandmother Violet is truly a mother who broke her family apart. Of course, we can't ignore the issue of her ex-husband, who kicked her out, or her coming to the empire with her current husband. But if that's her nature, she would probably think that the entire cause lies with herself. All children are like that, but I was born as a miracle. Is she grateful for that miracle? No. Does she just want to be comforted through me and feel less burdened that way? Jessie said with a smile, well, she has to be like that. Anyway, my lady, she's meeting her granddaughter after 17 years. Annie agreed there, and she's a very proud granddaughter at that. That's right, that's right. Hearing this, Arya just replied, Imachim. Jessie continued, that's only natural, because you've grown up so well, my lady. I think so too. I wonder if you dislike this place, my lady? You don't often leave your room except for meal times. No, what's there to dislike? It's just that their kindness is a bit pressuring for me. Even if we're family, this is the first time we've met. Even so, because your family... is that perhaps because you lived at the Count's house? Jessie asked why. The Count's family is in ruins now. No, that's not it. Annie explained, not long after Miel was executed, the Count also hanged himself. A family that kills each other. Such ugly images have had a bad influence on you, my lady. Arya thought, if things were left as they were, my mother and I would have ended up like that too. I didn't know the Count had hanged himself. Jesse smiled encouragingly. You don't need to worry too much about that. I think it's just like how Lady Karen thinks of you. Like my mother? Arya pondered. For my mother and me, rather than family, we were more like we were together for survival. She asked curiously, is it natural to treat each other well just because you share the same blood? Jesse replied, you could say that. You had a difficult life until you came to the Count's house. Doesn't the madam know that and want to treat you well to make up for what she couldn't do in the past? Arya thought to herself, she didn't abandon us herself. So, is it just because of the fact that we're connected by blood? Moreover, isn't it just to alleviate her own guilt? Jesse continued, and because you don't go out except for dinner every time the madam showers all her attention on you. So maybe that's why you feel pressured. How about talking with her outside of mealtimes? On the very day you arrived, you said the garden here was very beautiful. It's clear the madam prepared it very carefully. You could take a walk and talk to her about it. The madam would surely be very happy. So Arya left her room. She asked the servants, excuse me, do you know where the marquise is? Seeing her, everyone was extremely surprised. The lady is out of her room. She's been in her room this whole time. Did we do something wrong? A maid approached. I am sorry. I didn't quite hear you. Arya repeated. I asked where Marquise Piast is. At this hour, she's usually taking a walk in the garden. From here, she could also see the garden outside. So I can see the large garden from my room too. I see, thank you. Annie, Jesse, I'm going alone, so you two should take some time for yourselves. Yes, my lady, please be careful. See you later, my lady. The servants gossiped. Did she say thank you? Isn't she too kind? Really? So she didn't come out of her room because we did something wrong? Was she dissatisfied with our appearance? But she's so beautiful. Was the young Lady Violet that beautiful too? That golden hair is truly... Jesse and Annie felt quite proud hearing this. Later, in the lush green garden, Arya looked at the scenery around her and pondered. This thing called family love that everyone talks about. They say it's natural, but I don't really get it. Is it a feeling I've experienced before? It's like the feeling I first felt from Asher. Love. This thing called love. But since Asher is another person, this case is a bit different. How am I supposed to understand this? Suddenly, a voice cut through Arya's thoughts. M.Y. lady. So you were here. She wondered in surprise. Could it be? It's Lohan. He held out his hand in front of Arya. If it's all right, would you like to take a walk together? Then Lohan and Arya went for a walk. Lohan said, it seems the marquise is on the other side of the garden. Aren't you going to walk with her, my lady? Arya replied, Your Highness Lohan. More importantly, you're so busy, yet you have time to come here? You're a king. Oh my lady, don't look at me so coldly. I just heard that since coming to Krascha, you haven't stepped out of your room at all, so I was worried. I wondered if it was because you disliked the Marquis' house or for some other reason. I'm a busy man, you know. Arya thought, so the servants reported my situation to him. It makes sense. From Krascha's standpoint, the Imperial Crown Prince's lover is a distinguished guest. I understand that. Lohan said, since you've come to Krascha, I can't let you have a bad impression. But there's no need for the king himself to come. There is. It has to be this way so that the guest will visit again next time. Isn't that right? That won't happen, Your Highness. Asher would probably throw you into the sea for real then. It seems you look tired not because of the long journey, my lady. Arya sighed. It's just that the Marquise treats me too well. Even if we share the same blood, this is still just a relationship where we've only just met. I feel a bit burdened. Momai, you're family, so there's no need to feel burdened. It seems it's true that the Count's family exploited your ability for their own gain and only showed you unpleasant things, isn't it? Arya immediately asked. The Count's family exploited my ability. Me? Lohan replied. That rumor has been spreading in the Empire. Isn't it true? Arya said with a smirk. That rumor isn't entirely wrong. She thought the truth is the Count's family does need me in this life, but what's important now is it feels so miraculous that there are no longer whispers calling me a villainess. Lohan said with a laugh. The Marchioness must be very happy and fond of her only granddaughter. Perhaps you're just not used to it yet, my lady. You will surely feel true familial love. I don't know. I've only ever lived for myself. To receive love for the sole reason of being family. She paused, thinking to herself, I've never seen anyone like that. Do they really want something more? What could it be? My lady, what you just said was truly adorable. Just like someone awkwardly receiving love. Seeing Lohan step closer, she warily backed away. Haha, my lady, don't be so guarded. And don't squeeze Aesel's bracelet so tightly. Honestly, I think I understand how the Marchioness feels. What? Towards you, my lady. I also feel incredibly grateful that you exist in this world. Could we sit down and talk for a moment? At the same time, over with Aesel, he seemed to sense something and flinched. He shot up and slammed the table. I sense a threat approaching Arya. I must go quickly. Again, Your Highness, you're at it again. Did the lady's bracelet break? No, but for some reason, I have a bad feeling. Regardless, I have to go. Bring a knife, poison, and flowers too. I'll wait. Just then, Sak entered and announced, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I brought the newly adjusted plan for that project. As per Your Highness's wishes, the scale has been increased more than tenfold compared to the draft. Rian chimed in, Oh, the lady will surely be so happy, won't she? I can just picture it now. The lady moved to tears because her beloved trusted and waited for her and even prepared a surprise plan. Aesel said happily, of course. For Arya, I could do anything. Now, let's handle this pile of work smoothly. Haha. Rian said in a low voice, Thanks, Sak. Aesel looked at the pile of documents and thought, That's right. No matter what anyone does, the only one who will sit by Arya's side is me. It will only be me, only me, only me. Back with Arya, she asked, Does sitting down like this mean the story will be a long one? Lohan replied, If you wish, I can keep it brief. It's not a big deal. Besides, it's good for you to rest your feet for a bit, my lady. Ah, the shoes. They're designed for walking, so they're not that uncomfortable. That's a relief, then. To be honest, I prefer sitting comfortably like this over taking a walk. Thank you for sitting here with me, my lady. She thought to herself, Is this really the same person as that boisterous man? He has a calmer side than I thought, huh? Beyond my imagination. Lohan said, Let's continue our unfinished conversation. Looking at you, my lady, I feel the exact same sentiment as the Marchioness, just by your existence in this world. That's what I said earlier, wasn't it? Aesel once said that he was able to catch the noble faction thanks to me. Your Majesty, are you perhaps grateful for the peace treaty that was achieved back then? But as I told Aesel before, I did it for my own benefit, so there's no need to concern yourself with it. Aesel, yes, that's right. Starting with Aesel's story would probably be the correct order. I still remember my first meeting with Aesel as if it were yesterday. He was covered in blood, passed out in the garden. That's something no one would easily forget. I heard that at the time, Aesel was being pursued by the noble faction and fled to Krascha. Yes, it was then. Later, I was incredibly surprised to hear about his abilities. But more importantly, a thought occurred to me then. The Prince of the Empire had come to Krascha covered in blood. If the Empire continued like this, when I became the king of Krascha, war and then economic oppression would be terribly, terribly dreadful. A premonition that extremely troublesome things would happen, flashed through my mind. I'm struggling to be a king, which doesn't suit my personality, for the sole reason of my bloodline. As if that wasn't enough, I'd also have to manage the military and then a war. Just thinking about it is a hassle, isn't it? Arya said helplessly. For a king to say such things is a bit. On the contrary, I find you amazing for doing everything for your country and for peace. Of course, I'm a pacifist. I'm a king who thinks a lot about his country, you know. Arya thought. He just said it was a hassle. She said, In any case, is that the reason you helped Aesel this time? Actually, I had intended to help him for a while now. For a while? Lohan recounted. That guy insisted that the Empire's affairs must be handled by the Empire's crown prince. He even said he had to protect his country with his own hands, without outside interference. He was stubborn, wanting to solve it himself without reinforcements. With that attitude of his, Krascha could only help by keeping watch when the Empire was in imminent danger. Arya thought, Aesel, so he acted so autocratically in the past. The fact that he was prickly and unapproachable at our first meeting might have been due to a lack of freedom. But then, at some point, I gradually felt the atmosphere around that Aesel slowly changing. After investigating, I found out that the person supporting him from behind was you, Lady Arya. Arya silently recalled. That's right, me. When I met Aesel back then, both he and I changed our futures in a new direction. Lohan continued with a bright smile. From that moment on, Aesel's power grew stronger. After the treaty was signed, everything went smoothly. Even if that wasn't Lady Aria's intention, from my position, I have always felt grateful and admired you. And a person who has received such salvation cannot hide their goodwill. I think the Marchioness is the same as me. Earlier, I said that it's natural to care for family, but not all families are built on unconditional love. The Marchioness must have also received salvation from you for some reason. Arya said, I've thought about this too, but, the lady I know would have gone and asked the Marchioness directly. I didn't expect you to be so hesitant. It's not that I'm hesitant. It's just something I can't ask. Arya thought, something I can't. Why haven't I asked and just kept avoiding it? Perhaps it's because of the feelings the Marchioness has for me. Wait, I feel warm. Whether it's unconditional love for family or goodwill born from selfless salvation. Don't I want to try accepting it without assigning a reason to it? But I'm still not used to receiving such feelings filled with goodwill. I've been running away from it subconsciously. Why did I do that? Suddenly, Meal's voice echoed in her ear. That's only natural, because you've lived until today harboring thoughts of revenge. Isn't that right? You kill me. Until now, you've used and killed for the sake of revenge. If you don't have the upper hand over others, you tremble with anxiety. You've lived in fear of revealing your true nature. Do you think that kind of vengeful feeling suits you? You're a true villainess, after all, even though I'm the one who made you that way. Sister Arya, you're a villainess just like me. So shouldn't you be in the same place as me? What more can a villainess expect? Anyway, warm feelings, eternal love, or endless care. Do you think you're qualified to expect such things? Although your background is better now, the nobles won't look at you as favorably as before. Even the commoners will doubt you and nitpick every little mistake you make because you're a villainess. Arya confronted that voice. Even if you didn't say these words, I know better than anyone that I am a villainess. It's a good thing you called me a villainess. Actually, I've been grateful to you a few times. Of course, not because you're my enemy, but because you always make sure I don't forget the villainess inside me. Right now, everyone sees me as a saintess. Meal cut in, that's right. So if you reveal your true nature, not let her finish, Arya interjected. If I reveal my true nature, so what? I'll make them accept it, or if something happens, I'll just deal with it then. You said this awkward feeling doesn't suit me, but the fact that I can feel it means I've completely escaped the past and started to grasp a new, unimaginable future. Something I worked so hard to achieve after getting my revenge on you. You're so shameless, even after killing me like that. Truly a villainess among villainesses. Whatever you say doesn't matter, because only the living can enjoy life. Anyway, talking to you about it now is meaningless, because this is a world after you've disappeared. That's right. I'm also happy in a place without you. With that, Meal's body returned to the coffin. Arya sighed. Phew. It would be better if you just disappeared forever and never showed up again, wouldn't it? But that's probably not possible. My anxiety. When I wore Meal's mask, for you, the future was set, but I will never forget you. There's no reason for me to be angry with you. Returning to reality, she stood up and said, Your Majesty, I'll be leaving first. Lohan asked, Were you going? Everyone is waiting. Yes, I'll be done soon. So please go back. Don't worry. Lohan watched Arya leave and said to himself, Thank you for your time. Actually, there are many people waiting for you. Even I don't have the chance to wait for her. I should stop liking things I can't have anymore. At that moment, Arya slowly entered the flower garden. Violet was very surprised to see her. Arya spoke up, Madam, would you like to take a walk with me? Hearing this, Violet nodded happily. A few days later was Karen and Chloe's wedding day. Karen tossed her wedding bouquet high in the air. Arya was standing right behind. She happily caught the bouquet. Arya thought to herself, that day was the first time I met and talked with the Marchioness alone. She recalled that afternoon. Arya had said cheerfully, This garden is so beautiful. Violet said enthusiastically, My husband made it for me. I'm the type who is shy in front of crowds. She must have had an affair then. I can tell from the way she acts. Violet continued, I guess Chloe couldn't go out because of me too. Just like going with Ephra was my fault for not being able to save this marriage. Arya called out sadly, Madam, I didn't feel that way when I met Ephra, so please don't worry. Am I comfortable? Yes. Recalling Ephra from before, she seemed to quite enjoy living alone. She has a stable job, a wonderful family. She also takes very good care of her family. But if it were me, I'd also live a happy life like that if I didn't have to worry about money. After thinking, she said, Anyway, my parents have reunited and are getting married. So you can stop feeling guilty now, Lady Arya. Even so, I can't ignore the fact that those children got into trouble because of me. That was the imperial family's fault for pushing you out. Even so, I was the one who insisted on following my husband. I've always felt guilty for giving birth to children with this cursed blood. I just thought I shouldn't give birth to anyone else. There was also a time when I had it very hard when I was young, so I thought that was my fault too. But you showed me that you grew up so well, which is the greatest comfort to me. I thought that at least there was one child who grew up very happily, even though she shared the same blood as me. Of course, I have to thank Karen too. Thank you so much. Arya thought, Mother wanted me to be close to the Pius family for my own good. But the fact that she blames her own bloodline, I guess I would never have known. Violet spoke again. You must feel a lot of pressure, don't you? With me clinging to you like this. Arya thought again, I guess so, but then she just smiled. Violet added, looking at you gives me some comfort. It makes me very happy. That's what I mean. I don't know when I started feeling this way. Thank you for talking with me. Not all. I won't disappoint you. I will live happily, just as you hope. I didn't know you were so kind, you know? The mole on your hand. Both Chloe and I have one too. Arya was silently surprised. A mole? I say this, but I truly hope you will be happy. Your wish is my wish too. This woman, so she's naturally placed the burden of her happiness onto mine. Of course, it will be as you say. This is the best answer I can give. The best answer, as if I'm an innocent person caught in a war of love, right? Violet exclaimed in her thoughts. Oh my, what is this? Is this wonderful girl really my granddaughter? Returning to the present, Arya said to herself, the result of that conversation is that since we've become one family, I don't quite know what my feelings are right now. But I'm sure that we have a close relationship. Violet exclaimed at that moment, oh my, Arya, you look so beautiful. I think there are two brides here. Karen also said happily, don't we look like sisters? She's the older sister. Really, you're beautiful too. Annie said excitedly, everyone can feel that this is a real family. Jessie also agreed, yes, it's a relief that the young lady has gotten close to everyone. Suddenly, Arya said, then I should return to the Empire. Mother's wedding is over. Oh, your coming-of-age ceremony is soon. That's so sad. Chloe spoke up. Should we take this opportunity to hold the ceremony in GRA? That's a great idea. Can we do that, Arya? How could the young lady say no? This situation is really... So Arya wrote a letter to Aesel. For some reason, I will return after my coming-of-age ceremony. I look forward to seeing you again. Please take care of your health. After reading it, Aesel was dumbfounded, only able to say, huh, and what? Over here, Violet instructed, the overall theme is sky blue. It seems they're planning to make a huge 5-tiered cake. But this, Arya thought curiously, is it okay for me to know this? Jessie said, the young lady's favorite color is this shade of blue. We should make it the main color. That's good. Let's use blue roses as an accent to make it look fresher. I've received a list of wines that pair well with the meat dish the young lady likes. Which one should I order? Today will be the first time Arya drinks alcohol, so I don't know what she likes. Order all of them. Yes, ma'am. Let's surprise Arya. Yes. Arya thought to herself, I should pretend I never saw this. But the lady said she was going on her honeymoon. Why is she here? Karen said, this child. Really? Isn't this a matter of course? Where would I go on the day my beloved daughter becomes an adult? Ho ho ho. What? Mother, you plan to travel the continent for a whole month. Your luggage is all packed. Weren't you looking forward to the trip? Well, you originally said you'd hold the coming-of-age ceremony in the Empire, right? Of course, the crown prince would host the party. Arya imagined the scene of Aesel hosting a party for her. Like this. She exclaimed, I guess so. Her mother said again, so, by that logic at the party venue, wouldn't it be bustling with imperial royalty and nobles? What do you think I could do in the middle of that stuffy crowd? That's why I was planning to go somewhere else, actually. Even so, looking at him, it seems father was also looking forward to the trip. Your father is over there. At that moment, Chloe said, Mother, I didn't know what to get, so I just bought all the jewelry that caught my eye. Is that so? Lay it out. Let's choose something for her together. It seems like everything suits Arya. That's true. Then let's give it all to her. Seeing this, Karen said, you two should live here too. My daughter is so loved. Are you kidding, Mother? Haha, I'm so glad you're being treated so well. That's right. Did you say you'd return to the Empire as soon as the party is over? Yes, I sent a letter to Aesel, but since it's so far, it will take several days to get back even if I leave immediately. Still, I want to go back a little earlier so he doesn't have to wait. Don't worry too much. Do you think His Highness is that unsympathetic. For a family reunion that was so hard to come by. I once told you that family would become your strength, didn't I? That's right. It's more than that. The Pious family, wealthier than any noble in the empire, will become your strong support. And you, Arya suddenly asked, am I family? The one who became mother's strength. This child, you've grown up so much. Her mother said. Arya interrupted, I'm not talking about now. But when I was little, wasn't I just a burden to you, Marchioness? Grandmother said my existence became her comfort, but it wasn't quite like that for you. Even so, why did you bring me to the Count's house? Arya, why are you suddenly talking about that? Lately, I've been constantly wondering what family really is. Thanks to that, I've realized one certain thing, that you didn't abandon me, regardless of what my true bloodline is. I wouldn't have been there if you hadn't taken me with you. So if anyone says anything about mothers, background, though no one dares to say it now, but back then, you kept returning to the Empire. Arya, my child, why are you saying such things? Is it because you grew up too fast? What? I'm serious. Is this mother so untrustworthy that she makes you worry? This child, really? That's not what I meant. And don't misunderstand. You were the child who gave me strength. What? What did I ever do for you? As a child, Arya handed her a piece of bread and said, go to work and come back to me, Mom. This is your bread. Karen had said, you were the one who needed me. That alone was enough. Are you playing house? Telling me to eat this rock. That's bread. Just having someone who truly wants me gives me strength. So, Arya, you don't need to be so focused on finding an answer. Family comes in all shapes and sizes. If you found someone you want to love, someone you want to live with, then start with that person. You just need to create a family. Arya called out, moved mother. She was overjoyed in her heart. Yes, I thought. Mother didn't enter the Count's house empty-handed. Karen said, if you feel sad, I'll come visit you sometimes, so don't worry too much. Who knows? By then the Crown Princess might be too busy to see me. Even if it's a visit from the Marchioness of Pious, no matter how busy I am, I'll have to make time. Hee. If I visit too often, His Highness might issue an order banning my entry. Please be happy, Mother. You too. No, we will definitely be happy. After that, her 18th birthday arrived, the day that marked Arya Pius's coming of age. Lady Violet cheerfully set off fireworks, along with words of congratulations. Congratulations, Lady Pius. Your fame resounds throughout all of Grazia. Thank you for your congratulations. A man asked, do you remember me? I greeted you at Marquis Vincent's wedding. Of course. It's been a long time. Thank you all for coming to celebrate with me today. Arya thought, so this is what a second coming-of-age ceremony is like. How did it go in my past life? She recalled her past life, when a servant had said, my lady, now that you're an adult, you can drink as much as you want. Drink this too, it's delicious. A drunk Arya had said, bring it here. Bring all the alcohol. She covered her mouth and thought, no, let's not reminisce. Maybe I should try a little wine. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, oh my goodness, what a huge flower. Those are tulips from the Empire, right? The people around them gossiped. He must be trying to win the lady's favor, since she's the lover of the Empire's crown prince. Who on earth sent it? Arya let out a bewildered, huh? Aesol tilted his head and appeared from behind the flowers. Happy birthday. And he shouted in alarm, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Why is he here? The crowd asked in surprise. The Crown Prince? What? Arya immediately ran over. Why did you come here? I came because you said you couldn't come back. That's not it. Don't tell me you rushed here as soon as you got the letter. I'm sorry. You must be surprised. Annie whispered, wow. So he traveled for several days straight without rest. That's incredible. Henji looks a bit tired. Is he okay? Aesol said in a low voice. Actually, I gritted my teeth and endured it until this morning. But in the end, I couldn't take it anymore, so Arya was stunned and thought. He flew straight here, using his powers? A journey that should take several days? He gave a wry smile. I'm sorry. It seems I'm not as good at enduring as I thought. No, now is not the time to apologize. You don't look well. Don't you need to rest? Don't worry too much. I'm fine. I'm still. You don't look fine at all. Not at all. Suddenly, people came over and greeted him. Your Highness, Crown Prince Aesol. It is an honor to meet you here, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your reputation has reached all the way to Krasja. It's all thanks to Lady Arya's help that I've come this far. How admirable. Tony said that Lady Pius's new power block will be appointed to an important vacant position in the Empire. For someone like that to become one of Krasja's people, she's truly rising like a kite in the wind. Of course, long may she reign. Haha, who did you say is one of Krashta's people? Lady Arya is a true citizen of the Empire. Achilles. He's so tired he can't control his expression anymore. Aesel, you came at the right time. It's my first time drinking alcohol, so I think I'm a little drunk. I was about to go out to the terrace for some air. Will you come with me? I understand. Arya thought, first, I have to let Aesel rest a bit. At that moment, he said, the breeze is cool. Are you okay? I should be the one asking that. Are you okay? Please sit down on the chair and rest for a bit. Besides, I've told you many times not to overuse your powers. I didn't overdo it. Then he wrapped his arm around her waist and looked straight into her eyes. Just being able to see you like this makes everything okay. She thought, Aesel is being so forward. Or is he always like this on a normal day? But today, something feels different. It's a hard feeling to describe. He spoke again. You invited me out to the terrace. I thought you were just pretending so I could get some rest. But it seems that's not the case, is it? She thought, but that's exactly what it was. Your face is so red. Are you not tired? It seems you're very drunk. Yes, no. It's just that seeing you makes me drunk so easily. He said suddenly, it makes you feel pained. Transfer it to me. Your pain. With that, he lifted her chin. Their lips drew close. Arya asked, has it been transferred? Not yet. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Let me be drunk on you a little longer. Then he kissed her lips sweetly. Arya thought to herself, I think something similar has happened before. That's right. It was the first time I traveled with him. I drank some champagne by mistake, so my face flushed red. I was going to go outside for some fresh air to cool down when I met Asio there. Asio flew over to wait for me then, and today, Asio came all this way to find me. Now, I don't have to wait anymore. Phew, Arya, I don't know if I should say this, but she thought to herself, what an adorable man. I don't know why, but you look so adorable today. Is that so? It must be because your adorableness rubbed off on me. What's so adorable? Is it because I'm acting spoiled with you? I don't know why I feel so happy acting spoiled with you. If that's the case, then try acting a little more spoiled. And then the two shared another passionate kiss. Inside, Annie said, I'm dying of curiosity. My heart has flown all the way here. I really want to take a peek. Karen said, I'll allow it. Go out and see. If he gets angry, I won't be responsible. Jesse quickly said, Lady Karen, the young lady will be startled. My grandchild's lover. Marquis Pia called out, my lady. Chloe asked what everyone was doing here. Karen, you're here too? Outside, Arya was still immersed in happiness with Asio. She thought to herself, this adorable person, my very own adorable person. A moment later, they let go of each other, but still looked at each other with eyes full of love. The next day, Violet said tearfully, are you really leaving right away? Arya, His Highness hasn't come out of his room since the party yesterday. She recalled last night, I had to console him all day. He kept saying, I'm fine. You should go to sleep. He passed out. Violet said again, I haven't even had the chance to host you properly, and you're already leaving. Asio replied, it's all right, my lady. My lady, His Highness is very busy, so there's no other way. Even so, Arya, Karen thought that anyone could see she was reluctant to let Arya go. Arya told her not to worry. It wasn't a permanent farewell. Next time, you and Mother should come visit me in the Empire. If that's the case, then my lady. No, grandmother. By then, perhaps the Empire will become a place you enjoy. After that, she said goodbye to everyone and got into the carriage. Everyone waved goodbye reluctantly. In the carriage, Asio said, it seems you had a very fun time, didn't you? Yes, this is the first time I've had such a boisterous vacation. Everyone was so full of life. It seems I received a lot of love from my family. You look like it. He handed her a handkerchief and replied, yes. Arya turned to look at him in surprise. I guess I caught it from the Marquise. It's like yawning is contagious, isn't it? She thought to herself, feelings I've never experienced, a mood I'm recognizing and accepting for the first time. It's a bit embarrassing, but it's also somewhat warm. It seems that even if I return to the Empire, the beautiful memories will remain. Then, Annie and Jesse were both surprised. What? His Highness said he's going back first? We're only about half a day's journey away. I said that too. Annie thought to herself, when the young lady suddenly said we'd ride in the same carriage. I thought something was up. Jesse asked, do they have something urgent? Yes, he said he had urgent business, so he left. Ahead last night. Arya recalled last night. From here, I can travel using my ability, so I'll go on ahead. What? If we leave tomorrow morning, we'll reach the capital soon enough. Besides, you're having dinner. That's very important, so I'm sorry. Before she could say another word, Asio had vanished. She mumbled, if he's that busy, why did he go through all the trouble of coming to find me? Though I'm grateful he flew here despite being busy, it seems I've become a burden to him again. Jesse said, as expected, His Highness the Crown Prince is incredibly busy, isn't he? Jesse pouted. Arya was still lost in thought. Of course, I know that. At this rate, we might be too busy to see each other in the future. Restoring the Empire's condition is still a long way off. She looked out the window. Sigh. Familiar tulips. We've arrived already. Why did he have to go ahead? Something's a little strange. Suddenly, Annie exclaimed, oh my goodness, my lady, this is amazing. The capital's tulips are blooming all the way to the city walls. Arya was extremely surprised to see it. At that moment, a knight came to welcome her. You have returned, Lady Arya Pia. We have been waiting for you. You just need to walk straight along the path of flowers. The path was all laid with a red carpet. On both sides were blooming tulips. Wow, Annie said in amazement, this is really no joke. Wow, Jesse asked, puzzled, what is all this? Is there some kind of festival going on? What are you talking about? The only one who could do something like this is obviously His Highness the Crown Prince. At that moment, the carriage door opened, and she saw Asio waiting inside. Arya stepped down and called Asio. In Asio's hand was a sparkling ring. He called out, Arya. Then he slowly bent down on one knee. Once you walk to the end of this road, you won't be able to turn back, because I won't let you. She asked, what if I turn back time? I will chase after you until we meet again. No matter where you are, I will fly to your side. Will you be by my side? She immediately ran to him, of course. And so, the most virtuous princess in the empire and the bravest prince lived happily together. Everyone blessed the two of them forever after. A voice rang out. That's right. The princess must be happy ever after. So I won't let Mom die. This is Bliss Frank, 6 years old, royal ability discovered, space-time travel. The little girl said resolutely, even if I have to turn back time, I will definitely change the future. Time passed bit by bit, and things changed bit by bit. Finally, it was Jesse's turn to be with the one she loved. A voice rang out, Jesse, that's wonderful. Annie shouted from below, congratulations, really. Let me catch the bouquet later. Seeing this, quite a few people gossiped. She's a commoner. Why is she wearing such a splendid outfit? Even if she's the crown princess's servant, she should know her place, right? You can tell just by looking that she's a maid to the crown princess, can't you? TSK, does she need to grasp the situation? Arya came from behind and said, that's right, the number of people who know my situation will increase, so I strongly agree as the crown princess. I will not let anyone worry about the discipline of the empire. The people replied in fear, no one would dare go against the crown princess's will. Arya thought, clearly, there are things that don't change, but 2 years later, it's already been over a month since Aesel ascended the throne as emperor. The current emperor said he wants to live in a quiet place. So a place to clean up like this is enough. She said, just simply change the scale of the parade and the knight's clothes, then proceed with the rest. Because His Majesty doesn't want to be seen, the knight replied, yes. She said again, I order that the preparation work must not be neglected under any circumstances. I understand, Your Highness the Crown Princess. Arya thought, because I've lived while being mindful of the noble's eyes, I've gotten used to it. I didn't know his original personality was like that, but because he knew his place well, he quickly handed over the emperor's throne. I wondered what would have happened if I had suddenly revealed myself after the noble faction was destroyed. If I hadn't obtained the royal ability, I probably wouldn't have had to live such a desperate life. Then I'm less busy. Only the afternoon schedule is left. Seeing Bliss Frank Arya peeking from behind the chair, Arya asked, puzzled, what is it? Suddenly, Arya froze. Suddenly, the child gave a radiant smile. Arya wondered, who could that be? Then she shot up and said, no, what is this? How did you get in here? The little girl spoke up. Why are you calling me that? Bliss. My name is Bliss. That's why I'm asking who you are. No, more importantly, how did you get into my room? Arya said, I don't know which family's child you are, but this is not a place you're allowed to enter. Are the palace guards all right? It seems you're lost, so I'll have someone called. Be careful next time. The little girl walked over and said tearfully, oh no, you can't. It's just that I came from a faraway place. Far away? Where? Bliss thought for a moment, then replied, Kara. Kara? Arya suddenly noticed the mole on the little girl's ear. That mole, only my grandmother and father have it. But that mole, could it be? She spoke up. What are you standing there for? Would you like some water? Huh? Water? The little girl nodded. Arya said, I won't call anyone right now, so just come sit on the chair first. It's different. Bliss picked up the glass of water and drank. Arya observed and thought to herself. Seeing her up close, I'm sure of it. This child is definitely my long-lost half-sister. Suddenly, she remembered Chloe, this child's father. Haha, drinking more? It's not just the mole on her ear. Her blonde hair and her ears, eyes, nose, and mouth too. Only her eye color is different. Sky blue. Arya became angry at this thought. I heard he always missed my mother, did he? It seems he shared his affection with some blue-eyed beauty, didn't he? But where's the proof for my story? How am I supposed to tell my mother about my half-sister? She thought her mother would say, "What are you worried about?" From the start, being a decent person like the Crown Prince. Isn't that precious? If that's the case, the Marquis can do whatever he wants, right? As expected, money is better than men. Thinking this, she affirmed, it wouldn't be strange for her to say that. Then Arya turned around, and the little girl was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Did she leave? At that moment, the Crown Princess's lady-in-waiting, Ruby, entered. Your Highness the Crown Princess, what do you think about the placement of the knights in the office? It seems I was tired and dozed off for a bit. That's right. How could a child get into this room? I've had a lot of work lately, too. Two maids looking for Bliss said, did you see any child? Same here. Ruby spoke. Even so, why would you dream about an intruder? I'm worried you might be feeling anxious. A little rest should help. Even so, Arya thought it's a bit annoying, but Ruby is just worried about me, right? Then she said, if that's the case, then post the knights outside the door. Suddenly, someone burst in and said, Your Highness the Crown Princess, there's big trouble. There's an intruder. We will inspect this afternoon. I heard that the intruder damaged the coronation robes. When she arrived, she saw that 2 sets of robes had been splashed with dirty water. Arya thought anyone can see that water was intentionally sprayed on them. The designer of the coronation robes, Classy, was sitting there with a headache, not knowing what to do when Arya appeared. Your Highness the Crown Princess, I have no face to show you. It's because I didn't guard them well. I deserve to die. Arya said, what a terrible thing to say. If I were to kill an outstanding talent over something like this, what would become of my reputation? If we dry them, they can still be used. But I can't believe someone would do this to the next emperor's ceremonial robes. This is absolutely unforgivable. We must catch the intruder and make that person shed many tears. She clenched her fists in anger, thinking, what kind of people are they? Are they the families who witnessed Jesse's wedding and are now resisting? Or is it a family supporting another noble faction? Are there still forces that want to oppose me? All right, it's only been 2 years, so the guillotine's blade shouldn't be dull yet, right? Her whole body was burning with anger. Aesel approached and hugged her. Could it be that someone dared to make my wife shed tears? Everyone bowed. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Arya turned and asked, Your Highness, you're so busy. Why did you come here? Because today is the day the coronation robes were brought in, so I quickly finished my work and came back. It looks like something happened, doesn't it? The knight replied, There was an intruder, Your Highness. They wet both of your coronation robes, but no outsiders entered through the door. We didn't see anyone either. It was only a few minutes after the robes were changed. No signs of forced entry were found on the windows. Arya said, It seems the intruder is quite agile. It's clear that everyone is busy with the coronation. She thought to herself, as long as I know where they appeared, I can use the hourglass to catch the intruder. Aesel said angrily, How dare they make my lady worry? I will absolutely not let that person get away easily. Increase the guards and search the palace once more. Yes, then let's go. Where are you going? If you want to take command, you should stay here, right? The rest of the work can be left to the knights. And also, if I can't receive my lady's care and only help those in need, well, I finished my work quickly anyway. So what should we do? We're going for a walk together, so you don't need to follow. Classy thought to herself, no matter the time, their relationship is always so good. The next morning, Aesel shot up. Phew, I have to go quickly and finish yesterday's work before breakfast. Rin was screaming. He left the work to me and went to see his wife. As Aesel went out the door, he met Sak. Your Highness, I have an urgent matter to report. I heard there was another intruder yesterday. What? He thought to himself. What on earth is going on? Aesel ordered, Send more guards to the front of the Crown Princess's bedroom. I will go to where the intruder appeared. Sak immediately replied, Understood. Although I still don't know the intruder's purpose, since the coronation is just around the corner. My goal is to become the next emperor, and I cannot underestimate Arya's abilities either. In the kitchen, A knight suddenly exclaimed, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Skip the greetings, report directly to the point. Yes, the place with the most damage is this kitchen. The ones who discovered it were mostly those who had to work from early morning, and the damage situation is... The female chef interjected, "Let me tell you. The bread that was proofing overnight has been torn apart. High-end chocolate and foreign candies have been rummaged through. I'm not sure, but it seems a lot was taken." "What? It's nothing." Sok ran in to report, "I have increased the guards as you commanded. Leaving a trail like this makes it difficult to identify the intruder. Your Highness was right to increase the security." "Well, that's an obvious judgment, isn't it?" The two female chefs whispered. His expression was so normal just a moment ago. I must have seen it wrong. Aesel thought to himself, "It's clear that the drawing room and the kitchen are both near the secret room, but there's absolutely no trace of the intruder entering or leaving. All the doors show no signs of being pried open. Impossible, unless they have the ability to teleport through space like me. No, that can't be it. Am I overthinking things? It's also possible that the intruder is highly trained." A knight entered again to report. Traces of the intruder were also found in the Crown Princess's changing room. The flowers in the Crown Princess's greenhouse have also been trampled, but no one saw the intruder. Now it's clear that the intruder is targeting Arya. He shouted. The intruder could be targeting the Crown Princess. Prioritize the Crown Princess's safety and search the entire palace to find the intruder. The knight replied, "Understood." Aesel turned and instructed, "Sok, take charge of the scene. For now, I will review all work in my bedroom, so bring everything there." "Understood. I will not forgive anyone who dares to touch my Arya. First, I need to bring the necessary documents and go to the bedroom." He opened the door to his office. He looked around and felt something was wrong. Someone's here. At that moment, he suddenly realized, a weapon. Since it's early morning, I didn't prepare anything. I think I can keep my distance with my ability. What if that person has the same ability as me? The moment I catch them. He walked quietly to the desk and looked down. He reached out and grabbed the person hiding under the desk. As he pulled them up, he thought, I should just throw them into the sea. But when he saw the little girl in front of him, he was startled. This little girl looks like Arya when she was young. Suddenly, the little girl's hand began to glow. He immediately denied it. It's not Arya. This power is the royal family's ability. He shouted, "Wait, don't run away. Then I won't get angry." A second later, he told himself, why did I say I wouldn't get angry? She could be a young assassin, but she looks so much like Arya, I don't know. Suddenly, from the little girl's perspective, Aesel spoke gently, "Bliss, I'm not angry, come here. No matter what anyone says, don't forget that Father loves you very much." Bliss sobbed and replied, As soon as the memory ended, Bliss threw herself into Aesel's arms and cried loudly. Sob. Aesel was startled and patted her back. What is this? Is she just a lost child? I don't know if it's because she looks like Arya, but seeing her cry makes my heart uneasy. But just now, that was definitely that ability. Could this child be? Suddenly, Rin threw the door open. Your Highness, I heard an intruder has appeared. He looked at the empty space before him and replied, I heard. Rin asked, is your mood bad because of the intruder? What's with your expression? It's because you and Sok are loyal subjects that I'm like this. But your expression doesn't convey that meaning. He mumbled, maybe I should just go outside. But at that moment, Aesel ordered, I just came to get some urgent documents. But it's good that you're here. Move all of this to the bedroom. Looking at the pile of papers in front of him, Rin replied weakly, ah, yes. He stood up, thinking what terrible timing. High-end chocolate and foreign candies are scattered here. The amount seems to have decreased as well. The flowers in the Crown Princess's greenhouse have also been trampled, but absolutely no one saw the intruder. The intruder is more adorable than I thought, but her ability and appearance. Could she be my father-in-law's illegitimate child? If so, there's absolutely no way she could be Arya's child. He pondered, she could just be a half-sister, right? Over here, Arya spoke up. So the only places damaged were the kitchen and my dress. Ruby replied, I heard there were also traces left in the Crown Princess's greenhouse garden and in the changing room as well. I heard a dress is also missing. They said they discovered it late because it wasn't an outfit with jewels. So it's not a thief after money. That's clearer now. In any case, the purpose was to cause a disturbance. That's right. I had the same thought. Even so, it's strange. We call them an intruder, but they simply took a dress? It's more like a child playing a prank. Everyone leave for a bit. I want to think for a moment. Ruby said, in any case, we must protect the Crown Princess from the intruder. Even if I tell you to leave, if something happens, I'll scream or throw something. Let me think alone. Hearing this, Ruby replied, I understand. After the servants left, Arya immediately shot up. If what I saw yesterday wasn't a dream. If that child really is my half-sister, she clearly has the ability to teleport through space like Aesel. If so, the next time we meet, I'll turn the hourglass and knock her unconscious. But if she's someone with abilities, there shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, I have to know where she is to catch her, don't I? Suddenly, Bliss appeared in front of her, startling. Arya, it really wasn't a dream? Moreover, this is a secret room that only the royal family knows about. How? Arya thought blankly. And also, why is she crying? Suddenly, a stream of memories flashed through the little girl's mind. Bliss, why are you crying here? Don't cry anymore. Upon hearing that, Bliss threw herself into Arya's arms and cried, Sobi, boo, I'm sorry. Mom, I'm a bad child, I'm sorry. Bliss, you don't need to apologize for anything. Mom knows very well that Bliss is a good girl. So, Bliss, if you don't stop crying, you'll pay the price. If you keep running away, you'll be knocked out and captured. Bliss thought, that's right, this person isn't the mother I know. Kid, you've come to your senses, right? How did all this happen? Well, it was like that. Arya observed her intently. No matter how I look at her, she just looks like a 5-year-old, but why did she come all this way to find me? If she's discovered by the royal forces, she'll have to face death. Arya asked, have you ever faced death? A horrific scene unfolded. The midwives urgently said, there's a lot of amniotic fluid and hemorrhaging. I don't see any sign of the ruptured membrane closing. Royal physician, I can't find the child's pulse. Quick, prepare for surgery immediately. Other than the physicians, everyone please leave. Amidst the chaotic scene, Aesel's worried voice was heard. My Empress, will Arya be all right? Suddenly, a loud cry came from inside. Her blood pressure is rising. We must perform the surgery quickly. Get His Majesty out of here. Aesel shouted, you must save her. Save Arya's life. His voice gradually trembled. Please, even if you have to give up the child. Inside Arya's womb at that moment, Bliss thought, it's hard to breathe. It hurts. Please don't give up on me. I want to be born. I want to live. Father, mother. Returning to the present, Arya looked at the little girl and asked, you faced death before? Don't tell me, like Aesel, you were pursued by assassins? Hearing this, Bliss denied it. No, it's not that. The little girl stammered. It's because I'm a bad child that. Arya cut her off again. I told you if you don't stop crying, I'll punish you. Do you want to be scolded? Sigh. I'm speaking like I'm pressuring her, so this probably won't work. Did I scare this kid? She just keeps crying without saying anything. Bliss felt Arya's hand grip hers and thought, Mom is so strong. All right, first of all, you have the royal family's ability, right? Is it the ability to teleport through space? When she saw Bliss nod, Arya asked again, how was that ability awakened? Bliss spoke softly, Mom, when I was still in your womb. Your body became weak, and you almost couldn't give birth to me. It was then, but because of me, Mom. Arya thought blankly. Because of you? Bliss, completely unaware, continued. It's all because I'm a bad child that it happened. Today I also made a mess and destroyed things everywhere. Though her expression wasn't obvious, it seems she's this child's mother. After giving birth to the kid in front of me, her body weakened severely and she passed away. A moment later, Arya said, speaking of making a mess, you mean splashing water on the dress and destroying the flower garden, right? You did all of that, didn't you? I'm sorry. Looking at that beautiful appearance, she probably isn't without a caretaker. For what reason would my half-sister come looking for me? Is it because her frail mother passed away, or because the kid was mentally abused? There must be some reason. Honestly, I don't want to know anymore. Oh no, isn't that to be expected? A complicated family relationship, supposedly caused by my father. Why do I have to solve it? Thinking this, Arya stood up. You said your name is Bliss, right? Bliss nodded. In any case, I can't blame a child who doesn't know the circumstances. You got flustered while teleporting, and that's why you caused trouble, right? The splashing water and stepping on flowers thing. Bliss immediately replied, because I wanted to get a closer look at the coronation dress. As for the flowers, I stepped on them by mistake. All right, I know you didn't do those things on purpose, but you must not tell anyone about your ability. So hush now. The people in the palace have been suffering since yesterday. They want to cry more than you do. I'm sorry. It's because I'm a bad kid. Don't say you're a bad kid anymore. A child who can say they're sorry isn't a bad kid. Kid, do you have anywhere to go? I'm not a kid. I'm Bliss. And the place I want to go, I guess it doesn't exist, right? Something must have happened for you to suddenly fly here. Your clothes are casual too, so you can live here for the time being, but you have to apologize to the people who had a hard time because of you. Can you stay here? I'll allow it, as long as you don't cause trouble and run away in silence later. If you run away again, I'll knock you out and capture you just like I said earlier. Hearing that, Bliss replied brightly, yes, ma'am, I don't want to be knocked out, so I'll be good. The little girl thought, this is great. Now I can look at Mom all I want. Arya was secretly bewildered. She's this happy about not being sent home? I don't know what her circumstances are, but she seems to have been raised well, right? It's not too late to find out a bit more before taking her home. It's just looking after one child. You go take a bath first. You can't stay this messy. Wet clothes, chocolate, candy, mud, and then I'll inform Aesel. A few hours later, Aesel thought in astonishment, what? The crown princess said she found the intruder. The intruder appeared directly in front of the crown princess. Where is he now? The servant replied. The crown princess said she will explain in detail to you later, sir. He shouted, don't tell me the crown princess is being threatened by the intruder. That doesn't seem to be the case, sir, because I saw it was just a child. What a child? Yes, sir. Come to think of it, that child looks a lot like the crown princess. Anyway, the crown princess said you can stop the search. As expected, the intruder who used spatial teleportation to disappear was that child. No wonder it caused things like a child's game. Splashing water on the formal wear and the disappearing chocolate. From her appearance, she looks like my father-in-law's illegitimate child, so she must have come to find Arya for some reason. Even so, Arya probably won't forgive her. The voice of a maid rang out. My goodness. Young lady, are you a relative of Her Highness the Crown Princess? You look just like the Crown Princess. Bliss replied happily, yes, ma'am. I hear that a lot. From others. You must be from Grostia, young lady. Seeing you like this, your other relatives must be just as beautiful. Bliss beamed. Yes, my grandmother, and my great-grandmother too. Suddenly Bliss fell silent when she saw Aesel. The maid bowed. My greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince. He asked, are you on your way to the Crown Princess? Yes, that's right, sir. I see. It's just in time as I'm also on my way there. Let me take this child. Yes, sir. Then I will go call the royal physician to treat the young lady's injury. An injury? Because the young lady fell and has a bruise on her knee. Her Highness the Crown Princess told me to do so. Aesel thought to himself, it seems the kid was messing around in the flower garden. That's why she's so dirty, right? Exactly. Then he ordered, all right, you may go. Yes, sir. In the silent space, only the two of them remained. Aesel spoke, let's go somewhere quiet to talk. Talk about what? About your ability? What else could it be? Bliss nodded. Yes, the little girl was flustered. How should I talk to Dad now? I wasn't angry earlier, but if you disappear like you did before then? Bliss took his hand. I know that you're not angry with me. Aesel thought to himself, I had this feeling in the study earlier too, but the kid doesn't seem wary of me at all. He asked, do you want to hold hand while we walk? Bliss replied, MHM. Then the two of them went to an empty room. Aesel said, since there's no one here, I'll ask you directly. You can use an ability. So you must be related to my crown princess. Arya, I heard you say you were a relative earlier. I'm her half-sister, sir. That's why I can use an ability like my sister. The little girl thought, I should say the same thing to Dad as Mom told me. She recalled what Arya had said. If you say you're a half-sister, it'll be too troublesome. So just say you're a relative. At that time, Bliss asked innocently, half-sister? Arya explained, it means we have the same father, but different mothers. Haven't you learned that word yet? But it's troublesome to tell others, so I should just call myself a relative? But your Maj, your Majesty needs to know, so I'm telling you. Aesel repeated, Your Majesty. Bliss quickly corrected herself. Oh no, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I misspoke. Even if she says that, it's unbelievable. Arya doesn't have royal blood. It's because of the holy water that she has a connection to the royal family. If you were in the same situation, you wouldn't be able to use your ability at will. You should have one or two side effects like Arya, shouldn't you? Besides, this child clearly has a face that looks exactly like Arya, but her eye color is very similar to mine. Thinking, Aesel asked, could it be that you? Then Bliss hurriedly said, my name is Bliss, sir, not Kid. All right, Bliss, are you my daughter from the future? Bliss cried out in shock. How did you know, Dad? If you were our child, you could have the ability of time-space travel and could also turn back time to the past like Arya. But above all, you look so much like Arya, there's no way you could be someone else's child. Where else could these genes come from? Bliss's eyes widened and sparkled as she looked at him. Wow, Dad, you're so smart. Mom thought I was her half-sister, so that's how it is. Wait, if she really did go back to the past. He quickly stood up and shouted, Bliss. Bliss was startled. Yes. Aesel asked worriedly, did something bad happen in the future? You came back to Arya's side. Don't tell me you came back to warn that some danger will happen to Arya. After a moment of silence, Bliss spoke. Dad, but please don't worry. Mom won't die. I came to ask you for one thing, that you please don't give birth to me. I only came to say this. In the past, Arya was sentenced to death for being a villainess. In that moment, the royal family's ability awakened and sent her back to the past. Just a moment of clarity before death. The royal family's ability, and now another person with the royal ability has appeared before me. A time ability just like Arya's. He asked worriedly, Bliss, what happens to Arya in the future? Don't worry, Dad, Mom won't die. No, did you ever say that Mom would die in the first place? I met her before I came here. He shot up. You just told me not to give birth to you. Then of course I have to worry. That's not something to joke about. The little girl's voice came out sorrowfully. Although she's not dead yet, it's hard for her to even stand properly. And she can't go far. She's always in the Imperial City or in the garden. Everyone says that for Mom to be like that is no different from being dead. You think it's your fault? The little girl nodded. Yes, it's because I was born that Mom became like that. No matter what, I am your father in the future. Do you think I would agree to not having you? Could it be that in the future I resent or mistreat this child? The reason Arya is tired. Bliss recalled the words she had overheard. Of course, the Emperor loves the Empress so much. But look at the Empress now. Isn't that a life no different from being dead? The Emperor has no other choice. Because she's the child who looks most like the person he loves, he just can't get angry, right? It's obvious how much he must hate her inside. Bliss recalled her father's warm demeanor with a heavy heart. Dad, there's no way that's true. I know that best. Anyway, I want you and Mom to be happy. Aesel said, so that's why you're giving up your own life? No, sir, so I can be happy too. I don't want to see you and Mom suffering. Every time, I think it's all my fault. And I really want to disappear. Originally, my plan was that an unfortunate first child is born. So the first child must be gotten rid of. This sounds like a ghost prophecy, doesn't it? Aesel thought to himself. A terrifying joke. Bliss said, so I went to see Mom for the first time, but I didn't know how to talk to her. So I teleported all over the place. In the first place, Bliss looked around everywhere. Huh, what's this? It's so dark. Where is this? Even so, it seems I can still see. I saw that thing there. That thing could be the formal suit. So that's why it got wet. Yes, I've seen it in pictures before. Mom looked so beautiful in it, so I want to see her in it in person too. I wonder how much more beautiful it would be in real life. Haha. So you're staring blankly at the formal suit and spilled water on it? Yes. Then someone came in and startled me so. Aesel continued. You ran away again? Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Anyway, Dad, I'll leave after I watch the coronation ceremony. After watching the coronation ceremony, I will tell my mom clearly. I want to disappear so I can see you and Mom happy. That's the way all of us, me, you, and Mom, can be happy. First of all, I understand your wish. Let's keep it a secret from Arya. If your mom finds out right away, everything will be chaotic. Really? Thank you, Dad. In front of others, call me His Highness the Crown Prince. Yes, Your Highness. Let's go back. If we take too long, it'll be suspicious. Yes. Aesel thought to himself, for everyone to be happy, to have my own child sacrifice herself is not true happiness. But this child doesn't think that way at all. She believes that if she disappears, everyone will be happy. If I object, and she uses her ability to run off somewhere again, it'll be a big problem. So for now, I'll just pretend to go along with it and figure things out. Bliss cheered. I can watch the coronation ceremony. Aesel asked, come to think of it, Arya thinks you're her half-sister, right? Then you'll have to start showing the side effects of your ability. Side effects, sir? For example, after using your ability, you get very sleepy. Bliss's eyes lit up. She cheered. Pretending to be sick, I'm great at that. I always pretend to be sick if I feel like I'm about to get scolded or something. Then no one will pay attention anymore. Just leave it to me. Aesel thought helplessly. The people in the future royal family will have to struggle with her. Even so, she's just like Arya, so cute. Then should I? Suddenly Bliss said loudly, let's go, Your Highness. A moment later, Arya opened the door. Aesel, that child. Aesel replied. On the way here, she suddenly fainted. It must be a side effect of her ability. I heard that half-sisters have similar side effects. Arya said, come in first, lay her down in here. Actually, I met her in my office this morning. She used her ability to disappear. So when I heard that you were with a child, it was indeed her. Aha, so you already knew it was Bliss. I also heard that she's my half-sister. Yes, the situation seems complicated, so for now I plan to let her stay at the palace. I'm fine with it. It's not like I can't take care of one child. Haha. I knew you'd say that, she thought to herself. But this is just like taking care of my own father. Seriously, even without this, upon returning to the Empire, I was already so busy dealing with the crowd gossiping about my background. But my own father is someone who has illegitimate children like this. If this gets out, it'll be a lot of trouble to clean up. No, stop thinking negatively. Let's think on the bright side. With this opportunity, it would be better if I could get rid of all the people who complained about my status and reorganize everything. Aesol looked at Arya and thought, she seems to be in a good mood. Seeing my lady happy is my happiness. Suddenly a knock was heard at the door. It seems the physician has arrived. I saw she seemed to be injured earlier, so I called for one. Please come in. He thought to himself, the doctor will immediately realize she's faking sleep. Bliss was just as worried. Will this be okay? Will pretending to sleep work? Aesol thought to himself. As expected, even if I have to force it, I have to put her to sleep, as if sensing the imminent danger. I feel like Dad is staring at me. At this moment, Jessie entered. Please excuse me, Your Highness the Crown Princess. Were you all right last night? I'm sorry. I didn't know you two were together. Come to think of it, this is a bedroom. Arya replied. No. If that were the case, I wouldn't have told you to come in. I see. How silly of me. Bliss thought to herself. This voice. Suddenly Arya asked, You're here for the morning report, right? Yes, but she approached the bed and asked, Who is this cute child? I was planning to introduce her when she woke up, but this is Bliss, a relative of mine. The child will be staying at the palace for a while. Oh my, how adorable. She looks so much like you that she reminds me of the Crown Princess. When you were little, Arya smiled and said, Her eye color is different from mine, though you can't see it while she's sleeping. Anyway, give me the report. Yes, ma'am. Bliss wanted to call out, Jessie, and gently tugged at her hand. Jessie surprisingly pulled her hand back. Oh, I must have woken her up. No way. You couldn't wake her even if you hit her, because I'm the same way. Aesol worriedly came over and pinched Bliss's cheek. It seems she's dreaming. Look, still sleeping soundly. Bliss thought, Dad's angry. Jessie quickly said, If you do that, she'll wake up. No, she's really sleep-talking. Arya thought that if she could wake up just from that, she wouldn't have had such a hard time. Jessie continued, Well, in that case, I'll give my report like this. She still hasn't let go of my hand. Arya replied, Of course. Jessie said, The content isn't much. I've handled what you mentioned last week. Here is the proposal. Emergency training for commoners at the hospital. Yes, even a minor injury can become serious. Providing first aid kits to those who have completed the training. So, Bliss peeked with one eye and thought, Jessie, Dad, Mom is so cool. Bliss smiled unconsciously. Jessie glanced over and said, It seems she's having a nice dream. Her smile looks similar too. I guess so. Arya smiled, thinking that although it's a bit troublesome, the child is not at fault. I don't want her to have a hard time like me. After the coronation ceremony is over, I'll deal with it. Bliss was determined. I will definitely make Mom happy and make everyone else happy too. That's right. That's why I came here, to disappear from this world. Black Murray, the head physician in charge of the Crown Princess's treatment. It's just a simple bruise. Other than that, more rest is all that's needed. There's nothing abnormal about the child. Arya replied, Is that so? That's a relief. Yes, although the young lady's body seems a bit weak, you don't need to worry too much. Aesol winked and said, You mean she needs a lot of sleep, right? Black Murray replied, Yes. As a precaution, shall I carefully prepare some tonics? Ho ho, that would be great. If the medicine has a better effect, I'll have to trouble you. Leave it to me. Ho ho ho. Hearing that, Bliss was startled. I hate taking medicine. At this moment, Jessie spoke again. Your Highness the Crown Princess, you have a meeting with the young merchants next. Shall I invite them here? No, we're done here, so I'll go to the study now. Aesol said, Then we'll need someone to look after this child. I wonder if there's anyone. Hearing this, Jessie raised her hand and asked, Would I be able to? May I take care of the young lady? I promise it won't interfere with my work. Then I'll leave her to you. You're very enthusiastic. Dad, let's go then. Although the child is fast asleep, there's a chance we might wake her. Arya thought. It seems Aesol cares a lot about her. He urged her from behind. Come on, come on. Black Murray chuckled to herself. Ho ho, the child is still pretending to be asleep. She must have done something wrong. What an adorable child. As soon as the door closed, Bliss sat up and cheered. Hee, this is great. Jessie's hands are so soft. Even her warmth hasn't changed at all. Recalling Jessie's call, Princess Bliss. The little girl continued to speak. Jessie used to work with Mom before. She's so cool. I want to live here forever. Suddenly Bliss froze. If I stay here until Mom gets pregnant, is it possible I won't be born? I think I saw it in a book somewhere. What about the time paradox then? I'm not sure either. If so, I don't need to tell Mom the truth. That way, both Mom and I can be happy. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Hey, Bliss, that's strange. I told you not to think about nonsense. Bliss sat down dejectedly. That's right. I don't know what will happen if I use my ability incorrectly, so I'll probably have to rely on Mom. How can I make it so only I disappear? Here? What must I do to make everyone happy? The little girl said gloomily that, anyway, it's me after all. A voice kept haunting Bliss. The Empress is so unlucky. Ruby said venomously. It would be better if, at that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened. Bliss turned her head when she saw Ruby, and the next sentence echoed in her head. It would have been better if she hadn't given birth to that child. Bliss thought in shock. Ruby, as expected, I don't want to have to disappear. At that moment, Ruby spoke. So you're awake, Lady Bliss. I've heard about it, that you're a distant relative of the Crown Princess. Please forgive me, but which family do you belong to? Bliss was startled. Which family? I'm just a distant relative. Hey, even if I told you, you probably wouldn't know. Ruby asked again, is that so? She thought, she can't say which family she belongs to, simply saying she's a relative, but she looks exactly like the Crown Princess. Moreover, she's the culprit of the recent pranks. If so, there's no way she's a descendant of the famous Marquis Pius. Could she be another daughter of the Crown Princess's mother, who was once a prostitute? Probably not, right? I haven't heard that the Countess was pregnant. Whatever the case, it's highly likely this is a troublesome matter from the outside. Even the Crown Princess can't do anything about it. Even if the young lady has half noble blood, the other half is enough to mess everything up. The Crown Princess didn't kick out a child without a guardian. It's probably because she's busy with the coronation, so she plans to deal with this later, right? Thinking this, Ruby spoke. Young lady, how long do you plan to stay at the palace? I'll be staying until the day of the coronation ceremony. So, about a month, right? A month? I understand. She thought. So what I have to do now is, on behalf of Her Highness the Crown Princess, manage and discipline this child. She spoke again. Although you are not staying for long, I hope you will behave yourself. If another disturbance like that happens, the Crown Princess will be in a very difficult position. Bliss bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, while thinking to herself. Ruby is really so strict in both the future and the past, huh? It's true I did something wrong, but Ruby also thought to herself, this is good. An opportunity has come. After Annie and Jessie left the palace, I became the Crown Princess's personal handmaiden, but I haven't done anything significant yet. Disciplining this child could help me gain more of the Crown Princess's trust. Back to before, when Ruby had just been appointed, Arya asked, do you know the rumors about me that are spreading in this palace, and the people who are spreading them? Ruby replied, yes, Your Highness the Crown Princess. All right, from the look on your face, it seems you have something to say to me. Good. It's just in time, as I need a handmaiden who is knowledgeable about everything in the palace. I greatly value those who are loyal to me. You know, after that, she went to find Annie. What? You're asking me how to become a handmaiden favored by Her Highness the Crown Princess? About that. Well, you have to be a handmaiden who is self-aware of what needs to be done and does it well, just like me. Ruby rubbed her chin. Oh, is that so? She thought. Is that why she receives so much favor from Her Highness the Crown Princess? I don't know if Annie does a good job, but from the Crown Princess's standpoint, what she wants from a handmaiden is, if I have the same ability as Annie, I can do it too. Compared to having to marry a stranger, it's better to become a successful handmaiden relying on the Crown Princess's power. No, to become a handmaiden who holds the power of the imperial family in her hands. Thinking this, she spoke. Lady Bliss, I have a suggestion. I heard you are not well, so it would be better for you to rest in a quiet place. I will prepare a room with a view of the entire beautiful rear garden of the palace. But the rear garden, Ruby said again. This is the palace of the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. The study will have many people coming and going, so it's very noisy. It could affect your recovery. Bliss thought, then wouldn't I be very far from Mom? She said it's okay if it's noisy, but Ruby cut her off. Moreover, since you're recovering, I will also bring your meals to your room. I want to be fully responsible for the precious relative of Her Highness the Crown Princess. I hope you understand, young lady. She thought, I have to take the girl far away to keep her out of the Crown Princess's sight. Are you all right? You shouldn't make things difficult for Her Highness the Crown Princess, right? Bliss replied, even so, but she thought, I want to be far from Mom, but Ruby is so scary. I can't say anything. Hoo-hoo. Just then the door opened. Jessie exclaimed, oh, I thought the young lady was still asleep. You're awake? Bliss cried out internally, Jessie, oh my goodness, what's wrong? At this moment, Annie also walked in. Oh my, she really does look like her. I'd believe it if you said she was the Crown Princess's daughter. Bliss realized it was Annie. Annie hasn't changed much, has she? Remembering Annie's cheerful demeanor every time she called, Princess, I'm here. Bliss laughed happily. Suddenly Ruby asked, are you looking for Lady Bliss for some reason? Jessie replied, I'll be taking care of the young lady while she's here. Ruby said, that's great. I was just about to take the young lady to another room. Huh, did Her Highness the Crown Princess order a room change? I haven't heard anything about it. Ruby replied, I suggested it to the young lady. Lady Bliss was about to go, right, Lady Bliss? Annie looked at Bliss's teary eyes and said, from the young lady's expression, it seems she really doesn't want to go. Bliss nodded eagerly. Ruby retorted, no way. I said I would take the young lady to a room with a beautiful view where she can see the entire rear garden. Annie nodded, that place is very quiet and nice. But the young lady is the Crown Princess's relative, so she should be near the Crown Princess, right? She's still a child. Ruby frowned and said, if you saw what happened yesterday and today, it's still better to keep them apart. Annie replied, even if she doesn't like it. Besides, Ruby, why are you being so disrespectful? Ruby angrily asked back, disrespectful? I am working as the personal handmaiden of Her Highness the Crown Princess. Annie said, no, as a handmaiden, why are you overstepping your authority like that? You should follow the young lady's wishes. Ruby shouted loudly, you told me that before. You said the Crown Princess likes handmaidens who are self-aware of what needs to be done and do everything well. Annie explained, no, that's not what I meant at all, okay? I meant you have to do exactly what you're asked to do. What? Anyway, I am now the closest handmaiden to Her Highness the Crown Princess, so something like this. Annie interrupted, what are you talking about? The closest handmaiden to Her Highness the Crown Princess? That would be me. Bliss saw the situation was not good and thought, Annie, Ruby, if they get angry, they'll be really, really scary. Someone stopped them, quickly. Jessie was also sweating. A moment later, Ruby shouted, what do you mean you're the closest handmaiden? The Crown Princess's closest handmaiden now is me. What did you say? How rude. I'm only doing this to help the Crown Princess. Isn't what you're saying a bit too much? Among the handmaidens, from the very beginning, I've been the closest to the Crown Princess. Jessie is a secretary, so she doesn't count. Ruby retorted, you lived outside the palace, but my heart has always been with the young miss. Didn't you know? Ruby said smugly, someone who is close to the young miss let me naturally understand her better. Annie scoffed, you talk as if you know everything about the Crown Princess. Really, that's what I call rude. Ruby, what do you take the Crown Princess for? I thought you'd have a smart head on your shoulders, coming from a noble family. Geez, Ruby shouted, hey, are you done talking yet? Bliss thought to herself, no wonder everyone says Ruby is incredibly scary when she's angry. The Annie from the future wouldn't dare confront Ruby like this. I'm not sure, but seeing Annie confronting Ruby like that, for some reason my heart is pounding. Annie, I want to cheer for Annie. Just as she was about to cheer, Jessie cut in. Annie, and you too, Ruby, both of you stop it. You're scaring the young miss. Immediately, the two of them turned to look towards her. Bliss froze for a moment, then stammered, why yes, don't fight because of me. Annie hiccuped, the young miss is scared. Her eyes are just like the Crown Princess's. Ruby, it's because you suddenly raise your voice. You really are something. That's enough. The Crown Princess entrusted the young miss to me, so. Bliss called out, Jessie, I'll be good. Can you let me stay in a room near Her Highness the Crown Princess? I won't be a bother. Yes, even without you asking, I was planning to do so. Ruby glanced at Annie and jabbed, I see, if it's Jessie, then I'm relieved, unlike someone else. Annie said angrily, you really are something. Ruby paid her no mind and turned, saying, well, I'll be heading out. You watch her and don't let the young miss cause any trouble. Go. She's just saying that and leaving because she didn't get her way. Bliss then said firmly, Jessie, I won't cause any mischief, really. The young miss is still young, so it's all right to be a little mischievous. Wow. Her face is identical to the Crown Princess's, and on top of that, her personality is so fragile. What is she to do in this dangerous world? Young miss, let's go buy some clothes. Shopping is the best way to lift one's spirits. Then we can go to Flower for some cake. Hearing this, Bliss thought, Flower, a place only adults go to? Oh, that sounds nice. Come to think of it, the young miss didn't bring any clothes, and calling for a designer would take some time. Bliss suddenly exclaimed, Let's go, I want to go. Jessie smiled and replied, All right, then let's go right now. My carriage is waiting outside. Suddenly, Bliss raised her hand. But can I hold Jessie's and Annie's hands while we walk? Can I? Of course you can. Yes. The two of them thought to themselves, so cute. Bliss thought, Annie, Jessie, before I leave, I have to make many beautiful memories with them. Suddenly Jessie was puzzled. But have I introduced myself already? Earlier when talking with Ruby, they called each other's names. She figured out who was who just from that. As expected, a relative of the crown princess is also very smart. After that, they arrived at the clothing store. The shop owner happily called out, Tada! Bliss stepped out of the dressing room in various dresses, one after another. Every dress was beautiful. Every dress was lovely, making Annie and Jessie exclaim in excitement, Dada! As expected, this one, that one, they all suit her. We'll have to buy them all. Quickly, take off the outfit the young miss is wearing for me. Bring another one here right away. The shop owner smiled and replied yes. Bliss walked over and asked Jessie, See if this one suits me? Will the crown princess like it? Of course, it's absolutely adorable. It feels like playing with a doll that looks like the crown princess. It's so much fun. So cute. Come to think of it, all of Her Highness the Crown Princess's childhood dresses were burned, weren't they? That incident was truly a blessing in disguise. Those strange clothes hid all of the Crown Princess's beauty. That fire of grace saved the Crown Princess. If the Crown Princess were still dressing like that now. Jessie silently recalled, I think the young miss set the fire herself. It's been a long time, so I don't remember clearly. At this moment, Bliss asked expectantly, Hey, when are we going to Flower Mountain? The meeting place for adults. Annie said, How about we go now? Send all the dresses to the Imperial Palace for me. The shop owner happily replied, Yes, ma'am. Then Annie took Bliss's hand and said, This is so much fun. Right, young miss? That cafe is nearby, so we can walk and enjoy the scenery. Yes, I love it. We haven't reported to the Crown Princess yet, so we can't stay out for too long, you know? Of course. Annie, what's the most fun thing there? By the way, to see what the young miss likes best, how about we order one of everything? Okay. Behind them, Sarah saw the three of them. When she saw Bliss, she was stunned and exclaimed, At this time, Arya was having a meal when she suddenly asked, I wonder if you feel inconvenienced because of Bliss? Your expression has looked a little troubled for a while now. Besides that, what else could it be? Not at all. Or is it because I made the decision about little Bliss on my own? No, it's not that. He thought to himself. More importantly, I remember Bliss's words. As soon as the coronation ceremony is over, I will tell Mom. But I'm the only one who knows this truth. Will that be okay? Arya said with a serious face, Your Highness the Crown Prince, as a married couple, even lies. Aseol's face paled as she continued, should not be kept from each other. You clearly swore that when we married, didn't you? He broke into a sweat, thinking, is she angry? Outwardly, he said meekly, yes, the Crown Princess is absolutely right. The thing is, it's related to Bliss, but it's not about her staying in the Imperial Palace or anything. I heard something, but the child asked me to keep it a secret, so I can't tell you right now. If you want to know, Arya raised her hand. No, I'm fine. She thought to herself, it seems the little one has already told Aseol the secret of her birth, my father's illegitimate child. She said, a promise to a child is still a promise. Of course, you can't break it. You don't need to say anything. She thought, because I already know, but Aseol's expression is more serious than I thought. Or is there something else? If so, I'll just monitor the situation a little longer. However, considering she came all this way, it doesn't seem to be a normal issue, but what is the reason she won't tell her half-sister, but tells an outsider instead? That child. It must be because she resembles me that I keep thinking about her. That must be it. Just a child, yet she was crying and apologizing. Looking so practiced like that, it really bothers me. Her childhood must not have been happy. That point is just like me. After thinking, Arya said, that's right. Speaking of Bliss reminds me. Tell Lady Classy that I will visit later. Tell her that it wasn't an intentional act of sabotage or anything, just a child's prank. So the coronation ceremony attire doesn't need to be remade. Tell her that. Ruby. Yes, Your Highness the Crown Princess. recalling the scene of her going mad, holding a torch and shouting, "We must burn the faulty blue hall attire and remake it." "Ah," Ruby said, "letting her touch the attire will cause a huge problem. I will go deliver the message right away." "All right, I will arrange everything properly so you don't have to worry anymore." Hearing that, Arya watched her leave and thought, I once thought Ruby and Annie were similar, but Ruby seems calmer than I thought. Is it because she's a noble, carefully educated? In any case, she's a loyal handmaiden to me, so it's not a problem. Outside the door, Ruby also thought, as expected, that child named Bliss seems to be a nuisance from the maternal side. Even the crown princess has to keep an eye on her like this. Although Annie isn't the type to be unobservant. Wasn't she sent away after the wedding because she was a useless handmaiden? Is that what a handmaiden of the crown princess should do, Annie? Just because you got a little lucky, you dare to speak to me so carelessly. Maybe right now you are Her Highness the Crown Princess's closest handmaiden. At this moment, Arya said, "Well, I'm going back to work now." "Me too. I'll see you this evening." Ruby thought again, "But in the future, I will become the crown princess's sole and closest confidant." After that, Arya returned to her room and took a breath. Phew, time to get to work. Ruby was lost in thought again. I will make it so that the former handmaiden or anyone else can absolutely not oppose me. By any means necessary, I will become the person Her Highness the Crown Princess trusts the most. Suddenly, at this moment, Sarah pushed the door open. "Arya, long time no see. Are you well?" The nickname of Marchioness Vincent, Sarah, Her Highness the Crown Princess's #1 friend. Above all, what she desired was also considered what she desired. She was famous for being known as Arya's truest fan. Sarah came and hugged her tightly. "Arya, even though it's been a while, you're still..." "Arya, why do you say it's been a while? We just met 3 days ago. We only met for work. But what's going on? Why is Sarah here?" She looked at the people following behind. There was Jessie, Annie. Bliss laughed happily. "Haha, sister. What do you think of me?" Arya was thinking, that outfit. What is it? Is it a costume for a masquerade ball? After thinking, Arya said, "It's a little loud." When suddenly Sarah praised, "So cute as expected. What I chose suits her perfectly." "Ah, so is Sarah who chose it. What do you think? Beautiful, cute, and adorable, right? I knew you would say that too." Bliss exclaimed, "I bought even more than this. Everything is so beautiful. I'll show you right away." "Okay, go ahead." Bliss ran behind the changing area, saying happily, "Wait a moment." Seeing this, Arya wondered, but something is a little strange. She's used her ability, so why is she so normal? "I'm sorry we went out without asking for your permission. We came to see you earlier, but saw the young miss was already awake, so we took her shopping." Arya continued to think. She even slept less. Jessie spoke again. "Ah, the young miss also said she wants to stay in a room nearby. Is that all right?" Arya replied, "That doesn't matter anyway. That's a relief." Ruby recommended a quiet room, but it was too far, so the young miss didn't like it. Hearing that, Arya asked again. She said she didn't like it because it was too far? Yes. Arya mused, wandering around the imperial city and playing like this. Meanwhile, the basic structure of the imperial palace, at least to some extent, how could that be possible? Come to think of it, I heard they met in a CEO's office this morning, right? Moving around constantly, can her ability be that powerful? To use an ability without side effects, one must be an heir to the royal bloodline. But no matter how I look at it, Bliss's appearance resembles mine. In the case of an outsider, combined with the royal family, using an ability like my grandmother, they would suffer side effects like falling into a deep sleep, like me. Why is that? My half-sister has my appearance, knows the imperial palace well, and doesn't have the same side effect from her ability as I do. Wait a minute, a half-sister? Is there a contradiction here? The first time I met her, I thought I had returned to the past. Arya asked Sarah, "Does Bliss look a lot like me?" Sarah smiled and replied, "Yes, she really looks a lot like the young Arya. Because of her blue eyes, I'm even more certain. Arya's eyes are also almost blue. You know," Arya mumbled in her head. "That's right. In reality, the answer might be very simple." Sarah continued, "If Arya had a daughter, she would probably look like this, right? Maybe even cuter." Arya laughed and said, "That could be the case." She silently thought, "Sarah, don't worry. Even if there's no one else, because Bliss is my daughter." Arya felt a little strange about the image she had imagined. I'm a mother? Instead, what is this image? A saintess anyway. Her face resembles mine. Her eyes resemble a seal's. If she received the power of space from a seal and the power of time from me, it wouldn't be strange for our future daughter to travel through space and time to return to the past. But why? Could it be that something happened in the future? Suddenly, a servant ran out in a panic, saying, Your Highness the Crown Princess, there's a problem. Annie quickly asked, what's wrong? Young Miss Bliss fell asleep while changing her clothes. Sarah laughed and said, haha, it's understandable that she's tired. Before she met me, she had already spent 3 hours changing clothes. She's so cute. Even in the carriage on the way back, she kept asking, will the Crown Princess like it? The young miss was very excited. Children are often like that. Arya looked at the little girl and thought worriedly, phew, could that be a side effect of her ability? The young miss hasn't had dinner yet. What should we do? If we shake her, will she wake up? Arya lifted the little girl up. All right, it's better to move her like this and lull her to sleep. Jesse, prepare the room next to mine for her to sleep in right away. Yes, since it's a spare room, I've already prepared the necessities. I just need to quickly prepare a bed and pillows for a child. Good. Even so, you're not a handmaiden anymore. So I'll pass the message to Ruby to do the rest. Something like this, just let me do it. You can take your time coming. Arya pondered. Honestly, is it because she's so tired? I wasn't like that when I was little. Is she like a seal? The maid carefully adjusted Bliss's clothes. She changed her clothes and fell fast asleep. Arya was still lost in thought. By the way, father, I'm sorry. My suspicion that you secretly had this half-sister for me. It was just my fantasy, but please forgive me. Scene changed to Krascha. Chloe was suddenly startled. Karen spoke up. What's wrong? No, I heard Arya's voice asking for forgiveness somewhere. How could she be here? Compared to that, we're the ones who should be forgiving you. What's this about asking for forgiveness? That's why I find it strange, too. Then he thought to himself, Arya, no matter what happens, it's okay. Over on this side, Arya felt it. Did I just hear that my father has accepted my apology? Thank you. Is this the bond between a parent and child? Annie spoke up. Your Highness, I have something important to tell you. Can we be somewhere with just the two of us? Come to think of it, she went out with Bliss, right? Annie is a very sharp person. Then Arya said, all right, what's so important? Tell me, Annie. She hesitated a little, not knowing what that feeling was. Sarah turned and waved goodbye. I'll be waiting at the restaurant. I'll have dinner before I go. After everyone had left, Arya said, go ahead and speak. Arya looked at Annie and silently guessed. She might have realized Bliss's identity, or it's something related to the future. Annie hesitated. Actually, no, I'm pregnant. I finally said it. I really wanted to tell the Crown Princess first. But is this the right time, or what? You don't know how much I've been itching to tell you. Arya was stunned. A baby, you're having a baby? Wow, this is indeed important, isn't it? Why are you reacting like that? I've really been holding it in for a long time. My husband doesn't even know yet. No, congratulations. Sorry, you look so tense that I thought it was something bad. Thank you. Everything I have like this is all thanks to you. That's why I wanted to receive your congratulations first. Arya thought, just like Jesse, I owe Annie from the past. She helped me a lot. The better Annie is, the more others try to serve me. Is it all just for me? What? Even so, it's fine to show it like this. So, what's it like to become a mother? Although I still don't know for sure. For some reason, I feel it's so magical that a baby who looks like me is about to be born. A baby that looks like, hearing that reminded Arya of Bliss. Then she said, Bliss looks a lot like me too. She may look like you, but she's not your Highness's daughter. Her Highness the Crown Princess is not that kind of person. That's right, it's possible to look alike. Of course, you said she was a relative, and even complete strangers can look alike. All right, let's just say she's a half-sister. The possibility of her being my daughter is also very high, but that's just a guess. Moreover, I'm not happy about getting swept up by this child. When Bliss wakes up, I'll ask her properly. Just stay calm as usual. Then she said to Annie, shall we go then? I don't want to keep Sarah waiting too long. All right, I've also prepared dinner. Your expression is better now, isn't it? That's right. I was wondering whether I should say it or not. What is it now? Is it actually twins? Annie quickly said, Ruby seems a bit arrogant. She works without any regard for her subordinates' opinions. Annie's words made Arya a little concerned. Yesterday morning, Ruby was worried about me. Today, she also listened to what I said. What does this mean? This is the right time, isn't it? All right, I need this. As expected of me. Compared to trivial matters, she's the type who likes to do things her own way. Arya asked again, can you be more specific, Annie? Did Ruby do something that overstepped her authority? Your Highness the Crown Princess, it's just as you said. Oh my goodness. Ruby suggested that young Miss Bliss move to a room in the rear courtyard. However, the young miss wanted to be near you, so she said she didn't like it. But Ruby said it would be a nuisance to the crown prince and princess, so it wasn't allowed. She said that because the young miss has a prior record, there was no other choice. Fortunately, Jessie listened to the young miss, which is why something like that didn't happen. Who does she think she is to order a relative of Her Highness the Crown Princess to do this, to do that? Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised. Do this, do that? Arya asked again. That matter. As my closest handmaiden, isn't it natural that she can do that? No, ma'am. Even so, as a handmaiden, she should prioritize your words, shouldn't she? Well, although what you say isn't wrong, is that all there is to it? Annie nodded yes. Arya hesitated and continued that, how should I put it? Like putting poison in my tea, trying to sabotage my carriage, or harming me behind. My back, for instance. Nothing like that happened. What scary things are you saying? That's the kind of thing a once-in-a-lifetime evil girl like Meal would do. That's true. I was just hoping a little. A matter of that scale would be troublesome, so it's better if it's something small. It seems Her Highness the Crown Princess doesn't feel anything at all. A moment later, Arya said, Tisk, anyway, let's put this aside for now. I'll look into it later. Annie, you shouldn't think too much either. Isn't stress bad for the baby? You don't need to get worked up. Hick, of course I'm worried about Her Highness the Crown Princess's affairs. You're truly praiseworthy. What should the congratulatory gift for the praiseworthy Annie be? A gift? Actually, there's one thing I want. Can you name my child? No, it doesn't have to be to the extent of you being the godmother. All right, you're saying you don't need me to be the godmother, just to name the baby? No. If you became the godmother, I would be very grateful. But that would be more than a reward. Will you really agree? She smiled and said, perhaps. In any case, I really want you to be the godmother. At this moment, Arya's focus returned to Bliss. She wondered, is she talking in her sleep? I thought she called for me. The door had just closed when, from inside, Bliss's sobs could be heard again. Mommy. Outside, everyone was happily preparing for dinner. Annie said to Jessie with a bright smile, so you must come tomorrow, because I have an important announcement to make. It would be even better if you prepare a gift to bring along. How can I prepare a gift if I don't know what it's about? Use your intuition. Sarah said to Arya, I couldn't play with Bliss at all today, so I'll drop by again tomorrow. You really like the child, don't you, Sarah? Ho, that's right. All children are cute, but because Bliss resembles someone I like, I love her even more. Well then, Arya, see you tomorrow. They left, and she returned to her room. As she walked, she thought, I've never cared about children like Sarah, or longed for congratulations on being pregnant like Annie. I don't really know about those things. I never once thought that child was my own. Then again, I told myself not to rush to judge that she's my child. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear, oh my, even if Bliss really is my own biological daughter. I once thought Bliss's mother died after giving birth to her. Thinking back, it's possible to think that way. Giving birth, the body is severely damaged. The weakened mother blames everything on the child, and then the child is not properly cared for, nor is she loved. Arya sighed, phew, so tiring. I've been hearing useless things this whole time. I have to go to bed early today. Asil must have arrived already. Just as she thought, Asil had already come to visit Bliss. He recalled what the servant had said earlier. Young Miss Bliss said she went downtown this afternoon. So, she must have had a lot of fun going here and there. She said she wanted to have happy memories before she disappears. That must be why she's meeting so many people. He gently pulled a chair and sat down next to Bliss. Suddenly, he remembered what Bliss had said, that I want to see many scenes of Mom and Dad being happy before I disappear. That's the way for me, and for Mom and Dad too, for everyone to become happy. Asil reached out his hand. The child from the future. It seems that for Arya's sake, she chose not to be born. A moment later, Asil boldly touched the child. Really, isn't this too terrible a thing for a child? Bliss, don't worry too much. The adults will find a way. In her daze, Bliss replied with a sound. He quickly pulled his hand back. I don't think we made a mistake in raising our child in the future, but it seems I sometimes can't understand her behavior. For a bit of my own selfishness, it seems her positive personality is also like Arya's. Suddenly, the little girl tightly gripped his finger. Mommy, Daddy. A moment later, she let go of his hand and turned over. As expected, if I say it to someone with a face like Arya's, it feels like I don't know what to say other than that everything will be alright. Did I not study well enough? Although, to solve this, I guess I'll have to read some parenting books. Arriving back at the room, Arya couldn't help but be surprised. Oh my, Asil, you're here already. Come in, my crown princess. You enjoyed a pleasant evening with your friends, didn't you? I was a little lonely. She smiled and replied, yes, I hope Asil understands. I'll go change and be right back. A moment later, Arya, having finished changing, called out to him. But Asil, why do you look more tired than before? Is it because of me? Are you alright? Of course not, it's nothing. Even if I'm tired, it's always the same. As long as the crown princess is by my side like this, all my fatigue will disappear. He closed his eyes and gently moved closer to Arya. Just then, she spoke up. Come to think of it, could it be that Bliss is my daughter from the future? Asil immediately replied, yes. Someone who looks so much like Arya must be her child. So it's true. After all, that's the most logical guess. Let's see if so. You also know why Bliss came from the future, right? That matter. Is it a secret? Don't worry. I won't ask any more questions. I'll find out on my own. You should just sleep well tonight. Asil stammered and could only force a laugh. Yes, of course. The next morning, Asil's face was clearly haggard. He noticed in just one day, Arya is indeed different. She is his crown princess after all. But if he tells her the truth, Arya will be the most worried one. Besides, I haven't prepared anything at all. Arya observed silently. Asil, what on earth is that secret that makes him look so unwell? Could it be that in the future, I mistreated the child? If so, I understand now why Bliss lacks such table manners. But my future self, what on earth did I do to that child? Arya suddenly remembered Meal. No matter what Meal did, her gestures were always incredibly elegant. She was the first noble lady I ever met. She was beautiful and graceful, just as the rumors said she was a saintess. Those gestures were deeply ingrained in my mind with the thought that, so this is what a noble is. She was the one who set the standard of a noble for me. So if you're a noble, of course you have to learn etiquette. I used to think that way. She looked at Bliss and wondered why, just why. Why does my future daughter look like this? I thought that a person's background didn't matter, only how they were educated. But why on earth? I can't believe it. At this moment, Ruby suddenly recalled this morning when a servant saw Bliss and asked, young lady, in the morning, but the girl had already dashed off, only replying, I will eat with the crown princess. Crown princess, let's have breakfast together. Seeing Bliss's behavior, Ruby thought, even if she's a relative, she should know her manners with the crown princess. TSK, but she didn't seem to mind at all. Breakfast? All right then, Ruby, prepare a portion for Bliss as well. Ruby replied yes. Then she was startled and wondered, she didn't criticize that rudeness and just accepted it so easily? Crown princess, I have served you for the past 2 years, but compared to the rumors, she seems rather naive. When I first entered the royal household, no one could say anything about my background. Different from the rumors of a saintess, I thought she was very strict. She no longer runs charities for commoners or gives gifts to the maids to thank them. Is she now feeling embarrassed by a child who doesn't know social etiquette like this? Could it be that the stern appearance I've seen until now was just a bluff to hide her fragile nature? At this moment, Arya also realized that's not right. Speaking of origins, isn't she also half noble? Asil is the crown prince. This is the image of my past self when I knew nothing about social etiquette. Could it be? At this point, she remembered Meal's words. After all, I had that thought too, didn't I? After giving birth, my body became severely weakened. Arya suspected, could my future self have mistreated this child? Blaming the child because her body wasn't healthy. That possibility. So she spoke up. Bliss, yes, crown princess. Just as she was about to ask, Arya thought, I can't say it's impossible. Didn't your mother teach you table manners? The little girl froze. Oh no, mother teaches me every day. But why do you ask? I was never a saintess to begin with. My nature is that of a villainess. Even if I have shortcomings, it's not strange. Arya asked again, but why is that? Bliss was startled. That is, Arya continued to ask, did your mother really teach you? The little girl suddenly shot up from her seat. It's true that mother taught me. Don't talk about my mother like that. She taught me everything. But every time I made a mistake, mother would just remind me and smile. That's all. Mother just watched. She said very, very gentle things. Don't say anything about my mother. Seeing the little girl burst into tears, Asil thought to himself, then let me teach you with passion. Arya was stunned. What? My future self is like that? I can't believe it. She's that amazing? She doesn't get angry. She smiles and even teaches over and over again. She's really being a proper mother. Suddenly, Meal appeared, mocking. Let's see, aren't you just thinking what you want to think? At first, she only wore the mask of a saintess. Maybe later she revealed her true nature and started abusing that child. Arya suddenly stood up. Unbelievable. Bliss continued to wail. No, it's true. Mother, really? Suddenly Arya said. No, if it were me, I wouldn't have done that. Bliss, there's a bug on your plate. Bring a new one. The little girl stared blankly. Yes, Aesel thought to himself, but you are her mother. Arya spoke again. Even if it's my child, if they keep asking, I'd probably get annoyed. Ruby looked at her in surprise. Huh, so you've been enduring it all this time? At this moment, Bliss asked tearfully, so the crown princess really hates. She said bluntly, if it were me, I might be disappointed. But your mother doesn't seem to be like that. It seems she loves you very much. If that weren't the case, there's no way she could have kindly taught you that many times. That's what I think. What do you think, Bliss? The little girl stared blankly. I also think that, Arya said. Mother loves me, but a well-behaved child is more praiseworthy, right? My child is so well-behaved now, right? It wasn't in vain that I was so patient. Your mother could probably say that with satisfaction. Of course, I'm not your mother, so I can think that way. But then she observed Bliss silently. The little girl carefully cut her food. Her posture was also more proper. Arya smiled and said, so you're doing it on purpose. You can do it so well, right? Isn't that right? Your mother taught you that way. That's right. Next time you must do it for your mother to see too. She will surely be very happy. Hearing that, Aesel was bewildered. Next time with Bliss. Bliss replied, yes, I will. Aesel thought, it's as good as nothing until the coronation. Somehow I must. Then Annie spoke up. Well then, I have an important announcement to make. That my body is no longer alone. Sarah was confused. Huh, Annie, but you're already married. Jessie couldn't help but wonder. You have many more siblings. Goodness, that's not it. At this moment, Arya spoke up. She means she's pregnant. Hearing that, the two of them suddenly understood. Congratulations, Annie. Haha, I can't believe you're going to be a mother. It's amazing. It's already been 3 months. What? I didn't know either because my belly isn't big. I only found out not long ago. Oh my, congratulations. How many adorable babies will be born? Suddenly, Bliss ran over and exclaimed excitedly. A baby girl because she's like Annie. The baby born will be as smart and lovely as Annie. Miss Bliss, what do you know I'm smart? What a compliment. Jessie then asked, you spent a lot of time with the young lady yesterday, didn't you? But being cute is a given. Arya wasn't surprised at all. So Annie's first child is a girl. Huh, but is it okay to reveal things from the future so carelessly? Over here, Bliss smiled and said to Annie, Annie will be a wonderful mother. Bliss replied, to the baby in your belly, the young lady is an older sister. Arya said to herself, that doesn't look like the face of someone who thinks before they speak. I'll have to be strict to prevent more information about the future from leaking. It won't do if information about the royal family's ability gets out like this. Arya started to call for Bliss, but Sarah cut in. I'm so jealous. I was the first to get married, but Annie is the first to have a child. Huh? Annie comforted her. Sarah is a headmistress, and you're also very busy with establishing the orphanage, and you're still studying. That's right, so we'll come a little later. As expected, I've been so tired lately that instead of tea, I've only been drinking coffee. I'm really something. It can't be because of this, right? Suddenly, Arya froze. Wait a minute. The Sarah from the past gave birth to many children and took very good care of them all. She was famous for being a countess who worked hard for her family. Could it be that because of me, her future has changed? She can't have children? Just then, Bliss cried out, oh, Sarah, Sarah. Arya thought blankly. Why did she suddenly butt in? Bliss, really? Will Sarah's future change? Is it really because of me that the future Miss Sarah can't have children? Suddenly Bliss said innocently, Miss Sarah, you do have one, right? Hearing that, Arya was surprised. What? Seeing Bliss run quickly towards her, Sarah reminded her. Bliss, suddenly running like that is dangerous. Bliss hugged Sarah tightly and said, a baby? Miss Sarah has a baby too, and it's a very cool prince. Sarah was surprised. A prince, his birthday is. Sarah said happily, does Bliss want an older brother? Even so, Bliss has to be the older sister. After leaning close to Sarah's belly to check, Bliss thought to herself, oh, that's right. Arya immediately gave an order, call the royal physician here, throw this coffee away, and bring tea immediately. Herbal tea. The servant immediately replied, yes, yes. Annie wondered, Your Highness the Crown Princess, what's wrong? Do you really believe what Miss Bliss said? Is this the cool and calm Crown Princess? Arya, you don't have to go that far. It's just a possibility. Arya said, I think you should have a simple health checkup, Miss Sarah. You've been very busy lately, haven't you? Even if it's not about a baby, I'd be sad if you were tired, Miss Sarah. Drinking too much coffee isn't good either. Sarah called out emotionally, Arya. And Arya thought worriedly, if you can't have children because of me, how could I ever face you? Please be safe, little one. After the examination, Breck Murray announced with a smile, congratulations, you're about 6 weeks along. Annie was extremely excited. Wow, there's really a baby? It's a miracle. Jesse said happily, congratulations, Miss Sarah. Oh my goodness, there's really a baby in here? Bliss said gleefully. See, I was right. Annie praised, Miss Bliss, you're so smart. Oh, just like a prophet who sees the future. Arya said, Annie, really, you're saying such absurd things too? Bliss must have heard something when she hugged Miss Sarah. Bliss replied, right, that's right, and since we're both children, we can hear more clearly. Ho, is that so? Sarah stood up and said, I'm very sorry, but I really want to tell my husband about this quickly. Although I said I would play with Bliss today, it seems I have to leave early. It's all right, please go and share the news. Then let me play with the young lady. Just leave it to me. Speaking of which, what about the Baron? He must be overjoyed. Annie suddenly froze. Huh, I haven't told him yet. Besides everyone here, no one else knows? The first person you told was Her Highness the Crown Princess. Then Annie, let's go together. Isn't it better to share good news as soon as possible? I can announce it later. I have to play with the young lady. Sarah then persuaded her. Come on, since we might give birth around the same time, let's raise our children together. What do you think? It would be even better if the little ones become friends. Getting close to the Marchioness, huh? Yes, I'd love that. Arya sighed and thought, Annie, your honesty is both a strength and a weakness. Annie smiled and said, Your Highness the Crown Princess, then I'll be leaving first. Hee. All right, Miss Bliss, then I will play with. Arya suddenly called, Jesse. I heard you went out yesterday and then went straight home. Are you sure you finished your work? Jesse hesitated and replied, Yes, about that. She thought worriedly I'd go back to work. She's never interrogated me like this before. Did I do something wrong? After glancing at Bliss, Jesse realized. It seems the Crown Princess wants to be alone with Miss Bliss. I apologize. It seems I also have something to attend to. After 2 years, Jesse has become more perceptive. Bliss replied, Jesse is busy, so it's okay, go on. Oh my, you're so understanding. Bliss waved and said with a smile, Work hard, Jesse. Thank you, young lady. Arya thought to herself, I thought she really liked Jesse and would be a little disappointed, but I guess not. Then she spoke up, so it's just me left to watch her fashion show. Is that okay? Bliss replied happily, She thought to herself, anyway, the purpose of dressing up was for Mother to see. Arya mused, I wanted to talk to her alone anyway. This is even better. Bliss quickly went inside to change her clothes. So the first outfit, Your Highness the Crown Princess, what do you think of me? Arya rested her chin on her hand and said, Did Miss Sarah pick that out for you? Yes, well it's not bad, better than the other one. Really? I'll go change right away. Then the little girl ran off quickly. Young lady, be careful not to fall. Arya thought, is that kid going to change clothes or wreck things in there? A little later, Bliss came out. What about this one? The blue color is just like her eye color. I like Aesel's eye color too. Thinking that, she smiled and said, that's cute. Really? Enough to make you smile. I still have other outfits. With that, she dashed off. A moment later, Bliss ran out again and asked, what about this one? It suits you too. Once again, Bliss ran in and then ran out. And this one, Arya said, it's good, very harmonious. The little girl changed into another outfit. What do you think of this one? It's pretty, right? It suits you quite well. Really? Then Bliss ran in again. Then she ran out, covered in sweat, but her face was full of joy. Without waiting for Bliss to ask, Arya said, this one suits you very well too. The little girl panted and replied, really? I'm so happy. Arya asked, aren't you tired? You tried on more than 10 outfits. Bliss replied dejectedly, I'm tired, but I'm just so happy. Let's rest for a bit then. You ladies can also go out and rest for a while. I'll call when I need you. The maids replied, thank you, Your Highness the Crown Princess. As they went out, the two maids whispered again. Her Highness the Crown Princess is so kind. She treats everyone from her attendants to the servants gently. In the room, Arya said, sit down and have some cool cocoa. She looked at Bliss and thought, I thought because she's my Aesel child, she would be a bit more mature, but she's as lively and noisy as any other normal child. I thought that because I was a bad child or something like that. I had to go through a terrible childhood. But that's not enough to say that every child who gets scolded is the same, is it? When was the last time I talked to a child? Suddenly Bliss sighed, phew, there are still so many outfits I haven't tried on. Arya called, Bliss, yes. She asked, what kind of child is the prince that Miss Sarah will give birth to? The prince is an older brother who really resembles the Marquis and his wife. He's very cool, smart, kind, and even extremely skilled in swordsmanship. He's an affectionate person, knows a lot of things, and is brave. Is that so? You talk as if you can see the future. Huh? Bliss said in confusion, that. Arya thought to herself, such a detailed description. He must be Bliss's first love. The little girl stammered an explanation. That's because we're both children, so we understand each other. That's why I know. Her Highness the Crown Princess said so earlier too. I can hear the baby's voice. That's what it is. Is that so? And not because Bliss came from the future? That's of course not. I hate liars the most. Are you really not from the future? Bliss stammered that's because The little girl remembered what she had said to Aesel. I just came to see the coronation. I just need to see the coronation. I'll tell Mother everything. That's the way for me, Father, and Mother too, for all of us to be happy. Therefore, I should disappear from this world. Then she remembered Ruby's words. It would have been better if that child was never born. Bliss thought in confusion, but I don't want to disappear. I have to disappear, but I don't want to disappear. Bliss, I told you not to think such nonsense. But other than that way, I don't know any other way to make Mother happy. What should I do? I don't know if I'm a bad child. Thinking this, Bliss's eyes filled with tears. She sobbed and said, I'm sorry. I'll tell you later. I'll definitely tell you. I'm not lying, just a little longer. Hearing that, Arya was stunned and thought, what is this? Just a moment ago, she was laughing and talking happily. Why is she suddenly crying now? In the end, she didn't even answer my question. For what reason do I want to hug her? Arya then hugged Bliss. Don't cry. I didn't mean to make you cry. But if you cry like this, what am I supposed to do? Of course, whether you cry or not has nothing to do with me. But it's strange. I don't want to see you cry at all. She wondered, even if she's a daughter from the future, she's still just a stranger. But why do I feel this way in my heart? Arya hugged Bliss tighter. I want to see you smile. Then she thought again, I don't know this either. After a moment, Arya asked softly, has Bliss stopped crying? Hearing no answer, Arya let the girl down. At this moment, Bliss was unconscious. Seeing this, Arya called out in alarm, Bliss, over here. Lipper was sitting and reading a book and stopped upon hearing the call. What is it? Or has that kid Bliss caused trouble again? Someone. Is anyone out there? Yes, what is it? Lipper wondered, is that voice Ruby's? Come in for a moment. I have a favor to ask. The little girl thought to herself, if it's Ruby, she'll find Bliss quickly. Ruby entered. Yes, Sir Lipper, I'm here. What is it? I felt something very strange just now. Over here, Arya was extremely worried. After examining Bliss, Breck Murray said, Miss Bliss, there's no major problem with her body. As long as she rests, she will definitely wake up. No, didn't you say before that Bliss has a congenitally weak body? Sometimes when children get too excited or stressed, they can faint. Even so, if you're still worried, I will prescribe some fever-reducing medicine. In case she gets a fever, please give it to the young lady. Let's do that. She thought to herself, Bliss once said that because my body was weak, I almost couldn't give birth, right? This is related to my body becoming weak in the future. That's why she calls herself a bad child. Thinking back to breakfast today, the probability that I abused her in the future is quite low. On the contrary, I was very gentle. If so, the reason Bliss came here from the future. After prescribing the medicine, Breck Murray said, then I shall take my leave. All right, thank you. She mused, Bliss, your body is weak, but you're full of energy. You must have really wanted to play with your mother, right? It seems my future self's body was weak, so I couldn't play with her. She must have felt very lonely. She gently stroked Bliss's forehead. That's why she used her ability. She's really a child in this regard. The royal ability only chooses those who will be for the kingdom. As for me and the little one being chosen, it must have been just luck. We are both favored by the gods, aren't we? I'm glad that in the future, I fulfilled my duty as a mother. That's right. Even if I'm a villainess, I wouldn't do anything foolish to my children. I hope the children will always be happy. Other than that, it doesn't matter what becomes of me. The next day, Bliss gradually woke up. Arya immediately asked, are you awake? My mother. Bliss quickly corrected her form of address. Sister. Oh, you've changed your clothes? Bliss worried herself. I almost called her mother. Arya thought to herself. She was about to call me mother, wasn't she? Arya said, are you talking about the clothes? You've been asleep for over a day. It's noon now. Ah, I see. The little girl thought, it seems I fainted somewhere again. Yesterday, I didn't know how to answer mother. Then for some reason, tears just started to fall. I probably escaped because I fainted. What a relief. Arya asked, you seem to be fine now, right? Want to have lunch with me? Lunch? I'd love to. I'd love to. Bliss suddenly froze. What if mother asks about yesterday again? Arya said to herself. Her thoughts are written all over her face. You don't look so good. Are you still tired, or do you not want to eat with me? Who wants to eat with me? Bliss quickly raised her hand. She thought to herself, mother is so beautiful. I'll eat. Let's go eat. Arya patted the little girl's head. That's right, good girl, Bliss. If you're okay now, I'll play with you. She told herself. The child came back to the past because she wanted to play with her mother. Can't I even grant such a simple wish? Arya said, first, you have to wash your face. Wash face, water. Arya then called a servant. You know that's for washing your face, right? Someone, whoever is outside, come in and wash Bliss's face. Yes. Then Aesel came to Arya's room. He called out to Arya, Aesel, come in. Bliss also said with a smile, come in, your highness the crown prince. Did you change the position of the sofa? Yes. She said softly to him, I know I have to play with her often. She said she wanted to see my face clearly. After all, as expected, she quickly realized it was because after Arya gave birth, her body became weak. Bliss couldn't get over the feeling of guilt toward her mother. Arya looked at Bliss and asked, what are you drawing? Bliss replied, father and mother. Aesel thought absently, but the child came back to the past to give up her life. My crown princess found out about that wish, but she still accepts fate? That's why she wants to treat the child well until the very end. Arya picked up the drawing and praised it. Such a beautiful drawing. You even have a friend. A friend. Aesel thought, and then said angrily to himself, the joke of fate is truly cruel. Arya was also pensive. Come to think of it, how weak is my body in the future? Or maybe after the coronation, I should start exercising to train. There's so many things to do, it feels overwhelming. Seeing Arya's pensive look, that expression. Even so, you're still very worried, aren't you, Arya? At times like these, as a husband, I must protect my wife even more. The thing I can do now is find a legendary doctor of the century. I must have her find and capture that person. Ren's expression seemed helpless, honestly. Aesel said hurriedly, Arya, I'm sorry. I just remembered I have something urgent to do, so I probably have to leave first. Oh my, I thought you came here to have a meal with us, but I guess not. Bliss asked dejectedly, you're not eating with us? The sparkling, inviting gazes of Arya and Bliss. This made it impossible for him to refuse. I'm sure I'll be more productive if I work after eating. He thought to himself, it's really hard to refuse those eyes. Arya said, shall we go then? Bliss said happily, hold hands. Let's hold hands, I like cherries the most. Cherry gatto, cherry cookies, cherry juice. Arya said I prefer meat, but you can't be a picky eater. Aesel silently wished, I wish this sight would never change in the future. In the afternoon, Bliss and Arya went to see the flowers in the garden. The little girl was engrossed in looking at the flowers and praised them. You are all so beautiful. Arya called, Bliss, the ice cream is here. It's full of the cherries you like. If you don't eat it quickly, it will melt. Bliss cheered, cherries, let's eat. Arya asked curiously, is it delicious? It's so delicious, so delicious. I'm glad the weather is warming up. I was worried you'd catch a cold from eating it. Ruby thought with annoyance, the crown princess has been too close to that kid lately. Humph. Although she handles her work very efficiently, so playing with the child isn't a problem. Come to think of it, what on earth is that kid that everyone has to serve her? Acting like she's royalty. Bliss said with delight, it's so warm. Spring is here, isn't it? The festival will be held soon. It must be very lively. Arya asked, Bliss, do you like festivals? I don't know. You don't know? I've never been to one, because mother doesn't like it, so I don't go either. I've only seen it through the window, my future self. She probably thought the child would be sad if she said she couldn't go because she was too tired, so she said she didn't like it, right? Phew. Ruby thought to herself, humph, it seems the kid's mother is also very poor. That's why she couldn't go. Arya turned to ask Ruby, is this year's spring festival postponed until after the coronation? Yes, so it will be about 10 days later than usual. The coronation has a festival too. Well, we could treat it as a kickoff festival for the coronation and hold it beforehand, right? It would be around the same time it's usually held. Yes, but if you wish to prepare earlier than planned, the budget. Arya said, then let's just use my private funds, my savings. If I don't use them now, when will I? What? Bliss asked, puzzled. You want to hold a festival? Before the coronation? Really? That's right. You have to go back after the coronation, don't you? So don't we have to hold a festival beforehand, so you can go? I can go to the festival. That's right. I can at least do that much for you. Let's see. For the children, we'll have to prepare a performance. The street stalls will also have to be more careful with their ingredients than they are now. Bliss said happily, skewers, I want to try the skewers. Ruby couldn't believe what she was hearing. What is this? Her Highness the Crown Princess is always good to her people, but does she really need to care about a family nuisance to this extent? I really must stick close to the Crown Princess. When that little kid leaves, I'll be the only one left by Her Highness's side. The scene changes to Lipper. Sir Lipper, I'm coming in. Lipper had a stunned expression as she thought. That's strange. Is that really Ruby on the other side of the door? For some reason, something seems a little off. In another scene, Tiran asked in surprise, a festival? The Crown Princess ordered the Spring Festival to be held right before the investiture. Ruby replied, that's right. Is Her Highness the Crown Princess doing this for that relative of hers? You know it too, right? Her Highness the Crown Princess isn't someone who does things on a whim like this. Tiran exclaimed, oh my goodness. The festival has to be prepared within this week. I understand you're in a difficult position, but don't worry, really. I'll report to the Crown Princess that because the festival has to be held so suddenly, everything is very difficult. Seriously, for this whole year, I've only been doing menial tasks, so I was even thinking of going back to my hometown. Through this, I can finally achieve success. She is Tiran, a royal administrative staff member, selected through Arya's policy of appointing commoners. But Arya did most things herself, so she hadn't had a chance to show her abilities. Tyron's expression left Ruby speechless. Tiran studied the documents with excitement. I never dreamed I'd be entrusted with such a great responsibility. If my work performance improves because of this, it'll be like I've reaped the fruits of my labor. Then I might be able to get into the Crown Princess's good graces, right? Acting all cute like that. Ruby replied stiffly. Her Highness the Crown Princess's good graces? Well, that could be possible. A rest area for children. Huh? It has to be decorated really cutely. This dessert shop, the play area, and the performance too. Ruby thought, annoyed. Although Her Highness the Crown Princess said she would create a palace friendly to commoners, for a country bumpkin like that to be appointed to the palace. She doesn't even realize her own station, and she wants to get into Her Highness the Crown Princess's good graces? Is she dreaming that she'll be chosen by the Crown Princess? Ruby thought, then said, it's good to see you so enthusiastic. I'll be going then. You've worked hard. I will definitely submit the detailed event plan as soon as possible. Ruby thought to herself, it's good that thanks to that kid, I learned Her Highness the Crown Princess is gentler than I thought. But at the same time, because of her, the Crown Princess has to be busy completing work, which makes me have to change my plans too. Originally, I was planning to, on the occasion of the coronation. At this moment, Arya sighed tiredly. Phew, helping you has also finished the preparations for the coronation. Ruby smiled and replied, yes, you have worked very hard for this event. I also feel happy for you. Ruby, you have always been by my side and helped me with my work. You worked hard too. Of course, Your Highness. I am Her Highness the Crown Princess's only lady-in-waiting. Ho, wrong. Ruby thought to herself, in the future, I will be the Empress's closest lady-in-waiting. Empress Arya. I thought I had gotten closer to Her Highness the Crown Princess. What on earth is that kid? I don't like her one bit. She looked out the window and saw Bliss sleeping in the garden. Ruby was secretly annoyed. She looks so comfortable. She quickly ran over and called out, young lady Bliss. Bliss opened her eyes and replied, Young Lady Bliss, Rubia. Ruby thought to herself, if this kid stays by Her Highness the Crown Princess's side, then I'll always have to keep my eyes open. It would be great if I could deal with her and get rid of her quickly. This is so annoying. Outwardly, Ruby smiled and said, if the young lady likes the garden, then I will move your room for you right now. Bliss immediately refused. Oh no. Ruby thought to herself, what I mean is, it's for Her Highness the Crown Princess's sake. She then said, and I'll prepare a dessert too. That's right, you once said you liked strawberries, didn't you? Bliss hesitated and replied, no, I like cherries. Oh no, I like my current room. It's very nice, so there's no need to change rooms. Young lady, don't you know why I want you to change rooms? Bliss's expression turned grim. The little girl felt confused. What is this? Why is Ruby today exactly like the Ruby I knew in the future? This is so scary. Ruby spoke again. It's because of you, young lady, that Her Highness the Crown Princess is having such a hard time. What? Not just Her Highness the Crown Princess, but everyone in this palace. Everyone. Because of you, a festival suddenly has to be held, right? When everyone was already extremely busy with the coronation. But Mother, oh no, Her Highness the Crown Princess said it was okay. That's because you keep clinging to Her Highness the Crown Princess. It seems you don't know that the Crown Princess is very busy because of the festival. So that's why you're here alone now, isn't it? Since you're still young and don't understand, I will, on behalf of Her Highness the Crown Princess, explain it to you. Meaning, you should stop clinging to Her Highness the Crown Princess. You just entered the palace and have already caused trouble here and there. Do you think that because you're a relative of Her Highness the Crown Princess, you can look down on everyone? Do you know how disrespectful and troublesome you are? That's right. That's why Her Highness the Crown Princess is keeping you by her side. Ruby glared angrily. You, young lady, are a very troublesome thing. Ruby thought jealously. Why are you receiving the attention from Her Highness the Crown Princess that was meant for me? She continued. That's why I'm speaking up on behalf of the others. Do you understand, young lady? Bliss sadly lowered her head. Even if I go back to the past, I'm still a bad kid. Then Bliss started sobbing. Ruby continued to speak. Do you understand now, young lady? So you'll change rooms, right? Bliss immediately nodded. Good, let's go right now. Ruby gripped Bliss's hand tightly. Bliss thought sadly, Mother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a bad kid everywhere I go. Arya suddenly appeared and asked, where are you going while crying like that? Ruby bowed her head in greeting. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Princess. Arya asked, are you planning to go somewhere? Bliss's eyes welled with tears, remembering the words Ruby had just said. Troublesome, troublesome. I'm a bad kid. Ruby spoke up, because the young lady wishes it. I am moving her room to one facing the back garden. Arya asked, isn't that quite far from her current room? Yes, but the young lady said she likes quiet places. Is that so? Bliss thought, with a gloomy expression. That's not true. I want to be with Mother, but if I keep clinging to her... Arya asked, Bliss, is that true? Are you already tired of playing with me? Oh dear, I didn't know that, you little rascal. That's not it. But because of me, Your Highness the Crown Princess has to be busy and tired. Arya then asked, so wasn't Bliss? Ruby, why did you lie to me? Ruby quickly replied, Your Highness the Crown Princess, that is, it was all for Your Highness's sake. What? Because of the preparations for the coronation, you have been suffering for a long time. Now with the festival added, you must be very tired. So, Arya cut her off. You're trying to say that you tried to get this child out of my sight for my sake, is that it? Yes, that's right. She thought happily, as expected of Her Highness the Crown Princess. Arya asked seriously, did you try to read my thoughts in your own way? Ruby wondered, Her Highness the Crown Princess thinks the same way I do, right? Yes, that's right. I'm closer to Your Highness the Crown Princess than anyone else, so I often think of you. By your side, she thought to herself, not Annie nor Jessie. Ruby continued, I'm the close lady-in-waiting. She thought, the one who receives the most favor from the Crown Princess is me. She said with a smile, the only one of Her Highness the Crown Princess. Arya immediately ordered, get out. Pardon? Wait, did the Crown Princess just tell me to get out? Does she mean she wants to take that kid away with me? Then I will prepare the carriage. Arya turned back and asked Jessie, did you not understand what I said? Jessie, for the crime of deceiving the royal family, I order a complete ban on the presence of the family of Viscount Zero from now on. Furthermore, Ruby is forbidden from entering any place related to the royal family. Jessie immediately replied, yes, Your Highness the Crown Princess. Ruby cried out in fear, Your Highness the Crown Princess, what did I do wrong for you to do this? I wholeheartedly devoted myself to assisting you. Why are you suddenly doing this? What are you talking about? Don't you remember what you said just now? You said my thoughts were like that. Ruby replied, yes, I can see through Your Highness the Crown Princess's thoughts. Arya said coldly, what are you? Do you think you're on the same level as me? I'm a Crown Princess, not you. I don't need a lady-in-waiting who can't even distinguish what she herself should be doing. And so, Ruby was quickly dragged away by the soldiers. She struggled and begged. That's not it, Your Highness the Crown Princess. I just wanted to understand you. Please be merciful. Please. Bliss asked guiltily, was Ruby fired because of me? Not at all. Annie has told me about Ruby before. Although I didn't know it would turn out like this, I could see she was no longer suitable to be my lady-in-waiting anyway, so you don't have to worry. Seeing Bliss's cheerful reaction surprised her. What? I thought she would be very worried. How could she have that expression when someone was just fired right in front of her? Ruby must have said something to her when I was away, right? Even so, oh wait, this child is my daughter. Over with Lipper, the little girl asked, puzzled. Who are you? Who else could it be? Sir Lipper, it's me, Tiaran. I don't know you. Suddenly, a voice appeared, echoing in Lipper's ear. Excuse me, Your Highness the Crown Princess. I am Tiaran, the person in charge of organizing this festival. I must report back, but I heard that Miss Ruby has just resigned. Is that so? Then from now on, you will report directly to me. Really? I understand. It's such an honor. Seeing Lipper's stiff face, Tiaran called out, Sir Lipper. The voice continued to echo in Lipper's mind. I will wholeheartedly follow the Crown Princess's guidance. Tiaran asked worriedly, Are you all right? I'm not all right at all. Bliss really is a foolish kid. She's really changing the past. Meanwhile, Bliss was leisurely eating ice cream with Arya. The little girl said happily, I like cherries. I know. That evening, Lipper slowly entered Bliss's room. Lipper immediately rushed forward and shouted, Hey, wake up. Now, Bliss. Hey, just from that sound, I know you're pretending to sleep. Who are you trying to fool? Bliss shrieked in surprise. Oh, wait a minute. My ribbon came undone now. Outside, Asa was walking and thinking. I heard there was a conflict between Bliss and Arya's lady-in-waiting this morning. I wonder if it has anything to do with the future. I want to ask more about the future, but she's sleeping now. What's that? Voices talking in Bliss's room? No, this isn't talking. It's the sound of an argument. Could it be an intruder? Assel immediately threw the door open and called out, Bliss, are you okay? Seeing the scene before him, Assel froze. Lipper saw him and also froze. Who is this? But why does that face look so familiar? Lipper then spoke up to introduce herself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Father. His Highness, Crown Prince Astro Frank. I am your daughter from the future. Lipper Frank, Bliss said from behind. Lipper is being very mean. Assel asked, bewildered. Daughter? Then could it be? Over here, the two children were bickering. How dare you treat your older sister like that? My bow came undone. What older sister? You were born only 3 minutes earlier. Besides, if you want to be the older sister, you should act like one. Who pretends to be asleep like that? Assel thought, so they're twins. This is even more surprising than an intruder. Wait a minute, the twin sister also has the same ability, and they both return to the past. Assel asked, Don't tell me you also came to ask me not to have you like Bliss? Lipper replied, Not at all. I came to prevent that. In the future, Arya said, What should I do? I remember Bliss came to see me in the past. But that, Assel continued, it seems the past was changed, so the memories were rewritten. Me too. Arya continued, Bliss once said that for my sake, she hoped I wouldn't give birth to her. I just remembered now. Assel was startled. She said that? She never told me that. Bliss was very worried about you. What if she told the past you to give up on having her? Lipper, who was nearby, heard everything and thought to herself, what? The past has changed, so I have to go and see. I wonder what Bliss is doing. Arya continued, Arya, I don't know. At that time, I wasn't a very kind person at all. Arya, in my memory, neither I, you, nor Bliss gave up. I never thought of giving up just because she said it was for your sake. Besides, even though you are a wise and very straightforward person, when you do something wrong, you always think that part of the fault is yours. Don't be too hard on yourself, my queen. It's because I couldn't give birth to her smoothly. Returning to the present, Lipper said, Mom and Dad don't want Bliss to disappear. This isn't the first or second time Bliss has caused trouble to get attention. But this time, let's go back quickly before you make Mom angry. Bliss cut in, No, I was really determined when I came here. Lipper is so healthy. How would you know how I feel? Hearing that, Assel was startled. What? So your body isn't weak like Bliss's? Then that's a relief. Lipper replied, Yes. I'm not Kid, I'm Lipper. Lipper, I heard that after Arya gave birth, her health wasn't good. Can you tell me the exact reason? If my future self couldn't do anything, the me of now wants to find something I can do. Can you help me, Lipper? Lipper smiled and thought, Father, no matter where or when, you still love Mother so much. If only this could be solved with feelings, that would be great. Lipper said, After Mother found out she was pregnant with us, the royal physician said she needed to be much more careful because being pregnant with twins can have many problems like a high miscarriage rate and a few days before the due date. The royal physician said Bliss's heart had stopped. Assel asked, did Bliss receive the royal power at that time? Yes, that's why her heart started beating again, and the royal physician said she thrashed violently in mother's womb. Bliss also added, that's right, even though I don't remember it clearly, it was very scary to be in a place where I almost died. Because I was so scared, I probably thought I wanted to get out quickly. Lipper continued, because of that, my life was also threatened, and I received the royal power. I also thrashed around a lot. Anyway, after that, I was born with a healthy body. As you know, Bliss is a little weak, but as for Mother, the royal physician said it was a miracle that she survived after facing death multiple times. Assel was stunned, thinking to himself, this isn't something my future self could have solved. For Bliss to survive, she had to overcome death right inside the womb. That means this will happen again in the future. Bliss said gloomily, that's why everyone only likes Lipper. Only Annie and Jessie played with me, and Miss Sarah too. Lipper said, that's because you acted like a fool to get Mother's attention. As a result, you troubled the servants, either getting dizzy or causing a mess. Not just the servants, but the people in the royal family and the nobles too. Bliss said, anyway, Lipper will become the next emperor. Giving birth to a useless child like me only makes Mother more tired. So everyone hates me. Lipper shouted, the people who say those things are the strange ones. Just ignore them. How can I ignore it, you stupid fool? Lipper wouldn't understand. You don't know how upset I feel every time I look at Mother. Lipper doesn't know anything. The little girl thought to herself, how could I know all your thoughts? Because we were born as two different people, but we just wanted to be born. In the past, Lipper had overheard the gossip. Of course, the next emperor will be Princess Lipper. That's only natural. The emperor isn't the type to take a new consort, so the throne will surely be passed to Princess Lipper. From now on, I just need to make a good impression on Princess Lipper. It's great that we don't have to guess and gamble like the nobles before. Success is guaranteed. Princess Bliss is always by the queen's side, causing trouble, so there's nothing to expect from her. Goodness, aren't you two getting along a little too well? At that moment, someone pushed the door open. I'm sorry, the door was slightly ajar. Lipper replied, it's fine. I've gotten used to hearing it lately. Everyone says the same thing. They say it's fortunate that Lady Lipper was born so healthy. Both the queen and the other princess are weak, but it's still fortunate that there is Lady Lipper to inherit the royal line. I've never thought that way. On the contrary, don't you find it strange? Why are their bodies so weak, while I'm so healthy? Lipper said to herself, it's like I was born by stealing the lives of those two. Drake Murray said with a smile, Lady Lipper, do you want to know how the queen reacted when she heard she was pregnant with twins? Returning to that time, Arya asked in surprise, you said it's twins? Yes, and for that reason, the risk of miscarriage is very high, so you must be especially careful. Or perhaps you should give one up. Oh my goodness, it's twins? One of them will look like me. Will one look like Assel? Or will they both look like Assel? If it's Assel, he'll probably want them to look like me. Please help my children and me meet safely. I don't want to give anyone up. Assel and I are both favored by the gods, so the children will surely receive the gods' blessings and be healthy. If it were an ordinary person, if she didn't lose the children, all three would have died. So I think the queen truly received the grace of the gods. The reason you spend time studying medicine with me is because you want to help those too, isn't it? If you want to do this because you feel burdened, because you think you made them weak, then in my opinion, you should understand their feelings before you act. Isn't that right, Lady Lipper? The next day, Arya exclaimed, goodness, are you really Lipper? Does it not suit me? Arya said with a smile, not at all. It suits you very well. His Majesty went abroad for a summit today, right? They said it would take a few weeks, but you never know. Your father might suddenly return. Lipper replied, if it's father, he can return any time with his power. Oh my, if your father plans to return in the middle of it, he won't say so, and we won't be able to see him for a week. Your father has used his power excessively before and fainted. Lipper clenched her fist. Mother, while father's not here, I will protect you. I will protect you and Bliss too. When I grow up, I'll do better than I do now. Returning to the present, Bliss said firmly, but Lipper, I can't wait. I want to disappear right now. Lipper wouldn't understand. I wonder what it will be like when you become queen later. I sometimes have thoughts like that. Will I be able to grow up safely? You never know. At some point, my heart might stop beating. Hearing that, Lipper immediately snapped. What are you talking about? Don't say such unlucky things. I've told you so many times. If Mother really dies like this, what are we supposed to do? That's why I think it's all my fault. Lipper has never thought that way, right? You fool. Where did you hear such strange things? I told you not to think about pointless things. I've always told you, right? Just as Bliss vanished, Lipper was also pulled back to reality. At this moment, the little girl crossed her arms and said sternly, of course I wouldn't know that. Even if we're twins with the same face, how would I know your foolish thoughts? Bliss retorted, if mother calls someone a fool, they're definitely a fool. Lipper calling me a fool just makes you the real fool. Fool. Lipper said nothing more and thought to herself, you don't understand my heart either. I study harder than you, so how can I be a fool? Besides, if I become queen, I'll find all those people who spread those stupid rumors and punish them. So don't you worry about such pointless things. Lipper becoming queen doesn't mean mother will get better. Enough, I'm still going to disappear. Doing that will solve everything. Lipper shouted in frustration. How can you disappear by yourself? We were born together. I'll ask mother not to give birth to me. Lipper immediately argued back. Then I'll disappear too, right? Don't you know about the time paradox? If you stay in the past, who knows? Maybe only you will disappear when we're born. What time paradox? What if the future you disappears? Let go. Lipper still held her hand tightly. I won't let go. Let's go home. This is home too. Watching the two little ones argue fiercely. If you watch the children from a distance like this, the two of them continued to bicker. Mother is already sick, and if you die, it will only make her more heartbroken. So it's all my fault. It's all Bliss's fault. It's because of Bliss. Lipper, you fool, you idiot, you stinky dog. Sea cucumber, sea devil cricket. Assel worried to himself. If the kids keep bickering like this, they might start fighting. Just then, Lipper asked, who taught you those words? Bliss replied, Uncle Han. This isn't the conversation of a 6-year-olds I know. No, I was quite rebellious as a child too, wasn't I? Pretending to be stabbed to death by a sword. It was like that back then too, right? While he was lost in thought, Bliss was still calling Lipper a fool. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going back. With that, Bliss turned and ran away, not forgetting to stick out her tongue. If you want to go, then Lipper can go by herself. Hey, if I catch you, you have to go back immediately. Lipper has never caught me before, right? Lipper ran over. So how about this? The little girl said while dodging, Sister Bliss, please come back with me. If you say that, I'll reconsider. Why should I call a troublemaker sister? Suddenly, Assel lunged forward, grabbing Lipper with one hand and Bliss with the other. He said in a cold voice, Stop it now. This is not an innate ability. The royal power is only given to those who are chosen, so it must be kept secret and only used when necessary. Are you two planning to let everyone know? Seeing Assel's expression, the two of them trembled. It's the first time we've seen Father angry. Lipper said quickly, Sniff, I'm sorry. Assel was deep in thought. It is said that the first emperor received the grace of the gods and established this kingdom. The essence of that ability is the royal power that we know, and that power only appears occasionally in those related to the royal family. At first, I thought the condition for manifesting powers was a near-death experience, but thinking back on the origin of how powers are formed, it's the complete opposite. The gods will choose someone important to the kingdom. That's why they give that person a chance to escape death. When that soul reaches the gods, they will receive a power they deserve. That's what Arya and I speculated before. So these two kids must also have some significance to the kingdom for their powers to have manifested. Looking at Bliss beside him, Lipper fidgeted and called out worriedly to her father, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Suddenly, Lipper screamed, Bliss! It was only then that Assel was startled to see Bliss panting heavily. He quickly put the little girl down after placing Bliss on the bed. Lipper took a cloth to wipe her older sister's forehead. Really, you don't know how to take care of yourself at all. The more you move, the more your body will hurt. Bliss smiled tiredly. He's so cool, see? You still couldn't catch me after all this time, so I win. We haven't decided the winner yet. Bliss raised 2 fingers to make a V sign, the symbol of victory. Assel asked, Bliss, are you okay? Oh no, it hurts a lot. Everywhere hurts. If I go back to the future now, I'll die from the pain. Lipper said nonchalantly, Now you just need a good sleep and you'll be fine. But as Bliss said, if she uses her powers now. Assel asked, So what do you plan to do? Lipper replied, If necessary, I'll take her with me. I see. Hearing that, Bliss protested with a cry. No way. What if I faint while we're moving? I'll fall. Lipper said, Then tell me when the pain is gone. We'll go then. I'll definitely tell you. But the little girl thought, I have to pretend to be in pain until the coronation ceremony. Looking at Bliss's expression, both Lipper and Aesel couldn't help but feel helpless. Whatever you're thinking is written all over your face. You really can't lie. Watching the way his little daughter indulged her older sister, he understood. So, before they were born, she already knew one of them would become weak. That made her think that because she was lucky, Bliss had to suffer from illness. So no matter what happened, she could never be angry with Bliss. At this moment, Lipper said, I know, hurry up and sleep. Aesel said, as a precaution, I'll call the royal physician to check on Bliss's condition. You should get some rest too. Leaving the room, Aesel pondered. I have to tell Arya about this anyway, but how should I start? I still haven't been able to figure out a countermeasure for the future. In the end, how should I say it? Unexpectedly, as soon as he looked up, he saw Arya standing in front of him. It seemed she had heard their entire conversation. He called out softly, Arya, but Arya asked instead, Bliss, did she come here to die? Early the next morning, the residence once again echoed with Annie's astonished scream. Oh my goodness, Your Highness the Crown Princess, what is this? How could this? How can there be two twin young ladies like this? Unbelievable, they're truly so cute. Arya quickly reminded her. Don't get too excited, Annie. It's not good for the baby in your belly. Ah, this light, there are 3 suns here. Because the sun is out, the moon can't shine. Princess, over there. Hearing this, Lipper thought, so Annie has always been like this. She sighed and said, again, you're at it again. Jessie also chimed in cheerfully. That's right, they're very cute. Lipper smiled and thought, Jessie, it's so nice to see them like this. And Annie too. Bliss, beside her, said with a bright smile, I like Annie too. Because they're always busy working in Mother's place, it's hard to meet them. But every time we meet, they're both incredibly kind, so I like them a lot. She recalled, Annie hugging Bliss. The little girl exclaimed excitedly, Here, spin around, spin again. These are cookies from the newly opened shop. There's the tart that the princess likes. Wow, thank you, Jessie. Returning to the present, she wondered to herself, but why hasn't Mother said anything to me? This morning too. Recalling what happened in the morning, Arya looked at Lipper indifferently and asked, You're Lipper, right? You'll be staying with Bliss until the coronation, won't you? The little girl called out silently, Mother. Then she answered, flustered, Ah, hello, yes, probably. I see. If you behave and don't cause trouble like Bliss, living in the palace won't be a problem. Lipper immediately asked, Is that all right, Your Highness the Crown Princess? Bliss, beside her, said grumpily, Lipper, you're too loud. And then Mother left. But what does like Bliss mean? What on earth is going on? At this moment, Annie asked, Your Highness the Crown Princess, what do you think if I take the 2 young ladies shopping? I want to dress them in matching outfits. Unfortunately, not today. Madame Classy has arrived. Ho ho, this is the one. You spilled water on the coronation attire that I painstakingly sewed. It's this one, right? Hearing this, Bliss quickly bowed her head low. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm truly sorry. Lipper suddenly understood. No wonder. Mother must be very worried about a second Bliss appearing. Do I have to call this girl older sister for the rest of my life? Classy asked again. It's this young lady. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The dress was so beautiful that I got closer to look, and then, I'm sorry. Seeing the little girl's worried appearance, Classy couldn't help but exclaim, Cute, so incredibly cute. Bliss was taken aback. I'm cute, but Your Highness the Crown Princess. Oh my goodness, you have such a cute relative? Seeing this, Bliss asked brightly. She's smiling. Does she forgive me? Of course. Although the coronation attire got wet, there was no problem. Arya recalled Classy's words at that time. Just kill me. She was so worried she wanted to ask to be put to death. Classy asked again, But Your Highness the Crown Princess, the one over there looks very much like this young lady. Could it be? Aesel informed her. The 2 are twin sisters. Oh, right before the coronation, for 2 angelically beautiful young ladies to appear before me like this. Suddenly, I have a strong premonition. Everyone, please excuse me for a moment. Bliss wondered, is she drawing a picture? As for Lipper, she sighed in relief. It's a good thing she's not too angry. Lipper turned to look at Arya. I wonder how much Mother knows. If the past is changed by my and Bliss's powers, then everyone else's memories will be changed. But those of us who possess powers can remember everything. Not only that, Every event that each person experienced in the past, the rest of us can all know about. That's why I was able to know the reason why Tiran replaced Ruby. But other than this, the things I saw in the future remain exactly the same, unchanged. Mother's health, the gossip of the people in the Imperial City about us, or other matters. Doesn't that mean that even if we go back to the past, we can't change anything at all? As Bliss said, Mother still thinks we are her half-sisters. If on the coronation day, Bliss tells Mother the whole truth, who knows in what direction the future will be changed. After that, and both of us could completely disappear in the future. Thinking of this, Lipper's expression turned sad. At this moment, Clossie exclaimed, "It's done." Bliss asked excitedly, "What is it? What is it? I want to see too. Is it a drawing?" As soon as she saw what was in the drawing, the little girl exclaimed, "Wow, Lipper, look at this, it's so beautiful." Lipper said helplessly, "I told you not to run like that. What is it?" But the little girl paid no mind, happily bringing the drawing over to show off. "Tada, super cute. I think these are outfits for us." Arya asked curiously, "What kind of outfits?" "Outfits for a banquet?" Bliss nodded. "Aren't they beautiful?" Clossie spoke up to explain. "These are outfits for the Flower Girls, Your Highness the Crown Princess." "Your Highness the Crown Princess, please forgive me for saying this. But what about having these two young ladies be the Flower Girls for the coronation?" "Flower Girls, what's that?" "Do you know Lipper?" Lipper asked. "What? You've seen that before." In the coronation painting, the children standing next to father and mother. Bliss suddenly remembered. "Ah, those are the Flower Girls. I was only looking at father and mother, so I didn't know." Clossie explained, "The little ones who have the role of scattering flowers for their majesties, the emperor and empress on the coronation day, are the Flower Girls. The appearance of the two young ladies suits their highnesses the crown prince and princess so. If they were the Flower Girls, wouldn't it make the coronation even more beautiful? I really want to start sewing right away. It would surely be a perfect fit." Suddenly Arya said it was not possible. "Why is that? Is my design not beautiful?" "No, the design is fine. It's because I'm taking care of the children in secret, so I want to avoid them being exposed." She thought, "It will leave a trace in the painting. That's even more unacceptable." Suddenly Bliss exclaimed, "I'll do it! I'll do it! I want to be a flower girl. I'll scatter flowers for father and mother." "Mimi," Lipper quickly snapped. "Bliss, are you crazy? Her Highness the Crown Princess just said no. We can't leave a trace of our faces in the past. If things get messed up, we're done for." Even so, Bliss still tried to find a way. "Sob, if so, can't we wear something on our heads to cover our faces? Like a veil." As soon as she heard the little girl's words, Clossie immediately said, "Uh-huh, you mean a veil, right? The handmaidens also wear them, so there's no problem. The Flower Girls can wear them too." Bliss nodded. "Yes, that's it." She then suggested, "Then if I design a veil to match the Flower Girl outfits, it would surely be very beautiful." "Ah, but just now Her Highness the Crown Princess said it wasn't possible." Bliss suddenly threw herself into Arya's arms. "Crown Princess, is it really not possible? Can you let me scatter flowers?" Seeing this, Lipper shouted in frustration, "Hey Bliss." Then she quickly pulled her sister away. "Did you only come here to bother Mother? Then go home quickly." Bliss burst into tears. "I don't want to. I'll do everything I want before I disappear. No one will remember me anymore." Arya chuckled looking at the two of them and then said, "I think if no one sees the children's faces, it should be fine." Clossie replied emotionally, "Of course I will do so, Your Highness the Crown Princess, but actually, the Flower Girl outfits are already finished. I'll just adjust them a little to fit the two young ladies." As soon as she saw the two outfits, Matt Bliss sang Ruckland. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Arya said, "No wonder you mentioned Flower Girls. So this was a sketch for it?" Bliss was still not over her excitement. "Lipper, look, don't you think they're beautiful?" Seeing Lipper not answering, Arya spoke up and asked, "What do you think, Lipper?" The little girl answered shyly, "Ah yes, it's very beautiful, but for my one, can I wear long pants?" Clossie said, "If you're worried, you can step outside for a moment." Suddenly Arya cut in, "If you want that, then let's do that." Lipper lowered her face and said in a small voice, "It's not that I can't do it if everyone wants me to." Suddenly Bliss exclaimed again, "Flower Girls, let's go, we're going to scatter flowers." Clossie said, "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Princess. The two dresses need to be adjusted a bit. So now, may I take your measurements? Children, Okay, can you get measured first, Bliss? Sure. Arya then stood up and went to Lipper's side. In the meantime, Lipper and I will wait in the next room. Is there anything you want to eat? I don't know. All right then, I'll have them prepare a carriage. Lipper thought this is the right time to talk directly with Mother. Then the two of them went to the tea room. Lipper quietly looked at her mother. Suddenly Arya spoke up and asked, Lipper, are you thinking about the things that, that? Arya continued, I already know that Bliss wants to disappear for my sake and that you came here to stop her, but to no avail. Yes, Mother, I'm sorry, but Lipper thought, if Mother already knows everything. Lipper shot up from her seat. Please don't listen to what Bliss says. Lipper, my poor daughter, do you think I would really do as Bliss says? I've already met you. After all, no, the future hasn't changed yet. But if Bliss disappears, and she's the only one, and you too then. Arya interrupted, no, Lipper, you need to be honest right now. It's very possible that both you and Bliss will disappear, right? But if by some chance only you survive, are you afraid that you will be the reason why the future me gets sick? After a moment, Lipper said, I'm angry at Father for being too busy taking care of Mother to pay attention to any state affairs. And the adults just use this to gossip. I'm really angry that Bliss thinks everything will be better if she disappears. Both Bliss and I don't want that. Even if she doesn't say it, I'm sure she thinks so too. Arya thought to herself, I really don't understand why these two little ones have to suffer so much. Lipper, can Mother give you a hug? Huh? She wondered, could it be because they're the children of a villainess? Thinking about it, Grandmother also said such words. At that time, she had said, I feel sorry for the children born with cursed blood. When I heard those words, I couldn't understand their meaning. But now I understand her worries. Thinking of this, Arya asked Lipper, Lipper, what do you like the most? She let go of Lipper. Bliss likes cherry-flavored ice cream. When she gets to eat it, she smiles so happily. What about you? Isn't there anything you care about? Just say it. Mother wants to see you smile too. You barely smile at all. She thought, the children always make the same expression as me. It's so unsettling. At this moment, Lipper blushed and replied, about that. I'm just used to showing my emotions like this. What a relief. Mother thought you didn't like her. Not at all. Mother will try to do everything. There must be a reason why you came here. For now, just feel free to eat the things you like. Yes. Actually, I like tarts. I also like lemon snow. Arya thought to herself. Looking at this expression, she must have thought a lot about those things, huh? Should I change? Lipper continued, and I like you too, Mother. And Father and Bliss. I like them too. I don't hate you at all. I know me too. She thought to herself, that's a matter for the future, not now. Anyway, I'm still not used to this feeling. I need to resolve this quickly. But how can I be gentle? Over here, Tyrion let out a sigh of relief. The ceremony is approaching. It's so meaningful. I was used to living in the countryside, but now I have to worry about all sorts of things in this palace. There's really no way of knowing what the future will hold. All right, let's get to work. All right, if I had to use one word to describe this, it would probably be fate. At the dining table, Bliss looked at Lipper, who was chewing away in surprise. The little girl spoke up and asked, Lipper, are you hurt somewhere? Lipper, while eating voraciously, replied, no. Bliss wondered again, then why are you eating so many tarts? You never ate sweets before. It's not because you're hurt somewhere and that's why you're hungry, is it? You're making me worry about you, Lipper. Lipper replied, if you like sweets, people will look down on you for being a child, so that's why I didn't eat them. Bliss then asked, adults can like sweets too. Besides, we are children, aren't we? Anyway, that's how it is. Lipper remembered the nobles who used to mock her. The one who will become queen in the future is that cake. You should act the part. Lipper thought to herself, just thinking about it is infuriating. If I become queen, I'll have to make them all eat a really big cake. Thinking that, Lipper said, besides, if you disappear, I'll disappear with you. Until then, I'll also enjoy a happy life just like you. What, are you annoyed? Bliss shook her head. No, I'm not like that. Lipper said, want to try this? It has lemon, so you won't like it. Bliss thought, if Lipper has already said that, what else can I say? Lipper remembered. It was then that Arya said, what happens later, the us of the present will do everything we can. Lipper looked at her older sister. That's why Mother told me to live comfortably while I'm here. Looking at Mother like that, it's clear she doesn't want to give up on Bliss either. Bliss asked, have you finished eating? Are you still hungry? Have another piece. I won't. No cherries for me. The little girl told herself again, in case of emergency, I'll take Bliss back. So until then, I'll just have fun and do everything I want. I can't let Bliss be the only one enjoying herself. After a while, Bliss asked again, Lipper, aren't you going to eat dinner? Is that why you're eating so much? You don't know that? You eat cake to line your stomach before eating a meal. Really? Suddenly, the door opened. Arya walked in and said with a smile, "So here you two are. Looks like you're having a snack? Your Highness the Crown Princess, I have good news. Bliss, starting tomorrow, the Spring Festival will be held." Really? So I can go to the festival tomorrow? That's right. Therefore, you two should eat first tonight. I have to go check on the festival preparations one last time now. I'll probably be back late. Bliss suddenly rushed forward. Can I go with you too? The festival is tomorrow. There's nothing much to see if you go now. But, Lipper thought to herself, the coronation is coming up soon. I just want to have dinner with Mother for one more day. That's what the little girl would think, right? Oh dear. Tiran was observing from nearby. I heard they were twins, but the other one looks so mature, doesn't she? Lipper was secretly annoyed. This Bliss, why does she keep causing trouble for Mother? Then she spoke up. Things like festivals, I've never been to one anyway. So going late or not going is the same. It's all new. Saying that, in her heart, Lipper thought, I want to go too. Tiran chuckled, secretly realizing, so the little one is just shy? It's written all over her face. At this moment, Arya coaxed, why don't you wait one more day? Suddenly Tiran spoke up, I'm sorry, but Your Highness the Crown Princess. Today, during the inspection, you need to inspect whether the festival grounds and the musicians' performance are in harmony. The musicians are already there. That's right. Tiran winked at Bliss and continued. For the inspection, the food stalls will also be making some sample dishes. It would be good to have someone go along to taste them. After all, the young ladies. Bliss understood the hint and said loudly, I'll do the tasting. Lipper is full and can't go, so let me do it. Hearing that, Lipper angrily slammed the table. I'm going too. Arya asked in surprise. Lipper is going too? Lipper was flustered. That is. Lipper thought to herself, so embarrassing. It's fun to go, but a waste not to. At this moment, Arya said, well, then let's all go together. There are musicians and food, which means besides that, there are many other things for me to see. Right, Tiran? Of course. Young ladies, please trust and follow me. So exciting. Lipper explained, I'm just afraid Bliss will cause trouble, so I'm following along. I won't cause trouble. Festival, I get to go out with Mother. Tiran said, the scale is quite large, and there are many forms of entertainment too. Everyone is looking forward to it. Arya thought to herself, really, I can't believe I'm observing and trying to guess the children's feelings. Bliss asked excitedly, oh, what's at the festival? Elephants or camels? Lipper asked, stunned. Elephants? Tiran said there are no elephants. Arya thought again, am I really this weak when it comes to children? But for some reason, I can't just turn a blind eye to them. Even if I can never change my own outcome. Even if in the future I can't even stand up from my chair, maybe I won't hate the children as much as they are determined to believe. Suddenly Bliss ran over and said, I want to hold the crown princess's hand. Arya smiled, but continued to think. On the contrary, who knows? I might want to do more for these kids. More than the future me that the children know. Really now, the feeling of being a villainess has become meaningless. Not long after, they arrived at the festival site. Tiran said, let me explain a little. This is a game for children, and this one is for parents. Oh, for adults too? This is an image of a foreigner in the empire. It looks very good. Using the royal symbol will make it very prominent. Then Tiran continued her introduction while the two were busy. Lipper turned back worriedly and said, hey Bliss, you've been walking for a while now. Let's go back. You're about to get exhausted. I'll just go for a little while and come right back. Bliss replied, no, I'm fine. And Father will be here in a little while too. Is she planning to hold out until then? Suddenly Bliss exclaimed, that looks like fun. Lipper thought again, but has Bliss always been like this? It seems she's losing her stamina faster. Is Bliss getting weaker? But just as she thought this, Lipper heard Bliss exclaim again, oh, over there, that's it. Skewers. Tiran smiled and replied, yes, the young lady is right. This one will be grilled with salt. This one has onions. The one next to it has 2 types of meat. Bliss said, I want to eat that one. Suddenly Arya asked, are you hungry? Be careful. As she spoke, she handed over a skewer. Bliss reached out with both hands to take it. No, it's my mother. My mother really likes skewers, so I was just curious. Arya was surprised. Your mother? Yes, Father said Mother really likes skewers and eats a lot of them too. Arya wondered to herself, I do. I have no memory of that at all. Bliss said, panting, that's right, until Mother can remember. Suddenly, Bliss's whole body swayed, and her voice trailed off as she continued. It's a secret. Back at the residence, Lipper said, as I said, she was born like this, and she's also too young to take medicine. So please just give her some fever-reducing medicine. I'm sorry. Lipper, has Bliss always been like this? Lipper lowered her face and replied, yes, but she'll be better when she wakes up. That's good then. She'll be fine. I'm going back to my room now. She nodded. All right, go to sleep. Don't worry too much, you too, mother, because this has happened before anyway. Watching the little girls retreating back, Arya thought to herself, so she's already used to this. Suddenly, Tiaran said apologetically, I'm sorry, Your Highness the Crown Princess. I was careless. I was too complacent. I have no explanation. I will take full responsibility. It's all right. Bliss has always been like this. You didn't know that. Anyway, it's better than her collapsing during the festival. But, Arya thought to herself, how is it that Tyrant's condition is even worse than Bliss's? Or is she afraid she'll be punished for this? Are the rumors about me that bad? She asked Tiaran, what are you doing? She answered, startled, I'm sorry, Your Highness the Crown Princess. It's nothing. It's been a while since I've had something like this happen. Something like this? If someone couldn't recover from an illness, they just had to drink the water from the lake in the village where I grew up, and they would be cured immediately. But it seems it wasn't suitable for me, so I still got sick often. But seeing the young lady writhing like this, why am I saying this? Your Highness the Crown Princess, can you pretend you didn't hear anything? It's just that the people who live near where I did were all very healthy. Arya then asked Tiaran, can you tell me more about this? I'm sorry. No matter what you say, this is a secret of the village where I lived. You must love your hometown very much, don't you? It must be a beautiful place, right? Tiaran nodded. Yes, although it's not very big, everyone is extremely friendly. Then would you like me to act the same way when I'm strangling you? Tiaran, I don't know what you're afraid of, but I have never treated those under me poorly. And you and I have worked very hard for this festival for a long time, so I will give you one more chance. She thought. The missing pieces are gradually appearing, as if it was all arranged. Why don't I feel happy? Thinking, Arya said to Tiaran again, Tiaran, the decision is yours. Although I want to get the best result. No, do I have a choice? It's fate. Over here, Lipper stood, looking at the sky through the window. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard. Someone ran past. Next was Arya with a lamp. Oh my, you haven't gone back to your room yet, Lipper. Perfect timing. I have something to ask you. Ask me? Yes, you said it before, didn't you? About how nothing has changed in the future. Ah, yes. The atmosphere in the royal palace hasn't changed. It's just that, originally, Ruby was supposed to take over a portion of Mother's work, but right before I returned to the past, that position was changed to Tiaran. Through the memories we share, I guess it turned out that way because of Bliss. That's right, it's because I drove Ruby out of the royal palace. But it seems Ruby's disappearance alone doesn't affect the future much. Other than that, the other memories haven't changed at all. As I thought, in the end, if my Bliss's health still doesn't improve, a similar situation will just repeat itself. But the most important thing here right now is Tyrant's existence. Arya said, I see, there's not much information, thank you. You must be tired today, so go to bed early. The child obediently replied, yes, good night, mother. Lying in bed, Lipper tossed and turned, thinking, the festival, I can't leave Bliss behind and go alone, even though I've never been either. But in the end, even after returning to the past, nothing has changed. At this moment, Arya went to find Aesol. Are you working this late into the night? Seeing her, he called out, Arya, you've been returning to your room very late recently. Oh, this is... He smiled and said, well, it's not that I'm worrying about state affairs this late. Arya picked up the documents to look. Are all of these resumes for obstetricians and midwives? He replied, I'm searching for talented individuals regardless of nationality. It might be useful when you give birth. At that time, a rather surprised Rin asked, what? You said obstetricians and midwives. Your Highness the Crown Prince? That's right, and if possible, find nurses and anesthesiologists too. Is Her Highness the Crown Princess pregnant? Oh, congratulations. No, you too. There's no way His Highness the Crown Prince would have someone else, right? You want to take the time to research in advance, don't you? You're worrying too much. He thought angrily. I can't say that I'm clueless about this. Just explaining it is a hassle. Rin spoke again. You're the most doting husband in this country. I'm sure you know that's a compliment, right? Even so, it wouldn't be too late to research after the Crown Princess has child. Aesol thought in frustration, this bastard. I'm only doing this because things aren't going my way. He then shouted, Rin, stop your nonsense and quickly find a list of people preparing for the physician's exam. What? Why are you suddenly so angry? I don't know what's going on. Returning to the present. He said, in any case, I apologize for coming back late without a word. So that's what he was concerned about. It's better to be careful. I'm sorry, but you should probably go to bed first. Arya looked down and said, we don't need to do that, because I found a way. Elsewhere, Tiaran was riding a horse at the fastest possible speed. Back with them, Aesol asked, a healing lake? That's right. They say it's a cure-all from Tyrant's homeland. Apparently, A long time ago, a nobleman with healing abilities appeared in the village. When he died, the people called him a healing god, and there's a lake there whose water still has the power to heal everything. It sounded a bit unrealistic. She said, Tiran was the one who told me this. I also thought I wouldn't believe it. Maybe we should. At this point, they both said, if she didn't know about the royal family's ability, she could be. Even if the water isn't a cure, there's no reason to be suspicious. Then Tiran must get the water from the lake first. On Tyran's side, she was still trying to ride her horse as fast as possible. In the end, that man with a noble appearance, she might think that way. Upon seeing the royal family's clothes, bestowed with a form of power closest to the most desired form. And that person, for some reason, is a death's door. Ha. And if one has healing abilities, it's not strange to leave the palace afterward, just like I did. But it's amazing that the ability still exists, even though he's dead. I don't know if it's unprecedented or if we just didn't know. At this point, he was suddenly startled by a realization. But somehow, that could be an ability granted by God. Arya said, that's right, God has granted us another grace. It really is so. The children's abilities were demonstrated on this occasion. So compact, then we don't have to be apart anymore. You haven't even checked if it's true yet? No, if God truly cares for us, I believe it will definitely work. I hope so too. She thought to herself, if God truly cares for us, although I think I should do it. A week later, Bliss was crying, sob, I want to go to the festival. Hearing this, Lipper said, what? Oh, is it because you want grilled skewers? You know, Annie already gave you 10 yesterday. Jesse bought one. Annie said, please tell me anything. Jesse also ran over, holding a box of things. My lady. Bliss slammed the table and shouted, I want to go to the festival. The festival. Don't you get it, Lipper? There are more people now than last time, so you'll get exhausted quickly. She said she'll buy you anything you want, so please endure it. Bliss insisted, let's go play at the festival. Lipper asked, what will you do if you go there? Eat grilled skewers, buy toys, watch the band, watch the clown show. Lipper said, we're all trying our best here. Really, it's different. Who doesn't know that? I want to spend time in that crowded place, not in this completely dull room. You can rest until you collapse. Can you believe that? Really, I really want to go. Suddenly, someone burst in and shouted, we will take you there. No, this isn't the time. I'll be back later. Both of them were extremely surprised. The two children asked each other, Who was that? That situation just now happened too fast. I didn't get a good look. She was a bit strange, but could that have been Tiran? She went to Arya. Arya spoke. You're later than I thought. It must be very far, right, Tiran? The place is quite far from the royal palace, so I got there as fast as I could. But please forgive me. So, was your persuasion effective? It will be very difficult because the villagers consider it a very sacred thing. I'm afraid everything I want is just a lake in your village, not the lake water in a pouch. She thought to herself, God's grace? Then I will use every last drop, won't I? Tiran presented the water flask. This pouch was first brought for you to verify the truth. Then she drew a knife and decisively cut her own hand. Myself and the future of my village. I will offer them to you. Please remember my sincerity. Immediately after, the wound quickly healed in a miraculous way. Arya was quite surprised. The wound is healing as if nothing ever happened. But if it's to ask me to abandon all doubt and fear. In the hallway, Tiran said, actually, I thought it would take a very long time to persuade the village elders. Everyone had heeded the deity's warning not to reveal it to outsiders. The lake's existence is a blessing to us, but at the same time, it's a power coveted by outsiders. Therefore, if this secret were to get out, the village would hardly escape invasion. So, obviously, when I said I had told the secret to someone else, all the elders were furious. But strangely, as soon as I said the name of Her Highness the Crown Princess, everyone was immediately surprised and asked, what? Her Highness the Crown Princess? If Her Highness the Crown Princess said so, then we must follow, right? Tiran said. They happily approved. That means your reputation has reached even the countryside villages. All right, you did well. The safety of your village will be the responsibility of the royal family from now on, so don't worry about anything. Hearing that, she exclaimed joyfully, yes, thank you, Your Highness the Crown Princess. Arya felt a little suspicious. People who have worshipped that deity for so long, would they offer up the entire precious lake just by hearing my name? This is strange. It doesn't make any sense. Thinking this, she opened the door to the children's room. Mother. No, Your Highness the Crown Princess. I don't hurt anywhere anymore. Let's go to the festival now, the festival. Lipper keeps telling me to go to sleep. Lipper said worriedly, hey Bliss, if you you suddenly sit up like that? I'm really fine. Before she could finish, Bliss fell to one side. Right? Is a little dizzy, he. Lipper caught her and grumbled angrily. See? Arya asked, you want to go to the festival? Then let's go right now. Really? Lipper was a little surprised. Yes. Bliss immediately said, I'm fine. Let's go. Lipper called out worriedly, Your Highness the Crown Princess. She thought, Mother was the one who forbade Bliss from going out. Why is she suddenly doing this? Arya poured water into a cup and said, Drink this water. After you finish, I'll give the order to prepare to leave. And get the sleep out of your eyes. If I drink all of it, can I go? That's right. Lipper thought. That's right. The festival was prepared for Bliss. Mother must feel sorry for her, so she's letting her go for a little while. Right after drinking the whole cup of water, Bliss was a little surprised. Oh, Lipper asked worriedly, what's wrong? This water is delicious. It's sweet like juice. Lipper said, a little helplessly, is that so? That's good. What are you saying now? Arya turned and said, Then let's go get changed now. Bliss jumped off the bed and said, Your Highness the Crown Princess, can you pick my clothes? Why not? The little girl was overjoyed. Wow. Tyrion smiled and said, I will escort you, my lady. Bliss. Arya turned back and asked, Lipper, are you going too? It would be nice if I could go, but I'm worried Bliss will faint again, so? Just then, Aesel ran over calling, Arya, I heard Tyrion has returned. She brought the water. Before he could finish, Arya immediately handed him the flask. I'm going to the festival with the children now. Do you want to come along? Your Highness the Crown Princess, please hurry over here. Father, and His Highness the Crown Prince too. Let's go to the festival. The festival. All right, wow. Arya laughed and said, Ho ho, then I'll go pick a dress for Bliss first and come back. In the meantime, please explain it to Lipper. Lipper asked, confused, what on earth is going on? Aesel smiled and said, Let's have a glass of water and talk. After hearing the whole story, Lipper exclaimed, It's that miraculous? Oh my, I've never heard of such a thing. And so there are other people with abilities? If Bliss hadn't come here, we probably would never have known about it. Bliss will be fine from now on. That's right, when I drank this water just now, I also felt full of energy. Wow, I feel that way too. Yes, it will probably be fine. Seeing Bliss so healthy, I can stop worrying and return to the future. Lipper smiled happily and replied, All right, thank you. I should thank both of them. I heard you also went through a lot of trouble searching for doctors. Oh, that's the least I could do, because I want to see their smiles. After that, everyone went to the grilled skewer stall. Bliss shouted, Give me 10 skewers. Oh no, 20. Lipper quickly advised, You won't be able to eat all that. Bliss yelled, How can you be so sure I won't finish? Mother also ate 20 skewers when she was little. Mother? No way. It's true. Father said so. How could it be wrong? Arya turned and asked, What's this about, Aesel? He said, I'm not sure either. I really don't know. Suddenly, he remembered an image of Arya as a child. Your hand. Where's the prince's house? Thinking of this, he remembered her current appearance. Arya, she called out, confused, Aesel. He thought, stunned, why am I still thinking about that? Didn't I ask to have that memory erased? But why am I thinking about it at this moment? It's the healing water. Could it be that people regain their memories after drinking it? Arya asked, Are you all right? Oh yes, I'm fine. The grilled skewer reminded me of something. A grilled skewer? He smiled and said, You'll remember soon enough if you drink it. Are you hiding something from me? No, it's not like that. But I want to know how you'll feel when you remember it. On the other side, the two children were eating skewers with great joy. Bliss said, So delicious. Lipper nodded. Aesel thought, At first, she looked so much like Arya that I thought it was just a coincidence. It turns out she reminds me of the Arya I met a long time ago. The dress I chose back then was great. At this moment, Bliss suddenly said loudly, Ugh, just one skewer is enough to make me full. I told you wouldn't be able to finish it. Lipper, how can you eat so much? You've eaten more than 20 skewers, haven't you? Upon their return, Karen happily came to greet them. Arya, I'm here. Karen is here. Chloe also spoke up. How have you been, Arya? Welcome back from your long journey. Honey, I need to talk to Arya so you can go to bed first. Chloe smiled and replied, All right, you two have a nice chat. Arya, take care of Karen. Don't let her drink too much. Hey, do you think I'm an alcoholic? Arya smiled and replied, I understand, father. Let's have a meal together tomorrow. All right, let's have a meal together. After returning, Arya said, Father asked me for a favor and then left. Does he know I prepared wine for Mother? He may or may not know. It doesn't matter. I want to drink it all. Champagne, whiskey. I had to act like a noble over there, so I couldn't do things like this. It seems the Count has left us. We have to drink so that one day we can have champagne, right? What should we drink first? I'll bring something to eat. Her mother said, come back soon. Arya went out, closed the door, and thought, I have to bring a lot of water to mix with. Her alcohol. Water. Come to think of it, as he said, he brought it to me because it can heal people. I will also bring water from the lake in the future. I wonder what it will feel like. Then she opened the lid and put a few drops in her mouth. Suddenly, something glowed behind her. Arya turned around in surprise. Behind her was a god emitting a dazzling light. She asked God, according to the legends passed down in the kingdom, the king who founded this kingdom possessed a special power. That power, to be precise, is the ability of the royal family granted by the gods. Then the person who appeared right after I drank the lake water said to carry that power. If so, then it's certain. Arya spoke up and asked, do you have something to say to me? This is the guardian deity of the kingdom. As I thought, everything, like the healing lake or the fact that my children were all granted abilities, was all to guide me. I thank you. I am truly blessed. Even though I grew up foolishly and ended my life foolishly, you have given me a new life to live on. Do you want to hear thanks for that? Oh no. If you are a god, you must have seen through my heart before calling me, right? Arya answered herself, yes, I am dissatisfied. As a god, you're not very good at handling your work. I'm not satisfied at all. Of course, it's thanks to you that my children and I escaped death. But after hearing what Lippers said, the children remember everything that happened to them. Did you have to let the children remember the painful memories they went through? Was there really no other way? As a god, Arya clenched her fists, telling herself, I must hold my head high so my voice doesn't tremble and put strength in my legs so I don't fall. The fact that the god called me at this time must be because he noticed the discontent arising in my heart, right? In other words, this is a test through my long-winded words, whether it's for the sake of the kingdom or not. Even if it looks that way, even so, he still didn't arbitrarily correct me, but even created an opportunity to talk. Does this mean he needs me? I believe so. So first, I'll just be blunt. Arya said clearly again, to you, my children and I are just tools to help Aesel, the next emperor, develop a prosperous kingdom. I just need to think that I can't let this opportunity slip away now. But you must know very well, right? I'm not so meek as to obediently follow your orders. Although I'm very grateful that you saved my life once, I have no intention of living a similar life a second time. If this is now a life manipulated by others, then even if that person is a god, I feel very uncomfortable. As the god who gave me this fate and this future, if you still intend to use me for a long time, I hope you'll understand my feelings next time. Because this noose disguised as a life buoy could snap at any moment. She told herself, speak like a villainess, so wicked she could risk her own life. Smile as if there's nothing left to regret in this current life. Even though the past me knew nothing, the future that the present me desires is for me and the people I cherish to all be happy. Speak as if I don't realize that I wish to live happily among them. Arya prayed, oh God, dear God. I seem to want to threaten him. To God, it might sound like a shivering cat. If not, his answer will not be the same as my expectations. Bliss dreamed as she slept. The festival, it was so fun. Lipper spoke up. Then why are you sighing? She already has a stomachache from eating too much. That, I don't know. Only I will disappear. Me? Are you talking without thinking? Bliss shouted in annoyance. Stop it. Lipper, I'm being serious. The coronation is approaching. Oh, how exciting. Can medicine cure this illness of yours? What? But what medicine? What did you take? Lipper slowly explained. The water mother gave me. This is holy water. She wondered to herself, water? Lipper said, do you know that you never fainted again? Bliss replied, confused. Oh, is it because of the festival? If it were before, I would have definitely fainted. Come to think of it, I don't feel as bad as usual. What? Did Mother really find a cure? Mother is amazing. If Mother wasn't sick, I'm sure she would do even better. Lipper said, it's thanks to you, because you returned to the past. Big sister, you did well. Bliss blushed with embarrassment. Big sister, Bliss's eyes began to shine. On the other side, Arya was walking and muttering. She looked out the window, thinking, is it that nothing moved in my mind? Time has passed. Just then, Bliss came running in a hurry. Oh, there you are, my mother. I'm here. She hugged Arya tightly. I heard from Lipper that you found medicine for me. Thank you, my mother. Arya said softly, Bliss, it's time to talk. Oh, that's right. I came from the future to see you. I'm Bliss, your daughter. I couldn't say it because you don't like liars. Thank you for not saying that, and thank you for finding medicine for me. Thank you for everything, Mother. Arya smiled that I could do it because I had you as my motivation. Bliss was deeply moved. Lipper said, all right, everything's fine now that Mother has taken care of it. So does that mean you're responsible for 20% of it? That's enough. She shouted angrily. What? Didn't you just call me big sister, you fool? I only said it because your life was in danger. I was lying. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What's that? Daughter, who is it? My daughter is Arya. Both of them peeked in a look. This voice, Grandma Karen. Arya crossed her arms and thought. I heard she wasn't allowed to drink any wine in Krascha, but she stopped after drinking more than 2 bottles of champagne. She can also drink quite a bit of whiskey. Lipper exclaimed in admiration, Grandma, you're so young. Your outfit is so beautiful too. Bliss said with delight, she's really fun to play with. She thought to herself, Mother, your grandchildren love you very much. This seems unexpected. Arya said, I'm going to get some water. Can you two take care of Grandma? Be careful not to let anyone find out. Yes, she told herself. Even if my mother finds out, I'll just say it was the wine. Lipper's voice rang out. Keep quiet, you fool. She smiled and thought, I think I will be right. So what does that mean? That is God's answer. The atmosphere on the streets was noisy and bustling. The people all gathered and cheered joyfully. Ah, there they are. Heavens, the platinum carriage. Really? You're saying that's all platinum? Could it even be set with jewels? Wow, is all of that real? How could it be fake? I heard it's only ridden during the emperor's coronation. Of course it has to be real. Wow, this is no joke. In the carriage, Aesel asked, so you made such a request to the god? Yes, this is really... Courage is one of the things I love about you. But the thought of being left all alone in this carriage right now scares me. Arya laughed and replied, Ho ho, is that so? But you like that audacious side of. Me too, don't you? Isn't that right? I don't think it's audacious. You're not someone who acts without any calculation. Besides, didn't we make a deal to always trust each other? Yes, we mentioned that in our vows. Even if that weren't the case, there's no reason not to trust you. You trusted and talked with me. Thank you for trusting me, Aesel. Afterwards, they entered the royal palace in extremely formal attire. If I were in the same situation, I would probably say the same thing to the god. What parent would want their child to remember unhappy memories just for the sake of a blessing? But in that situation, you were able to act without being subdued. He remembered the words Arya had said to the god. I hope you will understand my feelings next time. He continued, it's probably only you, Arya. The palace doors opened, and everyone bowed respectfully. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Crown Princess have arrived. The ceremony began. Now, before the ceremony, I will read the last will of His Majesty the Emperor. For the peace of the kingdom, His Majesty the Emperor has decided to abdicate the throne to crown Prince Astro Frank. Arya said, from the very beginning, I had this thought, living under the long-winded nagging of a god. He would probably spin me around in other matters later on, right? Haha, that's what you hate the most. That's right. However, I needed a lot of courage to say what I thought that day. Karen and Sarah watched the coronation with tears in their eyes. Annie smiled excitedly and said, as expected of the young Miss Ano, the Crown Princess. From now on, she's the Empress. Jessie was just as overjoyed. Arya smiled and said to herself, how do I want to live in the future? I realized it. Could it be that the god already knew that? It's a good thing the god didn't get angry, but the more I think about it, the more surprised I am. The god's answer, if you live according to what you want, you will get what you wish for. He wondered, does that mean he will erase the children's memories as she wishes? Let's see. I'm not sure either. At this moment, a child with trembling legs, holding a basket of roses, thought worriedly, wow, I'm shaking so much. Or is it because this is the first time I've attended a grand ceremony like the coronation? At this moment, the officiant shouted, next is the receiving of the holy water of the sacred royal family. I vow to carry on the will of the gods for the sake of the kingdom. Lipper thought to himself, even though Bliss and I foresaw this in the morning. But when the crown was lowered, truly, then Aesel handed the crown to Arya. Gazing at the splendid Arya with the crown on her head, Lipper praised with delight. So cool. Mom is so cool. Even cooler than this morning. So cute. So beautiful. Look, for real, it's truly wonderful to have returned to the past. The officiant continued, and now he will become the emperor. Please welcome His Majesty Astro Frank. As he stepped onto the platform, Aesel raised his hand and said, wait, someone else wants to place the crown on me. Seeing Arya step forward, a knight exclaimed in admiration. Oh, Arya took the crown, slowly placing it on Astro. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, whispers arose. even though he calls her his dear lady. Is she the empress now? What is this? They're just checking the empire situation. Yet the atmosphere feels so real. The two children holding flower baskets stood beside Aesel and Arya. Bliss whispered, "Lipper, our parents are truly the best." Yeah, it's completely different from the picture before. This is truly the best ending. Of course, Mother deserves a happy ending. What? So who doesn't deserve one? You deserve one too. Don't forget there are still many people who wish for you to have a happy ending. If we return to the future now, a happy ending is also waiting for us there. At this moment, Bliss suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty the Emperor, Your Majesty the Empress. We are leaving now. The promise from before, we will never forget." Recalling before the ceremony, Arya had asked, "Bliss, Lipper, if you two leave, will our memories also disappear? If there are no issues with our health, then the answer is yes. Otherwise, this would become something beyond our abilities. So, of course, we wouldn't travel to the past. But even if that ability is gone, our memories will remain forever. Memories are also a part of our power, right?" Bliss nodded, right? Arya said, "Then I have a request. Can you tell us everything you went through after we've forgotten? Everything? Everything that happened here, and everything that has changed in the future. Everything, why? The sad things, the hardships, and the joys. I want to understand everything about you, bit by bit. Maybe in the future, we will become like you are now." Back in the present, Aesel called, "Arya, you seem reluctant." "I'm fine. We'll see each other again soon." Over here, Lohan was walking and muttering, "I can't find them. Where did the host of this ceremony go? I heard Arya has healing water. Could it be some new kind of medicine? Anyway, having a monopoly with the peace treaty is better than establishing relationships with local nations to borrow their power. That's a great suggestion for the Empire before our shares are lost. Let's try to eliminate it before anyone else. Where are they?" Over here, Aesel and Arya were sharing a sweet kiss behind the curtain. After pulling away, Aesel asked, "Strange, why do I feel like I've been holding back for too long? Why is that? We're husband and wife now." "I'm not sure. I don't remember clearly." "Then you don't have to hold back anymore." Just then, Lohan pulled back the curtain. Seeing the two kissing, Rohan muttered, "Honestly, everyone is trying to avoid them. I can come back later in another scene." Bliss and Lipper held hands. Bliss looked around and said, "Are we back? Is this Lipper's study?" "Yeah, no one is here at this time. So we came here because we can't let others see us." Bliss said, "Mama's in the garden, right?" "Ah, new memories are being created now. So let's talk to her in a little while." Lipper smiled and said, "Yeah, you don't have to say it, because I'm seeing the same memories as you right now." At this moment, the ministers rushed over, calling out excitedly, "Your Highness Lohan, have you met His Majesty the Emperor? Is there really healing water or some kind of lake?" Rohan, holding a pile of documents, answered curtly, "Yeah, it seems so, and as expected. I've received the papers to review the treaty for the use of the lake. It's so noisy." "You did well, sir. As expected, the Empire also wants to be allies with our Krasha." Lohan recalled Astero's murderous demeanor. He laughed coldly. I wouldn't know about that. Do you know I was almost done for by that emperor when I tried to talk to him?" At that time, Lohan had called out fearfully, "Excuse me." But the only reply he got was Aesel's, "Get lost." It's a good thing the Empress had prepared the documents beforehand. Otherwise, I'd be at the bottom of the sea by now. Anyway, my mission is done. You all check the documents. Yes, then please enjoy the party, sir. If things keep going like this, you'll never meet your descendants. Oh my God, it's embarrassing to say it. To think our young and handsome Highness doesn't have a sweetheart. Lohan closed his eyes grimly and said, "How can you say that while smiling?" They immediately found an excuse to slip away. "Well then, see you tomorrow, sir." At this moment, Marquis Bias called out, "Your Highness Lohan, Marquis Bias. Ah, you're not a Marquis anymore." He chuckled, "Ha. If you mean Chloe, the boy is dancing with my wife. Did you come here to nag me too?" "Not at all, sir. I know that because you feared the war between factions, you sent the young ladies pursuing you back home. That's not it. It's just that no one caught my eye. So I did that. I'm a bit picky." "Ho, you mean a beautiful, intelligent, and optimistic lady. Oh, you know my taste so well, huh? Because that's my granddaughter. But what do you think if she's not a noble lady? Are you showing off your daughter-in-law now? Though that's fine too. Recently I heard a rumor that, in a remote village, the daughter of a poor family, who had clearly died from a serious illness, suddenly came back to life. After waking up, she was like a different person. Lohan asked in surprise, like a different person? The Marquis continued, I heard she became very intelligent. Now that girl has dealt with a vicious merchant who cheated the simple villagers and shares her knowledge with everyone, like teaching the farmers to read. Lohan asked him, should I call that a touching story or a horror story? A dead person coming back to life. Did this happen in Rostia? Yes, I'll go and check it out. I also heard that, while not a great beauty, she's a charming young lady. Oh, is that so? I almost missed this important information. Haha. Oh, it's very important. At this moment, Violet spoke up. Darling, so you're here? Karen also spoke up. Father, would you like to drink some wine with me? Hearing this, Marquis Bias bowed to Lohan. Your Highness, then I'll take my leave. All right, it's a rare occasion for a reunion like this, so you should enjoy the party with your family. So popular, I want that too, bye-bye. Then Lohan remembered what Astro had once said. The royal family's ability is granted according to what one desires most before death, right? Maybe that girl is a princess. I'm probably overthinking it. Anyway, if she's a talent with such outstanding abilities, it's fine to meet her once. Krasha also needs to pay more attention to utilizing its people like the Empire does. It's going to be very busy from now on. The scene changes to somewhere else. In a small house, there's a knock on the door and a voice calling, Nick, don't stay up too late. What if you get sick like before, Mom? Don't worry. A life gifted once more by the gods. I must cherish it. The girl who replied was named Nick. It was the reincarnated Isis Frederick. The mother said, okay, then sleep well. Nick smiled and replied, you sleep well too, Mom. Nick pushed open the window. She looked at the night sky and pondered a life gifted by the gods. Speaking of which, I heard there's an emperor's coronation ceremony in the Empire today. The girl who caused my death is with the crown prince right before I died. For some reason, I no longer cling to life. I don't care what happens to them. Is it because I was reborn in Krasha? Tôi bây giờ tìm thấy cảm giác mới mẻ, nhưng mình đã rất ngạc nhiên khi lần đầu thấy bản thân ở trong cơ thể này. Không biết đây có phải sức mạnh hoàng tộc mà Loan từng nói không nhỉ, nhưng sao lại trao cho mình chứ? Việc thần linh của đế quốc cho kẻ địch phản quốc như mình một cơ hội thế này, có nghĩa là trong tương lai đế quốc sẽ cần mình ư? Dĩ nhiên một người như mình không thể nào biết được ý đồ của thần linh nhưng... Oh no, maybe the gods just want to enjoy the pleasure of human life. That's right, they are gods, creating humanity and bestowing hardships, witnessing and admiring how they struggle to survive. Instead, the gods deceive humans by adding a piece of happy fragrance so that the end of their lives isn't bitter. If the gods feel happy seeing humans enjoy life to the fullest and thank the gods, like that, then is surviving the only way to repay the gods? Once the meaning of the gods giving me a new life is like that, then I must accept everything and continue to live, right? Meanwhile, Aesel and Arya were passionately making love. Suddenly, Arya exclaimed in wonder, it's magical, just now a name popped into my head. It will surely suit Aesel's wishes. The next day, Arya hurriedly ran to find Bliss and Lipper. She called, Bliss, Lipper, Mom has been looking for you for a while. Aesel asked, bewildered, are the kids there? They weren't here when I came just now, were they? Oh my. Seeing the two dressed entirely in pink made them both bewildered. Aesel asked, is this the first time you've seen this dress? Did Arya guess right? Arya replied, this is the first time I've seen it too. I wonder if Sarah bought it? Is that right? Arya rubbed her chin and said, today we were planning to coordinate outfits for the vacation. I don't know if you try to coordinate outfits beforehand, but this isn't beachwear. It seems I've seen it somewhere. Suddenly Bliss and Lipper rushed forward to hug her, calling out tearfully, Mom, Mom, Mom. Are you hurt anywhere? Is it okay to walk? You're not in pain anywhere now, right? Arya was startled for a moment. She replied softly, yeah, I'm not hurt anywhere. Are you two okay? Bliss exclaimed, what a relief. At this moment, Aesel spoke up. Did you two both take a nap and have a nightmare? He approached and bent down to reassure them. A nightmare. At times like these, you just need to return to reality. Whether it's a bad dream or a good dream, you can't do anything about it. You can directly create happiness in reality. Lipper and Bliss were born healthy. You always listen to your parents, living strongly and full of energy, right? Things like nightmares you will soon forget. Happiness is here, so rest assured. Lipper smiled, his eyelids still wet with tears, and replied yes. Aesel said again, if it's hard to forget, then tell us everything. If you say it unexpectedly, it might not be anything special. Arya continued, then let's talk about that dream together. We also have to plan our vacation. Let's do that. It's been a long time since we had a vacation. The clothes look cute too, but let's wear new clothes. Arya picked up Bliss. Bliss, did you have a nightmare too? You must have been scared, right? Bliss felt her mother mother pick her up gently. She thought to herself, Mom is healthy now. Thinking that, Bliss replied, no. It was a little scary at first, but in the end, it was a princess's happy ending. Arya asked, a princess? Is that Bliss? Bliss replied, it's not me, but I will definitely become like that. So you like happy endings? Bliss insisted, yeah, it's best if everyone lives happily ever after. After that, Arya looked at the hourglass on the table and wondered, is wishing for a smooth, happy ending an ambition? It's been a long time, hasn't it? She gently picked up the hourglass. Even if I don't intend to use it, I must find out why. There's no other way. If you want a happy ending with a villainess, even the gods have to endure this much. Do you find it fun to play with humans? Even so, there have to be difficulties like this. Then perhaps the happy ending will be very sweet. Can one enjoy life to the fullest? The story, The Villainess Reverses the Hourglass, has ended. Thank you for following the series to the end. While waiting for a new series, please watch other series on the Q Muoi review channel to kill time. Wishing you all happiness and energy. Goodbye and see you again.